Chapter 1. Nightmare. The sky was shrouded in a gray haze, with clouds swirling ominously, mirroring the oppressive atmosphere of this desolate land. Silence engulfed the surroundings, devoid of life, save for the howling winds that swept through, rendering everything akin to the primordial chaos. The desolation was so profound it sent chills down one's spine. Yinuo instinctively drew his cloak tighter around himself, huddling beneath the gnarled roots of a withered tree. His eyelids fluttered as he sensed an unsettling presence amidst the relentless gusts. A heavy, labored breathing seemed to intertwine, with the wind exuding an air of formidable authority. Yet this was the only glimmer of hope in this forsaken wasteland. Summoning his courage, Yinuo hesitantly approached the source of the sound. After what felt like an eternity, he stumbled upon the colossal skull of a beast, over 100 feet in height, lying ominously on the ground, surrounded by a swirling miasma of darkness, its form expanding and contracting in a truly terrifying manner. Was this the source of the unsettling breaths? Yinuo fought against the primal fear welling within him and cautiously drew closer, peering into the hollow sockets of the skull, where a vague connection seemed to tug at his senses, though he could not articulate it. As he gazed into those eye sockets, once more, darkness enveloped him, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. There, within the void, burned a pair of eyes, hollow, and the individual before them possessed blood-red eyes that emanated a savage, bloodthirsty glimmer, fixating upon the siblings with a gaze reminiscent of a malevolent demon from the depths of the abyss. Roar! A low growl, akin to the roar of a dragon, reverberated throughout the entire rear mountain. What followed was a spray of crimson that splattered across the blade of a sword. The one who had moments ago exuded an overwhelming aura of malevolence ceased to draw breath, leaving behind an expression of astonishment and disbelief. The terror reflected in his eyes marked the final culmination of his existence. Chapter 2. A Long Journey. Surviving the Aftermath. Yinuo's heart raced with fervor. Never before had he felt so insignificantly small, so small that he could be crushed and obliterated at any moment. The overwhelming sense of powerlessness threatened to engulf him. Yes, I must become stronger. His mind whirled frantically, consumed with an insatiable yearning for the pursuit of immortality. As the two approached the village entrance, they were met by the anxious gaze of their grandmother, her silver hair a testament to her years, the passage of time etched deeply upon her face. A visage of gentle wisdom. He Xueman darted towards her, gradually regaining her composure. Observing the pallor on the faces of the two, their grandmother inquired, "Are you both all right? What has happened? Did something occur on the back mountain? I thought you were visiting Uncle Long?" Standing by, he wore an expression of resignation, knowing full well the blame would be cast upon him. Seizing the moment when their grandmother was distracted, Xueman mischievously stuck out her tongue at Yinuo, her playful demeanor easing his worries, for he genuinely feared that she would bear lasting trauma. 2 days later, Yinuo found himself by the village river, as was his routine, learning to play the xiao under Uncle Zhao's guidance. At this stage, Yinuo had little knowledge to draw upon, yet playing the xiao was perhaps the only joy he had aside from reading. Moreover, Uncle Zhao was a wonderful teacher, which rendered Yinuo particularly adept at grasping the nuances of music. Uncle Zhao had moved to the riverside village when Yinuo was 5 years old. He was not originally from the area, but his warm and kind-hearted nature quickly endeared him to the villagers. Now, a decade later, he was regarded as one of their own. Within the humble abode, Yinuo noticed a figure standing beside his grandmother, a personage clad in a dark green Taoist robe, holding a whisk, with a long beard that cascaded down, exuding an ethereal presence that hinted at a transcendental wisdom. His grandmother gently urged the still dazed Yinuo, "Child, quickly pay your respects to Master Puching." That He Xueman, witnessing her brother's foolish demeanor, could not suppress her laughter. Master Puching regarded Yinuo, a faint kindness glimmering in his eyes, though it was accompanied by a hint of hidden struggle. "Rise, child," he said slowly. "I have heard of your recent nightmares. Might you share the details with me?" Yinuo recounted the contents of his dreams to Master Puching, who listened intently, his white brows furrowing slightly. "Is that so?" he murmured softly. Then, as if lost in thought, he whispered, "The essence of the realm is awakening. It seems that everything is about to commence. Master Puching turned his gaze to Yinuo and inquired gravely, "Would you be willing to study the Taoist arts under my tutelage?" Yinuo, astonished, slightly parted his lips in disbelief. Since the recent events, an inexplicable longing for the Taoist path had taken root within him. Who would not yearn for the ability to traverse the heavens and command the world? Master Puching regarded Yinuo with a serious expression. The path of cultivation is fraught with challenges. One must possess extraordinary perseverance and physical strength to journey further along the Tao. Otherwise, a moment's carelessness may lead to an irreversible downfall. Are you willing to take the plunge? Upon hearing this, Yinuo looked earnestly at Master Puching, an unprecedented determination shining through his youthful features. "Master, I am unafraid of hardship. I will surely succeed in my pursuit of the Daos." Puchun gazed upon Yinuo's resolute expression. A gentle warmth filled his eyes, and with a soft sigh, it seemed as though he too struggled with memories that echoed the depth of her gaze. Yinuo lowered her head. Her youthful heart destined from this moment onward to transcend the ordinary. In the pursuit of immortality, one must harness the ethereal energies of heaven and earth, experiencing these forces through the mortal vessel, continuously accepting and absorbing them. Only then can one strengthen the body, perceive the cosmos, and ultimately master the art of self-protection, wielding a sword across the skies, transforming the mundane into the divine. Yet, for a mortal to feel and channel the energies of the universe, a grueling and arduous transformation is requisite, a process from which one's innate talent for cultivation can be discerned. This foundational journey, known as the basis of illusory intent, is divided into 6 realms. Progressing layer by layer, from simplicity to complexity, time flows swiftly, never pausing to in the riverside village. Sunlight filtered through the gradually yellowing leaves of a small grove in the east, casting dappled patterns upon the grass below. Sparkling in harmony with the morning dew, the gentle breeze stirred the scene to life, and the cheerful, clear chirping of birds filled the air, enveloping one in a sense of elation and expansive joy, prompting a deep appreciation for the wonders and splendor of existence. Deep within the forest sat a solitary figure, cross-legged, hands gently clasped, breathing slow and steady. The autumn wind caressed his youthful visage, causing the strands of hair on his forehead to flutter slightly, while droplets of condensed morning dew traced down his cheeks. Everything around him was vibrant with life. He slowly opened his eyes, gazing through the trees into the distance, his gaze clear and ethereal. Who else could it be but Yinuo? For 3 years, Yinuo had practiced his breathing techniques here every morning and evening. Initially, Puchun, the master, accompanied him daily, imparting the secrets of cultivation. Once Yinuo had committed them to memory, Puchun would visit every 3rd day, primarily to guide him through the more arduous and tedious aspects of his training. As the saying goes, the beginning is always the hardest. Without the guidance of a master, even the most promising talents in cultivation are but idle dreams, let alone the subsequent journey into the realm of illusions. Yet, after 2 years, Puchun ceased to appear. One matter continually perplexed Yinuo. Though they shared the bond of master and disciple, there was no formal acknowledgement of such a relationship. It is a natural order for one to seek out a mentor, especially considering Puchun's attentive and meticulous teachings. However, whenever Yinuo broached the subject of formally becoming his disciple, Puchun would always respond, "I impart to you the celestial arts and guide your practice, for it is our destined connection, and no titles are necessary. Remember, however, never to disclose the techniques I teach you to others. This is of utmost importance." Over time, Yinuo ceased to pursue the matter, yet Puchun's kindness left him with an unsettling feeling that there was something being concealed from him, something that pertained to his own existence. As the years progressed, Yinuo began to form his own plans regarding many matters, particularly concerning his parents. Clutching the only relic left to him by them, a small, pale green stone, he vowed silently to uncover their whereabouts. He Xueman approached him. 3 years had passed, and she had blossomed into a graceful young woman, her charm and beauty undiminished, perhaps even more striking and ethereal, evoking a protective instinct in those who beheld her. "Brother, you immerse yourself in your studies daily. It's as if you've forgotten about your sister." Xueman pouted and said. Yinuo rolled his eyes at her, urging her to stop being mischievous, and asked, "What brings you here?" Inside the dwelling, Puchun stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing out the window, a flicker of subtle brilliance flashing in his eyes. as if he were quietly expressing to them that the truth could not be concealed for long. Behind him, their grandmother sighed deeply, her expression somber, acknowledging that the children had grown up. It was time for them to make their own decisions. The two of them entered the small room. Xueman, slightly out of breath, said, "Grandma, we have arrived." Their grandmother looked at them with her usual kind demeanor but then turned serious, addressing them. Yinuo. Xueman, today I shall reveal your true lineage to you. It is time for you to make your choices. Yinuo was momentarily taken aback, although he had persistently inquired about their parents in the past. His grandmother's unexpected declaration today caught him off guard. He felt unprepared, unsure of how to brace himself for this revelation, and simply stared at her. "Grandma, you?" She did not meet his gaze, instead focusing on the jade tablet in her hand, her expression becoming even more weathered, as if she had aged a few more years in that instant. Looking up at the outside world, her face softened with a deeper kindness. She continued, "In truth, I am not your grandmother. I merely adopted you during your childhood." As she regarded them, she touched the stone at Yinuo's chest, paused, and added, "When you were brought here, you were in a state of unconsciousness, as if under a spell. You awoke 3 days later, and this stone was in your mouth when you regained consciousness." The room now felt exceptionally tranquil, the only sounds being their intermittent breaths and the astonishment etched on their faces. The two exchanged incredulous glances, struggling to accept this sudden revelation. Their grandmother paid them no mind and walked towards the door, her frail body moving slowly, yet her face bore a hint of relief. She paused, gently placing the jade tablet and a pale bead on the wooden table beside her, her expression a blend of kindness and weariness. She spoke softly, "Children, go forth. When you find yourselves in peril, throw this bead into the air. It will help you navigate through a calamity. But remember, it is only to be used once, and do not deploy it unless absolutely necessary, for otherwise, it may bring about your demise." Chapter 3. The Anomaly. As early autumn arrived, leaves fell in abundance. This marked the third day of their journey. The two rested in a modest pavilion, simple yet fresh and elegant. Each side was furnished with stone stools for weary travelers. And beneath the eaves, the words "Mountain Water Pavilion" were inscribed in ancient script. As they surveyed the surroundings, only a few scattered households were visible ahead, with a relatively grand residence not far off, where a banner hung high, fluttering in the wind, faintly revealing the character wine. Approaching the tavern, they noticed a steady stream of patrons entering and exiting, the aroma of wine wafting through the air, intoxicating those who inhaled it with a hint of inebriation. Most of the visitors appeared slightly flushed, suggesting that there were indeed many drunkards in this world. It was rumored that recently, the Yinuo sect was recruiting disciples within a 100-mile radius. Who among them would be fortunate enough to be chosen? At that moment, 4 individuals entered the tavern, engaged in quiet conversation. Yinuo and Xueman exchanged a glance, simultaneously stepping into the tavern. They chose a table situated closest to the 4 individuals, eager to gather more information. "Esteemed guest, may I take your order? We have the finest daughter's red wine and drunken 3 steps." The cheerful waiter chimed in. Noticing Xueman lightly touch her stomach, her cheeks tinged with a delicate blush, Yinuo smiled and said, "Waiter, we would like 2 of your signature dishes and a jar of drunken 3 steps." "Please, certainly, esteemed guest. Please make yourselves comfortable." The waiter departed, and the two leaned in to eavesdrop on the conversation of the 4. "I hear that this year both the Yinuo sect and the Fengxian Gate will be recruiting disciples in this area. And it seems the numbers are quite considerable," one individual whispered. Another, evidently younger, interjected, "Oh, I say, Wu, don't entertain such thoughts. If they are to recruit, it will surely be from those affluent families. They would never deign to consider the common folk." The group fell silent, sighing in unison. "Young brothers, it appears your intentions for entering this establishment lie beyond merely enjoying the wine. Might I indulge in a drink from your bounty?" Yinuo turned to find a middle-aged man seated beside him, gazing at him with a warm smile. Although the man's temples were grayed, he radiated vitality and had a depth in his eyes that commanded respect. "Waiter, please bring another bowl." "Senior, please help yourself." Yinuo offered his own bowl of wine to the middle-aged man, who accepted it with an appreciative expression and downed it in one gulp. "Excellent wine. Another cup, if you please." Yinuo promptly refilled the bowl. The middle-aged man observed Yinuo, remarking, "Young brother, your generosity and spirited demeanor are truly commendable. You are indeed a rare find." After another hearty drink, he continued, I notice you seem quite intrigued by the conversation of those individuals. Might I be privy to your interests? After a moment's contemplation, Yinuo replied, to be candid, Senior, my sister and I are planning to journey to the Wangwei sect, but the path is treacherous and we know little about it. Hence we wish to seize this opportunity to learn more. The middle-aged man replied, his expression unchanged, his gaze still profoundly penetrating, that I have traversed this world and possess some knowledge on the matter. Might I be of assistance to you? Yinuo respectfully clasped his fist and said, I would be grateful for your guidance. The Wangwei sect lies to the northeast of here, 100 miles away. The journey is fraught with difficulties. Mountains, dense forests, and wild beasts abound. Even if you traverse the vast continent, you must also cross the boundless eastern SAD. Oh, you comprehend the hardships that lie ahead? Yinuo listened in astonishment, a buzzing sound seeming to resonate in his mind. His expression wavered momentarily before transforming into determination, remembering Uncle Zhao's words and glancing at Xueman. He resolutely declared, Senior, regardless of the countless obstacles, I shall make my way to Wangwei. The middle-aged man regarded him without further inquiry, his admiration evident. He produced a token resembling jade from his waist, inscribed with the character wind, its form swirling like a breeze. Young brother, our meeting is serendipitous. Should you be fortunate enough to reach Wangwei, present this token, and you shall be granted passage up the mountain. The man's smile deepened, a glimmer of light dancing in his eyes. That I believe we shall meet again. Yinuo and Xueman grasped their signs, feeling an uncanny resemblance to the one their grandmother had given them a few days prior. Yinuo, seemingly enlightened, turned to his companion. Senior, you are. However, upon glancing back, he found only the gentle sway of a wine bowl. That in recent days, the number of travelers had dwindled significantly, yet the thickets and shrubs had flourished. The two endured the elements, and although their days were fraught with hardship, they found joy within the struggle. Yet, it was the journey that posed a challenge for Yinuo, while his own well-being was of little concern. The presence of his sister weighed heavily on his mind. Each night, Yinuo found himself troubled, for despite Xueman's resilience and ability to endure hardships, the multitude of insects in the grass was akin to facing a formidable foe. On this particular day, the sky was shrouded in darkness, thick clouds loomed overhead, and ominous thunder rumbled, heralding an early onset of night. As was his custom, Yinuo cleared a space for Xueman. The twilight cast a hazy veil over the woods, which seemed to come alive at night. The chorus of insects filled the air, and the rustling leaves danced in the wind, interspersed with sounds that could either be footsteps or the low growls of wild beasts, sending chills down one's spine. After days of travel, fatigue had etched itself into Xueman's delicate features. Yet, her garments fluttered lightly, still exuding an unmatched grace. Observing his beloved sister, Yinuo felt a surge of affection and concern. What are you thinking? Are you hungry? I shall find something to eat. Xueman's cheeks flushed slightly, and she replied with delight, Hurry, please. Before she could finish, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A chilling roar of a beast echoed through the woods. Sorrowful and desolate, tinged with despair, the night deepened, and a cold wind swept through, instilling terror. Xueman, pale and shaken, grasped Yinuo's arm in fear. Brother, what is that sound? Yinuo's brow furrowed, his heart racing with uncertainty. Though the sound was indeed that of a beast's roar, it seemed alarmingly close. He spoke softly. Stay here and do not move. I will investigate. Xueman clung to Yinuo, unwilling to let go. No, I want to be with you. Seeing her genuine fright, Yinuo gently caressed her head. All right, hold on tightly to me, and we shall approach slowly. Darkness enveloped them, and from an unknown direction came the sound of hurried breathing. The two concealed themselves behind the foliage, parting the leaves to peer through the gaps. In the dim light, they held their breath, as if they could hear each other's heartbeats. Ahead, not far off, a wild boar emitted a feeble grunt. Seemingly on the brink of death, beside it, a figure lay prostrate against the boar's neck, rendering its features indistinguishable, yet its massive form was discernible. Astonishingly, amidst the darkness came the unmistakable sound of gurgling, an eerie drinking sound. Yet it was not the sound of water, it was, unmistakably, the sound of blood being consumed. Xueman covered her mouth, a wave of nausea rising within her, and the two cautiously began to retreat. The wind howled, growing fiercer, and suddenly, a flash of lightning illuminated the sky, tearing through the darkness, followed by a thunderous clap that echoed across the night. In that moment, Xueman gasped in terror, in the fleeting glimmer of light. The two beheld the visage of the figure before them, eyes glazed, lips smeared with fresh blood, and more disturbingly, the veins on the face seemed to writhe, as if alive. As the figure lifted its gaze towards them, the encroaching darkness moved slowly, reminiscent of a malevolent demon from the netherworld. Yinuo was just about to hurl the life-saving orb when a sudden sound sliced through the air from above. A beam of light shot forth, striking the individual ahead with tremendous force, causing a muffled grunt to escape their lips as they staggered back several paces. The light then arced back, landing in the hands of a descending figure. Limanzi, I have searched high and low for you. Never did I expect you to hide in such a place. This individual, clad in white robes and possessing a dignified countenance, spoke with a voice that bore an eerie, chilling quality. The one referred to as Limanzi growled in response, his voice pained and hoarse. Are you from the Xueman? Truly, you are a descendant of the sacred barbarians. I am Xiangzi from Xueman. The expression on Limanzi's face shifted slightly, as if the protruding veins were gradually subsiding, yet the blood dripping from his lips remained a gruesome sight. Guardian of Xueman, pray tell, what is your purpose in stalking me under the cover of night? Limanzi snorted in anger. And what makes you think you stand a chance against me? In that moment, the atmosphere was charged, akin to a bowstring drawn taut, poised to release. Though Yinuo had gained some understanding of the cultivation realm after entering the path of immortality, his own foundation at the third tier of illusory intent could not penetrate the depths of the powers wielded by these two. A flash of murderous intent surged from Limanzi, who suddenly lunged forward with the force of his physical might, his emaciated hands seemingly rejuvenated with vitality as they reached for the still airborne Xiangzi. The latter's expression shifted from mockery to seriousness as he closed his fan and deftly sidestepped to the side, simultaneously pushing forward with his left hand. Instantly, a tremendous force surged towards Limanzi, creating a tempest that swept up fallen leaves. In a moment of urgency, Limanzi offered no resistance, instead turning his back to absorb the impact, resulting in a thunderous clash that felled nearby trees, severing their trunks. Yinuo felt as if his face had been sliced by a blade, clutching Xueman tightly against him as he was soon enveloped by the remnants of withered grass and leaves. Limanzi slowly turned, the veins on his face once again writhing as if animated, his eyes ablaze with a fierce light. Senior Limanzi, you are indeed a master of the barbarian lineage. Your physical strength is truly admirable, Xiangzi remarked, the peculiar aura in his eyes intensifying as the fan in his hand began to shimmer with a faint white glow, gradually drifting from his grasp into the air. Limanzi mumbled, merely a trivial skill, and was about to strike first when, all of a sudden, he clutched his head and howled towards the heavens, his expression one of excruciating torment, continuously crying out, Blood, blood, I crave blood. Yinuo, concealed nearby, tightened his grip on the orb, his palm already soaked with sweat. In contrast, Xiang appeared unperturbed, a strange smile playing on his lips, as if he had anticipated this moment. With the residual light from Xiang's treasured fan, it became evident that Limanzi's arms bore gaping wounds, each one more grievous than the last. Then, with a powerful stamp of his feet, Limanzi propelled himself towards the opposite end of the forest. The sound of splintering. Chapter 4. The edge of the dome, do not fear, they have already departed. Although Yinuo had only recently begun his journey into the realm of cultivation, he could discern the profound mastery possessed by these two individuals. In comparison to their duel on the back mountain 3 years prior, they were undoubtedly superior, likely the enigmatic figures spoken of by others. Xueman gently brushed off the dust from her attire and arranged her hair, addressing Yinuo, brother, are you aware of the Xueman hall they mentioned? Yinuo pondered for a moment before shaking his head. I do not know. This is my first time. Suddenly, he halted mid-sentence, letting out a startled cry as he glanced down at his ankle. A cold sweat broke out instantly, and he inhaled sharply. A crimson venomous snake was fiercely biting his ankle. The 7-colored triangular head of the snake flicked its tongue, seemingly searching for something. Xueman gasped in horror, and Yinuo promptly gestured for her to remain still. Yinuo had previously learned from Puchan about this type of venomous snake, known as the Chi-Du Ban, which was exceedingly toxic and highly aggressive. The one with a 7-colored head belonged to the royal lineage of the Chi-Du Ban, called the Chitsai Chi-Du Ban, which could live for over 1,000 years, making it an extraordinarily rare poison. Legend has it that this snake has existed since ancient times, earning the respect of cultivators. However, This serpent possessed a peculiar trait. It only attacked moving creatures, the reasons for which remained a mystery. The two of them held their breath, frozen in fear, not daring to move an inch. The Duel raised its head, searching for something it could not find, before eventually slinking away in disappointment. Yinuo, unable to bear the tension any longer, collapsed onto the ground. Xueman rushed to support him, her voice laced with urgency. "Brother, are you all right? What is happening to you?" Yinuo gasped for breath, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The Duel, indeed a marvel of toxicity, allowed its venom to spread with alarming rapidity. Xueman, at her wit's end, could only cry out for help. Overwhelmed by despair, she wept, "Brother, no, you cannot die." Her sorrowful cries echoed, filled with desperation. Xueman clutched Yinuo's head tightly, and in a fleeting moment, a hissing sound pierced the stillness of the night. Yinuo's expression contorted in agony, and Xueman, through her tears, noticed a stone embedded in his chest gradually emanating a soft blue light, growing increasingly radiant as the venom reached his heart. It appeared to be obstructed by the stone, struggling to advance. Yet, the venom seemed to possess a form of sentience, turning its assault on the stone itself. Black mist began to rise, hissing as it made calm as the dawn gradually brightens. A gentle morning breeze carries a hint of chill, and a resplendent sun breaks through the mist, ascending the mountain peak, casting its brilliant light upon the earth and all living things, which shimmer with vitality. Yinuo gazes up at the vast sky, where the autumn air is crisp and refreshing, feeling as though he has been reborn as he breathes in the forest's invigorating air that he reaches for his chest. Finding no trace of the burns that marred his skin the previous day, as if nothing had transpired. Yet, waves of warmth coursing through his heart remind him of the harrowing scenes from the night before. This sensation is extraordinarily subtle, ineffable, akin to a dreamlike state, but devoid of fear. Instead, it evokes a sense of dominance over the world. Yinuo offers a wry smile, feeling somewhat absurd, and glances back at Xueman, who remains peacefully asleep, her face gently caressed by the morning light filtering through the trees. He smiles, having traversed life and death, as if his heart has broadened significantly as the day wears on. The two of them feast on freshly roasted wild fowl and hare, gazing at the lofty mountains ahead, their faces devoid of despair. Instead, their brows furrow in a mix of satisfaction and perplexity. Though it is the early days of autumn, a time when foliage withers and falls, the verdant mountains remain lush and enveloped in mist, teeming with vitality. Even the trees several miles away from where he stands show no signs of decay, filling his heart with uncertainty yet a burgeoning sense of anticipation. The mountain path is rugged, and as the two venture deeper, dusk approaches. Amid their wandering, a veil of rain and mist follows closely behind. The pines and bamboos standing solemnly, the rocky terrain rugged, and the shadows of the branches dancing gracefully. Exhausted, they find a stone to rest upon, inhaling the fresh mountain air and feeling rejuvenated. "Brother, I wish to hear you play the bamboo flute." Xueman requests. Yinuo, seemingly having the same thought, readily agrees that as twilight fades. In the dimness, a pair of lascivious eyes fixates intently on them. "Brother, look over there," Xueman exclaims in astonishment, pointing to the sky. Yinuo turns to gaze, his eyes widening in disbelief. "The dome wind. This is the dome wind," he exclaims with excitement. Xueman, bewildered, asks, "How do you know this?" "Previously, Senior Puchin mentioned it to me." The dome wind, an ancient relic, is a place coveted by practitioners of the path. Those of profound cultivation can ascend its steps, each step a monumental test of one's abilities. Its wonders are ineffable, yet it harbors an inexplicable wind, the power of which is unparalleled. Countless cultivators, driven by hope, have perished in its midst. This phenomenon lasts only about the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, so everything hinges on destiny and fortune. As they marvel at the sight, a sudden commotion in the woods catches their attention, causing birds and beasts to scatter. The dim light of the forest obscures their vision, and Xueman leans closer to Yinuo. Their expressions turn grave, as if faced with a formidable threat. Moments later, a rustling sound approaches rapidly, interspersed with urgent footsteps. In the haze, a figure darts through the trees, prompting the two to instinctively retreat. "Quick, get away, run," a voice calls urgently from the oncoming figure, who stumbles and falls to the ground. Before Yinuo can react, a creature, half the height of a person and resembling a wolf, leaps out from behind the individual, its eyes gleaming with an ominous green light. baring its teeth and growling lowly in an instant. The hearts of the two individuals raced to their throats as the fallen figure crawled forward. The monstrous creature, however, remained motionless, fixated on the three. He urgently pulled him up and whispered, "We must leave quickly, before it approaches." No sooner had the three turned to flee than the thought of escape vanished. Behind them loomed a creature resembling a wolf. Its gaze locked onto them, but a glance to either side revealed that two identical beasts had emerged, leaving the trio with no avenue of escape as they huddled together. "Brother, what should we do?" Xueman grasped Yinuo's arm in a state of distress. Yinuo steeled himself and addressed the man. "What have you done to provoke them?" "I did nothing," the man replied. "I encountered one by chance, and it has relentlessly pursued me to as they spoke. The black wolf closed the distance to within 10 feet, poised to pounce. Stop! A soft exclamation echoed from the shadows of the forest, and a figure gradually emerged. This individual was grotesque in appearance, bald and clad in a monk's robe. Chapter 5. The moon-gazing sect. The monk fixed his lecherous gaze upon Xueman, his intentions unmistakably vile, causing her heart to race as she clutched Yinuo tightly. Indeed, a rare beauty. The monk's face lit up with excitement as he ogled Xueman, his repulsive visage amplifying his lewdness. "That we bear no grievances in recent days, nor enmity from times past. Kindly let us go," spoke the newcomer among the trio. The monk's expression shifted, and with a cacophonous motion of his right hand, he reached for Xueman, causing her to be yanked violently towards him as if pulled by an unseen force. She screamed, and the other two rushed forward to intervene. Yet, the monk's left hand pointed at them, unleashing two beams of red light that rendered them immobile, unable even to utter a sound. Yinuo felt a chill run through him. Realizing the dire situation, he could not move, nor could he summon the jade orb. As the monk seized Xueman, he pointed again, rendering her body rigid and at his mercy. "Ah, my little beauty," the monk exclaimed with glee. "Today, I shall grant you a most pleasurable experience." With that, he stripped away the delicate pink fabric draping her shoulders, revealing skin as pristine as fresh snow. The monk eagerly caressed her fragrant shoulders, murmuring about her beauty, so lovely that how enchanting. His grotesque face inched closer to her bosom, while Xueman sobbed softly, fear coursing through her veins. Unable to bear the sight any longer, Yinuo shut his eyes and clenched his fists. Though he had attained the third layer of illusory intent, he found himself utterly bound. A hint of red flickered in his eyes as rage surged within him, and he felt a strange stir in his chest. A chilling current coursing through him, reminiscent of a blood spring from the depths of the abyss. Cold, devoid of warmth. In the next moment, the red cords binding him seemed to quiver, gradually dissipating. Xueman was thrown to the ground as the monk tugged at the purple satin around her waist, causing her sheer garment to fall away. In the blink of an eye, the monk lunged at her. Yinuo's gaze returned, now fierce with icy determination. At that moment, a beam of white light shot down, piercing through the air. The monk, sensing danger, instinctively recoiled, yet the white light surged past him, embedding itself 10 inches into the stone beside Xueman, sending fragments flying. As the light faded, it revealed a shimmering silver sword, resonating with an ethereal hum. "You disgrace of the celestial path, shameless wretch!" Accompanied by a resounding shout, a figure descended from the heavens, their garments billowing as if stirred by an unseen wind, hands forming intricate gestures. Exuding an aura of righteousness, the monk steadied his mind, letting out a scoff, remarking how unexpected it was for someone from the Wangwei sect to meddle in affairs that did not concern them. Glancing at the disheveled Xueman lying on the ground, an inner desire surged once more, and he cast a disdainful look at the Taoist suspended in midair, questioning if one solitary individual dared to thwart his intentions. The wild monk's expression darkened, torn between the unwillingness to yield and the fear of falling into a trap. Resolutely, he steeled himself, unleashing a sudden attack, conjuring a Zen staff that soared towards the airborne figure with tremendous force, stirring the very sands and stones around him. The figure in the air, seemingly reluctant to engage, retaliated with a deadly technique, brandishing a celestial sword across their chest, hands weaving intricate gestures as they hovered aloft, urgently invoking the name of Xian, sealing the heavens with their art. The wild monk, rushing forward, felt as though he were mired in a quagmire, struggling to advance. At that moment, a colossal circular pattern appeared in the sky, with rivers of stars swirling, the cosmos shifting, gradually descending upon him. The wild monk was astonished that a mere practitioner of the spirit-crossing realm possessed such formidable powers that in the realm of cultivation, where the spirit serves as a medium, supplemented by the creations of heaven and earth. The first step is the foundation of illusionary intent, divided into 6 layers, aimed at strengthening the body and breaking through the chaos of the physical form. Only then could one draw the spirit into the body. The second step is the realm of the spirit, divided into 3 stages: drawing the spirit, refining the spirit, and crossing the spirit. Achieving any of these 3 stages is the fervent aspiration of many cultivators. The wild monk understood that should he be truly ensnared by this celestial technique, the consequences would be dire. Thus, he concentrated all his energy, attempting to break free from the constraints, while Yinuo seized the opportunity to approach Xueman, who, feeling utterly wronged, collapsed into Yinuo's embrace. Weeping bitterly, the wild monk burst through the bonds, soaring into the sky, while the Taoist, having expended considerable energy in their earlier confrontation, descended to the ground. Approaching the trio with a look of astonishment that soon morphed into confusion, that he picked up a jade tablet inscribed with the character for wind, his face reflecting deep reverence as he murmured, "Master Feng." He then led the 3 towards the Wangyue sect, soaring through the air. Time flowed swiftly like a fleeting dream, the wind leaving no trace behind. Unbeknownst to the 3 unconscious individuals, their destinies were gradually transforming in silence. The Wangyue sect is situated on an island amidst the vast ocean, approximately 100 miles from the mainland, due to its unique geographical location and the heritage and strength it has cultivated over millennia. It rarely faces intrusions. Besides the Wangyue sect, a small town named Manwei Town is nestled within the island. Although isolated from the outside world, the town thrives under the protection of the Wangyue sect, leading a life of self-sufficiency and carefree existence. Within the grand hall of the Wangyue sect, 4 venerable elders and an aged matron stood with hands clasped behind their backs, their gazes profound, faces serene, betraying no emotion. Before them lay the trio, still in a state of unconsciousness. Addressing the earlier Taoist from the forest, the elder inquired, "Tianlei, is what you said truly so?" The elder's demeanor exuded authority, prompting a moment of contemplation among the others before they responded in unison. "What Daoi has said is indeed correct." Daoi then turned his gaze towards the trio and the assembly. "If that is the case, what thoughts do the rest of you have?" No sooner had he spoken than the aged matron, Elder Qing Su, stepped forward, her white hair a testament to her years, holding a whisk, and coldly declared, "I shall take this little girl." The crowd seemed unfazed, as if they were accustomed to her manner of speaking. Daoi continued, addressing Qing Sua, "You have many female disciples under your tutelage. Why not also take in the sisters of the Shao family?" Chapter 6. The change of Dao Wenzhong's lineage is situated in the southeastern quadrant of the Wangyue sect. Its terrain elevated above the other 5 lineages, second only to the main sect. The scenery is magnificent and uniquely grand, particularly the sea of clouds that appears in the early morning, imbued with an ethereal quality. Stepping into it feels like entering a dream, instilling a sense of expansive tranquility and contentment. Due to its lofty elevation, this place has also become the finest locale for moon gazing in Wangyue. When the moon shines brightly, one feels as though they could reach out and pluck it from the sky. "Master, please entrust these 2 junior disciples to me. Allow me to explain the sect's rules and regulations to them first," spoke a sturdy young man with a respectful demeanor. Elder Wenzhong gazed into the distance. While Yinuo and the other remained in a deep slumber, Wenzhong seemed to let out a soft sigh. "Very well. Renli, I shall also leave the matter of imparting the Tao to you in the future." With that, he waved his sleeve and departed. The 2 awakened from the gentle wave of his hand, looking around with puzzled expressions. "Junior brother, you finally awakened." The confusion on their faces deepened as they exchanged glances and then turned to the speaker, uncertainly responding in unison, "Junior brother? Indeed, you may not yet be aware, but while you were unconscious, senior brother Feng Tianlei brought you to Wangyue sect. After discussions among various senior uncles, you were placed under my master's care." Elder Wenzhong, "Junior brothers, I will now be your senior brother, responsible for guiding you in cultivating the Tao. Should you encounter any difficulties in life or in your practice, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. My name is Wu Renli. May I ask how you 2 junior brothers wish to be addressed?" With a beaming smile and an amiable demeanor, Wu Renli spoke at length, while the 2 remained wide-eyed in astonishment. "Junior brothers, what are your names?" Suddenly, the 2 snapped out of their stupor at Wu Renli's address, and upon seeing his friendly countenance and gentle tone, The unfamiliar tension in their hearts began to dissipate. "I am Yinuo," said one. "And I am Chu Wanli. We greet you." Senior Brother Wu. Wu Renli quickly nodded in response, chuckling heartily. "Senior Brother Wu, may I inquire about something?" Yinuo pondered for a moment before speaking. "Of course, as long as it is within my knowledge," Wu Renli replied, his expression turning earnest as he looked at Yinuo. "Senior Brother Wu, do you know the whereabouts of my sister, He Xueman?" Wu Renli contemplated for a moment. Then, after a brief pause, replied, "I heard from my master that the little girl who was brought here with you has been taken by Elder Qingsi. I believe that must be your sister." Yinuo fell silent, deep in thought, while Chu Wanli, sensing Yinuo's concern, inquired, "Senior Brother Wu, may I ask how far Elder Qingsu's lineage is from here?" Wu Renli, understanding the implications, smiled reassuringly at Yinuo. "Do not worry. It is merely a few miles to where Elder Qingsu resides. Visiting your sister should not pose any difficulty." Yinuo instantly felt a wave of relief wash over him. Glancing at Chu Wanli, who was of a similar age, with refined features and an impressive bearing, the two exchanged smiles, their spirits lifted. In recent days, Wu Renli meticulously elucidated the doctrines of his sect to the two individuals, guiding them through the scenic landscapes that characterize their lineage. He cautioned them that Wang Wei is encircled by the sea on 3 sides, apart from the Daoi Shibua lineage connecting to the small town of Full Moon on the island. The other 5 sects are similarly linked to the ocean. To ascend the mountain, one must possess a sect token. Furthermore, the path of cultivation requires a trifecta of external assistance and a septet of internal fortitude. Once they grasp the techniques of their sect, they must rely on their own long-term practice and self-realization to truly appreciate the wonders of creation. The saying 3 feet of ice do not form in a single day holds true. Should one retreat in the face of difficulty, exhibiting a headstrong beginning and a faltering end, their prior efforts will surely be in vain, stalling their progress. From this day forth, I shall impart to you both the secrets of cultivation, with the hope that you will grasp them swiftly. Dedicate yourselves to practice, and soon transcend the foundational illusions of your understanding." Yinuo and Chu Wanli, residing in proximity to one another, perhaps to mitigate their feelings of unfamiliarity in this place, comforted themselves inwardly, reflecting on the profound heritage of Wang Yue and its lineage of remarkable talents. Surely, there would be no cause for concern. With such thoughts, Yinuo rose from his bed, seated himself cross-legged, palms open and resting upon his knees, silently reciting the true incantation, an endeavor so familiar to him. With 3 years of foundational cultivation, this should prove relatively straightforward, he mused, especially since his body had developed a certain basis through 3 years of practice. Though the power of his techniques had yet to coalesce, he could already channel energy throughout his being, drawing in and expelling the primordial essence. Given time, breakthroughs were inevitable. Indeed, within moments, a surge of true energy began to converge around him. Wang Wei, as expected, rightfully earned its reputation as a millennia-old sect of cultivation, its terrain being a sanctuary for the ethereal energies of the earth, immensely beneficial for those newly embarking on the path of immortality. The foundation of illusions relies fundamentally on the reinforcement of these energies, though for those of greater cultivation, such matters become trivial, as they instead depend on celestial affinities and fate. The spiritual force surrounding Yinuo initially trickled like a gentle stream, then surged forth like a mighty tide, both illusory and tangible, swirling in his palms before being gradually absorbed into his body. At that moment, the innate true energy within him awakened, stirred as if summoned. Eager to move, Yinuo paid little heed to this, rationalizing it as a normal reaction of the celestial energy, for he understood that the fusion of these two energies could undoubtedly enhance his previous cultivation, perhaps even allowing him to ascend to the 4th level of the foundational illusions, an achievement far surpassing that of a typical novice. Steeling his resolve, Yinuo cast aside the myriad distractions in his mind and devoted himself to his practice. After the passage of a single incense stick's duration, the two energies finally converged within him. In mere moments, Yinuo furrowed his brow as the pre-existing true energy, infused with a near-explosive essence, surged violently toward the newly absorbed energy. In response, the fresh energy, equally formidable, charged forth with the reckless vigor of inflicting 10,000 casualties while suffering 8,000 losses. In an instant, Yinuo was drenched in sweat, his forehead, hair, and entire torso soaked through. Without hesitation, he ceased the circulation of his spiritual power, consumed by a singular thought. Could it be that the true incantation had gone? He Yinuo is the embodiment of two streams of true energy. Yet at this moment, he is utterly drained, both in spirit and body, overwhelmed by an internal tempest with no means to counter it. With great effort, he strives to rise and exit the dwelling. But his steps are unsteady, as if every ounce of strength has been expended, rendering him mute. He collapses to the ground, yet he does not yield. Ultimately, the explosive clash of the two energies depletes He Yinuo of his final reserves of strength and hope. Blood streams from his orifices, his visage contorted in a grimace of despair, his eyes awash in crimson, tinged with unwillingness. How could this be? How could this be? A cacophony of anguish echoes within He Yinuo's heart. In this moment, he instinctively perceives that his entire being has succumbed to numbness, save for one area on his chest, a spot once seared by flames, which remains unyielding. That on the contrary, it now pulses with vitality. A warm sensation radiating from his heart, coursing through his entire form. He Yinuo steadies his mind, inexplicably sensing a glimmer of hope. Encased within that warmth, the two streams of true energy surprisingly quiet down. As if observing, yet more akin to hesitance, He Yinuo exhales in relief. However, within moments, he finds himself tense once more, as the energies begin to roam again, albeit this time with a considerably softened intensity. As they converge once more, the resistance between them, while still present, shows signs of potential amalgamation. Initially, it is merely a scattering of interaction, but soon it transforms into a complete lack of resistance. The energies intertwining and complementing one another harmoniously. Chapter 7. The Path of Immortality. As night envelopes the world in profound stillness, the moonlight casts a serene, cold glow, illuminating the tranquil surface of the sea, which ripples gently like silk, gazing into the distance. The misty expanse stretches endlessly, a vastness that seems to reach beyond sight. The young woman gazes quietly towards the horizon, her white hair brushing against her face, embodying a beauty as ethereal as a flower. Yet her eyes betray a hint of sorrow and longing. She slowly closes her eyes, letting out a soft sigh. Master, are you well? Master, the night air is cool. This is the cloak that Yusin and I have prepared for you. We shall leave it here. Please rest early. Master, we take our leave. With that, the two quietly depart. The speaker, adorned with a purple silk ribbon at her waist, is none other than He Yinuo's sister, He Xueman, while the other is one of the Shao siblings, Shao Yusin, who was brought to the mountain on that fateful day. Once their figures vanish into the darkness, the woman turns, as if another person's silhouette materializes in her eyes. Her expression reflective, murmuring to herself, was everything that transpired back then worth it? In the farthest reaches of the frozen north, desolate and devoid of life, a humanoid statue stands amidst the vastness. The night is dim, barely revealing its towering form, which reaches 100 feet high, fists clenched, gazing skyward with an indomitable spirit. At that moment, a figure clad in vibrant attire approaches, fixated ahead, eyes seemingly resting on the statue, yet also peering into the obscurity beyond. General, Oxiang has tracked down the whereabouts of the fierce barbarians. When shall we take action? Silence envelopes the surroundings, cloaked in darkness. A faint voice, tinged with irritation, emerges from the shadows ahead, prompting a closer investigation. In the midst of profound darkness, two crimson eyes, akin to the flickering flames of a ghostly fire, slowly opened before me, their body obscured, seemingly merging with the shadows. Nearly a millennium had passed since our last parting in the realm of the living. Should one don the garments of the sacred clan and address me as general again, there would be no mercy in my actions. The voice dripped with an icy malevolence. Yes, my subordinate, I comprehend. The individual clad in resplendent attire, upon hearing the spectral growl from ahead, exhibited no trace of fear. Instead, a flicker of complexity and hesitation danced across their gaze before they turned to depart. Beneath the abyss lay an eerie stillness, filled with the sinister spirits of the Nine Nether, fierce and savage. He Yinuo found himself ensnared in this unsettling realm, his expression one of bewilderment. Suddenly, a surge of dark energy surged towards him, seemingly sentient, manifesting into claw-like appendages reminiscent of a demon. Lunging at He Yinuo's dawn broke. A ray of sunlight crept through the crack of the door, gently illuminating He Yinuo's face, erasing any semblance of anguish, replaced instead by a hint of a smile, a semblance of liberation. At Wangwei sect, upon the moon viewing platform. The atmosphere was vibrant with footsteps and animated chatter. This square-shaped structure faced the sea, with three sides encircled by the moon viewing grounds. established initially for the purpose of worship, as the sect revered the moon as their divine protector every full moon night. All members would earnestly kneel upon the platform to beseech the heavenly way. After countless years of neglect, the moon viewing platform had transformed into an exceptional locale for cultivation and refinement. At this moment, the expansive platform, shrouded in morning mist, appeared boundless. Disciples of Wang Yue were scattered about, some radiating joy as they engaged in cheerful conversation, others still drowsy and disheveled, and yet others gazing into the distance with longing. The sea breeze swept in, enveloping all in a rapture of delight. The plans of the day begin at dawn. A soaring seagull traced the skies, composing a prelude to freedom. You must be the 2 junior disciples recently taken in by our master. A voice emerged from behind them. Turning around, they encountered a youthful man, appearing to be in his early 20s, who greeted them with a warm smile. His features were striking, imbued with a youthful vitality, and he held a white celestial sword, exuding an aura of righteousness. Indeed, I am He Yinuo, and this is Chu Wanli. May I inquire your honorable name? They both replied in unison. The young man maintained his smile, chuckling lightly as he positioned his celestial artifact behind him. I am Zhao Zhichuang. You may address me as senior brother Zhao. It is worth noting that I have not been in the sect for long. Perhaps just a year or two before you, so it seems I am somewhat benefiting from you. The 3 exchanged glances, followed by hearty laughter, which instantly fostered a sense of camaraderie towards him. They shared a knowing look. Then we shall rely on you, senior brother. Haha, splendid. Before Zhao Zhichuang's words could settle, a resounding chime echoed. Ding, ding, ding. The sound ancient and resonant, expansive as the heavens and seas, its grandeur lingering in the air. Instantly, silence enveloped the moon viewing platform. Junior brothers, we shall converse again on another day, he remarked before melding into the throng. Soon, another chime resonated, and as if summoned by a command, the individuals upon the platform commenced their cultivation. Some closed their eyes, drawing in breaths to refine their internal energy, while others performed hand seals to cultivate their celestial artifacts, and some even delved into the methods of celestial mastery within confined spaces. Yet all seemed merely to skim the surface of their potential. Yinuo observed his senior brothers as they practiced their divine methods, his eyes betraying a yearning and envy, while a fervent desire lurked deep within. As if seeking release. One day, I shall stand at the pinnacle of cultivation. Yinuo exerted himself to calm his racing mind, exhaling a heavy breath as his heart pounded violently, seemingly emanating an explosive aura. He vigorously shook his head. Ever since he began experiencing those peculiar dreams years ago, he gradually realized that he had become somewhat restless. More accurately, his innermost feelings had transformed into a strange agitation that resembled madness, yet also unease. He could not comprehend it. Merely hoping that time would heal these disquieting sensations, he placed his hand upon his chest. At that spot he himself was unsure if it truly belonged to him. The events of yesterday sprang vividly to mind. Last night, after the harrowing episode had concluded, Yinuo had cautiously explored the flow of 2 streams of true energy within him, discovering that under the impetus of a warm current, they had inexplicably merged together. However, this fusion was predicated on a foundation of mutual devouring, resulting in a slight reduction of true energy within him compared to before. Nevertheless, Yinuo was quite satisfied. Firstly, he was somewhat superior to a novice cultivator, and secondly, most importantly, he could continue his cultivation in safety. Tang Ting, wait for me. One day, I shall be like them. To the north of he stood Chu Wanli, his expression reflecting envy and longing, fists clenched tightly, eyes unblinking. Observing his demeanor, Yinuo curiously inquired, Wanli, who is Tang Ting? Yinuo was momentarily taken aback, nearly fainting, and could only manage a bitter smile and a shake of his head. The pursuit of immortality and the path of cultivation undoubtedly require inner cultivation. Yet, initially, without the aid of celestial artifacts, progress is inevitably slow. However, should one acquire divine weapons from the 9 heavens or ancient relics of such caliber, they would surpass all others among equal cultivators and could even influence the destiny and fortune of lesser practitioners. Often, devastatingly powerful techniques, if not wielded with divine weapons, tend to backfire, causing significant self-harm and diminishing their efficacy. Of course, for higher-tier cultivators, magical treasures may sometimes seem as trivial as chicken ribs, unless they are artifacts from antiquity or even primordial times. Cultivators must transcend the realm of illusion to reach the stage of spirit summoning in order to adeptly wield magical artifacts. Likewise, to soar through the 9 heavens, they must also surpass the realm of illusion. The path of cultivation is a long and arduous journey. Achieving an immortal body from a mortal frame is already defiance against the heavens. And seeking eternal life will inevitably attract heavenly tribulations. On this day at noon, a gathering took place within the main hall of the He Palace, where the decor, though modest, exuded a refreshing elegance and an aura of antiquity. A pale red wooden plaque hung upon the wall, inscribed with 3 ancient characters, Tao and Heart, provoking deep reflection. After a round of announcements, Zhong appraised the 2 individuals before him and remarked, "Though your aptitudes surpass the average, remember not to be hasty for quick results. Cultivation is not achieved overnight. There are always greater skies and greater beings beyond, so do not be arrogant or complacent." Chapter 8. Ancestry. The vast expanse of sky howled as the solitary swan plummeted over 1,000 miles. Zhong guided Yinuo through the air, with Yinuo standing closely beside him, gripping Zhong tightly. The celestial artifact employed by Zhong was a round shield of ancient golden hue, now magnified several times, providing a firm footing for both of them. Drifting clouds graced the sky, while the vast expanse of heaven and sea stretches infinitely. The sound of crashing waves has faded from my ears, replaced by an incessant whisper in the wind as Yinuo gazes around, his vision sweeping across the horizon. And in his heart, he marvels at the grandeur and magnificence before him. The sudden sensation of unprecedented freedom envelopes him, and he muses, "One day, I too shall soar through the skies, riding the winds for countless miles." Traversing the realms of existence, in the land of immortality, abruptly pulled from his reverie, he tightens his grip, realizing that he had almost raised his hands in fervor. The Duan-Mu-Ri lineage lies in the southern reaches of the Zhong lineage, its majestic grandeur rivaling that of Zhong, yet its proximity to the sea, merely 100 zhong, renders it somewhat less exquisite, and its towering presence lacks the breathtaking grandeur of the horizon where sea and sky converge. The 2 alight upon a flat expanse, surrounded by numerous disciples, their attire slightly varied. Some don robes of the Wangwei sect, pristine and dignified, while others wear a medley of garments, long sleeves, short sleeves, each unique. Regardless of their attire, the ethereal aura of those who cultivate immortality and refine their paths cannot be concealed. The Wangwei sect imposes no strict dress code upon its disciples. They may wear the sect's robes or their own, reflecting the diverse customs of the central continent and beyond, resulting in a vibrant tapestry of styles. Yet, before the echoes of conversation fade, Zhong turns to Yinuo and instructs, "You may enter. I have pressing matters to attend to. Wait for me here in an hour at this moment." Yinuo feels an unsettling anxiety within, unsure of its origin. As he approaches his destination, a voice within seems to whisper, as if he already knows the answer but dreads confronting it. He steps to the threshold, and before he can act, a resonant voice emanates from within the hall, beckoning him. Enter. It mirrors Zhong's previous summons, powerful and commanding. The ancient bronze doors gradually swing open, and Yinuo steps inside. Before him stands a man in his early 40s, holding a feather duster, gazing upward at the 3 grand characters inscribed in ancient script on the plaque, "Cultivated in the realm." A flicker of confusion crosses Yinuo's mind. He can grasp the essence of Zhong's plaque, a reflection of the heart, yet the meaning behind "cultivated in the realm" eludes him. With a deep exhale, he feels the tension within him ease considerably. Why must this matter be brought before me? What connection could your parents have with me? Duan-Mu-Ri furrows his brow, lifting a jade tablet as if lost in reminiscence, his profound gaze seeming to pierce through the void to witness the past. Lingering amidst the cataclysm of reincarnation, he turns to the boy before him, whose pallor is tinged with sorrow, and his eyes soften with a blend of compassion and concern, only to be quickly overshadowed by an inexplicable depth. With a gentle flick of the feather duster, he states solemnly, "In time, you will come to understand, but the moment has yet to arrive." Seeing no answers forthcoming, Yinuo, anxious, interjects, "But as the slanting sun descends and autumn wild geese take flight, the distant mountains undulate, seemingly bearing witness to the vicissitudes of the world." Yinuo wandered aimlessly, gazing at the elongated shadow cast by the slanting rays of the sun on the ground. A flicker of movement graced the corners of his mouth as a wave of bittersweet emotion surged within him. Perhaps, in moments of utter helplessness, one could still find solace in the presence of their own shadow, a constant companion throughout. Yet, this unchanging guardianship and comfort only served to amplify one's solitude. Suddenly, a voice of mild reproach pierced through his reverie. "Hey, watch where you're going." Yinuo, momentarily dazed, realized he had collided with something. A tightening sensation in his chest as he turned to his right. There stood a young woman in a delicate lavender dress, gently rubbing her forehead with her right hand, her lips pouting in a playful manner, intermittently exclaiming, "Ouch, that hurts. Who are you?" In that instant, Yinuo comprehended that his absent-mindedness had led to this unfortunate encounter that he approached her hastily, offering a flurry of apologies. "I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. I was lost in thought." The girl lifted her gaze, pouting her lips, her fair face adorned with an expression of grievance. In a sweet voice, she remarked, "Why is your arm so hard? Look, you must have made my forehead red." After saying this, she leaned her forehead closer to Yinuo, leaving him momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. With youthful bravado, he awkwardly retorted, "Come on, it can't be that serious. How about I take off my shirt so you can see if my arm is red?" The girl was momentarily taken aback, her irritation flaring as she exclaimed, You are impossible." However, when she met Yinuo's gaze, a flicker of surprise crossed her eyes, and her anger seemed to dissipate to a significant degree. With a huff, she inquired, "Hey, what's your name?" As for Yinuo, he appeared momentarily entranced, the evening breeze caressing his face, imbued with a subtle, elusive fragrance. Her eyes, shimmering like water, were now intently focused on him, exuding an ethereal charm under the slanting sun. A breathtaking beauty that stirred his heart. Chapter 9. The initial battle, uncertain whether he was lost in reverie or simply deaf to her words, Yinuo completely disregarded the perplexed expression on her face. The girl, sensing a hint of annoyance, chided him, "Hey, where are you looking? I'm talking to you." Despite her mild irritation, she seemed unfazed by his scrutiny. Yet, Yinuo felt a warmth creeping across his face, fortunately concealed by the waning sunlight, preventing anyone from noticing. After a moment of hesitation, he stammered, "Oh, you asked for my name? I'm Yinuo." The girl shot him an exasperated glance, only to suddenly recall something, feeling that his gaze bore a striking resemblance to someone she remembered. Yinuo, startled by her gaze, felt a rush of anxiety and quickly averted his eyes. The girl, displaying a look of disappointment, sighed softly, as if her spirits had suddenly diminished, just as she was about to take her leave. Yinuo hastily called out, "Hey, since you've asked me, what's your name?" Yinuo was on the verge of retorting, yet the final words left him momentarily dazed, rendering him speechless. A fragrant scent wafted through the air, and he felt as if he were in a trance, the soft strands of hair brushing against his cheek. They were so close that he could almost sense the girl's breath. At that moment, his heart raced in turmoil, and he mustered the strength to clear his throat, and said, "Fine, say what you wish or don't," as Yinuo gazed at the faint lavender figure gradually fading into the evening breeze. A sudden emptiness enveloped him. Beneath the night sky, he was left with nothing but his solitary shadow for company. That he sighed heavily, when suddenly a heavy hand clapped down on his shoulder, startling him and igniting a surge of anger within. He swiftly turned around, only to find 3 individuals standing behind him, one short and 2 tall, the shorter one positioned at the forefront while the others flanked him, resembling attendants at that moment. The shorter man could hardly conceal a hint of arrogance on his face as he pressed his finger firmly against Yinuo's shoulder and gestured towards the direction of the departing girl. "What were you just discussing? Do you know who she is?" The shorter man seemed taken aback by Yinuo's response. He raised his voice, but there was an evident hesitation in his demeanor, as if wary of provoking a confrontation. "Hey, you're quite bold, aren't you? Which year did you join?" Yinuo, piecing together the circumstances, felt irritable and replied, "I just joined. Is there a problem?" Upon hearing this, the shorter man appeared to relax, his eyes losing any trace of trepidation, replaced instead with disdain. Pointing a finger at Yinuo, he snarled, "Listen carefully. If you dare to approach her again, I will ensure you regret it. You won't last long." With that, the shorter man snorted in anger and arrogantly turned to leave, the 2 taller figures promptly following suit, just as they had walked a distance of 3 paces. Yinuo's voice called out from behind, "What if I insist on getting closer?" The shorter man halted, a sneer escaping his lips. For a moment, he made no move, but after a few breaths, he turned his right palm downward, an aura of energy swirling within, growing increasingly substantial. Moments later, his laughter ceased abruptly as he bellowed, spinning around and raising his right hand in a claw-like gesture aimed at Yinuo. His eyes brimming with contempt, Confident that he could utterly defeat his opponent in a single strike, a gust of wind rushed towards Yinuo as he fixed his gaze on the shorter man. A glint of cold light flashing in his eyes, his internal energy surged swiftly, and in an instant, they were mere inches apart, just as the shorter man's hand was about to strike his right chest. Yinuo pivoted to the right, his left fist clenched, channeling his energy to launch an attack towards the shorter man's lower abdomen. The shorter man, however, was quick to react. Retracting his right hand and expertly grasping Yinuo's left fist with his claw-like fingers. In that fleeting moment, time seemed to halt as their gazes locked, fierce determination evident in their eyes. The cool wind blew past, carrying an air of mockery. Yinuo lowered his head, slowly wiping away a trickle of blood from the corner of his mouth with his right hand. A faint crimson hue flickering in his eyes, as if the explosive turmoil within him was gradually being unleashed. On the other side, the short man gasped for breath, his left hand trembling incessantly. His face a canvas of bewilderment. How could this be? How could I have lost? After nearly 3 years of dedication to the sect, I was on the verge of reaching the 4th layer of illusory intent. And yet I have been defeated. He lifted his gaze, a murderous glint in his eyes as he stared at Yinuo. Though the mockery had faded from his expression, he gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "You dare to toy with me, you brat?" As he spoke, his features contorted in a grotesque manner, as if no one had ever dared to confront him so boldly in his entire life. Yinuo slowly raised his head, a peculiar smile curling at the corners of his lips. One could say that Yinuo was indeed taking a great risk. During their initial clash, he had only vaguely sensed that his opponent's cultivation was around the 3rd or 4th layer of illusory intent, a level not far from his own. However, he could not be certain, for it is challenging for a novice in the path of cultivation to accurately assess another's prowess. Perhaps it was youthful arrogance, or perhaps it was a stubbornness rooted deep within his heart. But he charged forward without a second thought. Despite the outcome, a flicker of doubt lingered within him. Could it be related to the events of the previous night? Or to the object resting upon his chest? The thought flitted through his mind as he observed the short man, now seemingly consumed by rage. In Yinuo's eyes, his smile appeared to be an affront. And the man glared fiercely at him, growling, "You too. Go and kill him." The 2 henchmen hesitated momentarily, but soon moved into action. Yinuo discerned that their cultivation seemed to be at the 5th layer of illusory intent. Or perhaps they were on the verge of a breakthrough. Once more, he circulated his vital energy and clenched his fists. The 2 men displayed signs of fear and began to retreat, while the short man shot them a disdainful glare before leaving in frustration. Yinuo lay on his bed, resting his head on his hands, gazing out the window where the moonlight poured in, soothing the world in its gentle embrace. Yinuo stared at the moon for a long time, sighing softly as a trace of sorrow flickered across his otherwise mature visage. He then closed his eyes, inhaling the faint fragrance of flowers, a smile gradually appearing at the corners of his mouth. The night deepened, and silence enveloped the surroundings. Time flew swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. As winter approached, all things lay dormant, and even the vast sea seemed to settle into tranquility. Over these 3 years, Yinuo had ascended to the 5th layer of illusory intent, yet he sensed that his progress had slowed considerably. The cultivation he garnered through daily breathing exercises felt as though only half of it merged with the innate power within him, while the remainder seemed to be swallowed into an abyss, endless and insatiable. Yinuo did not dwell on these thoughts. They paled in comparison to the events of that fateful night 5 years ago. On that night, Yinuo sat alone by the sea, the biting cold wind piercing to the bone, the moonlight appearing as if it crystallized into ice at that very moment. Gazing at the boundless expanse of the ocean, he perceived a fleeting flash of violet light in the mist, and he closed his eyes, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Chapter 10. Howling across the 9 heavens. The brief encounter from 3 years ago lingered in his memory. The bright eyes and white teeth, the faint, alluring fragrance, like a soft glow tracing across his heart, leaving an everlasting impression. Countless days and nights passed, the sound of her silver bell-like voice echoing in his ears. Her graceful silhouette etched into the depths of his soul, an image he could never erase. Time slips away like sand through one's fingers, and the relentless passage of years can extinguish the fervor of youthful exuberance. Yet it cannot erase the initial dreams and emotions that reside within the heart. Xueman, embracing Yinuo, playfully chided, "Brother, I have missed you so much. It has almost been half a year, and you have yet to come and see me." As she spoke, her voice quivered with emotion, almost as if she were weeping tears of joy. Yinuo smiled gently, offering comfort. "Silly girl, it is not that I have lacked time. As he spoke, he tenderly brushed Xueman's hair, reminiscent of a long-lost reunion. Xueman huffed playfully, tightening her embrace around Yinuo, tears cascading down her jade-like cheeks and falling onto his shoulder. Yinuo released Xueman, noticing the delicate trails of tears that marred her beautiful face, and felt a pang of heartache. "Do not cry," he consoled. "You have seen me now. If you continue, you will become a little flower face." Unable to resist, Xueman burst into laughter, instantly dispelling her previous grievances and evoking an affectionate response from those who beheld her. In the midst of their reunion, Yinuo had momentarily overlooked the presence of a woman nearby. Turning his gaze towards her, he observed that she was clad in a blue and white patterned dress, her long hair cascading over her shoulders, adorned with a jade hairpin, exuding an ethereal beauty. Xueman turned to the woman and introduced, "Yusin, this is my brother, Yinuo." Upon hearing this, the woman stepped forward, her smile warm and inviting. Addressing Yinuo, "This humble girl, He Xueman, has the pleasure of meeting you. Sir, I often hear Xueman speak of you, and today, to have the fortune of meeting you in person is indeed a blessing." Yinuo felt a flush of warmth upon her words, recognizing her graceful demeanor and refined elegance, reminiscent of a cultured lady. After a moment's thought, he inquired, "He Xueman, could you possibly be one of the Xiao siblings who entered the clan with us that day?" At this moment, Yinuo found himself at a loss for words, feeling as though they belonged to entirely different worlds. If she were a phoenix, he felt akin to a mere worm beneath the earth. Shifting the conversation, he turned to Xueman and said, "Xueman, what brings you both here today?" Yinuo hesitated, casting a sidelong glance at her, before recalling something that dimmed his expression. Xueman, sensing his change in demeanor, asked, "Brother, what is the matter?" Yinuo took a moment before replying, "Xueman, there are no leads regarding our parents' situation. Remaining here is not a solution." Hearing this, Xueman's countenance became tinged with sorrow. After a brief pause, she asked, "What are your plans moving forward?" A smile returned to Xueman's face as she said, "All right, I will follow your lead. Brother, Yusin and I have matters to attend to, so we shall take our leave. Do come to see me when you have the time." Yinuo nodded, reminding her to take care on her journey. Before departing, Yusin glanced at Yinuo, her eyes reflecting an inscrutable emotion, then turned to leave. Yinuo returned her smile, and once the two had vanished from sight, he exhaled a long breath. Instinctively, he sensed someone was watching him. His inner energy surged rapidly, and suddenly, a fierce sound tore through the air from his left, an unstoppable force. Yet, before Yinuo could react, the sound vanished as if it had never existed. Yinuo's wariness intensified rather than diminished. Indeed, mere moments later, a whistling sound erupted from the right once more. Yet, before he could discern its origin, another whistle emanated from behind him, followed by sounds from the front, left, right front, and left rear, as if disturbances were emerging from all directions. Yinuo summoned his composure, opting for stillness to counteract the chaos. True to his instincts, the cacophony abruptly ceased after a brief interval. In a flash, a shrill whistle seemed to pierce through the void from behind, its speed and force rendering evasion impossible. He concentrated all his cultivation into his right hand, swiftly pivoting to the right and striking with a clenched fist towards the source of the sound. In an instant, a resounding thud echoed, propelling Yinuo to sidestep, while the incoming object was deflected slightly off course, crashing heavily into a tree. The branches, as if severely wounded, snapped with a sharp crack, and a towering tree, 10 zhang high, was violently split in two. Yinuo gasped in astonishment, secretly relieved to have narrowly escaped disaster. The object that had come hurtling towards him was a withered yellow wine gourd. To his surprise, despite the tremendous impact, it remained unscathed. A vague sense of familiarity washed over him regarding the sound, yet he could not place it that moment. The wine gourd began to sway, as if responding to an unseen force, soaring back in the direction it had come. Yinuo followed its trajectory with his gaze, spotting a man who caught the gourd and took a hearty swig, exclaiming, "What fine wine! What fine wine!" The man appeared to be in his 40s, radiant under the moonlight, with a rosy complexion. Yinuo, taken aback, exclaimed, "You are seeing your phone?" It turned out that this individual was none other than the one who had bestowed upon him the phone you token 3 years prior at the tavern. Haha. It is rare for a young brother to remember me. I never imagined you would truly arrive at Wanyue's sect, and to possess such cultivation today. Truly, heroes emerge from the young. As the man approached, he continued, "It seems we are fated to meet again." Senior Feng took the jade token, gazing at it, a complex expression fleeting across his face, his deep-set eyes clouded with a hint of nostalgia. After a considerable pause, he cast the token into the seed. Yinuo observed him, inexplicably sensing a resemblance between this figure and Uncle Zhao, both embodying a spirit of unrestrained freedom and boldness. Senior Feng, upon noticing, laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Ha, splendid! I never thought that after traversing for centuries, I would encounter a kindred spirit." He took a generous gulp, and the once tranquil sea seemed to stir, the crashing of waves against the rocks growing more intense. As Yinuo regarded Senior Feng, his heart swelled with excitement at the fortune of befriending such a heroic figure. "If you encounter any difficulties, I shall exert myself to the fullest," he declared. Senior Feng roared with laughter. "Good, a splendid commitment." The wind began to rise, as if conjured from thin air, swirling fiercely without pause. Senior Feng gradually tempered his laughter, his demeanor shifting to one of solemnity. His garments billowing as if he were an ethereal being. He turned to Yinuo, his expression earnest, and proclaimed, "Young brother, keep your eyes peeled." The venerable Feng advanced step by step toward the seashore, each stride seemingly conjuring forth an endless tempest. After a mere 10 paces, the winds howled ferociously, the sea violently crashing against the rocks, while the shore was engulfed in swirling sand and stones. Yinuo felt as though the ground beneath him was a tumult of grit and debris, interspersed with beads of seawater, the fierce gusts threatening to unsteady him. With a swift turn, he retreated several paces, at which point the sand and stones lessened, and he instantly felt a wave of relief wash over him. The night was crisp and cold, the moon gradually retreating behind dark clouds, as the wind howled like the primal wildness that resides within the hearts of humankind. Feng half-crouched, crossing his arms before his chest, murmuring incantations to in an instant. An unrelenting gale surged forth, forcefully lifting the seawater into the sky, its might reminiscent of a dragon's low roar, exuding an air of disdain toward all living beings as it howled across the heavens. Suddenly, a wild laugh erupted as Feng propelled himself skyward, charging toward the towering column of water, momentarily obscuring the moon and shrouding the scene in mystery. Another roar echoed, imbued with an unstoppable force. As it descended toward the thicket beside Yinuo, like fragile grass in the wind, Yinuo was swept aside by a tremendous force, hurtling into the distance, as shattered stones, splintered wood, and tumultuous waves rushed toward him. He felt as though he might be buried beneath the debris. Moments later, as the wind began to settle, Yinuo cleared the rubble from his body and dusted himself off through the hazy mist. He spotted the venerable Feng approaching and heard him softly suggest that he should come closer. As Yinuo approached, the dust settled, and he found himself speechless, his heart racing. The once towering trees had vanished, leaving behind a vast, unfathomable pit several yards wide. What kind of power was this? Yinuo had heard tales since childhood of those who practiced the way, able to perceive the mysteries of heaven and earth, wielding immense strength with the frailty of a mortal. Yet, witnessing it firsthand today, he realized that such power could indeed shake the very heavens, bearing the might of thunder. "Senior," Yinuo began, but was interrupted as Feng, appearing slightly weary, withdrew a silk scroll from his robes and handed it to him. "This is a technique I have personally devised, the 9 heavens howl. Contemplate it at your leisure, but remember, your current cultivation is insufficient for its casual use." Yinuo wished to say more, but Feng halted him. "I have spent my life contemplating the heavenly path, striving to unravel its mysteries. Yet, while my heart yearns, my strength falls short. Those who plant trees for future generations to enjoy, may it be that one day the descendants can pierce the heavens and unveil the enigma of the divine. I have always revered freedom. You need not take me as your master." With that, his figure gradually faded into the night. A swift cry slicing through the silence. Chapter 11. The celestial gathering. Yinuo gazed into the distance, murmuring to himself, "What is the way? Why pursue it?" 6 words drifted through his mind. The way resides in the heart, cultivated in the realm. Raindrops began to fall from the sky, cascading onto the vast, boundless sea, which remained undisturbed. The wind brushed against his cheek, mingled with the coolness of the rain, enveloping Yinuo like a gentle embrace from a tender woman. As he lifted his gaze to the heavens, in the darkness, 20 miles to the east, lay an island perpetually cloaked in noxious miasma, teeming with venomous creatures and monstrous beasts, a veritable wasteland devoid of life. To warn future generations, the ancients bestowed upon this island a chilling name, the Abyss of 5 Paces. Though the sentiment may be exaggerated, it is by no means overstated. Only those of profound cultivation find themselves compelled to seek refuge upon this island. Yet, at this moment, 3 figures stand upon the isle, gazing towards the moon as the wind howls and rain lashes against them, a peculiar chill permeating the winter night. 2 fleeting years have passed. Yet Yinuo's cultivation remains firmly anchored at the pinnacle of the 5th layer of the illusory foundation. One morning, as Yinuo indulges in deep slumber, the voice of Chu Wanli reaches his ears, calling out, "Yinuo, rise, come quickly, there is something wondrous to behold." Paying no heed to Yinuo's reluctance, Chu Wanli bursts through the door, seizing Yinuo by the arm, murmuring about showing his brother something extraordinary. Yinuo, somewhat vexed, is dragged out of his room by Chu Wanli. Just as he is about to protest, he glances upward and is momentarily taken aback. Snowflakes dance in the air, transforming the morning sky into a dreamlike stage as the wind sweeps past, and the snowflakes swirl like a fantastical vision. Yinuo inhales deeply, his feet sinking into the snow. And in that instant, he feels as though his very soul has ascended, hinting at an ethereal quality. The subsequent morning practice thus takes on an extraordinary character. This prominent sect, the Wangwei sect, has unexpectedly turned into a snow-clearing brigade. The Guanyue platform is particularly striking at this moment. With the snowfall still ongoing, a multitude gathers there. The two glance at their companion, a striking figure with refined features and an extraordinary presence. A celestial sword brimming with auspicious energy at his back. This is none other than Zhao Zhichuang, the senior brother Yinuo met 5 years prior on the Guanyue platform. Later, Yinuo learned from Wu Rinli that Zhao Zhichuang is an exceptionally gifted disciple of the literary lineage. Having advanced to the pinnacle of the 6th layer of the illusory foundation and crossed into the realm of spirit guiding within just 5 years of joining the sect, the three share a close camaraderie. With Zhao Zhichuang always eager to assist with any uncertainties in their cultivation. At this moment, Zhao Zhichuang approaches the two with a somewhat peculiar expression, leaning in to whisper, "Junior brothers, who among you is interested in descending the mountain with me to the full moon town tomorrow morning?" Yinuo, puzzled, inquires, "What purpose does a trip to Full Moon Town serve?" Zhao Zhichuang's eyes suddenly gleam with mischief, his face adopting a nearly lecherous grin as he whispers back, "Perhaps we'll encounter a favored junior sister there." Yinuo is taken aback. He had already contemplated joining the expedition, but now hesitates slightly, though ultimately agrees. Full Moon Town lies to the south of the Wanyue sect, sprawling over roughly 100 acres. Its prosperity is largely attributed to the sect itself, as the purpose of the upcoming Immortal Gathering is to express gratitude for the long-standing kindness of the Wangwei sect. The wondrous Curtain Waterfall is located to the west of Full Moon Town, its marvel resting in its ethereal quality, resembling a grand mountain and an imposing waterfall that towers 100 feet high and spans 20 to 30 feet wide, creating a breathtaking spectacle akin to the Milky Way cascading down 3,000 feet. Truly magnificent. On the following morning, after completing their morning exercises, the three hurriedly arranged their attire, aiming to present themselves in the most impeccable manner. As winter approaches, a thick layer of ice blankets the path, and the trio arrives at a small trail on the outskirts of the town. In the distance, the town's houses stand in neat rows, their weathered walls, faded red bricks, and dark brown stone paved paths glimmering in the morning sun, exuding an antique charm interwoven with a hint of vibrancy. Zhao Zhichuang glanced at the two individuals, noticing their seemingly dazed expressions, and remarked, "Junior disciples, please follow me. I shall lead you to the liveliest street." They turned their gaze in the direction indicated by Zhao, and there lay the enchanting sight of the Full Moon Town, the Lianpu, a place seldom trodden by visitors. After observing for a moment, they found nothing of particular interest. As the trio engaged in cheerful banter, they soon approached the bustling street, where the air was filled with a cacophony of voices and lively festivities. The intersection of the street, the resounding beats of drums heralded a vibrant dragon and lion dance. Just then, 4 young women entered from the entrance, in the prime of their youth, graceful and charming, especially the one at the center, whose exquisite beauty radiated a smile that seemed both intentional and accidental as she glanced in their direction. Once the quartet had moved on, Zhao Zhichuang turned to the two and suggested, "How about you two explore this area while we reconvene at the Tongfu Inn in 2 hours?" Noticing that their eyes lingered on the retreating figures, the two complied with a nod. As Zhao Zhichuang departed, Chu Wanli then proposed to Yinuo, "Why don't we split up and browse as well? We might come across something worthwhile to purchase." Yinuo agreed, and the three dispersed in different directions. "You dare to steal my belongings? I see you are courting death," he heard as he wandered onto a relatively secluded path. Suddenly, he was drawn by shouts ahead and moved closer to investigate. Beside the path stood 2 figures, one tall and one short. The taller one boasted striking features with a haughty demeanor, while the shorter one cowered with his head bowed. Yinuo, using his mental prowess, discerned their cultivation levels. The tall one was at the 6th level of Illusion Foundation, nearly at its peak, while the shorter one barely reached the 3rd level. A resounding slap echoed as the tall one struck the shorter individual, who wore a look of distress, his voice trembling as he protested, "I didn't take it. It truly was me." The taller one, with an air of arrogance, seemed to disregard his plea and pressed against his chest, declaring, "Today, whether you took it or not, I have set my sights on you." With that, he prepared to strike again, only for his arm to be seized midair by an unexpected force. The shorter man, drenched in cold sweat, dared not even open his eyes to that moment. Yinuo firmly grasped the swinging arm, halting it in midair. The tall man was taken aback, not anticipating such interference, and after a brief moment of shock, his anger flared as he bellowed, "What, you, a mere 5th-level Illusion Foundation cultivator, wish to meddle?" The tall one stared in disbelief, clearly unprepared for such a retort from Yinuo, and then erupted into a condescending laugh. "Huh? What? Do you intend to play the hero? You are not even worthy in my presence." With a flash of menace in his eyes, he summoned a surge of magical power to his right arm, forcefully pressing downward, while Yinuo concentrated all his cultivation into his palm to counter the assault. After a brief moment, the proud expression on the tall man's face seemed to gradually dissipate. He found it hard to fathom that someone at the 5th level of the Illusory Foundation could contend with his near-peak 6th level of cultivation in terms of Taoist techniques. Moreover, it appeared as though an imperceptible force emanated from the other party, subtly attempting to draw his own cultivation away. However, he dismissed it as mere sleight of hand, a trick of the eye that could not last long. After contemplating this, he steadied his mind and slowly raised his left hand. A gust of wind began to stir it that moment. A massive tree stump behind him was uprooted with a muffled sound and hurled towards Yinuo. In response, Yinuo also raised his left hand, lifting a giant stone from behind to meet the oncoming stump. In the next instant, a thunderous crash resounded as both individuals were sent tumbling back, coming to a halt 10 zhang away, engulfed in a whirlwind of dust and debris. He gently wiped away a trickle of blood from the corner of his mouth, yet a sense of astonishment lingered in his heart. He had anticipated a significant disparity in strength, expecting to suffer a considerable setback, but the outcome was unexpectedly different. Suddenly, he recalled the events of that fateful night. 10 breaths later, a resentful voice echoed from the front. "Remember this. My name is Shangwan Ao, and I shall return to find you and personally end your life." The wind swept away the dust, revealing a scene of devastation on the ground, yet the tall figure ahead had vanished without a trace. Yinuo gazed at the shattered stones and debris before him, a glimmer of brilliance flickering in his eyes, and then murmured, "That was perilously close." Chapter 12. The cold depths of the water's sunlight basked upon him, warm enough to induce a sense of drowsiness. Just as he was about to succumb to this languor, he suddenly felt a jolt, causing him to halt in his tracks. The delicate cry pierced the air. "Ah!" Yinuo quickly turned to see a girl clad in purple, her hair cascading to her shoulders, now seated on the ground, with a broken jade hairpin in front of her. A stir of emotion welled within Yinuo. But before he could dwell on it, he hurriedly crouched down to retrieve the remnants of the hairpin. To his surprise, the girl was also reaching for it, and their foreheads collided unexpectedly. "Ouch! Who is it? Today, I must be haunted by bad luck," she exclaimed, gingerly touching her forehead before glancing up, thinking to herself how unfortunate she was, recalling a similar incident from years ago. In the midst of her bewilderment and peculiarity, Yinuo, with a half-smile, remarked, "Could it be? What a coincidence!" Upon uttering those words, he couldn't help but chuckle. The girl, observing Yinuo's smile, felt an additional wave of frustration surge within her, with a hint of anger. She retorted, "How can you still laugh? I haven't even mentioned how it's you again." Seated on the ground, the girl glared at Yinuo, who was half squatting. They exchanged glances, and Yinuo struggled to suppress his laughter. However, to her, it seemed as if her ire only intensified. Her arms crossed defiantly over her chest. She exclaimed in a mix of exasperation and vexation, "I say, big brother, could you not be so absent-minded while walking? I must have accumulated 8 lifetimes of bad luck to keep running into you." Rather than feeling offended, Yinuo simply offered a gentle smile, gazing at the girl's mildly angry yet refreshingly unique face. "Is that so? While I may indeed be distracted while walking, what about you? Were you perhaps observing my absent-mindedness, waiting for an opportunity to throw yourself into my arms?" The girl was momentarily taken aback, left speechless, Her stammering attempts to respond were abruptly halted by Yinuo's words. In that instant, she felt a surge of frustration and indignation, exclaiming, "I haven't even said anything about you yet, and you dare to turn the tables on me? Fine, from now on, I shall take a detour whenever I see you. Out of sight, out of mind." Yinuo gazed at the woman before him, the very one who had frequented his dreams. Rising to his feet, he extended his hand and spoke softly, "All right, I was just joking. Please get up. Do you wish to provide a spectacle for those around us?" The girl lifted her head, her anger seemingly dissipating, yet her pride would not allow her to concede easily. She pursed her lips and shot him a sidelong glance, retorting, "Who needs your help anyway?" Then, recalling the origin of her distress, she turned her gaze upon Yinuo, her eyes ablaze with indignation, tears glimmering at the corners. Yinuo felt a pang of guilt, realizing that the jade hairpin must hold significant value to her. He began to speak about that jade hairpin. But was cut off by the girl, who huffed, "It's broken. Can't you see?" Yinuo's face flushed with embarrassment, caught speechless in his own awkwardness. The girl turned away, seemingly disinterested in further confrontation, striding off. Suddenly, Yinuo's heart raced, and he called out, "Wait. How about I compensate you for it?" After speaking, he shook his head, as if resigned to his misfortune. A faint, delicate fragrance wafted through the air, prompting Yinuo to inhale deeply. Bingyu's expression darkened as she shot him a fierce glance. Then, as if recalling something, she met his gaze and asked, "Do you truly wish to make amends? I have a matter for you, and I wonder if you could." He felt as if he had been granted a reprieve. Interrupting her before she could finish, "Of course, no problem at all. I would traverse heaven and earth with you." Bingyu shot him a disdainful look, replying, "Pfft, who wants to traverse the world with you? I simply wish to avoid those people." "Which people?" Yinuo asked, somewhat perplexed. "You wouldn't know even if I told you." Bingyu glared at him. The previously tense atmosphere began to ease, and Yinuo's anxious heart began to relax. "How about you accompany me to that place?" Bingyu suggested, pointing in a direction. Upon seeing where she indicated, Yinuo's brow furrowed slightly. "What do you want to go there for? Hardly anyone frequents that location. Must you be so tedious, asking this and that? Hurry up, I am pressed for time." With that, she turned and walked away. Yinuo watched her graceful figure, then quickly followed suit. "Can you please hurry? A grown man being so fussy." Bingyu urged impatiently. Noticing that Bingyu was already a considerable distance ahead, Yinuo gasped for breath and called out, "Hey, can you slow down a bit? Are you hiding some dark secret over there? Don't go and destroy the evidence." Yinuo looked at her playful and charming demeanor, feeling a warmth in his heart, and softly declared, "Remember, my name is Yinuo." The girl merely smirked and replied, "Who asked you?" Before turning to leave, the two swiftly arrived at the location of the curtain waterfall, only to be greeted by a dense mist and the incessant sounds of insects, intermittently accompanied by squeaks and clucks. Were it not for the daylight, the auditory ambience would have been spine-chilling. "Come quickly to take a look," Bingyu urged, pointing towards a vaguely visible area to the right. As they approached, they discovered a circular pool with a diameter of over 10 zhang. Emanating puffs of white vapor. It was evident without needing to test it that the water was icy to the bone. Yinuo observed Bingyu's expression, which bore a hint of excitement, and questioned, "What is so fascinating about this? Surely, you did not come here merely to see this." Bingyu remained transfixed by the pool, gradually responding, "It is indeed marvelous. Do not underestimate its size. The water level remains constant throughout the year, and this very spot is where the curtain waterfall manifests." Yinuo glanced around, failing to discern anything particularly remarkable. Bingyu continued, "Even when the waters of the curtain waterfall cascade into this pool endlessly, the water level remains unchanged." Yinuo, astonished, inquired, "Is it truly that extraordinary?" To which Bingyu replied with a hint of pride, "Of course, there have even been curious individuals who ventured beneath the surface, only to discover that beneath this seemingly tranquil pool lies an unfathomable whirlpool." Intrigued by her words, Yinuo was about to press further when he suddenly noticed that the chorus of insects had nearly vanished, replaced by an unsettling silence. Instantly, a sense of alarm surged within him. Bingyu, sensing something amiss, exchanged a wary glance with him, each recognizing the caution reflected in the other's eyes, and the previously relaxed atmosphere shifted to one of tension. Furrowing their brows, they surveyed their surroundings. Bingyu extended her right hand, conjuring an object that resembled a crescent moon, ancient in design and seemingly weathered by the passage of time, exuding a faint crimson hue. Yinuo felt a warm current wash over him, the dense fog before them dissipating slightly at the same time. An oddly familiar sensation lingered in his heart, as though this object were something once possessed, something that had belonged to him. This fleeting thought vanished as he returned his focus to the impending threat. The young lady is quite knowledgeable. Might you elaborate further? The voice that emerged was abrupt, as if someone were whispering directly into their ears, causing their hearts to leap. They turned to look behind them, only to find nothing but the thick mist. The crescent-shaped artifact hovered around them, seemingly imbued with consciousness. Mu Bingyu, with a tremor in her voice, asked, "Who are you?" A hint of quaking laced her tone. "Are you too seeking me?" A chilling wind swept through, penetrating to their bones. They turned to gaze, gasping in shock as they beheld a headless figure gliding above the water's surface, its back turned to them, clad in a black trench coat, yet making no ripples upon the water. In this tranquil and hazy setting, it appeared eerily out of place. Chapter 14. Phantom Shadow. Yinuo forced himself to maintain composure, a trace of unease evident in his voice as he said, "We were unaware of your presence here. Esteemed one, beneath the moon-viewing Sex Mountain. We apologize for the disturbance and kindly ask for your understanding." The words Wang Wei Zongshengxia were deliberately emphasized, yet the listener appeared unfazed, as tranquil as the depths of a still pond. The two exchanged a knowing glance, each comprehending the other's intent, and began to retreat slowly, each step seemingly requiring immense effort, with only the sound of their heartbeats softly narrating the tension and unease within. After retreating several dozen paces, they scarcely had time to catch their breath when an unexpected turn of events transpired. With Mu Bingyu's startled exclamation of awe, her body involuntarily surged forward, as if drawn by some invisible force in the still air. In the chaos, Yinuo grasped Mu Bingyu's hand, urgently calling for her other hand as well. Their hands gripped tightly together, yet the pull towards the water's edge only intensified, dragging Yinuo along with her. Mu Bingyu's face paled in terror as she cried out, "No, please let us go." Her voice eventually dissolved into sobs. Yinuo exerted all his strength, but it felt futile, while the figure on the water's surface remained utterly motionless. As Mu Bingyu neared the water's surface, Yinuo felt utterly powerless, his heart racing with anxiety. The magical artifact that had quietly surrounded them suddenly flared with a brilliant red light, as if it possessed a consciousness that understood their plight. It cleaved the air between Mu Bingyu and the figure on the water, and in the next moment, an invisible force was severed. Mu Bingyu's body fell abruptly, and Yinuo caught her, both tumbling to the ground. Yinuo quickly helped Mu Bingyu to her feet. She leaned against him as if she were a frightened child. At that moment, Yinuo resolved that if he were to perish, he would at least understand why. Summoning his courage, he addressed the figure on the water. "Might I inquire the identity of this esteemed elder? We have never wronged you, so why thus condemn us to death?" Suddenly, a peculiar sensation surged within Yinuo, as if the crescent shape before him were intrinsically linked to him in a way he could not articulate, a feeling rising from deep within, specifically from his chest, where a warm current stirred with excitement. This thought flickered through his mind, yet both he and Mu Bingyu stood by the shore, utterly at a loss. Just as the magical artifact approached the blue light, the crimson radiance blazed forth, and the previously tranquil atmosphere was abruptly pierced by a low, thunderous growl, reminiscent of a beast's roar or the collision of massive stones. Both Yinuo and Mu Bingyu were momentarily stunned, bewildered by the unfolding events. The water's surface rippled as if disturbed, eventually sending up droplets, and the figure upon the water emitted a low, exhilarated laugh, exclaiming, "At last, I have awaited you." With that, it withdrew its left arm, spun swiftly, and vanished beneath the surface, sending a cascade of cold, piercing water splashing onto the two. Yinuo seized Mu Bingyu's hand, and they dashed through the underbrush, propelled by a mix of relief and joy, a fervent desire for life driving them toward the light ahead. Heedless of the misty droplets soaking their garments, at long last, a ray of sunshine cascaded down, enveloping the two individuals in a warm embrace akin to a gentle hand soothing their post-catastrophe trepidation. Yinuo, gasping for breath, took a deep inhalation as he gazed upon Mu Bingyu, her face, dampened by the mist, adorned with glistening droplets. Under the sunlight, she appeared even more enchanting. He steadied his breath and addressed Mu Bingyu. "Let us continue onward. Once we reach a place bustling with people, even if our pursuer follows, he will hesitate to act." With that, she slowly withdrew her right hand, still firmly grasped by Yinuo. A faint smile gracing her lips as she softly remarked, "Let us go." Upon finishing her words, she proceeded ahead. As they traversed the path, the crowd gradually thickened, and the two finally exhaled in relief. Bingyu, I've been searching for you everywhere. So this is where you've been. The previously subtle atmosphere was abruptly shattered by a woman's voice. Yinuo turned to see several female disciples nearby waving to Mu Bingyu. Evidently members of the same sect. Yinuo smiled and said, "Be cautious on your way." Watching the blue-clad figure recede into the distance, Yinuo shook his head and let out a long, helpless sigh. "You're quite fortunate, aren't you?" The sudden comment startled Yinuo, who turned to find Chu Wanli standing behind him, gazing in the direction of Mu Bingyu's departure. Noticing Yinuo's peculiar expression, Chu Wanli inquired, "Why are you looking at me? I'm talking to you. You seem to have an eye for beauty." Yinuo retorted, "You're talking nonsense. It was merely a chance encounter. Brother, you're here too." A melodious voice rang out from Yinuo's left, light and cheerful. Both Yinuo and Wanli turned to see a figure clad in a pale pink dress, adorned with a delicate lavender sash, her beauty striking and skin as fair as snow, running towards them with a radiant smile. It was none other than He Xueman, initially vexed for not having brought this precious younger sister along. Yinuo's heart swelled with joy upon seeing her there. He smiled and asked, "So, how do you find this place? Are you enjoying yourself? Who did you come with?" Xueman gestured towards two individuals, one male and one female. The man was strikingly handsome, while the woman was ethereally beautiful, both attired in white garments. As they approached, Xueman glanced at the woman and then back at Yinuo, saying, "Brother, I believe I need not introduce this young lady." The woman smiled gently, resembling a celestial being beneath the sun, and addressed Yinuo with a graceful bow. "Young master He, it is a pleasure to meet you again." Beside Xiao Xueman, a young man clasped his fists and introduced himself. "I am Xiao Tianming, Xueman's elder brother. I have often heard her speak of you, and today, meeting you in person is truly a delight." Upon hearing this, Xiao Xueman's cheeks flushed slightly. Yinuo, feeling a touch of awkwardness, quickly waved his hand, saying, "Brother Xiao, you flatter me. By the way, allow me to introduce." However, before he could complete his sentence, the white-clad woman softly interjected, "I presume this must be Chu Wanli, right? I have long heard Xueman speak of how the three of you faced adversities together. It is indeed a privilege to meet someone so extraordinary today." At that moment, Xiao Tianming glanced up at the sun and then addressed everyone. "It is already midday. After a morning of activities, I dare say we must be somewhat fatigued. Why don't we find an inn to rest and refresh ourselves with some refreshments before gathering again in the evening to admire the wondrous sights?" Xuemeng and Yusen exchanged glances, nodding in agreement. Yinuo pondered aloud, "We too are to meet a senior brother at the Tongfu Inn in town shortly. Why not rest there together? What do you all think?" The group readily expressed their approval and proceeded towards the Tongfu Inn. Yinuo, however, furrowed his brow, perplexed and unable to comprehend the situation, ultimately deciding to close his eyes and dismiss the thoughts. As dusk descended, the slanting rays of the sun cast a serene glow over the world. At that moment, a full moon hung high in the sky, its brilliance piercing through the sparse stars, evoking a deep sense of longing for home. The area surrounding the waterfall was teeming with people from all walks of life, each drawn by the allure of this wondrous spectacle. The 6 individuals settled in a rural spot a mile to the southeast, where the warmth of the sun had melted the remaining snow, providing an excellent resting place for them and the clusters of others nearby. Xiao Tianming and Chu Wanli each brought 2 large jars of wine, and as they sang songs in the moonlight and raised their cups in joyous revelry, the bonds between them deepened. Under the vast sky, the moonlight shimmered enchantingly, and the youthful heart brimming with dreams drifted further away. In this moment, let us drink and revel in the present. Chapter 15. The ancient void spirit's repentance. Looked quickly. A sudden exclamation erupted from an unknown source, causing a stir among the crowd, who raised their eyes to the sky. In the distance, it appeared as though a great mountain had materialized out of thin air, shrouded in mystery, towering and majestic, surpassing even the sight of the moon. Beneath the moonlight, wisps of white clouds danced around it, and the crowd gasped in awe. After a brief moment, the mountain took on a tangible form, with the cheers of the crowd growing louder. At the mountain's edge, a broad column of water cascaded downwards, rushing forth with tremendous force. Even from afar, one could hear the thunderous roar of the water striking the ground, creating a scene reminiscent of a fairyland. Yinuo and his companions were equally captivated by this magnificent spectacle, and after a while, Chu Wanli suggested, "Friends, since we are fortunate enough to witness such a marvel, shall we draw nearer to admire it?" As they laughed and conversed, they gradually approached the waterfall, joined by many others sharing the same sentiment. The closer they drew, the more they could feel the mist rising from the turbulent waters crashing against the rocks. Yet, as they neared, Yinuo sensed a growing unease within himself, as if some inexplicable force was urging him to be wary. He glanced at the others, who appeared relaxed and joyful, showing no signs of discomfort. Zhao Zichuang, walking beside him, noticed Yinuo's unusual expression and inquired with concern, "Oh, are you unwell? Your face looks rather pale." Soon, Yinuo found himself near the water's edge, where the vast surface of the pool was now covered by the cascading waters of the waterfall. The splashes enveloping the onlookers on this winter's night. A slight chill lingered in the air. Everyone gazed at the pool, marveling and pondering its mysterious depths. As the ancients said, in the depths of the 9 underworlds lies the nether sea. Could it be that this seemingly unremarkable pool held unfathomable depths? Zhao Zichuang exclaimed in wonder at the magnificent sight before him. As the crowd buzzed with speculation, Yinuo stood aside, his fist clenched tightly. A peculiar sensation swirling in his chest, as if it were on the verge of breaking free, an indescribable discomfort that went unnoticed by those around him. It felt as though everything was interconnected in some mysterious way. And with the radiant crimson light emanating from the crescent-shaped artifact surging forth, the curtain-like waterfall and towering mountains before the crowd began to exhibit subtle signs of instability, wavering between reality and illusion. The crowd erupted in a cacophony of confusion and debate, while those at the foot of the waterfall hastily retreated, having sensed the anomaly. In the midst of their panic, Yinuo and his companions also began to step back cautiously. However, just as Yinuo turned, an unforeseen change occurred. A powerful force of suction surged rapidly from the foot of the mountain by the pond. Before Yinuo could react, he let out a startled cry as his body was involuntarily propelled backward. Witnessing this, He Xueman, who was closest to him, exclaimed, "Brother, what's wrong?" and reached out to grasp Yinuo, while the other 4 quickly joined in to hold on to both He Xueman and Yinuo. This force of suction seemed endless, its strength incomparable to the trials Yinuo had faced with Mu Bingyu. It was as if a mustard seed were being compared to Mount Sumeru. Utterly incomparable, the 6 of them shot toward the mountain like arrows released from a bow, their hearts gripped by terror. Should they collide with the rocky cliff, even if they survived, broken bones and strained muscles seemed inevitable. Amidst their cries, as they neared the waterfall by less than 3 feet, they all shut their eyes tightly, gritting their teeth, bracing for an impending catastrophic impact. Yet, in that heart-stopping moment, suddenly everything vanished, the majestic mountain, the magnificent waterfall, and the 6 panicked souls. In the next instant, the 6 found themselves unharmed by the cliff, their hearts filled with astonishment. However, they soon realized that rather than flying horizontally, their bodies were plummeting downward. They opened their eyes to an abyss of darkness, illuminated only by a faint glimmer from below. The next moment, they fell heavily, each one grimacing in pain, yet upon inspection, they discovered that they had sustained no serious injuries, though an array of bruises was unavoidable. What had just transpired? Where were they exactly? Zhao Zichuang gazed at the glowing stone walls surrounding them and the boundless darkness above, his question echoing the collective curiosity of the group. As they looked around, they realized they were in a corridor-like space, with dim stone walls embedded with numerous luminescent stones flickering intermittently, allowing them to see their surroundings. Above them, the direction from which they had fallen was shrouded in darkness, as if it had remained undisturbed for millennia, with no beam of light capable of penetrating its depths. "Brother, are you all right?" He Xueman inquired with concern as she approached him. Yinuo glanced at her and replied with a slight smile, "I'm fine. What about you? Did you hurt yourself?" He Xueman examined herself and responded, "I'm okay, just a bit of pain in my arm." Yinuo then turned to the others and asked, "Is everyone else all right?" They each checked themselves carefully and confirmed that they were largely unscathed. Xiao Yusen approached the stone wall, scrutinizing it closely before saying, "It appears we are trapped in this place. The corridor extends on both sides. I wonder which way might lead us to an exit." The remaining individuals glanced at the winding passageway on either side, realizing that its meandering path seemed to stretch endlessly into the darkness. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Tianming furrowed his brows and remarked, "If we separate to search for an exit, given the passage's convoluted and dim nature, we may encounter unforeseen dangers. It is likely that we would be unable to assist each other in such circumstances. Conversely, if we all proceed in a singular direction and the passage extends for miles or even tens of miles, a miscalculation could lead to our exhaustion and demise right here." The group fell into silence, momentarily at a loss for what to do. The eerie and shadowy corridor enveloped them in an atmosphere reminiscent of death itself. Over here, Yinuo's voice resonated through the stillness of the dark passage. The others turned their gazes toward the direction he indicated, where a distant, ominous roar seemed to emanate from the depths of the shadows. They glanced back at Yinuo, who appeared to be in distress. His brow furrowed and a faint expression of pain flickering across his face. One hand pointed towards the indicated direction while the other clutched his chest tightly, his breath growing increasingly labored. Beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Noticing this, He Xueman, who stood beside Yinuo, expressed her concern, asking, "Yinuo, what is wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" She reached into her sleeve and produced a handkerchief, offering it to him. Yinuo accepted the handkerchief, inhaling deeply before responding with slight difficulty, "I'm not quite sure. Ever since we approached this curtain of waterfalls, I have been overwhelmed by an inexplicable sensation. The chi within me has been tumultuously surging, and it feels as though some hidden force is subtly guiding me towards that direction." The group once again directed their attention towards where he pointed, their minds filled with curiosity. Nevertheless, despite their doubts, they recognized the necessity of proceeding. Zhao Zhichuang stepped forward, gazing ahead as he addressed the group. "Regardless of the circumstances, we at least have a direction now, which is preferable to waiting idly here. Let us follow this path and discover what it is that Yinuo senses." The others exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Zhao Zhichuang then cautioned, "Xueman, take good care of your brother. Everyone, let South stay close and not stray from the group." Thus, the party ventured deeper into the passageway at the rear. Xiao Tianming turned to He Xueman, hesitating for a moment before softly saying, "Sister, since we can remember, Huanqin, handkerchief has never left your side. You." He Xueman offered a gentle smile and replied softly, "Brother, I am aware of what I am doing." As they pressed onward, the encroaching darkness loomed menacingly. After what felt like 5 or 6 hours of intermittent walking, they finally beheld a flicker of light ahead, leading them to a spacious area. This expanse was remarkably illuminated, with blazing fire pillars positioned every few yards, casting a brightness akin to that of midday. Towering between these fire columns were 4 colossal stone pillars, intricately adorned with carvings of dragons and phoenixes. As the group approached for a closer inspection, they were rendered speechless. It would take at least 10, if not 20 or 30 individuals, to encircle one of these pillars, the height of which was immeasurable, piercing the looming darkness above, its summit hidden from view. "Come quickly and take a look," came the astonished exclamation of Chu Wanli from the opposite side of the stone pillars. As the crowd turned to follow the direction indicated by his finger, they beheld a grand and archaic stone pillar, upon which were inscribed 2 faintly golden characters, "Redemption." The characters, imbued with an ancient and profound essence, seemed to have endured countless vicissitudes, yet at this moment, they still evoked an overwhelming sense of awe among the onlookers. The crowd then proceeded to examine the other 3 stone pillars, each adorned with similarly archaic inscriptions. "The Way of Heaven," "Perseverance," and "Path of the Immortals." Each character stirred boundless contemplation, as if chronicling the profound events that had transpired in this place since time immemorial. "Where is Yinuo?" Chu Wanli remarked, glancing around the crowd with a hint of surprise. The onlookers soon noticed that Yinuo was now moving with heavy steps toward a certain direction, each stride appearing exceedingly arduous. Xueman, having reached his side, observed the gravity etched upon his face and inquired, "Brother, what troubles you?" Yinuo glanced back at the followers and, after a moment's hesitation, replied, "Come with me. There seems to be something over there." The crowd looked ahead, where in the distance, a corner appeared shrouded in shadows, with only a faint outline discernible. "What could it be?" Zhao Zhichuang whispered, furrowing his brow. Among the group, his cultivation was the highest. Thus he bore the greatest responsibility. "That I cannot say. Merely an inexplicable feeling, whether it is an object or a person. I do not know." Yinuo exhaled deeply. Zhao Zhichuang summoned his white celestial sword, casting a gentle glow that illuminated the surrounding space as they cautiously advanced. Upon reaching the corner, guided by the light of the artifact, a dilapidated and abandoned structure emerged before them, its remnants strewn across the ground, as if it had been in ruin for many years. Upon the broken beams, 4 characters were inscribed in an ancient seal script, appearing as if they were dancing. "Ancient Void Spirit Repentance." "What is this place? Who has been here before?" He Xueman pondered, her confusion mirrored by the thoughts of everyone present. Suddenly, a gasp escaped the crowd as they turned to see Yinuo, clutching his chest in pain. Just as they were about to inquire, they sensed a subtle movement emanating from the ruins behind them, prompting them to adopt a defensive stance. The stones of the rubble emitted a series of crackling sounds, as if something were attempting to break free from beneath. The group held their breath. In the dimness illuminated by the sword's glow, an eerie aura began to manifest. With a resounding crash, a massive stone was abruptly lifted as if by an unseen force, hurtling 3 zhang away and crashing heavily to the ground, sending shards flying. The crowd collectively inhaled sharply, instinctively retreating several steps to the wall at the corner. They fixated on the newly revealed area, where amidst the swirling dust, a faint white light began to emerge, gradually intensifying to form a vertical beam of light, encircled by a luminous glow, exuding an auspicious aura. In no time, the brilliance intensified. Yet within this radiant beam, the onlookers felt no discomfort. Rather, they experienced a profound sense of relief, as if being soothed by some unseen force. The glowing orb seemed to manifest tangibly, swirling around each individual. Yinuo gazed at the luminous clusters, and an overwhelming sense of relief washed over him. The anguish that had once gripped his heart had significantly diminished. A warm current surged through his chest, spreading throughout his body, as if a continuous stream of vital energy were flowing into him. He turned to the others, his voice tinged with excitement, urging them to examine their own cultivation changes. Upon hearing this, everyone focused intently. Moments later, their faces illuminated with expressions of astonishment. Yinuo closed his eyes, savoring this fortuitous transformation. The foundation of illusion was layered, each level stronger than the last, each increasingly difficult to attain. It was not uncommon for someone to linger at the 6th level or the stage of perfection for 100 or even 80 years. 5th level, 6th level. Initial phase, mid-phase, perfection, pinnacle. His heart raced fervently, and his throat felt slightly parched. As if the tension were overwhelming. He had astonishingly ascended from the 5th level of the foundation of illusion to the 6th level of complete mastery, a transformation truly rare. One that could not be sought after but only encountered by chance. Moreover, it seemed the journey was not yet complete. To break through the realm of illusion was a desire harbored by many cultivators. Once one stepped into the realm of spirit, turning the celestial vital energy within into true spiritual power, it represented not merely a difference in levels, but a profound metamorphosis, ushering in the unity of law and mastery over the heavens. Time flowed steadily, and after approximately 3 hours, everyone opened their eyes, exhaling deeply, exchanging glances filled with radiance. Zhao Zhichuang observed the others, seemingly releasing a heavy sigh with intention. The others chuckled in mutual understanding. At that moment, everyone had transcended the illusionary foundation, entering the realm of spirit. The spirit realm is divided into 3 major stages: guiding the spirit, refining the spirit, and transcending the spirit. Zhao Zhichuang, having a solid foundation, had already reached the first stage of refining the spirit. The others, apart from Yinuo, had also achieved complete mastery in the first stage of guiding the spirit. While Yinuo remained in the initial phase, far from perfection, suddenly, they heard Chu Wanli exclaim in astonishment, "Look, it seems there are characters within that beam of light." The crowd turned their gaze. And indeed, amidst the dilapidated ancient shrine, a purer white light materialized, arranged from left to right, inscribed from top to bottom with the words, "Chaos unfolds, the creation manifests, form within the past and future, desolation follows." This is the ancient scroll of creation. However, the subsequent words were too faint to discern within the beam. Simultaneously, for ancient, unadorned jade candles, etched with Sanskrit characters, ignited with a flicker of flame, illuminating the depths of the ancient shrine. Beneath the candlelight, a scroll, crafted entirely of jade, floated from the ceiling, entwined by a jade serpent that spiraled upwards if absorbing the candlelight. The scroll gradually transformed from darkness to brilliance, radiating a soft, crystalline glow. The crowd gasped in awe, staring blankly at the spectacle before them. For a long time, silence enveloped the surroundings, until suddenly, a faint sound akin to a soft crackling echoed in their ears. This subtle noise, in the stillness of the environment, became strikingly pronounced. Everyone scanned their surroundings, finding nothing amiss, but just a few breaths later, the sound grew increasingly louder and more jarring, and concurrently, as the noise intensified, they quickly pinpointed its source. At this moment, Yinuo remained the one closest to the wall, and the sound that resonated seemed to be the clearest to him, as though it were right beside him. "Yinuo, come quickly." A voice filled with urgency emerged from the crowd. Yinuo had no time to ponder deeply. An instinctive sense of foreboding gripped him, and at the critical juncture, he stepped away from the wall. Just as he departed, the stone wall collapsed with a thunderous crash, reverberating throughout the corridor and stirring up clouds of dust, causing everyone to gasp in shock. Yinuo patted his chest, secretly relieved. Yet simultaneously, he sensed that the entity he had been attuned to was within that very space, not far off. As the dust settled, a chilling breeze wafted through the breach, sending shivers down everyone's spines. The crowd exchanged glances and, almost instinctively, moved toward the opening. Upon entering, the sight that greeted them left them utterly speechless, as if turned to stone. This was no mere iceberg. It was unmistakably a fairy mound. Chu Wanli stood dumbfounded, unable to utter a word. Xiao Tianming stepped forward, gazing upwards in awe, exclaiming, "I never imagined there existed such a place deep beneath Wangyue. Perhaps even the elders of Wangyue sect are unaware of it." Zhao Zhichuang, in deep contemplation, addressed the group. "The structure here is exquisite, and the terrain peculiar. It stands to reason that the ancient architects of this underground palace would have concealed secret passages. We should carefully examine our surroundings for any mechanisms or hidden pathways." The group concurred and was about to proceed when he called out, "Wait a moment." He then made his way directly to the base of the iceberg, pausing to crouch down before a rusted object that bore a resemblance to the item Mu Bingyu had held, both appearing crescent-shaped. Yinuo reached out and picked it up, feeling a sudden chill, and in that instant he realized that this was the very object he had been searching for, as the spiritual energy surging within him seemed to welcome its presence. Behind him, Zhao Zhichuang observed Yinuo for a moment before addressing the others. "This place conceals numerous celestial artifacts. While many are damaged, there remain a few hidden treasures. Those among you without artifacts should search for ones that may suit you." At that moment, only Chu Wanli lacked a magical item, as Zhao Zhichuang possessed a celestial sword. Xiao Tianming wielded the family heirloom, the Qian Kuan axe, and Xiao Yusen had the Rainfall Jade bracelet. Xueman, under the tutelage of the elder Qing Su, employed her spiritual energy blue satin as her artifact. Yinuo had just discovered what he believed to be his own artifact, though everyone found it peculiar. None dared to inquire further. After waiting for a brief moment, Chu Wanli approached with a fully azure trident, appearing quite satisfied. "Very well, let us split up and search." However, before Zhao Zhichuang could finish his sentence, an unexpected change occurred. The once tranquil inner chamber began to tremble violently, accompanied by a faint yet menacing roar, a sound reminiscent of a beast's growl. While others seemed unfazed, Yinuo felt an uncanny familiarity with the noise. Recognizing it as the very roar he had heard with Mu Bingyu by the pond, Yinuo turned towards the previous breach and shouted to the group, "Quickly, let us exit through that opening." The crowd hastily followed, yet just as they were within 3 paces of the gaping chasm, a thunderous cracking noise reverberated. As if something had surged forth from the breach, the group abruptly halted. And in the next moment, the inner chamber returned to a disquieting stillness. It was only at that instant that the sound of thuds echoed, reminiscent of a colossal stone pillar being struck forcefully against the ground. Dust began to cascade down, and as the onlookers peered ahead, their hearts leapt in alarm, collectively inhaling sharply. What they beheld was no mere pillar. It was an extraordinarily immense and peculiar beast, traversing on 4 legs, yet adorned with a pair of wings upon its back. Its massive head bore an ancient, lunar hue, and its enormous eyes were fixed intently upon the crowd. Most astonishing of all was the grand lunar totem emblazoned upon its forehead. This was the Moonshadow Beast. How could it possibly be here? Zhao Zhichuang exclaimed, a blend of astonishment and trepidation in his voice. "Brother Zhao, do you recognize this creature?" Chu Wanli inquired cautiously from behind him. "I have merely heard of it by chance. The fragmented ancient scrolls recount that the moon beast is the steed of the ancestor of wind and moon. This creature possesses formidable spiritual power, its most distinctive feature being the lunar totem upon its brow. After the ancestor's ascension, the moon beast has vigilantly guarded the ancient artifact, Moonshadow. Its emergence here must surely hold significance," Zhao Zhichuang remarked. Furrowing his brow in contemplation, he turned to Yinuo and said, "Unless." Yinuo seemed to grasp his meaning, murmuring, "Moonshadow?" A deafening roar erupted, shaking the very air, its intensity overwhelming, causing the crowd to cover their ears in agony. As the roar subsided, the moon beast appeared to be incensed, charging towards the onlookers with an unstoppable force. "Quickly, everyone, concentrate all your power upon me," Zhao Zhichuang shouted in desperation. Without a moment's hesitation, the crowd channeled their spiritual energy toward him, hoping to escape disaster by a stroke of luck. However, the ancient moon beast's charge was immensely powerful. Before it even reached them, a far more thunderous roar scattered the group like leaves in a tempest, their resolve shaken. Yet, the moon beast showed no signs of relenting, continuing its advance. In the next heartbeat, Yinuo extended his right hand to his waist, retrieving a pale white orb given to him by Pu Chun before his departure. Pu Chun had instructed him to refrain from using it unless absolutely necessary, but in this dire moment, there was no time for second thoughts. He Yinuo cast the orb into the air. Chapter 17. The Mandate of Heaven. In that fleeting moment, amidst a flash of lightning and fire, everything seemed to fall into a serene stillness. The figures of several individuals vanished into the depths of the celestial tomb. How many times had they hovered on the brink of life and death? Yet what was it that kept a lingering obsession alive within one's heart, ultimately preventing release in the instant of that blinding flash? Countless sighs were drawn, entwining the sentiments of many. This is the essence of the realm. A proclamation resonated from various corners of the realm of the living, even reaching far-off places adjacent to the Sea of Annihilation, where waves of sighs echoed forth. Humph! What a disgrace! An indignant grunt emanated from the grand hall of the Moonwatch sect. At that moment, the hall was filled with elders from various lineages, Dowie gazing furiously at the 6 individuals sprawled upon the ground in the inner chamber. His face contorted with rage. With a sweeping motion of his grand sleeves, a fierce gust of wind surged towards the fallen figures that in but a fleeting moment, the 6 individuals gradually rose to their feet. As if awakening from a profound dream, yet still appeared dazed and bewildered, they steadied themselves and surveyed their surroundings. Expressions of astonishment and confusion adorned their faces. However, they quickly regained their composure and hastily bowed in deference to the esteemed elders present. Noticing the rather somber countenances of the elders, Zhao Zhichuang, the eldest among them and the most accomplished in cultivation, lowered his voice and respectfully addressed Elder Wenzhong. Master, this is... Wenzhong cast a glance at Dowie, shaking his head helplessly without uttering a word. At that moment, Dowie turned his gaze towards a disciple standing nearby and spoke softly. Z. The disciple, seemingly understanding, clasped his fists and replied, Master. This disciple, known as Zoe, approached the 6 individuals, clad in simple attire and possessing a robust physique. He exuded an air of Taoist elegance. At this moment, He Yinuo, having just entered the spirit realm, could distinctly sense that this individual had attained the final stage of the spirit realm. The crossing spirit stage. It was evident that he was Tangzi, Dowie's eldest disciple. Like Dowie, Tangzi bore a serious demeanor, rarely smiling. He looked at He Yinuo and the others and inquired in a resonant voice. Fellow disciples, may I ask where you have been these past 3 days, and why did you find yourselves unconscious by the waterside in Moonlit Town? His words startled He Yinuo and the others, as they realized that 3 whole days had elapsed. Moreover, from his tone, it seemed they had been discovered unconscious by the water's edge. What had transpired during this time? Humph! What a disgrace! To think that my esteemed reputation of a millennium in the Moonwatch sect could be tarnished by your folly. Dowie's expression darkened, and he turned away, choosing silence. Meanwhile, Elder Qingsu, with a face lined with wrinkles, appeared notably calm, his deep-set eyes gazing at He Xueman and Yuxin with a hint of concern. What trials have you faced in these 3 days? Why did you disappear after the curtain of mist appeared? Please recount the events that transpired to the esteemed elders. As he spoke, the elders present began to furrow their brows, seemingly perplexed by the unfolding events. Dowie turned back, his anger replaced by a flicker of confusion. A glimmer of insight flashed in his eyes as he contemplated. These youths do not seem to be lying, and such occurrences are not easily fabricated. Atop the peak of the Moonwatch sect, within a stone cave illuminated by 5 flickering oil lamps, the dim flames cast a faint glow throughout the cavern. A figure clad in gray robes stood at the cave's entrance. Gazing into the distance, his hair and brows had turned white, and with hands clasped behind his back, he bore the weight of experience, yet his demeanor remained serene and unpretentious, commanding respect from all who beheld him. He observed a scene before him, depicting the recent gathering of He Yinuo and the others within the hall. However, he paid little heed to it, his expression betraying no emotion. His gaze shifted towards the distant abyss of 5 steps. With a sigh, imbued with the weight of time, he remarked, what is destined to come will inevitably arrive. His eyes, profound and contemplative, hinted at a glimmer of brilliance as he surveyed the vast expanse of the mountains. The boundless sky stretching infinitely above. In the center of the inner hall stood 3 individuals, Wen Xiandian, Zhao Zhichuang, and He Yinuo. Elder Wenzhong regarded the trio before him with an inscrutable expression, and after a moment of contemplation, he spoke slowly. You have all made remarkable strides in your cultivation. This is a profound transformation. I hope you will continue to strive diligently. The path of cultivation requires perseverance from beginning to end. It is long and arduous, and one must never succumb to complacency. The three responded in unison with utmost respect. Yes, disciples shall heed your words. When Zhong nodded with a hint of satisfaction, but then, as if recalling something, he pondered for a moment before continuing. Moreover, the Yinuo sect has a tradition of conducting new disciple trials every century, as we approach the centennial trial in 5 years. Disciples from the Fengstin sect, located 1,000 miles away, will also participate. Prepare yourselves well, and do not bring shame upon the prestige of our Wangwei. Upon hearing this, the trio exchanged glances and replied in chorus. Yes, we understand. With a wave of his sleeve, when Zhong signaled for them to take their leave, what connection could this object possibly have with what Mu Bingyu possesses? Yinuo amused absently, his thoughts drifting to the enchanting figure of Mu Bingyu, clad in a delicate lavender gown, her smile radiant and captivating. He then took out the long flute from his possession and began to play. Serenading the heavens alone, the melodious notes floated through the air, unknowingly tugging at the heartstrings of an unseen listener. Moonlight bathed the surroundings, illuminating a pair of gentle eyes in the darkness, while the wind rustled through the trees, creating a soft, melancholic symphony. As the melody concluded, the distant cries of seagulls echoed through the air. Yet, among them, only Yinuo remained at the first realm of spirit drawing, a fact that perplexed him greatly. He pondered, my aptitude is not lacking. Though I may not rival the extraordinary talents of Xiao Tianming or Zhao Zhichuang, I should at least surpass that of the likes of Chu Wanli. Why, then, is my progress so painfully slow? Another question nagged at his mind. Who precisely is this Pu Chun, and why do his teachings differ from the doctrines of Wang Yue, or from those of the younger generation? Nevertheless, he knew that the immediate concern was the centennial trial looming in 2 years. Brother, where are you? I am frightened. The anxious voices of his grandmother and He Xueman echoed through the darkness. Yinuo jolted awake, his eyes snapping open to the rush of wind roaring past him, his body plummeting downward, devoid of sensation, in a free fall. Suddenly, a flicker of firelight appeared ahead, gradually intensifying as he descended. The blaze was dazzling, waves of heat enveloping him as if to consume him whole. He screamed, yet no sound escaped his lips. Amidst the scorching flames, he slowly opened his eyes to behold what appeared to be a fiery dragon, rampantly roaring and devouring everything in its path to his right. Yinuo turned to gaze at the source of this chaos. There stood several figures. Ah! A cry pierced the empty room as Yinuo awoke with a start. Panting heavily, he surveyed his surroundings, attempting to calm his racing heart, only to discover that his body was drenched in sweat. Chapter 18. Memories. The following day, within when Xiandian, when Zhong confronted Yinuo. Have you truly made this decision? We are at a critical juncture in your cultivation. Do you really wish to abandon it all? The elder's expression bore a trace of helplessness as he regarded the young man beside him. Beside her, Yinuo pressed her lips together, and after a brief moment, a resolute expression graced her face as she boldly declared, Master, I have made my decision. If I cannot even protect the one I love, what purpose does my cultivation serve? When Zhong's expression turned complex, as if deeply moved, and he gazed at his disciple in silence for a long while. Very well. The disciple shall obey. Yinuo felt a surge of gratitude within her heart but refrained from saying more. Shortly thereafter, when Zhong waved his hand, prompting Yinuo to withdraw. Under the crescent moon, with stars twinkling in the night sky, although it was early spring, the night air still carried a biting chill. Yinuo and He Xueman soared gracefully above the sea, and aside from the howling wind, the only sound accompanying them was the rhythmic crashing of waves. By chance, they soon spotted a prominently displayed canvas nearby. One side emblazoned with the characters for tea house and the other side adorned with the phrase warm in winter, cool in summer. As they approached, the fragrant aroma of tea wafted through the air. The tea stall, though modest in size, was bustling with patrons, with 8 or 9 out of 10 passers-by pausing to rest for a moment. Yinuo chose a table near the edge and sat down. Esteemed guests, what would you like to drink? After a short while, a cheerful tea server greeted them. Yinuo glanced at He Xueman, who pondered for a moment before responding, after our arduous journey, 2 bowls of plain tea would suffice to quench our thirst. Certainly, esteemed guest. Please wait a moment. As they enjoyed their tea, Yinuo noticed a thatched cottage not far from their location, yet it was surrounded by an eerie desolation. Curiosity piqued, she inquired of the tea server. Is there anyone residing in that cottage? The tea server, glancing at the cottage with evident interest, replied, Esteemed guest, you may not be aware, but that cottage is home to a remarkable individual. Lowering his voice, he continued, Inside lives a beggar, with unkempt hair, and no one has seen his true visage. However, The villagers say that before they venture into the mountains to gather firewood, if they light a stick of incense by his dwelling, they will be unharmed by wild beasts. It is even rumored that he possesses the ability to foresee fortunes and misfortunes. Despite their skepticism, curiosity ultimately prevailed, and they hurriedly finished their tea before heading toward the thatched cottage. Leaving the tea house behind, they soon arrived at the cottage's side, where they quickly observed a layer of candle ash accumulated on the ground, whether due to the passage of time or the sheer volume. The ash had merged with the dust, evoking a sense of reverence. They casually surveyed the area but found nothing extraordinary, and then they departed. Not long after their exit, a figure resembling a beggar, with disheveled hair, slowly emerged from the cottage. He looked up at the sky and coughed a couple of times, his body appearing extremely frail, as if he had endured endless torment. In a secluded spot to the southwest, where lush bamboo thrived, the wind rustled through the leaves, creating a gentle, murmuring sound. At this moment, it seemed as though someone was gazing up at the heavens, their eyes reflecting an enduring struggle and anguish that would not fade. How many years had passed, and yet why could he not find peace? From the depths of the bamboo grove, a faint sigh could be heard. Gradually, a figure emerged. If Yinuo were present, she would undoubtedly recognize this individual as her benefactor. Foam, the bamboo swayed, producing sounds akin to weeping. Meanwhile, Yinuo and her companion traversed a field of flowers, and as they beheld the vast, boundless sea of blossoms, they were struck by its incredible expanse. The flowers radiate a pale yellow hue, slightly smaller than a human fist, yet their fragrance is remarkably rich, with a subtle hint of acidity. He Xueman, possessing a pure disposition and a natural affinity for flowers, finds herself in exceptionally high spirits amidst the floral embrace, her beauty further enhanced, as she cheerfully inquires, "Brother, do you know what flower this is?" Yinuo ponders for a moment before replying. "I believe I have heard Brother Wu mention a rare blossom known as the vinegar flower, characterized by its pale yellow color and a fragrance that carries a faint vinegar note. What is particularly extraordinary is that if a pair of truly loving souls pass by, the flower will emit a notably strong sour scent, reminiscent of a woman's jealousy." Listening intently, He Xueman cannot help but feel an increased fondness for this wondrous flower. On the opposite side of the floral expanse, a woman clad in a flowing white robe stands amidst the blossoms, her skin as smooth as cream and exuding an enchanting grace. Yet, within her gaze lingers an ineffable sorrow, evoking a sense of pity in those who behold her. She gently caresses a flower that appears to be withering, her expression deepening with melancholic yearning. Suddenly, the melodious chirping of birds seems to vanish, as if sensing a foreboding presence, leaving an eerie silence in its wake. Unfazed, the woman remains still, when a shadowy figure emerges behind her, cloaked in a black overcoat, appearing ghostly and elusive, shrouded in mystery. "Yulan, that song Feng has long since faded. Why must you remain ensnared in this torment?" The shadow's voice is low and muffled, as if it has not spoken in ages, the words emerging with a certain awkwardness. Yulan slowly turns, an aura of fierce determination replacing her earlier frailty, and with deliberate intensity, she articulates, "Let go. How can you expect me to relinquish my grip? All my attachments were obliterated over a century ago by that scoundrel Yun Xian's blade, and my only hope was ruthlessly extinguished by my master, the undying physician. What remains for me but agony and vengeance, alongside the haunting memories of those bygone days that torment me incessantly?" A chilling wind sweeps through, penetrating to the bone. The figure in black remains impassive, and after a brief silence, it softly replies, "You do as you wish." With that, it vanishes like a specter, leaving behind a cluster of withered flowers. She raises her voice to the heavens, her cries filled with despair. As night deepens, darkness encroaches in the frigid, desolate northern lands, rarely trodden by human feet and perpetually cloaked in frost and mist. It is said that there exists a chasm leading to the realms of rebirth and desolation. This abyss, vast and unfathomable, remains shrouded in mystery, known only to those who have reached a certain level of cultivation, allowing them a glimpse within or the ability to traverse its depths. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away, amidst swirling clouds, two statues emerge, one male and one female. The man exudes an extraordinary demeanor, while the woman is strikingly beautiful. Despite being made of stone, one can discern a palpable sense of helplessness and regret etched upon their features. Curiously, both figures kneel, their backs turned to the abyss, as if facing the entirety of the realm of the living, the passage of time lost to oblivion. At this moment, a figure clad in a dark green robe steps forth. exuding an ethereal grace, none other than He Nuo's childhood mentor, Taoist Pu Qin. His gaze fixates upon the two statues for an extended period, culminating in a deep sigh, steeped in wistfulness and tinged with a hint of sorrow. 30 miles from Kewer Garden, He Nuo and He Xueman arrived at an abandoned post station, hoping to wait for the rain to subside before continuing their journey. Strangely enough, this vast station was occupied by only the two of them at that moment. Perhaps it was due to its remote location, as only a handful of travelers had passed by, and not far from the station stood a pavilion, where lightning flashed across the sky. Despite the torrential downpour, the three characters' Shirley Pavilion remained visible, yet, much like the station, it was devoid of any occupants. Suddenly, the atmosphere grew oppressive, and even somewhat eerie as thunder rumbled ominously. The wind and rain lashed about, and the world around them was cloaked in darkness. Xueman instinctively moved closer to Yinuo, who drew forth a crescent-shaped artifact. Despite the thick layer of rust encasing it, a silver glow emanated, illuminating the area for several yards. Just then, a bolt of lightning shattered the sky, revealing what seemed to be countless eyes lurking in the shadows, closely watching them. Accompanying the rumble of thunder was the sound of relentless footsteps, weaving through the chaos of wind and rain. Chapter 19. The kill. In the next moment, a sudden change occurred. From the depths of darkness ahead came a sound akin to the tearing of space. He Nuo furrowed his brow and warned Xueman, "Be cautious." The wind and rain appeared to intensify, mocking the world around them. Xueman, too, bore a tense expression, readying the blue satin at her waist as they faced the imminent threat from the darkened depths. Another blinding flash of lightning illuminated the scene, sending a chill through their hearts. In the brief moment of illumination, they could distinctly see three figures drawing closer, with the station at their backs. Retreat was no longer an option. They could only brace themselves for battle. As the wind began to subside and the rain lightened, the three figures closed to within 3 yards. As they approached, their features became clearer. The leader, wielding a wolf-toothed club as an artifact, bore a grave countenance and a fierce glint in his eyes. Most strikingly, his left arm was conspicuously absent, suggesting he had lost an arm in some past encounter. The two figures flanking him were of differing heights, both displaying a demeanor of respect. "You juniors of Wangyue sect, today this place shall be your burial ground. If you are wise, surrender willingly, and your monkey lord may grant you a complete corpse. Otherwise," the one-armed man spoke, his voice dripping with murderous intent and deep-seated hatred. "Humph, you can forget about us surrendering without a fight." Xueman, though faced with formidable foes, refused to yield, her blue satin surging to several yards in size. Simultaneously, Yinuo's crescent artifact surged with increased spiritual power, its brilliance undiminished despite the layer of rust. The one-armed man furrowed his brow slightly. The wolf-toothed club in his right hand seemed to stir with a life of its own. But he quickly steadied himself, bellowing, "Then I shall grant you your wish." With that, he charged directly at Yinuo, while the two others surged toward He Xueman. In terms of cultivation, Yinuo was slightly inferior to He Xueman at that moment. She had reached the realm of spirit refinement, while he had merely attained the pinnacle of spirit induction. However, given that Xueman was a woman and the one-armed man harbored reservations about Yinuo's artifact, he opted to confront Yinuo personally. Soon, the once quiet night transformed into a battleground, the remnants of celestial artifacts intertwining in the air, while nearby trees succumbed to the fury of their clash. In the deeper shadows, it seemed as though unseen eyes were quietly observing the unfolding chaos. He Xueman faced two adversaries without exhibiting any signs of defeat. Instead, she wielded her blue satin with agility, her figure flickering and weaving like a woodland sprite, leaving her opponents unable to land even a single blow. In contrast, Yinuo found himself in a somewhat arduous predicament, as the disparity in cultivation levels between the two opponents was significant. Yet, despite this considerable difference, the one with the severed arm found it impossible to secure a decisive victory in a single strike. Perplexed and astonished, pondering how this could be. How could someone with a cultivation level of spirit summoning exhibit such peculiar prowess? Not only he, but even Yinuo himself felt a flicker of doubt. Deep within, he sensed an inexplicable feeling that while the opponent's cultivation was indeed superior, it seemed flawed and incomplete. He harbored the notion that if their levels were equal, he could effortlessly vanquish the foe. However, there was no time for contemplation. The one with the severed arm, perceiving the anomaly, resolved to end the conflict swiftly to avert any unforeseen complications. Xueman, witnessing her brother's plight, wished to assist but was ensnared by the other two adversaries. Unable to extricate herself with ease, she could distinctly sense the overwhelming aura of destruction emanating from the man before her. With a determined bite of her lip, she formed hand seals, and the ethereal blue satin suddenly expanded, exuding an overwhelming presence that ensnared the two adversaries within its grasp. Seizing this fleeting moment, He Xueman rushed to her brother's side. Before them, a radiance blazed forth. The spiked club transformed into a multitude, its size swelling significantly, now hovering ominously around the one with the severed arm, turning the night into a semblance of day. Under normal circumstances, this would invoke a sense of dread, but although Yinuo managed to evade external calamities with the aid of the peculiar artifact, he remained ensnared in a perilous situation internally. At this moment, his heart surged with turmoil, and his eyes were tinged with crimson. A formidable force of the crossing spirit realm's Tao surged towards him, penetrating deep into his very core, threatening to rend his body asunder. Yet, in this critical instant, the power he had cultivated retaliated fiercely, employing the might of the great perfection of the spirit realm to counter this onslaught. The disparity in their levels weighed heavily upon Yinuo's heart, as he felt an overwhelming sense of life and death urgency. With a sudden gasp, he expelled a copious amount of fresh blood. In this moment of desperation, he summoned forth all his foundational Tao powers, those he had secretly cultivated under the cover of night, which intertwined and devoured one another, coalescing into a final bastion of strength. Bolstered by the stone upon his chest, tension gripped Yinuo's heart, yet there lingered a faint glimmer of hope, as if he sensed that something remarkable was on the brink of unfolding. The seemingly insurmountable Tao power now stood evenly matched, successfully intercepted, and a small portion was even absorbed, gradually dissipating within him. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. The wind howled and the heavens shifted in hue. And from the darkness came a faint exclamation, echoing from multiple directions. Years prior, upon discovering the stone upon his chest had an influence on his temperament, Yinuo had strived to suppress the violent and bloodthirsty aura that threatened to erupt. However, with the passage of time, its effects had inevitably manifested. He Xueman gazed at her brother, who now advanced slowly and appeared somewhat unfamiliar, her heart swelling with concern as she called out, "Brother, what is wrong?" "It is I, He Xueman." The man with the severed arm seemed to sense the unusual atmosphere as well. Ordinarily, when encountering individuals of lower cultivation, he would remain unperturbed regardless of their antics. Yet today's events eluded his understanding, and the Tao powers and artifacts at play left him feeling uneasy. After a moment's contemplation, he decisively instructed the two individuals present, "We must leave." Just as he moved, a slow, deliberate sound of footsteps resonated from behind, followed by a scornful remark, "You can't even handle a mere Moonwatch Jr., severed arm monkey. What face do you have left?" The severed arm man's expression shifted slightly, and he promptly responded with respect, "My lord speaks the truth. My subordinates are lacking. But what? Is it that your artifact is too bizarre, or perhaps your cultivation insufficient?" A figure gradually emerged from the shadows, illuminated by the faint glow of an artifact. He possessed a dignified appearance. Youthful yet with an air of weariness and an unmistakable arrogance, he paid no heed to the trio nearby, instead focusing on Yinuo, raising his brow slightly, with a wave of his right hand. A gust of wind erupted, awakening Yinuo from his stupor, who looked around in confusion. He Xueman hurried forward to check on him, and upon confirming his safety, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. Yinuo turned his gaze towards the man before him, and was immediately struck by an overwhelming pressure. The newcomer's cultivation had long surpassed his comprehension, transcending all levels he was familiar with. However, noticing that the man showed no intent to strike, Yinuo felt a sense of ease. Since he had arrived, why not make his presence known? A glimmer of brilliance flashed in the man's eyes, and the words that escaped his lips struck the crowd as rather jarring. However, after a brief pause, to the right of Yinuo, another figure gradually emerged. This individual, possessing an unremarkable appearance with a square jaw and a smile, exuded a sinister aura, yet the aura of power radiating from him was no less formidable than that of the first. This man was none other than He Xueman from the Extermination Hall, whom Yinuo had encountered years ago. Having heard much about the infamous shadow, the reality of their meeting was indeed extraordinary. "I happened to pass by this place, and had no intention of intruding. I sincerely apologize for my presumptuousness," the newcomer said with a smile, revealing no trace of his true intentions. The shadow, who had initially displayed a flicker of brilliance in his gaze, was soon replaced by a fleeting smile. "Brother Oh, you overstate matters. The extermination hall is known for its elusive nature, and its strength ranks among the elite of the younger generation. Just look at these two, he remarked, gesturing towards Yinuo and his companion. At that moment, Yinuo felt a chill run down his spine. Their conversation made it evident that both intended harm towards him, and they were undoubtedly formidable adversaries. Yet, they began to subtly retreat, as if they had already resigned themselves to being at the mercy of their foes. The dialogue between the two was nothing short of grating to Yinuo and He Xueman. As the two men slowly withdrew, meanwhile, the shadow gradually retracted his smile, turning his attention towards them, the air thickening with murderous intent. Yinuo committed their faces to memory, vowing that one day he would exact a bloody revenge upon them. The storm, which had seemed to subside, inexplicably intensified, the winds howling like a low dragon's roar. To Yinuo's ears, the sound was oddly familiar. The expressions of the shadow and He Xueman grew stern, their hearts astonished as they whispered, "It is him." A raucous laughter erupted as a tempest swept through, carrying an overwhelming momentum. Who would have thought the Purgatory Hall would fall so low as to attack a mere junior? Truly disgraceful. At that moment, Yinuo's face lit up. The voice belonged to Senior Feng. A chill emanated from the shadow's eyes. Yet deep within lay a profound trepidation that he merely replied coolly, "Senior Feng, why must you be so evasive?" Suddenly, a whirlwind erupted beside Yinuo, revealing the figure of Senior Feng. He Xueman, hands clasped behind his back, displayed no signs of concern in the face of impending danger. Indeed, the legendary figure who once roamed the Xiantian continent is truly remarkable. But he is no longer comparable to the past. Senior Feng's figure seemed to tremble slightly, as if something had touched upon his innermost being, yet his deep-set gaze remained as tranquil as still water. He raised his head, allowing the rain to drench him, and slowly declared, "You two are unworthy to speak to me in such a manner." He Xueman's expression grew increasingly frosty, yet he too seemed to harbor some caution. With a resigned sigh, he said, "Very well. In consideration of your presence, I shall refrain from involving myself in this matter today. However, the future is long, and we shall meet again." With that, he vanished without a trace. Senior Feng then turned to the shadow and inquired, "And what about you?" In the shadows, a flicker of hesitation seemed to emerge, yet moments later, a hearty laughter erupted. However, anyone could discern the bitterness underlying that laughter. He then proclaimed with resolute clarity that had it been a millennium ago, a mere word from you would have instilled in me a profound dread. Yet, it is well known that the decision you made 8 centuries ago resulted in a significant decline in your powers. Now, we stand on the same level, and I fear you not." Before the shadow, a golden circular halo materialized, resembling a treasured relic of the Buddhist faith, radiating a brilliance that was nothing short of extraordinary. The shadow witnessed this with a fleeting glimmer of respect in his eyes. Subsequently, he let out a thunderous roar, causing the vegetation within 100 feet to be swept away as if caught in a tempest. The golden light surrounding the halo surged dramatically, and the shadow's form suddenly soared into the void, exuding the overwhelming presence of a formidable master of the Xian realm. The figure of Elder Feng became indistinct, yet his voice resonated like a tempestuous gale, echoing through the heavens. Following this, the sound of a dragon's roar filled the air, as if everything around, wind, rain, flora, and stones transformed into a furious dragon, charging forward with an air of sovereign dominance. In the next moment, tumultuous waves crashed upon the shore. An invisible wave of force radiated outward, sending Yinuo and his companion hurtling several feet away despite their attempts to channel their powers. At this moment, the shadow's heart was tumultuous, pondering whether this was truly the Xian realm. Throughout the ages, few have managed to step into the Xian realm, and those who do are invariably formidable beings. Within the Xian realm, there exist subdivisions, Xian Shi, Xian Kong, and Xian Huan, followed by the legendary realm of illusions. Between Xian Kong and Xian Huan lies the enigmatic realm of Su, akin to a dense forest on the vast road of cultivation. If one finds the correct path, passage is effortless. Conversely, one may become lost for a century, a millennium, or even an eternity, a fate not uncommon. Thus, many cultivators hesitate to take that step, and even remaining in the Xian Kong realm is a rare achievement. At this moment, both Elder Feng and the Shadow were powerful masters of the Xian realm, positioned in the mid-stage of Xian Shi. Yet, Elder Feng, in both presence and the might of his Taoist techniques, exerted overwhelming pressure upon the Shadow. Furthermore, Elder Feng, gifted with extraordinary talent, had inadvertently comprehended a unique technique of his own, placing the Shadow at a distinct disadvantage. However, Those who reach such heights possess formidable strength that cannot be underestimated. The shadow raised his left hand, fingers poised, and a flicker of dark light flashed in his eyes. Immediately, the sword's blade emitted golden light like threads, attempting to ensnare the area within 10 feet of elder foam. Simultaneously, the shadow expanded his form into a colossal illusion, restraining the imposing fury of the dragon, momentarily halting his previous decline. Elder Feng's figure remained obscured, yet shortly after, a wine gourd suddenly appeared overhead. Expanding exponentially, crashing down towards the combatants below, with a resounding thud, a massive pit appeared on the ground, while Elder Feng's robe billowed as he retreated 3 feet, exhaling a quiet sigh. The shadow, however, was forced back 10 feet. His form stabilizing, but his countenance was one of utmost distress. Moments later, he spat forth a mouthful of blood, in the depths of shadows. A figure inhaled deeply, casting a glance at the individual before him. His eyes devoid of any lingering desire to engage further in battle. With a resentful grunt, he, accompanied by the one-armed monkey and others, prepared to turn away. However, in that instant, it felt as if all existence had come to a halt. Raindrops suspended in midair, the wind stilled atop the treetops, and everything appeared frozen in time. Even the gaze of individuals ensnared within the confines of this suspended reality. After what seemed like a few breaths, normalcy returned abruptly. Suddenly, an anxious voice pierced the stillness. "Brother, where have you gone?" Upon hearing this, the elder Feng approached Xueman, who was visibly agitated, exclaiming, "Elder, my brother was just here. How could he vanish so suddenly?" The elder Feng, upon hearing her words, furrowed his brow in concern. Meanwhile, not far away, the shadowy figure now displayed an unprecedented depth of apprehension in his eyes, before swiftly ascending and disappearing into the void. To all comrades, may you have a joyous New Year's Eve. May the coming year bring forth even more captivating tales. Chapter 21. The blood pool. The gentle babbling of the stream harmonized with the bright sunshine as Yinuo wandered aimlessly alongside the flowing water. Surrounded by fragrant grass and flowers that invigorated the senses, he took a hearty sip from the stream, instantly feeling a wave of refreshment wash over him. As he surveyed his surroundings, he noticed an old man leisurely fishing not far from the bank. Donned in a raincoat, his hair a cascade of white, seated upon the verdant grass, a jar of wine resting beside him, exuding an air of tranquility that compelled Yinuo to extend a greeting. In the vastness of the universe, where wonders abound, the myriad beings, akin to drifting clouds and insignificant ants, all prostrate themselves. In a world rife with deceit and competition for fame and fortune, it resembles the desperate struggle of trapped beasts. Ensnared in their own webs, time passes swiftly, and through the vicissitudes of life, one reminisces about the past and sighs at the present, yearning for immortality, only to fade away in obscurity before Yinuo could approach. He heard the old man speak in a leisurely tone, his voice resounding with vigor and clarity, leaving listeners with an undeniable sense of grandeur and an expansive heart, a feeling of gazing down upon the multitude of existence. At the ends of the earth, along ancient, desolate paths, it seemed that all one sought in life was merely this. With 80,000 miles of sky and sea, amidst the throngs of life, one could savor the delights of existence in their entirety. The old man continued to fish, while the jar of wine drifted towards Yinuo, who took a sip, immediately overwhelmed by the rich aroma of the wine, inducing a wave of drowsiness, blurring his vision. A dizzying sensation enveloped him, as if awakening from a profound dream. The stench of blood surged forth like a tidal wave, almost inducing nausea. In a daze, Yinuo awoke from his slumber, only to find himself lying within a dimly lit stone chamber. Surrounding the stone walls, every few paces flickered a pale blue flame, and in the feeble glow, Yinuo discerned a vast pool of water not far ahead, from which the intense odor of blood emanated. As he approached for a closer look, a chill raced down his spine, and a wave of nausea surged within him. What lay before him was not water, but a pool of blood, reminiscent of the infernal depths of the underworld. It was unfathomable how many lives must have been sacrificed to fill such a colossal pool of blood. How did you come to master the true arts of both realms simultaneously? A sudden voice erupted from behind Yinuo, jarring in the eerie environment. He turned, and was instantly entranced, for the figure before him seemed to embody both the essence of hell and that of the mortal realm. The towering figure's right half seemed eternally shrouded in darkness, with only the hollow, crimson eyes and the totemic mark on his face, resembling a flash of lightning, exuding a presence more terrifying than the shadows themselves. The left side of his body appeared ordinary, yet the hollow, crimson eyes and the lightning totem remained strikingly prominent. Moreover, what sent chills down He Xueman's spine was the peculiar sensation emanating from this individual. At one moment, he appeared as an unremarkable person devoid of any trace of spiritual energy, and the next, he suddenly radiated an overwhelmingly fearsome pressure. He Xueman was uncertain of what the legendary ancient realm truly entailed. But one thing he could ascertain was that comparing the two from that day to this being was akin to comparing a mustard seed to Mount Meru. Entirely incomparable. What is this dual realm technique? I have never heard of it. He Xueman steadied his mind, perplexed by the mention of the dual realm technique, yet suddenly pondered whether the cultivation method imparted to him by Pu Qin was, in fact, the true art of the afterlife realm. Where, then, did Pu Qin originate? He Xueman suddenly felt his entire body convulse, as if enduring the agony of dismemberment, and his form began to slowly levitate into the air. Moments later, the fearsome individual before him suddenly had his eyes blaze with crimson light, a visible smirk curling at the corner of his mouth, as he emitted a low, rumbling laughter. Ha ha, Tian Su. I never expected there would be such a person after you. With that, a tempest arose beside him, casting He Xueman into the blood pool. He Xueman felt utterly humiliated at that moment, powerless to resist, resigned to the whims of another. However, he also sensed that the individual before him harbored no intention of killing him, which was the only source of solace he found at that moment. Yet, submerged in the blood that reached over his head, the sensation was nearly nauseating. The discomfort was immeasurable. Before He Xueman could regain his composure, the changes within the blood pool sent shivers through him. As the crimson liquid transformed into countless strands, ensnaring his entire being and forcefully dragging him into the depths of the sanguine waters. Moments later, He Xueman felt the tendrils of blood slowly infiltrating his body. And then he lost consciousness. With the path leading into illusion, time and space twisted, and He Xueman's form plummeted into the vortex of time and space, simultaneously, as dawn broke, in the vast expanse of the 10,000 great mountains. Two figures suddenly materialized beside a towering ancient tree. My lord, rest assured, I will carry out your instructions without fail. The speaker was none other than the one-armed monkey who had intercepted He Xueman that day. And the figure before him was also familiar, Oxiang, one of the formidable beings of the Xianjing realm from that day. At this moment, he nodded with satisfaction, admonishing, this matter is of utmost importance. It will undoubtedly be fraught with challenges. You must exercise utmost caution and avoid revealing your identity. Yes, my lord. With that, the one-armed monkey took to the skies. As the wind blew, it seemed to stir the wheel of time, and Oxiang wore a look of bewilderment. His usual indifference overshadowed by weariness and the weight of the years that I in the realm of purgatory, one of the four great sects of the Xianxian continent. Its inner strength is formidable, and the location of its main altar remains unknown to all. At this moment, the shadow stands shoulder to shoulder with a figure entirely enveloped in a purple robe. Before them lies a circular object, a pale lavender hue, approximately 3 feet in diameter. The compass is adorned with a star map array and encircled by totems representing 20 different spirit beasts, all of which point towards a central beam of light. This light appears both real and illusory, swirling with the essence of a starry river, shifting with the passage of time, clearly indicating it is no ordinary object. According to the words of the one-armed monkey, the inconspicuous moon watcher possesses a mere summoning technique, yet wields power that even those in the spirit refining realm cannot contend with, a matter that seems rather peculiar. The shadow gazes at the compass, feeling a flicker of doubt. Pray, elaborate further. The voice of the purple-clad figure croaks, reminiscent of a ghostly whisper. The shadow maintains a stoic expression, yet furrows his brow slightly. Sorcerer, have you ever heard of any artifact shaped like a crescent moon, encrusted with rust, that could withstand the might of a crossing spirit realm technique in the hands of a novice barely mastering the use of magical tools? The purple-robed figure does not respond immediately, but the glimmer in their eyes betrays a flicker of intrigue. The shadow turns, his curiosity deepening that I once employed a forceful sweep to probe its technique. And to my astonishment, I discerned a subtle pulling power within it. As he utters the last 4 words, the purple-robed figure suddenly pivots to face the shadow, their gaze inscrutable and profound. Might you bring this individual here? They intone gravely. The shadow's brow furrows slightly, yet after a brief moment, he replies with a smile, let us speak of this another time. If I may be so bold as to inquire, sorcerer, what progress have you made concerning the ancient scroll of creation? The sorcerer turns, their emotions unreadable. The spiritual compass has been reactivated. Thus the ancient scroll can be sought. They declare before striding towards the compass, I in the realm of rebirth, the most powerful of the three true realms. The sun is high at noon. Nearby, a small village emits wisps of smoke from its chimneys. The area is modest, home to merely 20 households, where the faint sounds of children's laughter can be heard. The entire village exudes an aura of tranquility, yet an incongruity lies in the half-mile distance where a broken bridge stands at that moment. A severe distortion of space manifests 10 paces away. As a force transcending time and space emerges, seemingly overturning reality, moments later, Yinuo's figure descends from the vortex of time and space. He surveys his surroundings, finding no abnormalities. As if awakening from a profound dream, his last memories linger in a pool of blood, after which everything fades from recollection. That he glances around, brow furrowed. Apart from the broken bridge and the distant village, there is naught else. He racks his brain, but cannot recall having heard of this place. After signing the contract for this book, I extend my gratitude for everyone's support. Chapter 22. The Realm of Rebirth. At this juncture, the sound of hooves echoes from the west. Yinuo strides forward, parting the grass to reveal a narrow path, where travelers, in small groups, don attire far more splendid and vibrant than what he is accustomed to. Without further thought, Yinuo approaches an elderly man in his 70s and inquires, Greetings, venerable elder. I seem to have lost my way. Could you kindly inform me of this place? The elderly man pondered for a moment, shaking his head and glancing at the few individuals beside him. Seemingly unaware as well, Yinuo felt a tinge of disappointment. However, he quickly reconsidered that perhaps, regardless of where he was, as long as he flew eastward, he would draw ever closer to Wangwei's sect. And in due time, he would surely gather the information he sought. After expressing his gratitude to the old man, he took to the skies. Time slipped away unnoticed as Yinuo soared through the air. Eventually, he observed the sun setting in the west, casting a solitary silhouette upon him. Growing weary from his flight, he descended to rest at a spot approximately 2 or 3 miles from the town, where the distant clamor faded into a mere whisper. With a sigh, Yinuo reclined on the ground, casually plucking a wild blade of grass to chew. Above him, the heavens shifted and stars rotated. Memories from many years past began to surface, and the enchanting figure clad in a pale purple dress lingered in his thoughts, her sorrowful eyes reflecting an unknown shadow. Later, Mu Bingyu discerned his sentiments and, unable to bear witnessing his unyielding devotion, chose to spare others from false hopes. She candidly revealed her feelings, confessing that her heart had long been claimed by another, though that person was far removed. She remained steadfast in her wait, believing that one day they would reunite. In that moment, Yinuo gazed at the night sky, murmuring, What manner of person is he that renders you so enamored? Is it akin to the way I yearn for you? Upon this thought, a wave of despondency washed over Yinuo, sapping his spirit. Overcome by fatigue, he discarded the blade of grass, yawned, and slowly closed his eyes. At that moment, the old man, who had been fishing silently, suddenly spoke, transformed thought into the Tao, enter illusion through the Tao, and traverse time and space. Welcome to the realm of rebirth. I have awaited your arrival for quite some time. Yinuo was taken aback, quickly inquiring, What, is this truly the realm of rebirth? Are you saying I have arrived here? The old man remained silent, merely emitting a faint chuckle, realizing the gravity of the situation. Yinuo pressed, May I ask, esteemed elder, if this is indeed the realm of rebirth, how did I come to be here? The old man's laughter ceased, a hint of melancholy lacing his words. Time is short. I shall await you. Just as Yinuo was about to ask further, an unexpected change enveloped the sky. The once gentle heavens were suddenly pierced by swirling clouds of black mist, and the once bright surroundings dimmed significantly. Yet before Yinuo could contemplate the unsettling transformation, 3 enormous skulls gradually emerged from the mist above, as if they had devoured all darkness. Their hollow eyes glowing red like the fires of hell. Yinuo instinctively gasped, recognizing the scene from fragmented nightmares of years past, feeling his heartbeat echo in his ears as he instinctively took 2 steps back. Meanwhile, the elderly man, who had been seated, began to rise slowly, his white hair billowing in the wind. He lifted his gaze to the heavens and, with a deep and resonant voice, intoned, Desolate God, annihilate the 8 realms. As his words echoed, the very fabric of reality seemed to warp, and the last image etched in Yinuo's mind was that of the 3 colossal skulls shattering into fragments. Yinuo jolted awake from his dreams, gasping for breath. At that moment, the crescent-shaped artifact on his body unexpectedly materialized, hovering above him and emitting a soft silvery light that a faint, refreshing aura emanated from it. Seemingly soothing Yinuo, he brushed off the dust from his clothes and prepared to set off under the cover of night. But just as he was about to move, he heard unusual sounds coming from the nearby forest. Yinuo quietly approached to investigate. As he drew nearer, illuminated by the moonlight, he discerned 3 figures within the woods, 1 woman and 2 men. The 2 men, wielding artifacts, slowly advanced toward the woman, who cautiously retreated, clearly indicating the precarious situation. However, Yinuo thought to himself that since these individuals were practitioners of the mystical arts, they must be aware of their surroundings, considering the circumstances. He chose not to reveal himself just yet. Opting to observe the unfolding events, the woman, caught in the interplay of moonlight and the glow of the artifacts, displayed a hint of anxiety on her face, though it could not conceal her exquisite beauty that subtly shone through. Dressed in a flowing white gown, she exuded a captivating grace, her long hair cascading down to her waist, gently swaying in the evening breeze. Humph! After searching for so long, I finally found you, this time. Come along quietly, lest you suffer the consequences, the leader of the men declared as he moved forward slowly, his voice laced with anger. Humph! Blame yourself for this predicament, but now you are alone, and your status as a spirit maiden is of no consequence. However, since you insist, I would like to see how defiant you remain. Another man stepped forward, a lewd grin spread across his face. Upon hearing this, the woman seemed taken aback and nervously stammered, "What do you want from me? If you dare to lay a finger on me, I will bite my tongue and die, ensuring you will never uncover the secret of the Xuanjia." The second man, after a moment's contemplation, revealed a lascivious smile and boisterously laughed. "Indeed, brother, you speak wisely. My dear. Tonight you shall see how I can make you feel pleasurable." As he spoke, he quickened his pace toward her. The woman, glancing at the 2 men while retreating, stuttered, "What do you want? Don't come any closer, or I will scream for help." The man displayed a triumphant expression and loudly responded, "Go ahead, scream all you want. Even if you cried out to the heavens, no one would come to your aid." As she backed away, her attention solely focused on the 2 men, she inadvertently tripped and fell to the ground. The 2 men, overjoyed at the opportunity, rushed forward. The woman, panic-stricken, cried out, "Help! Help! Whoever saves me, I will." Before she could finish, a sudden dragon's roar erupted nearby, causing both men to change color in shock. They immediately halted, drawing their artifacts to face the new threat, but as they steadied themselves, they were suddenly engulfed by a powerful gust carrying fragments of grass and stones. Their figures were swiftly swallowed, shooting upward into the air. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. After 10 breaths, the 2 men plummeted to the ground, each spitting out a mouthful of blood. Moments later, Yinuo's figure descended slowly, surrounded by the crescent artifact, which emitted a faint glow. One of the men looked at Yinuo, his eyes filled with surprise and trepidation, muttering, "Spirit summoning realm. What a strange technique. We must retreat." With that, the 2 men fled in a disheveled manner. Yinuo had been observing from the side, discerning that these 2 individuals possessed peak cultivation in spirit summoning. However, bolstered by his recent battle with the severed arm monkey, his confidence had significantly grown. Coupled with his extraordinary magical artifact and his innate prowess, the 2 were caught off guard and suffered considerable losses. Chapter 23. Xianhai Yinuo turned to her, and the woman had already risen, brushing the dust from her dress. Upon noticing Yinuo's gaze, her cheeks flushed slightly, and she playfully chided, "What are you staring at? Haven't you ever seen a beauty before?" Yet, Yinuo chose to ignore her teasing and instead smiled, inquiring, "What was it you said earlier? How would you express gratitude to someone who saved you?" The woman paused, her face reddening further, but then cleared her throat twice, feigning composure as she replied, "What do you mean by that? Of course, if someone saves me, I will thank him. What are you men always thinking about?" Yinuo was momentarily taken aback, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation. Rendered speechless, the woman gazed at him, and suddenly her smile blossomed like a flower, her bright eyes sparkling with mischief. After a brief moment, she said, "Just teasing you. Nevertheless, I truly appreciate your life-saving grace. In the days to come, I, Meng Rue, will surely repay this kindness." "Meng Rue?" Yinuo murmured softly to himself before replying, "I am Yinuo, and I wish to inquire. Who asked for your name?" Meng Rue interjected with a light scoff, casting him a sidelong glance. "Years ago, someone whispered to you, and now, years later, who is it that stands by your side?" In a daze, Yinuo unexpectedly reached out to caress Meng Rue's cheek. "What are you doing?" she exclaimed, noticing the deep bite marks on his hand, her voice laced with irritation. "Ha! What do you want from me? You ought to consider your own actions, Meng Rue retorted, hands on her hips, her temper flaring. Then, as if scrutinizing Yinuo anew, she added, You do have quite a handsome appearance today as she spoke. It seems she had an epiphany, pointing at Yinuo with a stammer. You don't mean that you saved me just for yourself, do you? The more she contemplated, the more alarming the thought became. She conjured a jade orb from her left hand, brandishing it towards Yinuo. Do you see this? This orb is a protective artifact bestowed upon me by my master in the Xian realm. If you come any closer, you shall bear the consequences. Initially, Yinuo felt a pang of guilt for his impulsive action, but upon hearing her words, the guilt dissipated, replaced by a bemusement at her adorably comical demeanor. With a dismissive wave, he replied, Oh please, if you were truly capable, you wouldn't have been there wailing moments ago that if you wish to express your gratitude, I have a matter to discuss. Yinuo's expression turned serious as he slowly stated, Is this not the realm of reincarnation? At his words, Meng Rue was momentarily taken aback, gazing at him with a hint of confusion. Have you lost your mind? What else could this place be if not the realm of reincarnation? You were truly peculiar. Though he had prepared himself for this revelation, disbelief still washed over him as he muttered to himself, Could it be that I have truly arrived in the realm of reincarnation? How did I end up here? Meng Rue gazed at the man before her, who stood as if rooted to the spot, and waved her hand in front of his eyes in a soft, teasing voice. She said, Hey, what are you thinking about? I must take my leave now, but I must express my gratitude for your timely rescue tonight if fate allows. I shall certainly repay you in the future. After uttering these words, she observed his indifferent demeanor, which inexplicably stirred a wave of anger within her. She stamped her foot in frustration and turned to walk away. Yinuo suddenly had an epiphany. Noticing her distance increasing, he hurriedly pursued her. The forest floor was littered with vines, and as Yinuo rushed forward, he stumbled over a branch, nearly falling into Meng Rue. Panic surged through him, and he broke into a sweat. Meng Rue turned around, her impatience evident as she remarked, What do you want now? But her words trailed off, leaving an unvoiced question hanging in the air. Due to Yinuo's earlier misstep, they now stood perilously close. Their lips mere inches apart. A faint, enchanting fragrance wafted from Meng Rue, momentarily clouding Yinuo's thoughts and igniting an unnameable impulse within him. Meng Rue slightly raised her head, a blush gracing her cheeks. As they locked eyes, their reflections mirrored in each other's gaze. Time seemed to freeze, leaving only their hearts, beating rapidly in unison, as if suspending the world around them. Feeling a sudden vulnerability, Yinuo took a step back and softly asked, May I accompany you? I am unsure how I ended up in this place. Yinuo hadn't anticipated voicing such a thought, yet he felt compelled to follow her. Considering his current predicament had already reached a nadir, it could scarcely worsen. Thus, he resolved to pursue her as they journeyed. Yinuo sensed an air of awkwardness enveloping them, the silence between them growing increasingly uncomfortable. They traversed the skies for about 3 or 4 hours. And as dawn broke, the sun's rays filtered through the clouds, casting a gentle glow. Stealing a glance at the girl beside him, he beheld her beauty for the first time. Her skin was as fair as snow, strikingly elegant, and her waist-length hair danced gracefully with her flowing white gown in the morning breeze. Feeling Yinuo's gaze, Meng Rue turned her head, their eyes meeting for a fleeting moment before she looked away again. Perhaps it was the dawn's light that lent her cheeks a delicate flush. Meng Rue, may I ask why you were pursued last night? If you have any troubles, feel free to share. Perhaps I can be of assistance. Yinuo hesitated momentarily before finally speaking. Meng Rue cast a glance in his direction and replied languidly, Oh, you were such a busybody. Pointing ahead, she continued, Look, that is where I am headed. You will soon understand the reason. Following her gesture, Yinuo beheld the daunting cliffs rising steeply in the distance, stretching endlessly for miles. Beyond, the vast ocean lay beneath the cliffs, its waves crashing rhythmically, a distant sound echoing in the air. In an instant, a thick mist enveloped the horizon, as if the very sky were pressing down upon them. A chill swept through, creating a sense of oppression. They descended to the ground, now only a few miles from the cliffs, where the landscape was scattered with patches of weeds and sparse trees, interspersed with massive boulders sunken into the earth. Yinuo had initially intended to inquire about Meng Rue's purpose for being here, but he observed her pacing back and forth, glancing around as if searching for something. A sense of curiosity stirred within him, prompting him to approach and ask, What are you looking for? Allow me to assist you in your search. However, scarcely had the words left his lips when Meng Rue pointed towards a pile of rubble ahead, exclaiming joyfully, "Ah, I've found it," with a playful lift of her brow and a smirk upon her lips. She regarded He Xueman with a sense of triumph. Following the direction of her finger, He Xueman peered at the scattered stones, noticing no significant anomaly. They varied in size and lay haphazardly. He stepped closer, observing intently, and after a moment, he exclaimed, "Doesn't the arrangement of these stones resemble a turtle?" Meng Rue approached him, teasingly remarking, "Oh, my little follower is not as dim-witted as I thought. This is precisely what I was searching for." Yet, she added with a hint of seriousness, "Let me remind you once more, following me may endanger your life. You still have time to reconsider." He Xueman gazed at Meng Rue, a smile gracing his features as he replied, "If you are unafraid, why should I be? Besides, your cultivation is rather low. Perhaps I might even protect you." Taken aback, Meng Rue turned away without further inquiry. Extending her left hand to conjure the ancient jade orb, the once somber sky now appeared even darker as dense mist above the Xianhai transformed into ominous black clouds. The winds seemed to intensify, howling as if intermingled with the roars of a great beast, reminiscent of a dragon's lament. Meng Rue softly intoned a spell, and the jade orb, as if summoned, began to float gracefully into the air. Moments later, it radiated a brilliant emerald light, while innumerable ancient Sanskrit characters streamed forth, descending upon the turtle-shaped stone below. As the characters made contact, the stone emitted a dazzling white light, projecting a beam that soared over 10 feet into the sky. Simultaneously, upon the cliffs of Xianhai, numerous figures materialized, among them a striking individual clad in resplendent attire, exuding an air of authority as he stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing out over the sea with an expression tinged with arrogance. Beside him stood a mysterious figure in gray robes, holding a compass, its surface marked with 12 spirit beasts, as the celestial bodies shifted and twinkled above. On the opposite side stood a middle-aged man, his demeanor composed and his gaze profound, reflecting a hint of worldly weariness. Chapter 24. The cataclysm of Yang. Behind these three stood over 1,000 individuals, each devoid of vitality, resembling lifeless puppets. The leader, upon hearing their discourse, burst into hearty laughter, clearly pleased. After a moment, his laughter subsided, and he turned to the figure beside him, a glint of brilliance in his eyes as he spoke respectfully. "With your esteemed guidance, my young master shall indeed soar to new heights. I assure you, I will not neglect you to at this moment." The distant sky seemed to darken further. He, where are you?" Meng Rue's voice echoed from the shadows, and soon, a glowing ancient orb of emerald light began to ascend, illuminating the surroundings significantly. "He Xueman, I am here," came his voice from behind her. As they reunited, they began to survey their environment. "Meng Rue, what is this place? It feels akin to a cavern," He Xueman remarked, taking in the illuminated surroundings. Meng Rue seemed to be searching for a direction to walk, all the while stating that this was an underground cavern, reputedly the hidden abode of the mysterious tortoise. The two had walked for approximately half an hour when they suddenly noticed a faint red glow flickering upon the stone walls of the surrounding passage. After observing for a while, they could not ascertain the source of the luminous sheen. However, the emergence of the red light had undeniably brightened the entire corridor. He Xueman gazed at the passage before him, recalling the stone wall corridor he had traversed years ago beneath the curtain waterfall. At this moment, it appeared remarkably similar, save for the differing hues of light, and even the familiar sensation in his heart seemed strikingly alike. As He Xueman pondered this, he was abruptly alerted by Meng Rue's anxious whisper. "He Xueman, quickly look above the stone wall passage." "What is that? It feels as if it's not moving." Following her pointing finger, He Xueman gazed upward, and to his astonishment, he indeed perceived something writhing. That he cautiously advanced a few steps, illuminated by the red glow of the stone wall, and instantly inhaled sharply. He discovered that what he beheld were enormous rats, glowing with an eerie red light, equipped with whiskers and tails, each measuring over 10 feet in length, their eyes emitting a chilling crimson gleam, akin to harbingers of death from the depths of hell. He Xueman slowly retreated to Meng Rue's side and softly reassured her, "It's nothing to worry about, merely a few rats." Yet, the moment he uttered these words, Meng Rue let out a startled gasp. Clinging tightly to He Xueman, her voice trembling as she implored, "You must drive them away, quickly." Taken aback by her sudden embrace, He Xueman soon regained his composure and smiled gently, attempting to soothe her. "It's all right. Don't be afraid. I'll chase them away right now. It's just a few. However, before he could finish his sentence, his words faltered. Mengrue's earlier exclamation had triggered a startling transformation. The stone walls surrounding them began to undulate, revealing not just a few, but hundreds, thousands, even tens of thousands of rats, all crawling toward the two of them. Yinuo, what is happening? Speak to me. Mengrue, nestled in his embrace, spoke with palpable anxiety. It's nothing. It's nothing. Those few rats are slowly dispersing. They will be out of sight shortly. As he spoke, his own voice dwindled, overtaken by the rapid pounding of his heart. Don't try to deceive me, is it? With that, Mengrue began to weep softly in Yinuo's arms. Yinuo had never encountered such bizarre creatures, nor even heard of them. And at that moment, the urgency of the situation rendered further contemplation futile. The crescent-shaped talisman materialized before him in an instant. The silver radiance emanating from the talisman contrasted starkly with the red hue upon the stone walls. One cold and the other warm. From the moment Yinuo summoned the talisman, he sensed an overwhelming exhilaration emanating from it, as if it were facing a formidable foe or reuniting with an old friend after many years. Emitting low, melodic hums as its brilliance seemed poised to break free. However, with the summoning of the crescent artifact, all the crimson blazing rats momentarily halted, seemingly engulfed in confusion. Yet, in the next instant, millions of these fiery rodents retreated with the swiftness of a tide. As if they had encountered something they profoundly feared. Yinuo, equally perplexed, felt an overwhelming sense of relief wash over him, only to inadvertently discover that his palms and back were drenched in cold sweat. It's all right now. I have driven those creatures away, he said, loosening his grip on Mengrue. A few strands of her hair, dampened by tears, clung to her cheek, lending her an unexpected allure on the cliff. A group continued to wait, with He Xueman frowning slightly, displaying signs of impatience, yet suppressing his agitation. He turned to the sorcerer beside him and inquired, Sorcerer, when will this mysterious turtle emerge? If we delay further, unforeseen events may transpire, the gray-clad sorcerer replied in a calm, hoarse voice. According to the spirit hunting disc, it will require several more days. The flicker of anger passed across He Xueman's face, but just then, a voice from beside him interjected, Do not fret, He Xueman. This place has been secured by my enchantments. No one will notice any disturbances here for the next few days. Upon hearing this, He Xueman's expression softened, and he laughed heartily. Excellent, excellent. Truly worthy of my celestial lineage. Ha ha. The elder beside him furrowed his brow slightly, yet ultimately chose to gaze quietly into the distance. The winds over the Xianhai Sea seemed to intensify, waves crashing relentlessly against the cliffs, while dark clouds gathered ominously in the sky, rendering the world below seemingly insignificant. Suddenly, the gray sorcerer emitted a soft gasp. He Xueman noticed and promptly inquired, Sorcerer, what is it? The sorcerer glanced at the spirit-hunting disc in his hand, then peered into the distance. A glimmer of brilliance flickered in his hidden eyes beneath the gray robe. It appears there is not only the mysterious turtle but also another creature of equal stature. A magical beast, He Xueman exclaimed in astonishment. You mean, what a remarkable coincidence. Meanwhile, Yinuo and Mengrue traversed the passage within the underground cavern, arriving at a remarkably expansive area. Along the way, they encountered a peculiar phenomenon. The deeper they ventured, the hotter it became. Mengrue surveyed their surroundings, and after a moment of searching, expressed her disappointment. It seems this is not the place. It is said that there should be a Xuanxiang stone armor here. But as Mengrue's words trailed off, she noticed Yinuo's oddly perplexed expression and approached him, asking, Yinuo, what is the matter? Yinuo appeared startled, gazing at the floating crescent artifact before him, and replied with confusion. I do not know. It is just that this artifact seems inexplicably excited since we entered the cavern, and I too feel an indescribable sensation. Following the direction indicated by the artifact, the two walked approximately half a mile, only to discover that the temperature within the space escalated with each step, as though the heat emanated from a particular point ahead. Moments later, they both came to a halt, for before them stood a colossal cauldron, atop which roared a blazing fire, its intense crimson glow reaching skyward, reminiscent of a raging fire dragon. Even from a distance, they could feel waves of heat crashing towards them. Yinuo, look, there seems to be writing on the cauldron. Mengrue's face was slightly flushed by the firelight. Yinuo advanced 2 zhang, and immediately felt a dramatic rise in temperature, as if he could already detect the acrid scent of singed eyebrows and hair. Peering closely, he noticed that the ancient cauldron before him bore the inscription, Jiang, in archaic seal script, and at that very moment, he sensed that his crescent-shaped artifact was subtly trembling, softly humming, as if bound by an eternal and unbreakable connection. Amidst the flames, Yinuo faintly discerned an object floating within the flickering tongues of fire, entirely crimson in hue, and its shape strikingly resembled that of a crescent moon. Yinuo gazed at it, feeling an inexplicable familiarity, murmuring to himself, Bingyu. During the fateful encounter at the Curtain Waterfall Pool, he had witnessed Mu Bingyu summon this very artifact, and at that time, he had experienced a strange sense of recognition. Yet, he pondered, what could be the nature of this connection? Yinuo retreated to Zhang and inquired of Meng Rue, is this what you seek? Meng Rue, with a puzzled expression, shook her head and after a moment's contemplation, replied, however, I believe I have heard my master mention it before. It is said that, just as Meng Rue spoke, a thunderous roar resonated throughout the cave, reverberating ominously in the enclosed space. Chapter 25. At the pinnacle of the dragon turtle. In a state of alarm, Yinuo and his companions steeled themselves for what lay ahead. Boom, 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 the sound of colossal footsteps, akin to stone pillars crashing against the ground, drew nearer, leaving their minds blank as they huddled closely together. A deafening roar accompanied the approach of an enormous and bizarre beast, which halted Zhang before them. Its limbs resembled colossal columns. Wings sprouted from its back, and its massive head gleamed with an ancient solar hue, its gigantic eyes fixed intently upon the pair. Most peculiar of all was the grand sun totem emblazoned upon its forehead. Yinuo observed it, finding it strikingly reminiscent of the monstrous creature he had encountered beneath the Curtain Waterfall years ago. The beast now huffed heavily, seemingly agitated, its enormous eyes glimmering red in the firelight. Yinuo grasped Meng Rue's hand tightly, signaling her to retreat slowly. Yet the beast's gaze clung to them like a parasite, sending shivers down their spines as they wondered how they had attracted such a creature. Especially within this inescapable cave. Yinuo, there is a small cave behind us, just about a person's height. We should slowly back into it, Meng Rue whispered urgently. Yinuo sensed Meng Rue's rising tension, the crescent artifact before him shimmering with silvery light. All right, you back away slowly, and I will draw the beast's attention. But before he could finish, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The beast seemed to have been provoked anew, letting out a furious roar that echoed throughout the wilderness. In the next instant, it charged toward them with terrifying speed. Startled, they realized the beast's momentum was as swift as a bolt of lightning. In a split second, Yinuo pushed Meng Rue aside, summoning all his strength to erect a barrier of energy, a zhang in front of him, bolstered by the might of a celestial howl. The next moment, a resounding crash erupted, and amidst Meng Rue's cries of alarm, Yinuo was sent sprawling like a severed kite, hurtling toward the distant stone wall approximately 10 zhang away. With a thud, he collided against it, and immediately afterward, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, unaware of how many bones had been shattered in the process. Disregarding the peril posed by the extraordinary beast, Meng Rue hurriedly approached Yinuo, who at that moment appeared as pale as a blank sheet of paper. She lifted him in alarm, exclaiming, Hey, don't scare me. Wake up, Yinuo. In the distance, the creature's eyes glowed even more fiercely than before. It shook its massive head and let out a thunderous roar. Charging forward once again, Yinuo slowly opened his eyes, gazing at her with labored breaths, urging, Now's the time. Hurry and flee. Meng Rue looked at him, warmth spreading across her face. She grasped his hand, gently closed her eyes, and a faint smile graced her lips on the path of cultivation, treading the road to the heavens. Fate is elusive, and the journey is long. When love runs deep, one may regret the past, finding it laughable that the vast heavens seem as insignificant as ants, driven mad for whom and weeping for whom. 10 strides, 9 strides, 5 strides, 4 strides, slowly. A faint silver light flickered before Yinuo and Meng Rue, forming a barrier. The crescent artifact radiated an unprecedented brilliance. In the next moment, a thunderous sound akin to a celestial roar echoed in their ears. A wave of force surged towards them. Had there not been a wall behind them, they would have been utterly lost. Yet even so, their spirits trembled as if struck by 5 thunders. However, the once mighty creature now found itself halted merely a stride away from them. Suddenly, a series of loud cracking sounds resonated throughout the cavern, sharp yet remarkably clear. The beast seemed taken aback by such humiliation, momentarily stunned, before it erupted in madness, its body swelling to over 100 times its size. With a furious roar, it opened its gaping maw to bite down on the obstruction before it. Yinuo looked at the crescent artifact that had accompanied him for many years, a pang of heartache coursing through him. Surprisingly, the material of the artifact did not shatter under the beast's formidable bite. Instead, it emitted a series of cracking sounds as rust fell away in flakes, piece by piece, until the last remnant fell. Then, to their astonishment, the artifact unleashed an unprecedented silver radiance, enveloping everything around them. The creature's eyes suddenly revealed an unprecedented fear and trepidation, as if confronted by an ancient nemesis. Amidst its roars, its colossal form began to freeze. Bit by bit, the furnace inscribed with the words Jieyang collapsed in an instant, leaving only a crescent-shaped red object suspended in the air, while the silver light seemed unable to penetrate even a fraction of that spot. Yinuo, look over there. Murue's voice of surprise broke through his concentration, but he followed her pointed finger and discovered an object floating where the furnace had been, shaped like the one in his hand. Entirely crimson, resembling the color of a blazing sun. Instantly, Mu Bingyu's artifact flashed in his mind. Just as they prepared to rise, the previously frozen giant beast suddenly shattered into ice with a loud crash. And in the next moment, the entire cavern began to tremble violently. Boulders tumbled down from the direction they had come, prompting the two to dash towards another escape route. Nearby, a gray-clad sorcerer clasped his hands together, forming intricate gestures as he chanted incantations toward the spirit-hunting mouth, abruptly exclaiming, "It's coming!" The turbulent waves roared upon the Xin Sea. Thunder rumbled, the sky darkened like ink, and the winds howled violently that a colossal water column abruptly surged from the ocean's surface. Reaching skyward towards the clouds, after a brief interval, another column of water arose. Within the cavern, the two individuals were unaware of how far they had fled. The sounds of collapsing boulders behind them gradually diminished. However, as the collapse subsided, Yinuo noticed that the originally glowing red stone walls were fading, swiftly engulfed by encroaching darkness like a rising tide. They came to a halt, gasping for breath, as Yinuo conjured the lunar illusion artifact. Its silvery radiance illuminating the vast space. Bathed in this light, they scrutinized their surroundings, their expressions turning to astonishment. Before them stood a massive gray wooden door, its top adorned with a black golden enamel plaque, upon which ancient script danced in the form of dragons and phoenixes, inscribed with the three characters, Dragon Turtle Summit. The jadestone steps ascended slowly in the silver glow, flanked by two golden colossal pillars, one depicting a divine turtle lying in repose, exuding an aura of power, while the other showcased a great dragon coiling, gazing down upon the clouds. "Yinuo, come a little closer," Dreamrui urged, her voice tinged with barely contained excitement. Yinuo acquiesced, guiding the lunar illusion to illuminate the depths of the staircase, revealing a colossal divine turtle totem, vibrant under the radiance. Just as he was about to inquire further, he was interrupted by Dreamrui's jubilant cry. "I found it! I found it! Dreamrui, is this the reason those people are pursuing you? What exactly are you searching for?" Yinuo gazed calmly at her. Yet, Dreamrui seemed unfazed, her face blossoming with joy as she laughed. "Come on, you'll find out soon." She then stepped onto the staircase ahead. Yinuo sighed with a wry smile and followed suit. Though the steps appeared few, the height differential was considerable, making the ascent quite laborious. After a short while, Yinuo found himself breathing heavily. He glanced at Dreamrui ahead and felt a twinge of admiration as he called out, "Hey, slow down. Don't you feel tired?" Ahead, Dreamrui turned, her laughter ringing like silver bells as she teased, "A big man like you afraid of fatigue? Hurry up, I'm waiting." Suddenly, before she could finish, a heart-wrenching scream erupted from Yinuo. Her smile faltered, and her gaze sharpened as she saw Yinuo trembling between the two golden pillars, the images of the divine turtle and the dragon. Once carved into the pillars, now manifested as enormous phantoms. The turtle whipped its tail, the dragon surged, emanating streams of violet radiance. The light swirled, forming a vast sphere that enveloped Yinuo, radiating a tranquil purple aura. Yet he appeared as though struck by lightning. All unfolded in an instant, leaving Dreamrui at a loss, her anxiety palpable as she pondered how to respond. The ancient texts made no mention of mechanisms or secret passages within this cavern. Why has this phenomenon occurred? She retrieved an ancient pearl, hoping it might prove useful. Yet, after a prolonged roar, a vortex of purple energy formed at Yinuo's chest, and in the next moment, it was as though a great whale was sucking in water. The purple essence was instantly absorbed into the vortex, causing the phantoms of the divine turtle and the dragon to vanish from the pillars once more. "Yinuo, are you all right?" Dreamrui inquired, supporting him with genuine concern. Yinuo gazed at his hands, took a deep breath, and for a fleeting moment, a look of confusion crossed his face. which was soon replaced by joy. Turning to Meng Rue, he exclaimed, "I am perfectly fine. I just scanned my entire being and found no abnormalities. That on the contrary, it seems my cultivation has ascended. I have actually broken through to the realm of refining spirits. Is that true? How splendid." It appears the ancient texts were indeed accurate. Meng Rue's face also lit up with delight, yet she cast a curious glance at the towering pillar beside them and remarked, "But how peculiar. Why was there no unusual occurrence when I approached earlier, yet you experienced this?" Chapter 26. Malevolence above the Xianhai. A colossal water column spiraled upward into the clouds, ceaselessly rolling to 8 this moment. The water spout had grown to a width of 100 zhang and soared to a height of 10,000 zhang. Its supporting force utterly formidable. Upon the cliff, a group of individuals remained steadfast, with the young master displaying a look of urgency. He glanced at the shaman beside him, and, suppressing the anxiety within, inquired, "Shaman, what could have caused such a phenomenon with the emergence of the Xiangui? I have never heard of such a spectacle before." The shaman, his eyes concealed beneath the gray robe, shimmered with a glint of insight as he slowly replied, "Young master, please remain calm." After a pause, he lifted the spirit hunter disc with both hands and, in a hoarse voice, declared, "This extraordinary manifestation does not originate from the Xiangui." "What?" the young master exclaimed in astonishment. Looking ahead and continuing, what other force, aside from the ancient divine beast Xiangui, could wield such unfathomable power? No sooner had he spoken than his expression shifted dramatically, and with suspicion he queried, "Could this be the legendary ancient dragon absorbing water?" The shaman nodded in silence. Meanwhile, amidst the thunderous crashing of gigantic waves, 6 additional water columns, each spanning dozens of zhang, emerged from the sea, as if endeavoring to drain the waters of Xianhai entirely. Above the clouds, beneath the heavens, a dragon's tail could vaguely be seen sweeping through, with pale yellow scales and a crimson fin, forcibly parting the dark clouds at the horizon. As the dragon's tail vanished, the black clouds swiftly reassembled. The thunderclap reverberated across the sky, accompanied by the resonant roar of a dragon, as rain began to pour from the heavens, fierce winds swirling, and the rain cascaded down like a prelude to destruction. The young master, his face etched with concern, turned to the elder dragon beside him and said, "Esteemed dragon, both the divine dragon and the Xiangui are ancient beasts. Today they have appeared together. I wonder if you have any prudent strategies." The elder dragon maintained an air of composure, seemingly impervious to the tumult within. The rainwater may have drowned everything, yet it could not obscure his gaze, which bore the weight of time. He spoke slowly. "The calamity of the Xiangui occurs once every 3,000 years, a territorial battle between the ancient divine dragon and the Xiangui. We shall observe the unfolding events and reap the benefits from the sidelines. Moreover, we must not delay, lest unforeseen complications arise." "Very well," the young master responded, turning to those behind him, and called out, "Prepare the bows for the newcomers." Within the cave dwelling, Yinuo and Meng Rue approached the statue of the divine turtle. The statue lay prone on the ground, its eyes slightly open, vividly lifelike. The turtle shell was segmented into hundreds of 1-foot-sized squares, each adorned with ancient hieroglyphs, yet 2 places were conspicuously missing. Meng Rue furrowed her brow slightly and, after a moment of contemplation, said, "Yinuo, do you see anything on the walls of these palaces?" Yinuo brought the phantom moon closer, only to discover that the vast inner walls were adorned with countless stone blocks inscribed with ancient hieroglyphs. As Yinuo reached out to touch them, he felt the rough, icy texture beneath his fingertips. A chill seemed to travel through his body like a delicate thread, intertwining with the warmth emanating from his chest. Rather than discomfort, a sense of nourishment filled his heart, although for a fleeting moment he was unsure if it was an illusion or a genuine sensation, as a shiver coursed through him, reminiscent of being submerged in a pool of blood, with crimson waters obscuring his vision. Now, if he could only identify the 2 missing characters on the statue, he would surely obtain what he sought. Meng Rue, her voice tinged with joy, remarked, and turned to Yinuo, her brows furrowing in curiosity. "What troubles you?" Yinuo quickly regained his composure, responding nonchalantly, "I am fine, merely recalling something," his gaze momentarily distant, as if trying to grasp an elusive thought. Meng Rue observed him intently, but refrained from interrupting. After a brief pause, Yinuo's eyes suddenly gleamed with a flash of insight, startling Meng Rue. Just as she was about to inquire further, Yinuo seized her right hand and led her to the colossal pillars flanking the staircase. Yinuo scrutinized the carvings on the two massive columns, his brow furrowing slightly as he spoke. At the moment of the recent anomaly, I sensed that these two divine beasts seemed to conceal something within their eyes. I vaguely recall that the dragon's eye bore a swastika, yet I cannot recall the symbol within the tortoise's gaze. Meng Rui paused, a flicker of excitement crossing her face. Are you suggesting that the runes in the dragon tortoise's eyes are the very elements missing from the back of the Xiangui statue? Yinuo shook his head, hesitating as he replied, I cannot be certain, but it is worth a try. It is preferable to lingering here in confusion. But how can we make them manifest once more? Meng Rui inquired, her fingers lightly brushing the stone pillar, sensing a subtle energy swirling about. Yinuo slowly stepped between the two pillars, prompting Meng Rui to retreat a few steps, quietly awaiting the unfolding events. Standing amidst them, Yinuo found no trace of the strange phenomena from before. The carvings remained motionless, and both remained still, intently observing their surroundings. However, after the passage of a fragrant incense, still no revelations emerged. Perhaps you should channel your cultivation, Meng Rui suggested from behind. At this juncture, Yinuo resolved to try anything, slowly releasing the essence of his initial stage of spirit refinement. This marked his first experience with the methods of this realm. The term spirit summoning aptly describes the process of gathering the essence of heaven and earth through one's own body. Variations in timing and circumstances can significantly affect the quality of spiritual energy obtained. While these differences may not be apparent at lower levels, even the slightest deviation can lead to vast disparities at higher realms. Thus, they waited in silence, their anticipation and tension overshadowing the inexplicable rhythm of their heartbeats. Suddenly, at the 20th breath, a low growl reverberated from the stone pillar, reminiscent of a dragon's roar or a turtle's cry. Dream Rui, standing behind, exhibited a look of astonishment, yet she dared not react, fearing any disturbance to Yinuo, and instead remained silently attentive. Immersed in the situation, Yinuo also sensed the changes. His heart brimmed with joy, though a lingering sense of unease gnawed at him. It felt as if the oppressive force from the outside had surged significantly in an instant. Just as Yinuo contemplated harnessing his cultivation to resist, the external pressure escalated at an unfathomable speed. This was not a blessing. It was unequivocally a death sentence. Yinuo, stop, quickly, leave. A voice filled with urgency echoed from behind, causing Dream Rui's expression to shift dramatically. To either side of Yinuo, two colossal beastly apparitions materialized. This time, the beasts roared ferociously, their eyes gleaming with malice, as if provoked by some unseen force. Their forms magnified several times over compared to their previous manifestations. Yinuo felt as though he were crushed beneath the weight of a mountain. Moments later, he coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood, simultaneously sensing an ancient, malevolent energy within him surging forth, a primal aura of ferocity. Dream Rui, amidst her startled exclamation, summoned her entire cultivation, forming intricate seals with her hands while reciting incantations of spiritual witchcraft. An ancient pearl before her erupted with a jade-like radiance, and in the next moment, a beam of white light shot forth from Dream Rui's hands towards the two massive beastly apparitions. A violent wind swept through the cave, and in the ensuing thunderous roar, Yinuo again spewed blood, while Dream Rui was violently hurled backward by the rebound, her white garment stained crimson. Meanwhile, the two colossal beasts slowly dissipated amidst the ancient, malevolent energy, leaving behind a final, reluctant roar. Yinuo felt an immense weight lift from his shoulders, his body weakened, and he sank to one knee. Propping himself up with trembling hands, panting heavily as the redness in his eyes gradually faded, and the fierce aura surrounding him vanished without a trace. Gathering his strength, Yinuo rushed to Dream Rui's side. Concern etched on his face. Dream Rui, are you all right? Dream Rui coughed a couple of times, seemingly unharmed. Just as the two were relieved, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. With the beast's disappearance, two golden pillars began to collapse slowly, and the entire cave trembled as if in distress. Boulders fell, and a cacophony ensued, leaving the two without any means of retreat. In a moment of peril, Yinuo hoisted Dream Rui onto his back and sprinted towards the staircase leading to the Xiangui stone statue. With Dream Rui clinging tightly to him in this life and death moment, Yinuo's blood surged within him. He suppressed a mouthful of blood, his determination unwavering. In this instant, he was utterly reckless. As rocks shattered and dust billowed, even the staircase began to crumble rapidly. Finally, Yinuo reached the statue's side. Summoning his last ounce of strength, he pressed two characters deeply into the missing sections of the Xiangui stone from the wall, causing a vast fissure to extend through the statue. In the moment of shattering, the statue emitted a soft white light, engulfing the silhouettes of the two. Chapter 27. The Xiangui Tribulation on the Precipice of the Xianxi. The spirit-hunting disc floated majestically, its inner stars swirling rapidly. The gray-clad wizard's eyes sparkled with intensity as he exclaimed, "It's coming." The waves crashed violently against the cliffs and over the dark sea. A sudden whirlpool formed a few thousand feet away from the precipice, its diameter reaching several hundred feet, spiraling down into the depths of the ocean. With a thunderous roar, an immense silhouette surged forth from the whirlpool, raising towering waves that soared dozens of feet high. The ancient tortoise has emerged. It has finally arrived. A look of uncontainable joy and excitement spread across the young lord's face, prompting him to retreat. "Do not be hasty, young master. The time is not yet ripe," cautioned the sorcerer beside him, a flicker of anger crossing the young lord's visage. However, he understood that the person before him was a profound figure from the witch clan, respected even by his own father. So he suppressed his displeasure and replied coolly, "Sorcerer, what does this signify? The millennia-old tortoise calamity has come. Now that the ancient tortoise appears, the primordial sea dragon shall inevitably follow." The sorcerer stated thoughtfully, his gray robes swaying gently. "Though this youthful bow possesses unfathomable power, the tortoise is an ancient divine beast that has existed for tens of thousands of years. Why does the young lord not wait until they are mutually weakened before devising a plan?" The sorcerer spoke with an air of tranquility. A glint of insight flashed in the young lord's eyes, followed by a hearty laugh. "Indeed, the sorcerer speaks wisely. It appears I have been overly anxious." As they conversed, the ancient tortoise let out a furious roar, its form erupting upward, charging toward the pinnacle of the 7 towering water columns, racing toward the dark clouds above. However, just as the tortoise approached within 100 feet of the clouds, a tempest erupted in the sky, and torrential rain poured down. The originally majestic 7 water columns began to shift direction, all rushing toward the ancient tortoise in unison, while a dragon's roar echoed across the heavens. At the edge of the dark clouds, a colossal dragon head unleashed a ferocious howl at the ancient tortoise, its pale blue visage, purple whiskers, light yellow scales, and crimson fins appearing as if a celestial deity had descended from the heavens. Yet, the ancient tortoise seemed unfazed, responding with an even mightier roar. In the next moment, the silhouettes of the 2 ancient divine beasts vanished into the clouds, leaving behind a tumultuous sky and the resounding rumble of thunder. While the 7 water columns plunged toward the ocean's surface, unleashing titanic waves, approximately 10 miles away from the cliffs, on another stretch of coastline, towering ancient trees loomed, and vegetation thrived. Amidst the torrential downpour, a white orb of light suddenly appeared 3 feet above the ground, and the figures of Yinuo and Meng Rue gradually materialized from within. Though their injuries had somewhat eased, they were still unable to force their energy. Particularly Yinuo, who had faced grave dangers in his previous battle with the illusion, and had exerted himself to escape the cave, causing his blood to surge tumultuously within him. "This place is rich in spiritual energy. We can recuperate here for a while," Meng Rue remarked, glancing at the torrential rain with a mixture of relief and resignation, as raindrops slid down her hair and softly traced her cheek. The two sought refuge beneath a large tree, sitting closely together as they gradually regulated their breathing. The sound of rain pattered softly, and the wind howled mournfully as they nestled against each other. "Yinuo," Meng Rue softly called, her gaze drifting into the distance. "Yes, what is it?" Yinuo replied. His countenance, though strikingly beautiful, bore signs of fatigue and sorrow. For some reason, at that moment, a wave of confusion washed over him, leaving him with no thoughts of anything else. She lowered her head, a faint smile seemingly gracing the corners of her lips, yet it was uncertain whether the moisture cascading down her cheeks was rain or tears. Yinuo felt a sudden disorientation deep within his heart. He reached out to gently brush aside the rain-soaked strands of hair on her cheek. Meng Rue did not flinch, and the tears silently traced his fingertips. Akin to the last remnants of tenderness, the world around them lay shrouded in a vast desolation, as timeless as the eons it had witnessed. In the distance, flashes of lightning illuminated the horizon. Clouds roiling tumultuously, intermittently revealing colossal figures resembling armored giants or dragon forms, a spectacle of immense grandeur. "Xiangui Jia," Meng Rue exclaimed in astonishment. This was the first time Yinuo had encountered such a sight. He had only heard others speak of it. His heart raced, yet he quickly regained his composure. "Meng Rue, we should make our departure from this place at once. These ancient beasts are overwhelmingly powerful, and the surrounding area may be adversely affected." Meng Rue understood and nodded in agreement. Far away, the two massive creatures simultaneously plummeted from the clouds into the mysterious sea, generating colossal waves. The sea dragon ascended once more, emitting a series of resonant roars that echoed through the air, while arcs of lightning began to gather between its two dragon horns, intensifying until it reached a dazzling brilliance, even causing He Xueman to experience a piercing pain in his eyes. Meanwhile, the Xin Gui lay low upon the surface of the sea, growling deeply, its back subtly aglow with intricate patterns and textures. Xianjia, the young lord exclaimed with excitement. Yet, for the first time, the elder dragon's expression turned grave as he spoke. Sorcerer, I will assist you in stabilizing the star compass. He then turned his gaze towards the young lord. The young lord promptly nodded in affirmation. I comprehend, esteemed elder. The elder raised his arms in a circular gesture before his chest, his palms exuding auspicious energy. He then thrust his hands forward, and an overwhelming force of cultivation enveloped the group, forming a circular barrier of light. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in the young lord's eyes as he proclaimed, the dragon clan is indeed deserving of its reputation. In the distance, the sea dragon let out a long howl, its dragon horns crackling with lightning, striking towards the Xin Gui with tremendous speed. In the next moment, it unleashed a thunderous roar akin to a cataclysmic explosion that reverberated across the heavens, sending shockwaves outward, causing the very earth to tremble, waves to surge, and the skies to darken. In an instant, the force collided with the barrier on the cliffside, resulting in a tremendous crash that carved away a significant portion of the precipice. Those within the barrier felt a surge of tumult within their hearts. While the elder dragon's face paled slightly, yet, the barrier ultimately withstood the tumultuous waves. However, in another location, He Xueman and Meng Rue were not so fortunate. Although the impact had diminished considerably by the time it reached them, it still sent the two, who had just taken flight, crashing to the ground, their bodies racked with unbearable pain, exacerbating their existing injuries. Above the sea, the Xin Gui bore the brunt of the sea dragon's lethal strike, revealing several minute cracks on its shell. Yet, in defiance, the Xin Gui surged forward, launching itself towards the sea dragon in the sky. The sea dragon did not retreat either, coiling its lengthy body around the Xin Gui, resulting in a stalemate high above. Young lord, now is the moment, the hoarse voice of the gray-clad sorcerer urgently called out. The young lord retreated, silently reciting incantations, and in a moment, a gigantic bow materialized 100 feet above him, its body a deep green, exuding an ancient and unadorned aura. The gray-clad sorcerer ascended into the air, silently reciting incantations. In an instant, countless figures behind him, resembling marionettes, swiftly withered away, transforming into a sanguine hue as they flew towards the bow. Gradually, they coalesced into the form of a colossal crimson giant, suffusing the air with a dense, metallic scent of blood. The giant, as if materialized, slowly drew back the bowstring, producing a sound reminiscent of shattering glass. As the bow was drawn, a silver arrow materialized from thin air, faintly shimmering with an ethereal glow. What is this? He Xueman gazed at the giant and the bow in midair, suddenly feeling an unsettling familiarity. He had encountered descriptions of the Wangwei bow in the scrolls of Wangwei sect, which bore many similarities to the present spectacle. The only and greatest difference was the overwhelming malevolence emanating from this bow, its bloodthirsty aura palpable, and the giant's form and color distinctly varied. The arrow, released from midair, soared with an apocalyptic force toward the two ancient behemoths, its velocity so breathtaking that it left no room for the divine beasts to react. As if in utter silence, the silver arrow pierced through. Chapter 28. The Spirit Witch's sacred envoy. In eerie silence enveloped the heavens and the earth. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths, then, howl, a cry of agony reverberated through the cosmos. While thunder raged with unrestrained fury across the skies, the arrow pierced directly through the front of the Xian turtle, traversing its heart, evading the Xian shell, and piercing the tail of the sea dragon. Vanishing into the void, in a fit of rage, the sea dragon unleashed a furious roar, flinging the gravely injured Xian turtle aside, its dragon head pivoting toward the group on the cliff, heedless of its own pain. Charging toward them, the group upon the cliff exchanged alarmed glances, urgently exclaiming, "We must retreat." Consequently, they hastily took to the skies, but the sea dragon, relentless, pursued them with its wounded form. Seething with fury, the sea dragon and the group departed. An unusual stillness descended upon the Xian Sea, even the winds and rains gradually abating. That He Xueman and his companion found themselves in a dire predicament, particularly He Xueman, already gravely injured. now found himself in an even more precarious state. After the fall, he was caked in mud, resembling a groundhog, while Meng Rue, under He Xueman's reckless protection, remained relatively unscathed, though still sore all over. Yet, before they could catch their breath, a chill gripped their hearts. Channeling his spiritual energy, He Xueman controlled the illusory moon, using it as a tether to forcibly relocate them 10 zhang away. Just as they did so, a resounding crash echoed nearby, as the massive body of the Xian turtle crashed down not far from them. A gale carrying mud and water swept past, its sheer force striking awe. The head of the Xian turtle landed precisely 3 zhang away from the pair, emitting intermittent cries of anguish, evidently on the brink of death. He Xueman and Meng Rue exchanged glances, each reflecting surprise laced with compassion. They cautiously approached, gently caressing the rugged skin of the Xian turtle. Initially, it let out a few more pained groans, seeming to resist. But soon it ceased all resistance, its enormous eyes gazing at the two, accompanied by labored breaths that conveyed boundless suffering, weariness, and even a hint of relief. A warm current surged through He Xueman's chest, gathering in his right hand as he touched the Xian turtle, and upon his hand, an illusory, even larger hand materialized, tenderly caressing the Xian turtle. He Xueman and Meng Rue gazed in astonishment at the unfolding scene, while Xian Gue let out a final low roar, slowly closing his eyes as 2 tears cascaded down, landing upon He Xueman's palm. Gradually, these tears coalesced into 2 orbs of ice, each the size of a fist. One of them gently ascended into the air, emitting a soft white light that gradually faded from sight. Under the illumination of this ethereal glow, He Xueman and Meng Rue found their bodies miraculously healed in an instant. Leaving behind only the solitary ice orb, the massive form of Xian Gue, enveloped in a haze of purple aura and auspicious light, transcended into the void, leaving behind a shell fragment the size of a palm, adorned with ancient and mysterious veins. He Xueman took the shell fragment and handed it to Meng Rue, remarking, "If my guess is correct, this should be the object you have been seeking all along." At this moment, Meng Rue's face bore no trace of joy as she accepted the shell, merely sighing softly. "Indeed, I just never anticipated it would come to me in such a manner." He Xueman glanced skyward and solemnly declared, "The one who hunted Xian Gue must surely be after this shell. Given the pressure from the sea dragon, they had to retreat, but I expect they will return soon. It is prudent for us to depart without delay." Meng Rue nodded in agreement, stowing away the shell as she prepared to leave with He Xueman. "What's this? Do you two intend to make a hasty exit?" A woman's voice suddenly emerged from behind them, prompting the pair to turn and behold the ethereal figure of a young woman, who materialized, grasping a staff in her hand. He Xueman remained vigilant, while Meng Rue trembled slightly, anxiety lacing her voice as she exclaimed, "Saint Clan Apostle, what brings you here?" In the midst of speaking, Meng Rue discreetly passed the shell to He Xueman, who accepted it with caution. Not having time to ponder further, the young woman scoffed, "What do I come for? Naturally, it is for the item my master seeks." With a flourish of her staff, she advanced a couple of steps before continuing, "Meng Rue, your master has invested considerable effort in you, and you have certainly not disappointed their expectations." He Xueman gently grasped Meng Rue's hand, acutely aware of her tension, even feeling her slight tremors. He had discreetly assessed the woman before him, recognizing that she was at the pinnacle of the spirit-refining realm. Though he had only just entered the spirit-refining stage himself, the blessings of Xian Gue had granted him a semblance of self-preservation, if not the strength to prevail. Yet, what puzzled He Xueman was the weak aura of cultivation emanating from her, contrasted by a subtle pull of soul energy, coupled with Meng Rue's earlier reference to her as a saint witch. He Xueman pondered whether she belonged to the spirit clan of the renowned saint witch lineage, famed for their mastery over soul power. Meng Rue released He Xueman's hand and took a couple of steps forward. Speaking slowly, "I have long suspected that he was exploiting me. I simply did not want to admit it. Yet, I never anticipated that I would ultimately be unable to escape, even if only temporarily." Turning to face He Xueman, a flicker of determination shone in her eyes, causing a chill to sweep through his heart as he sensed an ominous premonition. Meng Rue spoke. A faint smile graced her lips, and she resolutely declared, "However, despite all his scheming, he shall ultimately gain nothing." As soon as the words left her lips, Meng Rue pushed with her left hand, conjuring a delicate lavender blossom through the power of her soul, enveloping He Xueman within its petals. With urgency, she exclaimed, "He Xueman, you must flee at once, and remember this flower." Startled, He Xueman realized that she was sacrificing herself for his safety. Yet, his body was involuntarily drawn backward into the flower's embrace. "Meng Rue, Release me at once. Yinuo strained to harness his cultivation, but it seemed futile. Want to escape? It won't be that simple. The Saint Envoy's eyes gleamed with ferocity, and as he spoke, he thrust his staff forcefully into the ground, chanting incantations. A fierce wind erupted, and the staff's tip radiated with blinding light, summoning an invisible force that instantaneously anchored Yinuo in place. Meng Rue stepped forward to block him, but was repelled several paces away by a shimmering barrier. With a thunderous shout, the Saint Envoy caused the lavender blossoms surrounding Yinuo to vanish. Concerned for Meng Rue, Yinuo wished to avoid further entanglement and transformed into the illusory moon, propelling himself toward the woman with accelerated speed. In the distance, the Saint Envoy wore a mocking smile. Muttering, "Seeking death, are we?" The staff loomed ominously before him, swelling to several times its original size. Strangely, its spiritual power seemed to diminish rapidly, leaving no trace of its former strength, while its spiritual essence surged exponentially. Before Yinuo could draw near, he coughed blood mid-air, his head ringing as if 1,000 mosquitoes buzzed around him. Yet, the pure power within him steadied his mind, causing his speed to increase rather than wane. Observing this, the Saint Envoy's contempt gradually faded, and he mused, "This could be interesting. I wonder how long you, a mere cultivator of the spirit refinement stage, can endure." With that, the staff's tip emitted a ghostly black light, swirling ominously, possessing a subtle yet palpable pulling force. The illusory moon shot forth like a released arrow, its silver radiance intensifying as it bore down upon the woman. In an instant, the seemingly unstoppable black vortex was utterly consumed. At that moment, a crack echoed, revealing an unprecedented sense of trepidation in the woman's eyes. How is this possible? The staff crumbled under the illusory moon's assault, shattering into pieces. Seeing this, the Saint Envoy retracted his spiritual essence and fled, shrieking, "Just wait. I shall return to capture you." Meanwhile, Yinuo, amidst the consuming purity of his power, felt a faint stir of spiritual essence within him. He approached Meng Rue, irritation brewing within him. "Why are you so foolish?" But before he could finish his sentence, calamity struck. A blood-curdling scream erupted from Yinuo's lips as his face turned ashen. From his waist, a thick eye shard suddenly protruded. Meng Rue gasped in horror, her breath hitching in shock. The two surveyed their surroundings, unaware that shadows flitted about them, figures from before on the cliff, and those who had arrived later. The young master's expression darkened as he disregarded Yinuo and Meng Rue. Focusing instead on the newcomers, coldly, he inquired, "What is this? Do you intend to oppose the Dao Emperor lineage?" Among the newcomers, a remarkably unattractive individual scoffed, "And what of the Dao Emperor? If my barbarian clan had not shown weakness in the past, would you have dared to act so brazenly?" As he spoke, he cast a pointed glance toward Long, who stood beside the young master. Ting suddenly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, and Meng Rue, supporting him, anxiously inquired, "Yinuo, are you all right?" "You must hold on." Yinuo, gasping for breath, replied slowly, "Do not worry, I am fine." Internally, he was taken aback. It appeared that all these individuals were drawn here for the Xian armor, and among them were many formidable beings, including those at the Xian realm, and even more powerful cultivators beyond it. It seemed that today, he was indeed facing an inescapable calamity. He glanced at the crowd, a sudden wave of confusion washing over him, as he felt an uncanny resemblance between this elder Long and the blind Uncle Long from the back mountain. When Yinuo looked at him, he noticed a fleeting glimmer in the elder's eyes, and he murmured within, "He Tian." Chapter 29. The 9 heavens of antiquity. In the underworld realm, within the dark cave, the waters of the blood pool seemed to be stirred by some unseen force, gradually beginning to boil. At the edge of the Xian Sea in the rebirth realm, an inexplicable surge of malevolence rose within Yinuo, his eyes subtly tinged with a dark red hue. Meng Rue stood beside him, utterly defenseless. Unbeknownst to them, ancient Sanskrit patterns began to materialize around them, slowly forming the colossal insignia of the star armor. "Xian armor," someone shouted, causing an immediate uproar among the crowd. As they clamored to break the Xian armor and discuss its acquisition. In that instant, every gaze turned toward the two of them, and various powerful beings rapidly mobilized their energies, intent on shattering the Xian armor for their own gain. However, just as they were about to take action, the sky suddenly transformed. Above the vast expanse of the Xian Sea, it was as if a colossal reflection appeared, revealing an enormous world within. As time passed, not merely one world emerged, but 9, resembling a mirage, sprawling across the horizon, seemingly just miles apart. truly a sight to behold. The 9 heavens of antiquity. The elder Long's expression was deeply stirred as he exclaimed in astonishment. Even after cultivating for countless years, I cannot suppress the shock within me. What? How could this be? In an instant, whispers of bewilderment echoed through the crowd, yet no one paid attention to He Xueman's transformation. Except for Meng Rue. His eyes glowed crimson, and Meng Rue looked at him as if he were a complete stranger, her gaze icy, reminiscent of the frigid depths of darkness. The ice spike at his waist melted rapidly, his wounds healing in an instant, as a force seemingly stemming from the ancient past surged within him. He Yinuo let out a long howl towards the heavens, his voice resonating across the land. As an ancient and ferocious power erupted from his being, radiating outward, obliterating cliffs and turning them to dust, while the sea was forced back for thousands of feet. Those cultivators with slightly lesser powers were instantly annihilated by his wave. The crowd recoiled, exchanging bewildered glances, utterly unaware that this mere mortal of the spirit-refining realm could unleash such terrifying strength. In that moment, no one paid any further heed to the Xian armor. Just as their attention shifted back to He Yinuo, a strange phenomenon appeared within the 9 heavens of antiquity. At the pinnacle of the 9th heaven, 9 indistinct figures emerged, gazing down upon the world like deities. Meng Rue watched He Yinuo, utterly perplexed. At this moment, a warm current surged through He Yinuo's chest, enveloping his entire being. A radiant light appeared around him, swiftly encompassing everything in its glow. Ultimately, the only reflection in his eyes was the concerned visage of Meng Rue, her deep affection evident in her gaze. In the next instant, all plunged into oblivion. Simultaneously, the ancient 9 heavens began to fade away after a brief interlude. It was once recorded that a lost clan from antiquity resided within the 9 heavens, having evaded a calamity. However, the passage of time renders such accounts difficult to verify. In the realm of the living, at the Yinuo sect, He Yinuo awoke with a start, gasping for breath, his body drenched in cold sweat. "Brother, you have finally awakened," exclaimed Xueman. He Yinuo shook his head and glanced around, only to find himself lying within the confines of the Yinuo sect's quarters, where Xueman, Tianming, and others stood. "Xueman, what brings you here? How long have I been unconscious?" He Yinuo inquired, rubbing his head, which still throbbed faintly. Xueman's delicate face bore signs of fatigue, likely from keeping vigil by He Yinuo's side, leading to her slight pallor. "Brother, you have been missing for nearly 2 years. The other day, a senior disciple under Elder Good discovered you at the foot of the Wanmu mountain. You have been in a deep slumber for 5 days." Calling out for Meng Rue, "Where have you been?" Xueman brought a bowl of water to him. He Yinuo looked at everyone, wanting to say something, but merely shook his head, replying, "I do not know. It seems I was dreaming." Suddenly, He Yinuo recalled, asking, "By the way, you mentioned 2 years have passed. What about the century-long trial?" "It has passed. It has already concluded." Chu Wanli approached from the crowd, inspecting He Yinuo with evident joy. "Do not dwell on it. Your very existence is the greatest fortune. That you've made significant progress in your cultivation during these 2 years, and I see you have entered the realm of spirit refinement." He Yinuo, upon seeing his relatives and friends, felt an immense sense of relief. His gaze fell upon Yuxian, standing beside Tianming, who wore a gentle smile, though her complexion appeared slightly pale, suggesting discomfort. "Yuxian, what troubles you? Are you unwell?" He Yinuo asked with concern. Xueman interjected with indignation. "It is not surprising, considering she was injured during the competition. That Shangguan Ao from the Fengxian sect was excessively brutal towards Sister Yuxian. I am fine. You need not worry. With some time to recuperate, I shall be well again," Xiao Yusin replied, a hint of softness in her eyes. Yet, He Yinuo felt a twinge of melancholy. Subsequently, Wanli briefed He Yinuo on the recent trial. The first place was claimed by Shangguan Ao of the Fengxian sect, while Fang Tianlei and Zhao Zhichuang from the Wangwei sect secured 2nd and 3rd places, respectively. Xia Yishuan from Fengxian took 4th, with Tianming in 6th, while Yuxian and Xueman ranked 8th and 9th. Most participants of this trial had yet to depart. As night fell, with the crescent moon rising and stars twinkling, He Yinuo and He Xueman sat quietly by the seaside, the night breeze gently cooling their skin. "Brother, may I ask you something?" Xueman inquired. He Yinuo looked at her in mild surprise. "Xueman, why act so distant with your brother?" He smiled and nodded. "Do you have any feelings for Sister Yuxian? Or do you merely consider her a friend?" Snowman's pair of luminous eyes gazed intently at him. "Haha. Tianming was indeed correct. You 2 siblings are truly here, not far behind." The hearty laughter of Zhao Zhichuang echoed. followed by the appearances of Tianming, Wanli, and Yusin, with Wanli and Tianming each holding 3 large jars of wine. Yinuo rose to greet them, his heart brimming with joy, and clasped his hands in salute. Addressing Zhao Xixiao, Zhao Zhichuang gave his shoulder a hearty pat and exclaimed, "Good lad, it has been quite some time, and your skills have evidently advanced considerably. You are no longer beneath your elder brother." "Ha." Just as Yinuo was about to speak, Zhao Zhichuang interrupted, saying, "Spare us the pleasantries. Come, it is a rare occasion for us all to gather. Let us indulge in merriment and drink to our heart's content." With that, the group echoed their agreement. Wanli raised his wine glass and boldly proclaimed, "A few years ago, we reveled beneath the curtain of the waterfall, and now we can lift our cups once more in joyous celebration. Indeed, this is one of life's greatest pleasures. Let us drink together." As the wine flowed, memories stirred within Yinuo. An overwhelming sense of tranquility washed over him. Perhaps it was only in this moment that he could attain that sense of unrestrained freedom and serenity. Pondering the nature of dreams versus reality, after several rounds of toasts, the laughter and revelry intensified, and Yinuo lifted his overflowing cup, feeling the gentle sea breeze that he gazed around at his companions, Zhao Xixiao, Tianming, Wanli, Yusin, and Snowman. He laughed heartily. In this lifetime, Yinuo could not ask for better friends than you all. With that, he downed his drink in one go, prompting the others to cheer and follow suit. Soon, more people gathered, drawn by the alluring sound of the flute, many of whom were competitors yet to depart. "Humph, I had thought the Wangyue sect to be a sacred and noble institution, yet it seems merely a congregation of idle drunks." Amidst the revelry, a cold snort suddenly pierced through the air, accompanied by disdainful words. Moments later, a man emerged, his noble brow and demeanor suggesting an extraordinary presence. The atmosphere grew tense, and Wanli was the first to speak. "What, do you, an outsider, think you can meddle in our Wangyue sect's affairs? Humph, the victor is king. You are merely a group of defeated opponents. At this moment, another arrogant figure emerged, adding to the disdain. "Brother, he is the first-place winner of this grand trial. Shangguan Ao from the Fengxian sect, nearly at the pinnacle of the spirit refinement realm." Snowman quietly whispered to Yinuo, then lowered her voice further. "Brother, he is the one who injured Sister Yusin." Upon hearing this, Yinuo could not help but furrow his brow. Shangguan Ao. Yinuo suddenly recalled their encounter years prior at the waterfall. It seemed that Shangguan Ao had also taken notice of Yinuo, his eyes gleaming with intensity as he declared loudly, "I did not expect to find you here. I have searched for you for years, intending to publicly defeat you at the grand trial and strip you of your dignity. Yet, I find you hiding like a turtle in its shell." Here a hint of arrogance and mockery crossed Shangguan Ao's face as he continued, "But that is fine. I shall defeat you in front of your friends, and you will have to accept it with grace." Chapter 30. Bright moonlight, glimmering gold. Yinuo drained his cup in one gulp, glanced at Snowman, and inquired, "Snowman, would you like to teach him a lesson?" "Brother," your eyes sparkle like snowflakes, revealing a subtle hint of concern that quickly dissipates, replaced by a smile. "All right, brother, please do teach that Rain Xian's sister a lesson." Yinuo nodded with a smile. At that moment, a woman's voice floated from a distance. "May I inquire, is the piece you played titled Dream Rain?" Yinuo felt a flicker of surprise. Before him, under the moonlit night, emerged a woman. Upon recognizing her visage, he gasped in astonishment, stammering, "Meng Rue?" Yinuo stood there, seemingly oblivious to the gazes of those around him. After a brief moment, he composed himself and responded, "Indeed, this piece is Dream Rain. May I ask how you came to know of it?" Meanwhile, his heart was a tumult of confusion. "Miss Yi Xian, why trouble yourself with that foolish jester's antics? I, Shangguan Ao, will surely pay you a visit on a future date, and I hope you will do me the courtesy of granting me a favor." Shangguan Ao said courteously. However, Xia Yi Xian paid little heed, her interest solely captured by the sound of the flute. "Ha. Now you see who the true jester is here, a self-deluded fool at that." Zhao Zhichuang and Tianming laughed heartily. The words reached Shangguan Ao's ears, darkening his expression instantly. His weapon, the Lingkong stick, materialized before him, and in a sudden burst of movement, he exclaimed, "You dare insult me? A defeated foe, you seek death." In the blink of an eye, Shangguan Ao closed the distance, halting 10 paces away from the crowd. His stick transformed into a 100-foot-long weapon, descending upon Yinuo and the others with the force of a mountain. Zhao Zhichuang, well aware of the man's prowess, bellowed, "Dodge." The crowd swiftly scattered, yet amidst them stood one figure, immovable as a stone Buddha. He Yinuo, beneath the howling wind, gazed upward. The onlookers were left in shock. But it was already too late. In an instant, the Ling Kong stick crashed down, akin to crushing ants. Shangguan Ao's expression was one of arrogance, a glint of murderous intent flickering across his face. Unbeknownst to him, 10 paces ahead, a pair of eyes pierced through the void, radiating an overwhelming aura of slaughter and release. Shangguan Ao's heart quaked, momentarily disoriented, yet his pride quelled any doubts. He was confident in his ability to crush anyone at the initial stage of spirit refinement. With a thunderous boom, akin to a stick striking rock, the sound was deafening. A massive circular pit formed around He Yinuo, yet the colossal stick hung suspended in midair, having struck an object resembling a tortoise shell. Ancient veins subtly shimmering upon its surface. He Yinuo stood upon the remaining ground, eyes sharp, his entire cultivation swirling rapidly as his garments billowed without wind, conjuring an illusory moon before him. Radiating silvery luminescence beneath the moonlit night. Refusing to relinquish this opportunity, Shangguan Ao retrieved a paper talisman from his person and cast it into the air, emitting a golden glow that enveloped the Ling Kong stick. With the appearance of the talisman, He Yinuo felt his strength multiply 100-fold, his feet sinking deep into the earth. Amidst Shangguan Ao's triumphant laughter, He Yinuo concentrated pure spiritual energy into his fists, roaring as he struck at the massive stick, while simultaneously, the illusory moon surged toward Shangguan Ao. In the next moment, the sneer on Shangguan Ao's face transformed into astonishment as the Ling Kong stick, empowered by his cultivation, began to recoil under the force of He Yinuo's fists, while the illusory moon drew ever closer. Shangguan Ao, with blood gushing from his mouth, wore a menacing expression, as if he still had a hidden card up his sleeve. In a moment of panic, he let out a hoarse roar akin to a cornered beast. "I will surely kill you." As he spoke, he retrieved a brown object the size of a fist from his bosom, emanating an aura of profound power. This item was a life-preserving talisman bestowed upon him by his master, infused with the formidable energy of the 7 profound tribulations, capable of slaying anyone beneath the realm of the profound. The crowd's countenance shifted with alarm, yet a faint aura of malevolence began to manifest around He Yinuo, his eyes flashing with a subtle crimson glow. Shangguan Ao laughed wickedly, declaring, "I shall first destroy your artifact, and then let you experience the torment of a fate worse than death." He then bellowed a command to break the evil, as the brown object transformed into a colossal hand that ensnared the illusory moon within its grasp. Producing a cacophony of cracking sounds under its overwhelming power. He Yinuo's complexion turned pale, his heart racing, acutely aware of the vast chasm between his refining spirit realm and the profound realm. In the world of cultivation, such a disparity in levels was akin to the gulf between heaven and earth, not to mention the additional gap posed by the profound, although Shangguan Ao was of a higher cultivation level. They remained within the same tier, and He Yinuo, bolstered by his refined powers and that mysterious artifact, believed he could triumph over Shangguan Ao. However, he had not anticipated that Shangguan Ao possessed the might of the profound realm. Shangguan Ao, grinning maliciously, felt certain that with this object, there was no room for doubt. Yet, the onlookers suddenly noticed that the moonlit night had grown brighter than before, with the crescent moon in the sky shimmering with silvery brilliance. In the next instant, under the gaze of the crowd, Shangguan Ao emitted a cry of agony, his astonishment swiftly morphing into terror, as blood began to flow from his 7 orifices, and the brown hand before him lost a finger, allowing the illusory moon to shoot forth. "Yinuo, stop!" Zhao Zhichuang exclaimed urgently. The illusory moon halted mere inches from Shangguan Ao's neck, as He Yinuo appeared before him like a specter, with a cold gaze that met Shangguan Ao's fearful eyes. He remarked, "After all these years, you have made no progress at all." Shangguan Ao collapsed onto the ground, his face still a mask of disbelief. "Look, the moonlight tonight seems even brighter than before," someone in the crowd voiced in confusion. The spectators soon realized that the moonlight indeed had an unusual quality, seemingly unaffected by the conclusion of their confrontation. Instead, it appeared to intensify, bathing the night in an extraordinary brilliance. Gradually, the waves upon the sea seemed to swell with newfound ferocity. As a fierce wind surged forth, rumbling like distant thunder, the crescent moon hanging in the sky was rapidly shrouded by a layer of dark clouds, and a storm surged forth, reminiscent of an apocalyptic omen. The resounding crack echoed like a whip, shattering the tranquility of the moonlit night, followed by a tremendous roar, reminiscent of a beast's wrath. The crowd turned pale, their eyes drawn to the heavens. where they beheld a colossal skeletal dragon plummeting from the northwestern sky, ensnared by golden chains that cast a soft golden hue across half the firmament, instilling a sense of solemnity in the world. Moments later, a tremendous crash reverberated, accompanied by an ominous tremor, suggesting that the skeletal dragon had struck the ground. Far in the northwestern distance, atop a mountain peak, two figures stood. One was clad in a ceremonial robe, crowned with a golden diadem, while the other stood with hands clasped behind his back. Clad in a general's robe, the figure's eyes appeared to be steeped in darkness, emanating an eerie black luminescence. There was no fluctuation of cultivation emanating from him. Rather, a terrifying spiritual force radiated from his being. That he gazed towards the source of golden light and remarked slowly, "I never imagined that after the passage of countless millennia, the dragon tomb would stir at this very moment." The man, with hands clasped behind his back, seemed unmoved, as if even the collapse of heaven and earth could not rouse a single ripple within him. After a brief pause, he continued, "The pale moonlight shines, the bones emerge, and the golden light manifests. The ancient scrolls record that the imprisoned dragon makes its appearance." He turned and took 2 steps forward, suddenly exuding a terrifying aura of cultivation. Moments later, he added, "I simply did not expect it to be now." That night, the Yinuo sect issued a summons. Yinuo lay alone in his dwelling, contemplating the 2 objects before him. Lost in a haze of confusion, he beheld the tears of the mystical turtle in the mystical armor, his expression dimming as he murmured, "This is real. I am not dreaming. Ming Rue, how are you faring now? I must find you." He sat cross-legged, attuning himself to the aura of his cultivation. With each battle, the pure power within him would assimilate a portion of his opponent's abilities. And his clash with Shangguan Ao had gradually propelled his cultivation towards the mid-stage of spirit refining. At this moment, he seemed to comprehend that although he was merely at the initial stage of spirit refining, with his own pure cultivation and protective artifacts, he could contend with those in the mid-stage, and even secure his safety against typical late-stage practitioners. Yet, as he pondered, he questioned why he had entered the realm of rebirth, and why he bore conflicting and merging Taoist powers. What connection did the blood pool have to him? Who was the half-white, half-black figure? And who, truly, was his enlightening mentor? He Xueman. "Yinuo, the elder has commanded us to proceed to the moon viewing platform. You must hasten," Wanli called urgently from outside. Yinuo shook his head, stowed away the 2 objects, and stepped outside the Yinuo sect's moon viewing platform. A throng of people had gathered, a sea of faces. Several elders wore solemn expressions, engaged in earnest conversations. Before long, Dao proclaimed loudly, "Last night, a sudden flash of golden light appeared in the direction of the dragon tomb. It is likely that a rare treasure has surfaced. Should any present be fortunate enough to obtain it, not only would it be a boon for themselves, but it would also greatly aid our sect." He paused momentarily, surveying the remaining elders beside him, then continued, "You are all aware that since the mysterious disappearance of the He Xueman Bao, our Wangwei sect has been gradually declining, facing exclusion at every turn. Whether we can restore our former glory hinges upon those gathered here today." Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in a cacophony of discussions. Yet at that moment, Yinuo furrowed his brow, a thought nagging at him. Could the illusory giant Bao he had encountered in the realm of rebirth be the He Xueman Bao? But then he recalled the Bao's color and the energy it contained, which were starkly opposed, one representing utmost virtue, the other, utter malevolence. Chapter 31. Old Grudges. Elder Gu Zhiji waved his Taoist robe, and immediately the clamor subsided. He turned to the assembly and proclaimed in a clear voice, "This time, Dao Yi, Brother Wenzhong, and I shall personally lead our elite disciples to the ancient tomb. There are 3 entrances. We will split into 3 groups to secure this precious treasure." He cast a glance at Dao Yi, who nodded in agreement. Zhiji continued, "Furthermore, the emergence of this treasure will undoubtedly attract the covetous gaze of others. Thus, our journey will be fraught with peril and obstacles. Honor your personal wishes. Those who feel apprehensive may choose to withdraw, and the elders will not impose any difficulties upon you." In the midst of the murmurs from the crowd, the elders meticulously selected their personnel. Approximately half an hour later, a grand procession set forth. This time, He Xueman and He Xueman did not accompany Yinuo but were instructed to follow closely behind Elder Gu Zhiji. Yinuo, Tianming, and others were led by Wenzhong. To their surprise, among the group was a figure familiar to Yinuo, someone he had cherished in his heart for many years, Mu Bingyu. Years had passed, yet she remained as exquisitely beautiful as ever, as if time had left no trace upon her countenance. Rather, she seemed to have gained an added grace. Yinuo approached her, the once fervent admiration and fluttering of his heart now tempered, though some remnants of attachment lingered within. "How have you fared these past years?" Yinuo inquired, somewhat at a loss for words. Mu Bingyu turned her head, her bright eyes sparkling like water, a hint of a smile dancing on her lips as she softly replied, "Very well, indeed. It's been 3 days, and I must say, your progress is remarkable. I never imagined you would become so formidable, even surpassing the likes of Shangguan Ao from Fengxian sect." That a sweetness surged within Yinuo, and suddenly he recalled the Jiang treasure from the cave in the realm of rebirth. He opened his mouth to inquire, "By the way, could you possibly share your crescent-shaped artifact? Everyone, stay close. This area is remote. Be wary of any ill-intentioned individuals lurking about." A senior brother following closely behind Elder Wenzhong called out loudly, his cultivation having reached the mid-stage of crossing the spirit. Yinuo's words were abruptly interrupted. He glanced ahead and noticed a hanging cloth that swayed gently in the air, realizing they had arrived at the very tea house from 2 years prior. A wave of nostalgia washed over him. Reflecting on how swiftly the years had passed, Mu Bingyu observed Yinuo and softly asked, "What troubles you? Who goes there? Step forward." A fierce shout erupted from Wenzhong, causing everyone to be on high alert. Laughter echoed from the nearby woods, and moments later, several figures emerged, some of whom Yinuo recognized. Leading the group was the Shadow, who had once battled against the Elder Foam, followed by the one-armed monkey and the wild monk. "Didn't he expect such a lively gathering here?" "Wenzhong, how have you been?" the Shadow said first, a subtle smile playing on his lips. That Wenzhong's expression darkened considerably. Though he too was a practitioner of the mysterious realm, he felt slightly overshadowed by the presence of the Shadow before him. While he could easily protect himself, the presence of the disciples around him made the situation precarious. "Humph, ambushing from the shadows. What kind of enlightened being does that?" Wenzhong retorted, anger flaring within him. "The venerable master, I beseech you, esteemed Taoist Wenzhong. What do you mean by the Tao you speak of? Is it perhaps the path of cultivation that once stirred the winds of your—" The Shadow withdrew its smile, an aura of profound cultivation emanating from its being. As a surge of Taoist power rapidly unfurled, the disciples of Wang Yue hastily retreated, while Wenzhong, at the initial stage of profound cultivation, also released his energy to counterbalance the impending force. The tempest roared, accompanied by the thunderous sound of colossal trees being splintered, as the two figures were engulfed in a cloud of debris and dust. The remaining members of the Inferno altar surged forward, their wails echoing in a cacophony of despair. That Yinuo, intent on conjuring an illusory moon, was suddenly struck by the sight of an eerie smile flashing across the Shadow's face, as it gestured with hands artfully weaving a prison-like formation, declaring, "Forbid the immortals." At that moment, none from Wang Yue could summon their magical artifacts, leaving them exchanging bewildered glances. Following this was the onslaught of the Inferno altar's members, rushing towards them like a relentless tide. Those above the spirit refinement stage fared better, able to momentarily resist with their Taoist abilities, while those below were met with a chorus of lamentation amidst a chaos of flying corpses. Having drawn closer to the mid-stage of spirit refinement after his battle with Shangguan Ao and the legacy of the Xian turtle, Yinuo witnessed Mu Bingyu besieged by 3 assailants. He swiftly darted forward, pulling her to safety behind him. The one-armed monkey, wary of Yinuo's enigmatic prowess from their earlier encounter, hesitated to advance. However, the wild monk, eyes glinting with murderous intent, pursued relentlessly. Yinuo recognized this individual. Had it not been for Feng Tianlei's timely intervention at the summit, He Xueman would have perished at his hands. That he retreated with Mu Bingyu, who looked back as the wild monk bellowed. Refusing to relent in his chase, the one-armed monkey disregarded him, charging towards the remaining crowd. The trio reached a riverbank, distant from the throng, when Yinuo abruptly halted, inquiring of Mu Bingyu, "How are you? Not injured, I hope?" Mu Bingyu, at the late stage of spirit induction, had narrowly escaped death from the 3 pursuers. Meeting Yinuo's steadfast and caring gaze, she nodded affirmatively. "Why aren't you running? It seems you were quite fortunate." "Young lad, first a beauty, and now another. That I ought to slay you first, so I can enjoy myself later," the wild monk sneered, his expression lecherous and smug. "Is that so? I have awaited this day for an eternity." Yinuo's eyes ignited with murderous intent, though the man before him had already reached the early stage of spirit crossing, and Yinuo was afflicted by the forbidden immortal technique. His chances of victory seemed bleak. Yet, as a man, with a heart ablaze, how could he allow those beside him to suffer such indignity? Should he vanquish 8,000 foes at the cost of his own life? So be it. Yinuo, be cautious. Dreamrui cast a concerned glance his way. Yinuo offered a faint smile, slowly raising his hands as the river behind him transformed into a colossal curtain of rain, with flashes of lightning flickering within. The wild monk's demeanor shifted to one of gravity, as the beads around his neck flew from him, morphing into a massive prayer bead that surged towards Yinuo, uprooting the earth beneath. Yinuo rotated his hands, the immense curtain of rain responding as it descended upon the ground. With a resounding crash, the earth was ravaged, revealing a vast crater, as Yinuo was propelled backward. Blood gushing from his mouth. Mu rushed to support him in alarm. Yinuo exhaled, only to cough forth another mouthful of blood, acknowledging the extraordinary nature of the early stage of spirit crossing. Yet a glimmer of anticipation flickered once more in his eyes. At this very moment, Wenzhong found himself slumped on the ground, gasping for breath, his countenance as pale as death itself. In stark contrast, the shadow stood there with an unsettling calmness, as if no battle had ever transpired. The shadow's form began to ascend slowly into the air, its profound cultivation power seemingly distorting the very fabric of the atmosphere, gradually engulfing the onlookers, as though intent on erasing them all. Yet, after a brief moment, its expression shifted dramatically. The twisted air before it erupted violently, creating a massive ripple that spread outward, sending the shadow crashing backward against a colossal stone. The stone emitted a thunderous crack as it shattered, and the shadow spat out blood. Dai cast a wary glance towards the tea house, a flicker of trepidation evident in its eyes, before abruptly rising and soaring into the sky. The remaining members of the Purgatory Altar, bewildered by the sudden turn of events, hastily followed suit. The disciples of Wang Wei exchanged glances, each reflecting a sense of having narrowly escaped disaster. Meanwhile, Wenzhong gazed towards the dilapidated thatched cottage beside the tea house, murmuring to himself, "This is on another front." In the vicinity of Gujiji, the weary travelers sought a place to rest, their exhaustion palpable. He Xueman and Xiao Yusen, embodying the carefree nature of youth, found a spot near water to freshen up. Gujiji stood pensively beside a towering tree, lost in thought. "From your demeanor, it seems you harbor some feelings for that young girl." A rough voice emerged from beside the giant tree. Gejiji appeared unfazed, letting out a sigh as he replied, "Do you not think she resembles someone?" A burly man stepped out from behind the boulder, his gaze fixed on Xueman. After a moment of contemplation, he stated, "Are you referring to the Saintess, Xiao?" Gujiji nodded, seemingly enveloped in reminiscence. "Konghua, I imagine your escape from the barbaric lineage of the past life was largely thanks to Lady Xiao, was it not?" The man known as Konghua fell silent, his expression gradually turning cold. After a pause, he addressed Gujiji, "Let us not dwell on the past. I merely wish to know how you fared with the instructions given by the female demon." Gujiji, likewise putting aside the bygone days, replied nonchalantly, "Everything proceeds as usual." Chapter 32. The Dragon God descends on a hilltop. A gathering of several dozen individuals took place, with Xiangzi at the forefront. Their gaze was fixed on the distant figures of Daoya and his companions. Beside him stood a man with golden eyebrows and a hawk-like nose. "Golden Brow Hawk, have you managed to gather any intelligence?" Xiangzi inquired, his eyes scanning the horizon. At that moment, an individual emerged from the crowd, a figure with a severed arm and a simian visage, known as the severed arm monkey. He approached the leader, whispering something in his ear. Xiangzi snorted disdainfully, ignoring him. Just then, the sound of a long flute echoed through the air. Upon hearing it, Xiangzi frowned, waving his hand to command the group to depart. Half a month passed, and Wang Yue's party was nearing the dragon-slaying tomb in the land of the younger generation, on the Xianxian continent. While Wang Yue's sect may not rival the Purgatory Altar and the Extermination sect, its thousands of years of heritage lent it considerable strength that should not be underestimated. Conversely, the Fengxian sect, a newly emerged faction from a millennium ago, although teeming with experts, still fell short when compared to Wang Yue's sect. With the emergence of the extraordinary treasure, it was evident that all four major sects were eager to claim it for themselves, thereby rendering the internal relations exceedingly intricate. The origins of the Kunlong tomb remain shrouded in mystery. It is said that the name has existed since the era of the Taigu clan. Ancient scrolls and fragments of arcane treasures recount that the primordial dragon, which had defied the celestial mandate, faced annihilation by divine retribution. Yet, its formidable strength rendered it eternal, although its corporeal form was destroyed. It entrusted its essence to the mountains, merging with them. The mountains, infused with the presence of this dragon deity, acquired sentience, and though they lay prostrate upon the desolate earth, they continued to contend with the heavens. After countless millennia, The mountains transformed into towering dragon spines. However, as the spiritual energies of heaven and earth waned, their form was relentlessly compressed, ultimately manifesting as a long whip-like dragon spine, henceforth known as the Kunlong Whip. For 10,000 years, the Kunlong Whip remained concealed within the ancient tomb, its dragon deity retreating into the desolate void of the nine heavens, though the body of the dragon that had defied the heavens was obliterated. Its malevolent spirit was of a strength unparalleled, rendering the ancient tomb a forbidden realm, unapproached since the ancients. The fragments record that when the Kunlong tomb glimmers with golden light and the dragon deity descends, the Kunlong Whip shall re-emerge, binding the vengeful spirit of the defiant dragon to its minimal form. Several hours later, a group arrived at the Kunlong tomb, standing before an immense circular stone door. At that moment, the group from the Inferno altar, who had battled with Yinuo and others, also appeared. Among them, besides the formidable figure known as Shadow, was another individual, a diminutive man with a fierce countenance. At the peak of the spirit-crossing realm, poised on the brink of the profound realm, emanating a faint aura of spiritual power, hailing from the Witch clan, this notorious figure was none other than the infamous assassin. Seven-faced Miao of the Inferno altar. The groups faced each other, neither harboring intentions of conflict, but rather maintaining vigilance, likely to minimize unnecessary casualties before entering the ancient tomb. But a rumble echoed from the heavens, and the clouds above shimmered with a pale golden hue, swirling restlessly. Just then, an extraordinary phenomenon erupted from the Kunlong tomb. The ground within 1,000 zhang radius trembled violently, and a piercing roar resounded from above, unleashing a torrent of golden light soaring into the sky. The golden clouds parted, revealing a vast chasm that seemed to penetrate the very stars. As the ground beneath their feet became unstable, a tremendous force surged forth from the Kunlong tomb, simultaneously thrusting open the colossal gates with a thunderous roar. A powerful pulling force ensnared the gathered individuals, drawing them inexorably inward. The passage of the ancient tomb was a winding, shadowy expanse, seemingly endless. Amidst the chaos, the group could only rely on their own cultivation to safeguard themselves, with some of the less adept perishing amidst the violent collisions. Though Yinuo bore injuries, he was shielded by the unseen protection of his Xian armor and felt no discomfort. Instead, he keenly observed his surroundings, noting the eerie similarities to the Xiangui cave from his past. The passage appeared boundless, and the relentless pulling force seemed unyielding. They soared through this corridor for approximately an hour before the overwhelming force finally abated. However, they found themselves still within the passage, where an unsettling green light flickered, casting an ominous shadow that sent shivers down their spines. Before they could regain their footing, a cacophony of cracking echoed from the stone walls, reverberating throughout the passage. Heightened vigilance ensued, for this Kunlong tomb had remained undisturbed for millennia, concealing unknown secrets. Suddenly, a piercing scream erupted from the Inferno altar's ranks, sending shockwaves of alarm through the crowd, who turned to investigate. Before the onlookers, a disciple of the Infernal altar suddenly revealed two withered arms protruding from his chest, grotesquely mangled and bloodied. Upon glancing behind him, it became apparent that these arms had inexplicably burst forth from the wall, sending a chill through the hearts of the gathered crowd. In the next moment, accompanied by a cacophony of shattering sounds, multiple figures emerged from the wall, their hollow eyes and desiccated forms suffused with an ominous aura of death. These were the corpse puppets, resurrected from the accumulated grievances of the vengeful dragon, a rare breed beyond the three clans of celestial barbarians and shamans, belonging to the spectral lineage. Silent and unseen, these puppets were driven by lingering resentment, devoid of any divine techniques, yet their malice remained unextinguished, rendering them immortal within the confines of this dragon-entombed mausoleum. Conventional magical arts seemed ineffectual against these entities, which appeared endless, while numerous disciples from the three factions perished beneath their lethal claws. After several hours of relentless slaughter, the crowd found themselves utterly exhausted, yet not a single one of the corpse puppets had been vanquished, leading to an overwhelming sense of helplessness and despair. Simultaneously, the corpse puppets within the cavern collapsed as if losing their tether, their withered bodies dissipating into nothingness. Among them, one transformed into a dark green orb, drifting deeper into the passageway. The goo orb. "Pursue it," a voice cried out, prompting the throng to hastily follow. The goo orb, a product of a millennium of transformation, was akin to a demon's inner core or a human's essence. Consuming it would greatly benefit one's cultivation. The individuals traversing the other two passages of the ancient tomb seemed to encounter a similar predicament, all chasing after the goo or bead in an uncanny synchrony. The three groups arrived simultaneously at an expansive chamber, resplendent with golden light. The first sight to captivate their attention was a colossal platform, from which a massive beam of light shot forth. Upon closer inspection, an unmistakable fervor ignited in the eyes of all present. Suspended within the radiant glow was a hefty golden chain, exuding an unparalleled pressure, shimmering brilliantly, a relic of ancient provenance, the dragon-binding whip. However, as the crowd surveyed their surroundings, they discovered 4 coffins suspended within the tomb, each imposing enough to instill reverence. 3 of them measured 100 feet in length, while the tallest neared 1,000 feet. As the onlookers stood in awestruck silence, the 3 goo orbs gently floated towards the light beam, merging into a singular form, which soon transformed into the spectral silhouette of an elderly man. "Look," one disciple exclaimed urgently. Following his gesture, the crowd turned to see the ethereal elder gradually taking on a more corporeal form. His flowing white hair exuding an air of celestial majesty. The assembly was moved, rendered momentarily speechless. "Are you suggesting that someone ventured here a millennium ago?" queried a profoundly skilled individual from the Fengxian sect. The spectral elder sighed softly. The tales of you are best left unspoken." After a contemplative pause, he continued, "In comparison to him, you are woefully weak. If he is the heavens, you are but ants. At this proclamation." The crowd erupted in a tumult of astonishment, left speechless. Moments later, one individual boldly interjected, "Old man, spare us your theatrics and tell me how to retrieve the dragon-binding whip." The speaker, hailing from the Fengxian sect, possessed a cultivation level in the mid-stage of the spirit transition, and his eyes betrayed an unmistakable fervor and avarice for the confining dragon whip. The elder suddenly smiled faintly and slowly remarked, "Young man, you ought to choose your words more carefully. Do you truly comprehend the likelihood of emerging alive from within?" No sooner had he finished speaking than, without any discernible movement on his part, the earlier speaker let out a horrific scream, blood streaming from all 7 orifices, and collapsed lifelessly to the ground. The onlookers were struck with horror, no longer daring to underestimate him, and silence fell upon the crowd as no one ventured to speak disrespectfully again. Yet, it was clear that such a state of affairs could not persist indefinitely. After a prolonged silence, the elder sighed deeply. Very well. In the end, it is but a fleeting illusion. What is the Tao? And why cling so tightly to it? Among the myriad beings, throughout the ages, who can ever truly restrain my heart? Chapter 33. Rain falls. Heart extinguished. As the elder's voice gradually dulled, his ethereal form began to dissipate, leaving behind a throng of bewildered individuals. However, the allure of treasure proved too potent to withstand the insatiable greed within. It was uncertain who first darted forward, but soon the rest followed suit, racing toward the prize. The act of murder for the sake of riches has been a timeless affair. In the next moment, the stench of blood began to permeate the ancient tomb. This time, the lower-tier cultivators refrained from immediately approaching the confining dragonlight pillar, instead biding their time, while those above the spirit transition level engaged in brutal carnage near the light, their bloodlust rendering them oblivious to the identities of their fellow sect members. Yinuo and others frowned deeply. At this moment, He Xueman and He Xueman had joined them, forming a defensive circle, refraining from reckless actions. Amidst the chaos of combat, a sudden cacophony of grinding noises echoed from above, a sound that was strikingly pronounced even in the tumult. Before the crowd could react, 3 enormous coffins, each measuring 100 feet, erupted with explosive sounds, their lids flying open simultaneously. The slaughter below came to an abrupt halt as the onlookers held their breath, their hearts racing in tandem. A thunderous roar erupted from within the coffins, and in an instant, 3 colossal skeletal beasts emerged, charging toward the crowd, causing the stench of blood within the tomb to surge exponentially. Gasps of shock reverberated through the assembly as they abandoned their bloodshed, shifting their focus to defend against the 3 monstrous creatures. These beasts were a skeletal giant ant, a skeletal giant scorpion, and a skeletal giant lizard, their bony forms exuding an aura of dread, their hollow eyes seemingly drawn from the depths of the underworld. The giant scorpion brandished a massive celestial hook at its tail, claiming several lives with a mere swipe, while the giant lizard's gaping maw instilled terror. Most troubling was the venom emitted by the giant ant, which rendered escape nearly impossible in the face of such fiendish creatures. Those below the mystic realm possessed little recourse, forced to flee in every direction. Nonetheless, despite the chaos, Those of slightly higher cultivation still hesitated to abandon the confining dragonlight pillar. Yinuo and his companions were scattered by the giant ant. And as he dodged its venom, he inadvertently drew closer to the confining dragonlight pillar, a move that would expose him to threats beyond the skeletal beasts. He Xueman, closest to Yinuo, glanced in his direction while evading danger. Suddenly, her expression shifted dramatically, and she cried out, "Yinuo, be careful." At this moment, Yinuo was resolutely resisting the threat posed by the skeletal giant ant. Upon hearing He Xueman's urgent call, he felt a chill run through him, accompanied by a faint, piercing whistle in his ears. Instinctively, he turned to look behind him, when a wave of delicate fragrance enveloped him, and a figure materialized at his back. Yet, in the next instant, his heart sank completely. Xueman. From the crowd emerged the anguished cries of He Xueman and others. He Xueman appeared behind Yinuo, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. She gazed deeply into Yinuo's eyes, and everything seemed to freeze in that moment, save for the sound of their hurried breaths. The wind and rain whispered around them, and the heavens seemed to resonate with their plight. In her eyes, whose reflection did she behold? In the next heartbeat, He Xueman's body crumpled as if it had lost all support, and Yinuo clasped her tightly in his arms. 7 ominous figures, their faces contorted with murderous intent, emerged behind him. That a tumult of emotions surged within Yinuo, and in a fit of desperation, he managed to utter a few words. "Xueman, no, don't." Each word seemed to drain the last vestiges of strength from his being. He Xueman lay quietly in his embrace, as tears streamed down Yinuo's face, falling onto hers, revealing a breathtaking yet unattainable smile, like the most resplendent lily blooming in the night. In a voice only she could hear, she whispered, "Yinuo, don't cry. I have no regrets." Yinuo let out a long, anguished howl that reverberated across the land, a fierce, explosive aura surging within him. "Yinuo, be careful." The cries of Zhao Zichuang and others echoed from the crowd. Yinuo, as if in a daze, perhaps already numb to the world, suddenly felt a searing liquid fall into his eyes. Burning like the fires of hell, he let out another heart-wrenching scream of agony. Moments later, darkness enveloped his vision. It turned out that the giant ant's venom had been sprayed directly into his eyes, catching him completely off guard, just as the two were about to be consumed by the ant's maw. Gujiji's figure appeared beside them, swiftly placing a pill in He Xueman's mouth, and then leading them to the fringes, where He Xueman and the others quickly surrounded them. Suddenly, a terrifying roar erupted from within the colossal coffin that loomed above them. Moments later, a 1,000-foot-long skeletal dragon slowly emerged, spiraling in the air. This was the remnant of the ancient Calamity Dragon, a harbinger of vengeance. The crowd was left in shock. Even the 3 gigantic beasts recoiled in fear, as if hope had vanished in that instant. Roar! A furious bellow echoed once more from the skies, filled with untamed rage, but this time it seemed directed not at the crowd, but at the dragon whip ensnared within the beam of light. Ah! A desperate shriek suddenly pierced the air. Upon witnessing this, the faces of Chu Wanli and others turned ashen. Dai was none other than Yinuo, propelled by the force of his own roar, hurtling towards another furious cry in the heavens, his blood-red eyes burning with an undying resolve, as if they had never known the passage of time. The boiling and churning blood surged with excitement, reveling in its frenzy. In the next instant, the enraged dragon swung its tail, like a moth drawn to the flame, driven by an obsession that seemed to silence all around. Yinuo's body was violently thrown aside. Deep in a corner of the confined dragon tomb, He Xueman caught Yinuo's body, gazing upon the bloodied figure before her, a flicker of compassion crossing her face. Blood dripped and fell upon the confined dragon's light column, resembling a hissing sound emanating from the darkness. Suddenly, auspicious energy surged above the column, as if the dragon of calamity sensed it, letting out a deafening roar fueled by millennia of rage, charging towards the confined dragon whip. Golden light instantaneously flooded the vast space, as the confined dragon whip slowly manifested, exuding an aura of dominance. The dragon of calamity was engulfed by the golden radiance, its furious roar erupting with a thunderous intensity, a force so tremendous that it reverberated throughout the 1,000-mile expanse surrounding the confined dragon tomb. Yet, the confined dragon whip was an ancient, even primordial treasure, far from ordinary. It was the embodiment of the dragon god of calamity, a confluence of spiritual power, while the skeletal dragon merely represented its vengeful essence. Thus, it was not long before the confined dragon whip ensnared the dragon of calamity, rendering its struggles and roars futile. Among the crowd below, Xiao Tianming and Chu Wanli guarded Xiao Yusen, while Chu Wanli and Xueman approached He Inua's side. Look quickly! A sudden exclamation of astonishment arose. The crowd turned to see the skeletal form of the Dragon of Calamity slowly transforming into gold. Its flesh seemingly beginning to restore. Geg observed the scene with profound trepidation, murmuring, "The destruction of Calamity." The destruction of Calamity was a self-destructive divine ability born from the Dragon of Calamity's vengeful essence, sacrificing its form and spirit for a fleeting moment of unparalleled power, and it was evident that it intended to perish alongside the confined dragon whip. Geg shouted, "We must flee." Yet, it was already too late. The skeletal dragon erupted into the most resplendent brilliance, rapidly expanding outward as if to annihilate all in existence. Those who had yet to retreat beneath the confined dragon whip were instantly consumed by the radiance, vanishing without a trace. It seemed that all was drawing to a close. However, beyond that dazzling brilliance, a curtain of gold and white light appeared, forcefully halting the onslaught of light. This was the manifestation of the confined dragon whip. Yet, minute fissures began to appear upon its chains, and they grew increasingly numerous. The confined dragon tomb, under the cataclysmic force, began to tremble violently, colossal stones collapsing. This ancient tomb could no longer bear the weight of its own legacy. As a massive stone fell near Chu Wanli, Xiao Tianming reacted swiftly, pushing him and Xiao Yusen aside just in time to evade disaster. Seizing the moment, the group hastily retreated towards the three exits. At that moment, several areas within the confined dragon tomb exhibited signs of subtle distortion, and moments later, the warped space appeared to be violently torn apart, revealing a massive rift from which a terrifying gravitational force emanated. Zhao Zhichuang and others rushed out with Yinuo. Beside the blood pool, the half-black, half-white figure stood silently, gazing at the roiling blood, as if traversing through eons, a hint of weariness etched upon their countenance. What brilliance had accumulated over countless years? You claim to have no regrets, to be guiltless. But if granted another opportunity, would you choose to start anew? A solitary figure languished in darkness, devoid of light and sound, save for the searing flame ignited within their heart. Chapter 34. Parting should be fully enjoyed. He Yinuo let out a loud shout, jolting awake from his slumber, gasping for breath, drenched in cold sweat. He attempted to open his eyes, only to be enveloped by darkness. "Brother, you are finally awake." A voice filled with excitement came from beside him. It was Xueman, who gently helped him sit up on the bed. Suddenly, He Yinuo grasped Xueman's hand with fervent emotion. "Xueman, what about you Xin? Where is Xiao Yuxin? How is she now?" Seeing her brother's anxious and expectant expression, Xueman felt a pang of compassion in her heart. Her nose tinged with a sudden sting. She choked out, "Brother, Uxinjie." She spoke. Words failed her, and she could no longer continue. He Yinuo fell silent, and after a long pause, he quietly inquired, "What about Tianming? How is he?" "Brother, Tianming has not eaten or drunk anything for several days. No one has been able to persuade him," Xueman replied with concern. "Xueman, is there no hope for my eyes?" He Yinuo sighed, seemingly speaking to himself. "Brother." Xueman could no longer contain the weight of her emotions and threw herself into He Yinuo's embrace, weeping bitterly. "Xueman, later go tell Zhao Xixiao, Wanli, and Tianming, let us meet at the usual place tonight." He Yinuo's heart was heavy with melancholy as he spoke softly. "I appreciate your concern." That night, at the foot of Wangwei sect, by the coastline where the sea breeze gently blew and stars twinkled, the distant mysterious island of Wubu Zhiyuan appeared illuminated under the starry night. In the distance, seagulls soared, their cries echoing, while the calm sea surface sparkled like countless stars, leading one's thoughts to drift into a contemplative state. This moment, He Yinuo, He Xueman, Zhao Zhichuang, Xiao Tianming, and Chu Wanli sat by the sea, drinking wine in silence. My beloved is missing, while those who love me perish for my sake. Fate plays its cruel tricks, ensnaring me deeper into despair. After a long while, as the night approached the fourth watch, He Yinuo suddenly downed a large gulp of wine, breaking the silence, and slowly said, "Tianming, I owe an apology to you Xin." Xiao Tianming also emptied his cup, shaking his head slowly. Then turned to He Yinuo, "Do not blame yourself. I know my sister's character. If she had not been certain of her feelings and circumstances, she would not have acted that way. I believe if she were aware, she would not hold you responsible. When she gifted you the illusion heart handkerchief during the ancient void spirit confession, I already understood her feelings for you." "Indeed, Yinuo, This parting may last for an indeterminate length of time. Let tonight's wine serve as a farewell toast from your brothers to you and Xueman, Zhao Zhichuang remarked wistfully. Raising his cup, it has been several years since our initial encounter in the woods, and this bond shall forever remain in my heart. Remember to take care of yourselves, Chu Wanli added, also lifting his cup, expressing his sentiment. Then, the group raised their cups and exchanged knowing smiles, drinking deeply, mingling wine with tears. The following day, Yinuo hurriedly bade farewell to everyone, but just before his departure, he was halted by a disciple of Elder Qingsu, who claimed that the elder possessed a method to heal his eyes. Yinuo was skeptical, yet in his current state, he was willing to grasp at any glimmer of hope. Under the guidance of the disciple, he arrived at the inner hall of the Qingsu lineage. Elder Qingsu was now a white-haired old woman, her face etched with wrinkles. If she were an ordinary mortal, she would have likely been half buried in the earth by now. With a graceful wave of her hand, she signaled the others to withdraw, leaving only the three of them, the Elder Qingsu, a disciple, and a young girl. In the hall, Elder Qingsu, I appreciate your concern. Yinuo suddenly murmured that it is but a trifling matter, not worth mentioning. He replied, retrieving a vial of elixir from his robes. Xueman stepped forward to accept it and advised, take 3 of these Qing Mu pills daily. They will surely improve your eyesight. Even if they cannot restore your vision entirely, they will alleviate the burning sensation in your eyes. The two expressed their gratitude and were about to turn to leave when Elder Qingsu's hesitant voice reached them from behind. Has anyone mentioned Long Xiaohui to you two? Yinuo and Xueman exchanged glances before both shaking their heads. Very well. You may go, Qingsu said, a hint of disappointment in her tone. She watched the departing figures of the siblings and sighed softly, as if whispering to an endless distance. Was all that you two did back then truly worth it? As she spoke, Elder Qingsu transformed from a wrinkled old woman into a strikingly beautiful figure. Though a trace of unspoken sorrow lingered between her brows, the two bid farewell to the others and departed from Wangyue's sect, in a valley on the vast land of the Xianqian continent. Flowers bloomed profusely, exuding an enchanting fragrance, yet the blossoms were infested with various venomous insects, snakes, and ants, creating a disquieting sight from afar. Amidst this sea of toxic flora sat an elderly man, his hands withered and his appearance frail, clearly nearing the twilight of his years. Yet, within this valley teeming with bizarre flowers and poisonous creatures, he appeared at ease, showing no discomfort. While the depths of his gaze seemed unfathomable, suddenly, a figure descended outside the valley. Clasping his fists in respect, Shadow pays homage to the Poison Emperor. After what felt like half a stick of incense, a weak voice echoed from within the valley. Shadow, what brings you here? The voice grew clearer as it approached. And just as it ended, an old man unexpectedly appeared behind a shadow, his countenance frail and his breath uneven. The shadow's pupils constricted, and he turned to say, it pertains to our venture into the long prison tomb. The elder appeared unfazed and replied slowly, oh, did you manage to acquire the long prison whip? The shadow's heart raced, glancing furtively at the Poison Emperor's silhouette, and respectfully stated, the long prison tomb encountered unforeseen circumstances. I was unable to obtain the whip. The Poison Emperor seemed to have anticipated this, letting out a couple of soft laughs before saying, no matter if the long prison whip were so easily obtained, what would be the point of the ancient artifact in question? Surely, the Wangyue sect and that group of ancient fellows from the Zhuxian Hall are well aware of this. A spark of realization flickered in the shadow's eyes, and after a moment of contemplation, he seemed to grasp the meaning. My lord, are you suggesting that while the public aim is to acquire the long prison whip, the true intention is to test the other party? The Poison Emperor turned and, dragging his weary form towards the valley, remarked, do not speak too openly. Very well, I shall speak to the altar master about it. If there is nothing further, you may take your leave. After a moment of contemplation, the shadow suddenly recalled something and declared, Senior, there is one more matter. During our journey to the long prison, we initially intended to eliminate the people from Wangyue's sect. But alas, we faltered at the very last moment. The Poison Emperor did not pause in his steps, and the shadow hesitated before adding, it seems I sensed the presence of Yun Xian. Upon the utterance of those words, the Poison Emperor abruptly halted his steps, his eyes alight with a fierce glimmer as he demanded, is that truly the case? The shadow bowed respectfully and replied, this is merely the intuition of a humble individual. I implore the esteemed Poison Emperor to verify it personally. Yun Xian, oh Yun Xian, who could have anticipated that you still draw breath? Do you recall the matter of Tsongfeng? The poison emperor suddenly erupted into a hearty laugh. His mirth tinged with profound sorrow and helplessness. His garments stirred without a breeze, and his withered hands and haggard visage seemed revitalized with newfound vigor. In that moment, he shed any semblance of frailty, while an invisible yet formidable pressure emanated from him, causing the flora surrounding him to wither instantaneously. Chapter 35. As clouds pass and winds rise in the main hall of the Yinuo sect, 5 elders wore furrowed brows, enveloped in a silence that hung heavily in the air, creating an atmosphere of unease. After a lengthy pause, the most accomplished among them, Elder Dao Yi, turned to Wenzhong and said slowly, "Are you suggesting, dear junior brother, that there exists a traitor within our Yinuo sect?" Wenzhong, having regained about 70 to 80% of his strength, looked resolutely at Dao Yi and replied, "Elder brother Dao Yi, this is not a baseless conjecture. Our encounter and subsequent battle with the denizens of the Purgatory Altar was no mere coincidence. It appears that they had prior knowledge of our passage, lying in wait amidst the dense thicket, leaving us utterly unprepared and ensnared in their ambush. I beseech you, elder brother Dao Yi, to discern the truth. Junior brother Wenzhong, are you implying that one of our disciples is suspected?" A voice, aged and cold, emerged from the crowd, belonging to a withered woman who cast a glance at Wenzhong before continuing, "Or do you suspect those present in this very hall?" At her words, a wave of surprise washed over the assembly, yet none displayed astonishment, as though her statement encapsulated the thoughts of all present. Wenzhong, already aggrieved from the previous skirmish, found his ire further ignited by Qing Su's icy retort. He was about to unleash his frustrations when, at that moment, a flash of light appeared at the entrance of the hall, revealing an elderly figure with silver hair, yet radiating vitality and an extraordinary presence. The elders, upon witnessing this, bowed deeply and respectfully exclaimed, "Master Qin Xian, 100 li away from the Yinuo sect, He Xueman and He Xueman descended from the skies. Their journey, originally brief, had extended to over half a month due to He Xueman's blindness, which introduced numerous inconveniences. Under the blazing sun, the air seemed thick with the scent of scorched earth. After searching for half an hour without discovering a single spring, they were left with no choice but to continue on their path. In the grand tapestry of the world, serendipity often weaves its threads. After roughly half an hour of walking, they spotted a prominently displayed sign that read warm in winter, cool in summer, inviting passers-by in the sweltering heat. "Brother, do you remember the tea house we visited the first time we descended the mountain?" He Xueman exclaimed joyfully, grasping He Xueman's hand. He Xueman pondered for a moment, recalling the fierce battle that had transpired there not long ago. Lost in thought, he felt a wave of melancholy wash over him, attributing it to the whims of fate. Remarkably, this marked the third occasion He Xueman had passed by that tea house. They ordered a bowl of tea and drank deeply, the cool liquid soothing their throats and bringing comfort to their hearts. The modest dwelling beside them still exhaled wisps of fragrant smoke, as if it had never ceased. "Xueman, do you still remember that garden of vinegar flowers?" He Xueman inquired softly. "Of course, I remember. That was when we first descended the mountain, and it was not far from this place." Xueman gazed at her brother with a hint of confusion and inquired, "What is it? Do you wish to see it, brother?" "Yes, please take me to have a look," he whispered. Recalling the tale of the seaware flower, Xueman seemed to grasp her brother's intent, a flicker of sorrow crossing her expression. Subsequently, the two set off in the direction of the seaware flower garden. However, they remained oblivious to the fact that the wild grass by the roadside beneath their feet was gradually withering away. It was a time when insects and beasts were typically active, yet the forest surrounding the tea house was eerily silent, almost unsettling. At that moment, the tea house itself was devoid of light, save for the warm in winter, cool in summer, banner fluttering gently in the night breeze. Beside the tea house, within a humble thatched cottage, a figure resembling a beggar knelt on the ground, hair in disarray, covered in dust, his tattered robes tightly wrapped around his shivering form. His hands, protruding from his garments, were almost devoid of blood, as they slowly carved into the earth, moving with a pallid fragility. Inside the cottage, only a solitary candle burned quietly, illuminating the dim space. By the flickering light, two stark characters, heart change, appeared before the man, the strokes precise yet devoid of life, as if the person who inscribed them had been engulfed by despair. Suddenly, the incense that had been burning vigorously extinguished in a gust of unexpected wind, which seemed to carry an ominous force. That moment, a figure emerged 3 paces from the thatched cottage, his visage withered, akin to an elderly man of 80 years. This man was none other than the Poison Emperor. Now, he cast an intense gaze into the cottage, his eyes ablaze with fury and a hint of sorrow. As he stepped forward, the small door of the cottage creaked open of its own accord. He beheld the kneeling figure, whose withered hands had clenched into fists, the sound of their cracking echoing incessantly. Unexpectedly, it truly was unexpected. The Poison Emperor regarded the beggar and suddenly let out a light laugh, tinged with self-mockery. The beggar's body trembled slightly, yet he did not raise his head. His disheveled hair obscured his expression as he fixated on the two characters on the ground, seemingly unmoved. Heart change. Humph, what a splendid heart change. The Poison Emperor observed the inscriptions, his tone shedding any trace of despair and age, instead becoming sharp and confrontational, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. Heart change. What qualifications do you possess to speak of these words? As he spoke, his hands radiated an overwhelming power as he directed them toward the characters on the ground and the bloodless hands beside them. In the next instant, a thunderous explosion resonated. A wave of destructive force radiating outward, obliterating the candle, the cottage, the tea house, and all structures, flora, and fauna within a 10-mile radius in an instant, leaving a scene of chaos, with dust swirling, stones flying, and broken branches strewn about. After a considerable time, silence returned, a deathly stillness enveloping everything once more, darkness reclaiming the land. Yet, the characters, heart change, lay undisturbed on the ground, while beside them, the pale hands bled slightly, trembling quietly, silently resting upon the earth. Everything surrounding bore witness to the sudden eruption of a formidable and tyrannical power that burst forth from this hand, reminiscent of its invincible force from centuries past. 500 years, 500 years. Who could have imagined it had already been half a millennium? The beggar emitted a hoarse growl, gazing at his hands, before suddenly cradling his head and weeping uncontrollably. The Poison Emperor glanced over, an inkling of realization washing over him. His once clenched fists gradually loosened, and his visage reverted to that of an aged man. After a prolonged silence, he exhaled heavily, turned, and slowly walked into the darkness, declaring, "A millennium of cultivation, yet it pales in comparison to a moment of regret. Who laments the spirits of the nine nether? Yin Xian, let it be as you will." With that, he departed, exuding an air of superiority over all existence. In the depths of the darkness, a cry erupted, resonating across the wilderness like the most despairing roar, tearing at the heartstrings. Chapter 36. 10 years at Fengxian Gate. A burgeoning sect of cultivation, situated 1,000 miles from Wangyue sect. A woman stood quietly upon the terrace, illuminated by the moonlight and the fading glow of dusk. Her beauty ethereal and otherworldly, yet her brows were tightly knitted, and her expression betrayed a hint of struggle. This was none other than He Xueman, who had entered the ancient dragon tomb alongside Yinuo. She gazed at the night sky and let out a long sigh, her eyes reflecting nostalgia, with faint tears shimmering as she murmured, "Mother, you once said that all men are ungrateful and heartless. Much like the man you encountered back then." She paused, then continued to speak to herself. But is this truly the case? What is right, and what is wrong? In a tea house, 100 miles away, Yinuo and He Xueman descended from the skies, landing beside a garden adorned with blooming yellow flowers. The evening breeze swept through, a delightful fragrance wafted around them. Upon entering the garden, they were instantly enveloped by a sea of blossoms. The vinegar flower, aptly named, is renowned for its peculiar trait. When a pair of true lovers appears simultaneously, the flower's stamen emits a sour scent as if consumed by jealousy, hence its name. Yinuo, blind and unable to perceive the surrounding scenery, gently caressed the petals with his hand, a sorrowful expression clouding his features as he mused. I had envisioned countless scenarios of meeting the one I cherish in the vinegar garden. Yet I could never have anticipated that my return here would be accompanied by such helplessness. The trials of longing, the difficulty of love, the endless regret, and the distance that separates them weigh heavily on the heart. Oh, foolish lover, in your youth, why cling so stubbornly to this? At that moment, a woman's ethereal voice began to resonate from deeper within the garden, the sound drifting closer, imbued with a sense of melancholy. Both individuals immediately sensed a shift, and although Yinuo could not see, he detected that the newcomer was within 10 paces, instinctively alerting himself. Who goes there? As the fragrant air thickened, a woman's silhouette emerged from the depths of the garden, shrouded in the dim light of night, exuding an air of eeriness. With each step she took closer, Yinuo felt his heartbeat quicken, as if his very soul was being subtly drawn toward her. The witch clan, he thought to himself, heightening his vigilance. The woman approached slowly, letting out a soft sigh, exuding an unparalleled charm. Yet, her face bore an indelible trace of sorrow. She spoke gently, inquiring, "You are so young. Yet your words carry the weight of heartache. Are you, too, ensnared by matters of the heart?" Upon sensing Yinuo's actions, the woman seemed to grasp his intent and halted, remaining 3 paces away from him. She then posed a thought-provoking question. "Young man, which do you believe is easier, life or death? If your life could be exchanged for another's, would you be willing?" Upon hearing this, the woman first displayed a flicker of surprise, followed by a hint of solace. However, her next words left Yinuo utterly astonished. "I have witnessed countless souls return from death, yet they all ultimately succumb to despair, finding life worse than death." Yinuo exclaimed in disbelief. "Absurd! How can one who is dead return to life? Who are you, and why do you appear here?" The woman suddenly threw her head back and laughed, her laughter sharp and tinged with madness. She cried out, "Absurd? What constitutes absurdity? Do you know what absurdity is? Is it possessing the power to resurrect yet failing to save a life, disregarding the natural order, taking 2 lives with a single strike, leaving souls in disarray? Speak." In her mad laughter, she darted towards the depths of the garden, leaving a trail of crushed vine flowers in her wake, resembling a deep gash etched upon the heart. The 2 observers, witnessing this, ceased their contemplation and hastily departed from this place of turmoil. At that moment, the space around them began to warp, forming a temporal vortex, and shortly after, a shadowy figure emerged from within. Enveloped by encroaching darkness that drew closer, his form seemed to reside within an eternal abyss, his gaze elusive, save for the incessantly flashing character that signaled his arrival to all around him. The darkness seemed to ripple gently, and in the next instant, the illusory moon materialized before Yinuo, drifting aimlessly in the air as if losing control. Subsequently, the darkness dispersed once more, and moments later, everything appeared to revert to its original state, as if time and space had been interrupted and were now continuing anew. Only Yinuo and He Xueman displayed expressions of bewilderment, pondering, when did this illusory moon emerge? Yet, no amount of contemplation could unveil the mystery within. As time hurried on, a decade passed in the blink of an eye. The back mountains of HePan Village, beside a grave, a man tenderly caressed a gravestone. His face, though slightly mature, now bore the marks of weariness and melancholy. His eyes, devoid of light, suggested years of blindness. Before him lay an exquisite oval handkerchief, the illusory heart, upon which scenes flickered vividly, although he could not see. The memories depicted were deeply engraved in his mind, impossible to forget, ultimately freezing upon the moment at the ancient dragon's tomb. "Uncle Long," he inquired, "it is said that you have traversed vast rivers and mountains, witnessing the extraordinary. Do you believe there is still a glimmer of hope for you? Xin." This man was none other than Yinuo, while Uncle Long sat cross-legged beside him. He, too, had been blind for many years, his rough hands skillfully carving a wooden figure, his complexion weathered, suggesting an age far beyond his actual years. Uncle Long did not cease his meticulous wood carving. Rather, he spoke lightly of bygone events, suggesting that it was better left unmentioned, merely reminiscing about youthful wanderings across the world, devoid of extraordinary insights. He paused momentarily, then continued, "However, in my youth, as I traversed the realms, I once heard a peculiar sage allude to the phenomenon of dimensional rifts. At that time, I paid it little heed, and thus cannot recall much." Yinuo immediately turned his gaze towards him. "Uncle Long." That Uncle Long interrupted him, asserting, "Yinuo, allow me to finish my thoughts. Dimensional rifts can only manifest during disturbances in the dimensional fabric, appearing for mere breaths or, at most, the duration of a half-burnt incense stick. Within them lies a terrifying force that can draw in any who approach, far beyond the capacity of ordinary cultivators to withstand. Moreover, it is rumored that these rifts are treasures of celestial origin, chronicled in the remnants of ancient tomes." "What? Such a perilous dimensional rift is indeed a treasure?" Yinuo exclaimed, disbelief etched across his features. Uncle Long chuckled softly, pondering for a moment before shaking his head. "In my youth, I too struggled to comprehend this notion, that a dimensional rift, a product of the upheavals of the 3 realms, could possibly be considered a treasure. That I found it rather absurd and chose not to pursue the matter further. However, the rift harbors an endless, boundless torrent of chaotic winds. Not even a severely injured practitioner in the spirit realm could hope to survive, let alone a healthy powerhouse." Thus, Uncle Long let his words trail off, and a profound silence enveloped them. After a considerable pause, Uncle Long halted his carving, a faint spark of brilliance illuminating his face. Reminiscent of past glories, he turned to Yinuo and inquired, if there were even the slightest glimmer of hope, would you? Yinuo also turned to face him. Despite his blindness, his heart resembled a clear mirror. His expression resolute, as if centuries of time had gradually settled within him. This is what I owe her. Even if it costs me my life, so be it. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the two stood in silence. Chapter 37. Embracing the Tao through the flute, heart racing through the world. In his final moments, he entrusted a letter, once cradled in swaddling cloth, to Yinuo. The tone of the letter's author was unmistakably that of his own parents. It read, "My dear son Yinuo, due to a moment of impulsiveness and under duress, I, your father, stole the stone of rebirth and, alongside your mother, opened the gateway to the realm of rebirth. Unbeknownst to us, we were ensnared by others' machinations, leading to a cataclysmic war of dimensions in my name, resulting in unfathomable calamity. Realizing the gravity of my misdeeds, your mother and I chose to kneel before the heavens, seeking redemption. In my final moments, I sealed you and your sister He Xueman within a millennium ice membrane, hidden within the hall of illusory rain. To be unsealed by my friend 800 years hence. The path ahead is long, and the Tao is boundless. I hope my son will find his way." Furthermore, over the past decade, Yinuo's cultivation had gradually approached the pinnacle of the spirit refinement realm. Yet amid this transformation, he sensed subtle, enigmatic changes occurring within his body. Ever since he had entered the blood pool, he had felt a sinister energy lying dormant within him, which later seemed to be awakened by the ethereal giant tortoise dragon within the Xiangui cave, stirring to life within him. After this, each time anger surged within him, the malevolent energy coursed through his body as if in a state of exhilaration, gradually devouring his reason and cultivation while simultaneously appearing to grow stronger. Over the years, had it not been for the restraint imposed by Huan Yue and the genuine energy within him, its rate of growth might have been even more alarming. As night fell, the melodious sound of a flute wafted from the riverside of HePan Village. Though beneath the beauty of the melody lay a profound sorrow, the evening breeze gentle yet desolate. Yinuo followed the sound to the side of Uncle Zhao, choosing not to intrude, but instead took out the bamboo flute that had accompanied him for many years and began to play alongside Uncle Zhao the piece titled Dream Rain. The sky was high and clear, the moon bright and sparse. One tune of Dream Rain, one bout of drunkenness. Yet, he wondered how she fared in another realm at this moment. It was quite surprising that after more than 300 years, the once renowned Yuxiatsi had become so melancholic and sentimental, truly a source of wistfulness. Just then, a long laughter resonated from the air, the voice approaching from afar, gradually settling near the two at a distance of 10 zhang. The melancholy on Uncle Zhao's face dissipated, replaced by a rare solemnity as he glanced in the direction of the voice and declared, "It has been several centuries since we last met. What brings you here today? Is it still about the matters of the past?" The figure gradually emerged from the shadows, clad in scholarly attire, moving with a lightness, though his gaze was fixed intently on Uncle Zhao. Yinuo discerned that this person was at the initial stage of Xianshi, seemingly having lingered in this state for an extensive period. Humph, who would have thought that after parting ways all those years ago, you would hide in this remote village? Yet, judging by your current appearance, it seems you have truly given up on yourself. The look in the newcomer's eyes held a glimmer of disdain, and his words dripped with deep scorn. Uncle Zhao regarded him, seemingly unwilling to yield, and replied coolly, "Sima Jinling, who would have thought you still held on to your ambitions after all these years? I presume your pursuit of me has not been without considerable effort." Ma Jinling let out a cold snort, his tone sharpening as he retorted, "What if I told you I came to kill you?" Yuxiatsi, Yinuo, standing beside them, began to detect the underlying tension and interjected, "Esteemed senior, might I inquire what grievances you hold against Uncle Zhao? However, it is now evident that Uncle Zhao has distanced himself from worldly affairs. Why persist in this obsession?" Sima Jinling appeared taken aback by Yinuo's words, taking a few steps forward with a hint of disdain, saying, "Kid, this is not a place for your prattle. You lack the qualifications. A century of the Tao, a millennium of crossing. Sima Jinling, do not underestimate the fervor of a youthful heart." Uncle Zhao sighed deeply, handing the jade flute to Yinuo and earnestly stating, "Let him see whether it is you who lacks qualifications, or he." Yinuo accepted the jade flute and sat down on the ground. Ma Jinling's expression shifted slightly, his eyes fixed on the jade flute. "Very well, I shall see what you are capable of," he said, conjuring a jade flute of his own and sitting cross-legged on the ground. The sound of the flutes began to emanate from their vicinity. But this time it was not a gentle, melodious tune. Rather, it was piercing and soul-stirring, as if a powerful force surged directly into the body through the ears. The strength of the flute's sound did not rely on the cultivator's level, but rather on the subtle intricacies contained within. To pour one's heart into the flute, to merge oneself with it, to achieve unity of person and flute. Only then could one attain greatness. The purity of the Zhao's timbre is a mark of excellence. While the state of mind of the player reflects an even higher caliber, should one be able to ride the sound of the Xiao and soar beyond the heavens, that would be the pinnacle of mastery. As the two performers played, the river beside them appeared to undergo a remarkable transformation, the surface trembling violently as immense droplets were propelled skyward to a height of 100 zhang. The surrounding grove seemed to be cleaved by the sound of the Xiao, emitting resounding cracks, as if it were being severed in half, leaving chaos in its wake. At this moment, Yinuo's heart surged with tumult, as if the vital energy within him were stirred into a frenzy by the enchanting music, colliding in every direction that he strained to calm his mind, for he sensed an underlying instability in the Zhao's melody that emanated from ahead. Approximately an hour passed, and the river churned to midair, appearing to have reached its bed, while the trees around them lay shattered, signifying that their duel had intensified to a fever pitch. The invisible waves of their mystical art slowly tore the ground apart, creating fissures akin to gaping wounds, a sight both shocking and haunting. Within the Zhao's resonance, Yinuo glimpsed the hidden past. Suddenly, the music ceased. Sima Yiling unexpectedly spat a mouthful of blood, his Xiao clattering to the ground. He pressed his hand to his chest, gazing at Yinuo in disbelief, before turning to Zhao Shu, coughing twice, and then erupting into a self-mocking laughter. Ha ha. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? It appears that I, Sima Yiling, shall never surpass you in this lifetime. Yinuo halted his Xiao, and the river instantly cascaded down. Though he could not see, he could deeply sense the profound sorrow emanating from his opponent. Zhao Shu turned to Sima Yiling, his eyes revealing a hint of complexity, lamenting, "We were once known as the twin talents of the Jade Xiao, yet you became so enamored with merging the Tao with the Xiao that you fell prey to your inner demons. Ensnared and unable to extricate yourself. Over these past centuries, have you ever come to understand this?" Sima Yiling, mustering his strength, raised his head to gaze at the night sky, where the moon shone brightly, but offered no light to illuminate his heart. He spoke forcefully, "The twin talents of the Jade Xiao. What a distant title. For centuries, I have been lost in delusions, unwilling to accept being beneath you. I awaited the day when I could reclaim the Jade Xiao from your hands. Yet I never anticipated." Zhao Shu rose, his garments billowing in the wind, and in the next moment, his aura began to swell, growing increasingly formidable, ascending from the first level of illusory intent to the second, then the third, until he reached the realm of spirit refinement, transcending into the profound realm, ultimately halting at the pinnacle of the profound substance realm. Chapter 38. Those who offend me shall be punished. No matter how distant, a weariness and desolation unprecedented adorned Zhao Shu's face, mingled with a deep regret as he sighed. "Let alone you. How could I be any different? Do you still remember Xiaolian? How could I forget? You two were once childhood sweethearts, perfectly matched, leaving many envious." As Sima Yiling spoke, he suddenly turned to Zhao Shu, a flicker of astonishment crossing his features. "What? Could it be that you truly? Do you regret it?" He sighed, seemingly resigned. "If given the chance, if heaven were to grant me another 100 years, I would forsake the path of immortality and make amends to her. I in the twilight of my existence. I have come to realize that what I have been fervently pursuing is merely the freedom of mutual understanding and companionship, rather than the so-called path of immortality to which I clung so desperately." Yinuo listened quietly from the side, and in a moment of reverie, he seemed to express a faint lament. Yet, to truly let go is a task far from simple. The vicissitudes of life cannot overshadow the fleeting glimmer within one's heart. Suddenly, Sima Yiling rose to his feet, gazing skyward, an invisible aura unfurling around him. He let out a hearty laugh that reverberated through the heavens and earth, lingering for an extended duration. As his laughter resonated, his form gradually dissipated, as if a lifetime of brilliance was devoted solely to this moment of enlightenment, leaving behind only that impassioned voice. The path of cultivation, the journey through the skies. The ties are insufficient, the distance is endless, deep is the affection, regretful of the past. How laughable it is, the heavens appear as mere ants. For whom does one go mad? For whom does one weep? The night breeze flows gently, seemingly without a trace, 100 miles away, by the edge of a secluded, dark pond. a figure emitted a series of anguished cries as he looked into the water, illuminated by the moonlight, and beheld the terrifying, grotesque visage that was his own. His entire being trembled incessantly, evidently enduring immense torment. After a moment, a resounding roar erupted, shaking the wilderness, flattening everything within several dozen paces. Amidst this, anguished howls intertwined with the incantation of the life rebirth spell. Life rebirth spell. Necromancer, I shall not share the heavens with you. Half a month later, on a midday in HePan Village, He Yinuo and He Xueman stood beside their grandmother's grave, adding a layer of soil to the mound. He Xueman glanced at her brother, a shadow of concern crossing her features. Brother, let Xueman accompany you. Allow me to be your eyes. Observing her brother's slightly haggard countenance, she felt a pang in her heart and fell into his embrace. Sobbing quietly, He Yinuo patted her back, feeling a wave of compassion. Yet he understood that the path ahead must ultimately be traversed. The next day, He Yinuo soared through the skies towards Wangyue sect. Gliding through the air, with the phantom moon revolving gently before him, he exhaled deeply, having been blind for years, unable to see the world around him. However, his hearing had become exceptionally acute during this time. Any whisper of movement within 100 paces could not escape his ears. After flying for several days, he was surrounded by the cacophony of passers-by. Yet, on this particular day, amidst the clamor, he discerned a sharp whistle piercing through the air. Evidently the sound of cultivators traversing the skies, but the swiftness of their passage caused He Yinuo to frown slightly, as the sound appeared to emanate from multiple directions. After a brief contemplation, he swiftly descended, following the sound, and soon landed in a secluded area 100 paces away. On a patch of grass lay a corpse clad in the garb of the Purgatory sect. Beside the body stood 3 individuals. And had He Yinuo been able to see, he would surely recognize them. My lord. Look, said Duan Bai Ho, pointing at the corpse on the ground to the other 2. This is one of my subordinates discovered yesterday. One among them, exuding the aura of a peak spirit transcending cultivator, with a menacing countenance, snorted disdainfully. Duan Bai Ho, this is merely the death of a disciple. What is there to make a fuss about? As the sound echoed in He Yinuo's ears, an uncontrollable fury surged within him. The architect of all his past grievances from a decade ago now stood merely 100 zhang away. This individual was none other than the Inferno Altar assassin, Qimian Wang. Yinuo clenched his fists tightly, a sinister aura gradually rising within him, accompanied by a burgeoning intent to kill. That a glimmer of light flickered in Qimian Wang's eyes as he spoke with a tone of derision. Remarking that the Wangyue sect dared to slay a member of their ranks, calling them nothing but a foolish clown overestimating their own capabilities. In the next moment, He Yinuo's figure slowly materialized. The 3 individuals immediately grew vigilant, yet they had all previously crossed paths with He Yinuo, recognizing him at once. Once they realized he stood alone, their apprehension subsided. Qimian Wang mocked. Oh, so it turns out you were blind. I never expected you to survive until now. I was just about to cause some trouble for the Wangyue sect. Since you seek death, I shall grant you that today, and make you the first to accompany me to the grave. He Yinuo, undaunted, pointed towards a nearby pool of water that faintly glimmered red and asked, might I inquire what this pool is called? The 3 were momentarily taken aback. Qimian Wang continued to scoff. How intriguing. This pool is known as the blood pool, perpetually tinged red. What of it? A peculiar smile crept upon He Yinuo's lips as he replied, you shall realize your demise when you traverse the bridge of helplessness. A fierce glint flashed in Qimian Wang's eyes as he directed the wild monk. Wild monk, I leave him to you. The wild monk said nothing further and charged directly towards He Yinuo. However, he had previously engaged with He Yinuo and recalled that back then, He Yinuo, merely at the initial stage of spirit refinement, could barely hold his own against someone at the spirit crossing stage. Now, it was evident that He Yinuo had progressed to the late stage of spirit refinement, making the outcome of another confrontation uncertain. Thus, he summoned a wolf-like creature, wielding his staff to unleash a tremendous force towards He Yinuo. He Yinuo, attuned to the changes around him, summoned the phantom moon, creating a 3-zhang barrier of Taoist law. The wolf demon manifested numerous clones, yet they could not step forward even an inch. And the wild monk too found himself unable to advance beyond the confines of the barrier. Suddenly, an eerie smile appeared on He Yinuo's face, instilling a chill within the wild monk, causing him to shiver uncontrollably. He Yinuo's form moved like a specter, piercing directly through the wild monk's being. Akin to an invisible blade, the wild monk's eyes widened in terror and disbelief, only to be consumed by the might of the Taoist power with a chilling scream. Wild monk, extinguished, as the brilliance began to fade. Qimian Wang's expression mirrored a blend of astonishment and a hint of trepidation, swiftly replaced by a fierce glint. In an instant, he directed his full force towards Yinuo. The wind howled, and the very flora seemed to rise in arms. He had awaited this moment for far too long. Yinuo did not turn around. Instead, he tightened his fists, in the next heartbeat. As Qimian Wang drew within 10 zhang, his body suddenly halted, as if ensnared by an unseen force. At that moment, a colossal celestial totem gradually materialized above Qimian Wang's head, with stars shifting and mountains swirling, descending slowly upon him. This was a profound Taoist technique, the Xiansha, a method to seal the heavens. It was the very technique employed years ago to summon heavenly lightning to rescue the three of them during their confrontation with the wild monk. At that moment, Feng Tianlei had already reached the early stage of spirit crossing. However, at this juncture, Yinuo, whose cultivation was merely at the spirit refining realm, unleashed this technique, yet its power surpassed that of Feng Tianlei by an immeasurable magnitude. The seven-faced demon was ensnared within. Rendered immobile, and for the first time, a look of terror manifested upon its face. Chapter 39. When my heart awakens, the world goes mad. A peculiar force resisted him entirely, yet this sensation vanished almost instantaneously, leading Yinuo to believe it was merely a figment of his imagination. However, in that fleeting moment, the seven-faced demon seized the opportunity, breaking free from the spell, its visage contorted with rage as it bellowed. Die. Following this was a full-force strike from the pinnacle of the spirit-crossing first realm, the peak of perfection. In that moment of bewilderment, Yinuo found himself unable to evade. His body was brutally struck from behind by this overwhelming force, causing him to spew forth blood, his form akin to a kite with severed strings, propelled forward. Subsequently, amidst the triumphant, yet nearly frenzied laughter of the seven-faced demon, his body plummeted into the blood pool, gradually submerging within its depths. The one-armed monkey observed this scene, a faint sense of foreboding whispering that all was not yet concluded, and that his scheme to frame the Wangyue sect had achieved its aim. Thus, he stealthily departed while the seven-faced demon was momentarily distracted. At this moment, the wind surrounding them showed no sign of abating. Instead, their shrill howls intensified beyond that of previous gusts, beneath the blood pool. Yinuo's form descended slowly, his mind awash with vivid memories, halting at the visions encountered on his journey to Wangyue, lingering at the curtain water abyss, the realm of rebirth, and the dragon-binding tomb, the faces of beloved intimate companions flashed before him, alongside those who had shared both trials and tribulations, remaining steadfast by his side. Yinuo murmured to himself, "Why do I pursue the path of cultivation? What is it that I seek and cling to? If I cannot protect those around me, then what significance does all my endeavor hold?" Beneath the blood pool, he once again clenched his fists, proclaiming, "When my heart awakens, the world is in chaos. When my heart extinguishes, the world descends into madness. If the gods obstruct me, I shall annihilate the gods. If heaven and earth impede me, I shall unleash chaos. If the stars hinder me, I shall shatter the heavens and conquer the firmament." The waters of the pool enveloped him, saturating his form. Before him, a pearl began to materialize slowly, a gift from the ancient tortoise at the edge of the realm of rebirth, the tearstone pearl. In the next moment, bubbles erupted upon the surface of the pool, rolling and bursting, and as time progressed, the frequency increased, as if the entire pool was beginning to boil. This moment, though the wild monk lay dead, the wolf demon continued to linger around the pool, sniffing intently as if seeking something. Suddenly, the sky transformed dramatically. The wind howled, dark clouds gathered, and a torrential downpour commenced. Simultaneously, a colossal vortex appeared abruptly upon the surface of the blood pool, spinning rapidly and emanating a tremendous pulling force. The wolf demon, closest to the water, was forcefully drawn in amidst its frantic howls. The seven-faced demon gazed on in astonishment, exclaiming in panic, "This is impossible. This cannot be happening." It then turned to flee, but just as its form ascended 10 zhang above the ground, it abruptly halted mid-air, cold sweat cascading down its face as rain mingled with its fear. Before him, behind him, above him, and below him, the same figure emerged, with eyes that were distant and profound, reflecting a chilling gaze. By the blood pool, Yinuo's silhouette floated to the shore like a specter. He gazed into the sky and softly uttered the word "annihilate." As the storm ceased, the seven-faced wraith was suddenly struck as if by lightning. Trembling violently, blood streaming from its 7 orifices, it screamed in agony as its body was consumed by a raging inferno. leaving only its eyes filled with terror. In the next moment, all its doppelgangers converged upon him. Yinuo stood with his arms crossed, defiant beneath the vast sky. In this battle, Yinuo's spiritual power gradually increased. His eyes, nourished by tears, regained their brilliance, and moreover, having devoured the demon wolf, he acquired its unique doppelganger technique, though his malevolent aura intensified, and the desire for slaughter seemed increasingly uncontrollable. Yinuo cast his gaze towards the direction of Wangwei's sect. And at that moment, he recalled the beggar near the tea house, remembering how, during his first descent with He Xueman, he had overheard the tea house attendant mention that the beggar possessed the ability to foresee fortunes and misfortunes. In this vast world, extraordinary individuals abound. The past is a fixed state, observable and knowable, while the future is elusive and difficult to fathom. Just then, as Yinuo pondered, two sharp cries pierced the air, and he looked up to see two figures approaching at great speed. Yet he was still able to discern their features. As the ancients said, fortune and misfortune are interdependent. Although Yinuo had suffered the pain of blindness, he had diligently trained his hearing over the years and took care of his eyes. Thus, after experiencing the rejuvenating effects of the Xingguate tears, his vision and hearing were sharper than ever, allowing him to perceive all around him. Upon recognizing the newcomers, a smile unconsciously graced his face, and in a flash, he appeared in midair. Yinuo, the two figures halted midair, exclaiming in astonishment. Yinuo looked at them and smiled, saying, Chu Wanli, brother Tianlei, it has been a decade. How have you fared? The newcomers were indeed Chu Wanli and Feng Tianlei, and it had been 10 years since their last meeting. Chu Wanli scrutinized Yinuo with a mix of surprise and excitement, exclaiming, Yinuo, your eyes have healed. Moreover, your cultivation. Brother He, your destiny is profound. I never imagined you would reach the peak of spirit refinement. It seems I should now address you as senior brother. Feng Tianlei, standing beside him, was equally taken aback. Brother Feng, you jest. Your kindness towards me is not something I, as your junior, would ever forget. By the way, I see you both are in a hurry. Might there be urgent matters at hand? Yinuo inquired. Chu Wanli and Feng Tianlei exchanged glances, both sighing deeply, and then Chu Wanli spoke with a tinge of bitterness. Yinuo, you are unaware of the turmoil we have faced. In these past 10 years. Particularly in recent years, countless disciples of our sect have perished, their deaths most tragic, drained of their very lifeblood. This matter has even alarmed Elder Qing Xian, who has ordered a thorough investigation. After much effort, we have finally uncovered a faint clue. Yinuo listened, feeling as though he had experienced it before. Suddenly, he recalled the night many years ago when he and He Xueman had camped in the wilderness, where they encountered a ferocious brute, feasting on the blood of wild beasts. Following this, Feng Tianlei continued, all disciples of our sect have fallen victim to one individual, a man affiliated with the barbarian tribes, known as Lai Manzid. He does not belong to any sect and possesses profound cultivation. A millennium ago, he was a figure of considerable renown, neither righteous nor evil. However, for reasons unknown in recent years, he has resorted to feeding on the vital essence of practitioners. What are you implying now? Yinuo inquired. The land of desolation lies approximately 10,000 miles from here, where the earth is perpetually scorched by extreme heat, rendering it exceedingly arid. If an ordinary person were to linger here for just a few hours, all their vital essence would swiftly evaporate, leaving behind mere desiccated corpses that horrify the senses. Even for those of cultivation, this place is fraught with peril, as it appears devoid of life, yet harbors unique and bloodthirsty creatures. In the southwestern distance of Yinuo, 1,000 miles away, there existed a verdant bamboo grove, its branches lush and rustling in the wind. If one listened closely, they could faintly discern a sound akin to weeping, reminiscent of human lamentation. Deep within the bamboo thicket stood an elderly figure, his hair white and flowing. That moment, he stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing intently at a sturdy bamboo stalk before him, his eyes deep and seemingly filled with nostalgia. Upon the bamboo surface were etched the names Yuelan and Qianmo. He extended his hand and gently caressed the somewhat wilted bamboo, as if it bore the weight of countless memories. You have arrived. He spoke softly, just as Feng Xianbei approached with measured steps. A profound silence enveloped them as they gazed through the bamboo, their vision becoming hazy, and the images of the past resurfaced before their eyes. 500 years ago, in the southern expanse of the Skinshan continent, a tempest raged, with thunderclaps and the sky darkening, the clouds rolling incessantly, within which the silhouettes of two figures flickered in and out of sight. These two individuals possessed celestial prowess, their might transcending the limits of even the most formidable practitioners. Within a 1,000-mile radius of their duel, the elements themselves seemed to yield, the winds and clouds retreating in their wake. One belonged to the celestial race, his formidable cultivation having long surpassed the peak achievable by Xinjing experts, while the other, though slightly inferior in technique, wielded a terrifying spiritual power that emanated from his lineage within the witch tribe, rendering his strength comparable to that of his opponent. Yet, 1,000 zhang away from them, two others were engaged in a desperate struggle that a man and a woman, though their cultivation did not match that of the first pair, were both Xinjing experts, and their techniques intertwined, causing the heavens to shift. However, at that moment, the woman cradled an infant in her arms, which immediately placed her at a disadvantage. Thus, the battle continued for several days, with the two transcendent figures still unable to gain the upper hand. In contrast, the woman appeared increasingly beleaguered. The prolonged conflict had left her in a precarious state, struggling to maintain her composure. As days passed, she found herself at the end of her rope, while the man's onslaught intensified, eager to seize the moment and deliver a decisive blow. With formidable prowess, he forcefully lifted a towering mountain of 100 zhang, unleashing an overwhelming might toward the woman. In that instant, the skies shifted and the earth changed hue. The woman found herself with no avenue of escape, compelled to summon all her strength in resistance. As a member of the witch clan, she possessed a formidable spiritual essence, yet confronting such a brutal force proved to be a task beyond her capabilities. Moreover, the man she faced belonged to the barbarian lineage, his physical strength beyond imagination. At this moment, he advanced, completely merging with the mountain, charging at the woman with a cataclysmic intent. In the next heartbeat, the woman was hurled backward, her spirit shaken, blood spilling from her mouth. In a desperate bid, she expended her remaining strength to hurl the infant in her grasp toward two others, simultaneously shouting, "Songfeng, catch the child." One among them, known as Songfeng, felt a jolt of determination and leapt toward the woman, intercepting the infant mid-flight. Gazing at the child in his arms and the woman before him, his eyes reflected tenderness, though his countenance was marred by a fierce intent to kill. Yet the mountain showed no signs of relent, continuing its relentless advance toward the two. Songfeng, suspended in midair, unleashed an overwhelming aura, a pure and tyrannical soul-capturing force enveloping the entire mountain, which then ceased its forward momentum. The vast expanse seemed to tremble in response. Locked in a stalemate, 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. Boom! With a thunderous roar, the 100 mountain erupted, amidst which echoed cries of agony, yet the figure of the barbarian man vanished, seemingly entombed within the earth and sky as the mountain crumbled. Songfeng, radiating an unstoppable force, turned his gaze toward the woman below, his eyes filled with profound tenderness. The woman, mustering her final breath, infused her entire being with spiritual essence. Observing the woman, now stained with blood, he inquired with concern, "Yuan, how are you?" Yet, before his words could fully escape his lips, a heart-wrenching cry escaped him. In panic, the woman looked at him, only to find his body pierced by an overwhelmingly tyrannical invisible force. And more despairingly, the infant in his arms had fallen silent amidst this cataclysmic power. In the next moment, blood seemingly stained the entire vast expanse as he collapsed into the woman's embrace. "No!" She emitted a piercing scream, causing the heavens to tremble. Howling winds roared, thunder rumbled, and torrential rain lashed the sky. Not far from the two stood a figure, eyes aflame with crimson, as if the bloodshed had buried his conscience deep. He approached them slowly through the air. The woman lifted her gaze to him, her own eyes reflecting a blood-red hue, yet the hatred emanating from her was etched into her very bones. Rising, she advanced toward him, her voice a desperate wail, "Yin." Just then, a hand grasped her tightly, and with his final strength, he uttered for last words, "Live well." A bolt of lightning struck, and a thunderous roar resounded through the heavens and earth. The man who approached slowly was suddenly beset by a flicker of struggle in his eyes, which swiftly deepened into an overwhelming torrent of pain and regret. The crimson hue in his gaze waned. He cast a glance at his own hands, lost entirely to madness. A millennium of the Tao, an eternity of crossing, understanding lies within the heart, yet cultivation is bound by the realm. Amidst the tempestuous winds and rains, the heavens appeared desolate, the stormy weather, a reflection of the earth's melancholy. Outside the bamboo grove, a woman knelt upon the ground, drenched by the downpour, while the man and infant lying beside her had long since succumbed to the silence of death. She gazed into the depths of the bamboo thicket, her voice hoarse as she pleaded, "Senior brother, I beseech you to save them. I implore you." Her voice faltered, choked by grief. The bamboo forest seemed to resonate with her sorrow, echoing with soft sobs that tugged at the heartstrings of any who heard. After a long silence, a sigh emanated from within the grove. "Now you come to seek my aid, yet what were your thoughts when you betrayed me so long ago?" The woman's weeping intensified. In a tone laden with desperation, she replied, "Senior brother, I acknowledge that all of this is my fault. I betrayed you. I wronged you. But they are innocent. I beg you, for the sake of our past, save them." Upon finishing, she bowed her head deeply, pressing her forehead into the muddy earth until it was engulfed by the mire. Time passed, accompanied by the relentless sound of rain, until a slow, deliberate footfall approached. Before long, a figure emerged before her, a man who regarded the frail, trembling woman kneeling in supplication with profound compassion etched upon his face. Yet, that compassion was soon usurped by an internal struggle. With a heavy sigh, he inquired, "Do you understand my rules?" The woman abruptly lifted her head, a glimmer of hope illuminating her pale features as she responded with palpable excitement. "Senior brother, do you mean to say you agree?" Without a moment's hesitation, she fervently nodded, declaring, "I am willing to sacrifice my own life in exchange for their safety. That I implore you, save them." It appeared she comprehended his unspoken intent, and she slumped to the ground. Glancing at the two lifeless figures beside her, a profound despair washed over her countenance. But after a fleeting moment, her gaze shifted back to the depths of the bamboo grove. This time, however, her eyes were devoid of longing or plea. Instead, they burned with profound resentment. She erupted into a piercing laughter, her voice chilling, as the rain fell, seemingly penetrating to the very depths of her soul. "Immortal healer, I shall ensure you are forever confined within this weeping bamboo forest." Eternally tormented by guilt, with her hands raised high, her spiritual power surged dramatically, even as her own cultivation rapidly withered, plummeting from the pinnacle of the Xian realm to its weakest state. Meanwhile, the space surrounding her began to warp. Within mere moments, the entire weeping bamboo grove twisted in response, a manifestation of the ancient witch clan's supreme incantation, the soul-locking spell, cast at the cost of countless years of spiritual cultivation. Moments later, a sigh echoed from the depths of the grove, and in the blink of an eye, a millennium had passed. Chapter 41. The misty ghost forest. He turned to Elder Feng and suddenly inquired, "Brother Feng, if you were in my place, what would you have done back then?" Feng, the elder, turned his gaze towards him, lifted the gourd of wine, and drank it in one swift motion that he pondered deeply, reflecting on the heart and the realm. "We, the practitioners of this generation, just as those of the ancient and primordial eras, are ultimately unable to penetrate the mysteries of this vast firmament. Even if one were to attain the pinnacle of the great void and find oneself without rivals. What then? The path of cultivation is not a destination, but rather the genesis of all endeavors. Point 1 must utilize the way to perceive the mundane world and glean insights throughout one's existence." Upon hearing these words, the undying physician seemed to exhale a sigh once more. In the depths of the bamboo forest, sunlight cascaded down, leaving dappled spots upon the ground, while the shadows of the bamboo swayed. Reminiscent of the fleeting passage of time, the expanse of the firmament was immense, with the Milky Way flowing gracefully. One step could encapsulate a lifetime. 8,000 miles away, Yinuo traversed the void. Yet at this moment, he hovered midair, a look of astonishment etched upon his countenance. Before him lay a forest of remarkable density, so vast that even standing in midair, he could not discern its true extent. Most peculiar of all was the thick black mist that enveloped the canopy above, a shroud that appeared impervious to the fiercest winds, remaining steadfast and unmoved. This obsidian fog stretched alongside the sprawling forest for tens of millions of miles, boundless and infinite. Furthermore, the height of this dark mist was truly daunting. Despite Yinuo soaring at an altitude of 10,000 miles, he found himself unable to ascend beyond it, suspecting it reached into the ninth heaven above. Unfamiliar with the nature of this place, Yinuo refrained from acting rashly. Nonetheless, this vast expanse of black mist was an obstacle he must inevitably traverse. To circumvent, it would likely consume an indeterminate amount of time. And by the time he reached the desolate flames, he feared he would find only ashes where life once thrived. His companion, the illusory moon, manifested before him, soaring directly towards the encroaching black mist. Yinuo positioned himself merely 100 paces from the fog, cautiously attuning himself to the subtle shifts within. Yet, in the next moment, he was struck by the realization that the illusory moon which had once resonated with him and held a unique bond, now remained motionless within the black mist, seemingly succumbing to a slow descent. A flicker of alarm coursed through him, after years of companionship. This unprecedented state had never before occurred, as if their connection had been momentarily severed by some unseen force. Just as Yinuo wrestled with his thoughts, the illusory moon suddenly plummeted rapidly. Startled, he acted without hesitation and leaped into the black mist, arriving beside the illusory moon. At that moment, he discerned that the black mist posed little harm to his body. Even the most novice cultivator could withstand its effects. However, this was not the crux of his concern. What troubled him was the gradual sinking of his own form. Within this black mist, it felt as though he was ensnared in an immense zone where flight was forbidden, rendering any aerial techniques utterly ineffective. As he descended, Yinuo discovered that this misty forest concealed an entirely different realm. It seemed he was not the sole entity present beneath the veil of fog. He could hear the faint echoes of howling winds. Time passed, though he could not ascertain how long, until Yinuo finally reached the ground, having lingered within the black mist for an extended period. His eyes gradually acclimated to the peculiar environment surrounding him. He surveyed his surroundings and discovered, to his astonishment, that he was ensconced within a vast cage of chains. Before him, behind him, to his left, and to his right stood 4 towering ancient trees, their weathered appearances suggesting they were no mere saplings, but rather had existed for tens of thousands of years, if not since the dawn of time itself. Yet, what truly captivated the eye was not the ancient trees themselves, but the colossal black chains binding them, stretching endlessly from the ground upwards, creating an enclosure akin to a prison in the midst of the 4 arboreal giants. However, the gaps between each layer of chains were sufficiently wide, allowing Yinuo to easily slip through. Nevertheless, a thought crossed his mind. If this was not meant to restrain individuals, what purpose could it possibly serve? Emerging from the confines, he gazed at the juncture where the black chains met the ancient trees, and a chill coursed through him. That junction, a significant portion of the thick bark, measuring nearly 100 inches, had been worn away, as if the black chains had been subjected to immense force, deeply embedded in the trunk of the giant trees. As he was lost in contemplation, he suddenly felt a shiver at his back. And in an instant, he perceived the accelerated beating of his own heart. To his surprise, a cultivator from the spirit realm could remain unscathed within this fog-laden ghostly forest. Indeed, it left him rather astonished. Then, a man's voice unexpectedly emanated from behind Yinuo, its abruptness catching him completely off guard. Instinctively, he turned to look, only to behold a figure that appeared half ethereal, flickering in and out of existence. As if surrounded by an arcane energy, Yinuo was taken aback. It seemed to him that this was not a person, but merely a wisp of a lingering soul. The spectral figure regarded Yinuo without any apparent reaction and slowly inquired, "What brings you to this place?" His voice carried a sense of frailty, yet even so, it emanated a powerful aura of cultivation that Yinuo had never encountered before, albeit this power seemed devoid of a solid form. Elusive and fluctuating, that I intended to traverse this ghostly forest, but was unprepared for such strangeness, and thus found myself ensnared here. That I wonder, what is it that compels you? He gazed at the ethereal being, realizing that the environment of this foggy, ghostly forest was indeed bizarre. From the moment he began his descent, he had felt subtle disturbances around him, leading to the discovery of the immense chain cage. And now, the appearance of this half-soul entity. This place was renowned as one of the most mysterious locales on the Xiantian continent, spanning a distance of 100,000 miles, an expanse seemingly endless. Yet, the peculiarities of this forest were known to very few, and they found themselves merely at the periphery of the ghostly realm. It was said that the foggy, ghostly forest was a remnant of ancient times, its unique environment suitable only for lingering souls. Those of profound mastery who ventured within would find their cultivation slowly diminishing over time. If they failed to exit the forest in a timely manner, they would ultimately meet their demise within its depths. The half-ethereal figure elaborated with a prolonged tone. Yinuo furrowed his brows, casting his gaze deeper into the foggy, ghostly forest, where only a dense black mist prevailed, limiting his vision to a mere 100 feet. Yet, soon after, he turned his attention back to the figure beside him. The spectral figure seemed to grasp the meaning behind Yinuo's words, revealing a countenance marked by bitterness and helplessness, even tinged with profound anger. Slowly, it articulated, "You must be wondering why I have become this way, and why I find myself in this place." Yinuo gazed upon the individual before him. "Who despite being but a wisp of a lingering soul, still exuded an aura of immense power. Suddenly interrupting, Yinuo inquired, "Do you wish for my assistance?" He regarded the spectral presence with an impassive demeanor. Yet after a moment, a flicker of concern crossed his face. He mused inwardly, one must not be devoid of compassion. If what he claims is false, the consequences could be dire. Chapter 42, Blood-Colored Purgatory. Haha. Dear brother, you are overly concerned. The spectral figure laughed heartily, conjuring a dimly glowing dark green orb before him. Simultaneously, his essence seemed to wane slightly. He gazed at the orb and solemnly declared, "This is the soul orb forged from my residual spirit. Should you find yourself in peril, you may destroy this orb immediately. Likewise, should you encounter any difficulties, you can summon me through this orb, and I shall exert my utmost effort to assist you." Yinuo accepted the soul orb, his eyes glowing with an ethereal light beneath its shadow. "But how shall I assist you?" he queried. "Dear brother, have you ever heard of the wild and barbaric mystic spirit tower?" The spectral figure inquired languidly. Yinuo pondered for a moment, but shook his head in ignorance. The figure, unfazed, continued, "It matters not. 80,000 miles from here lies the land of wild flames, at the heart of which stand 6 majestic mountains. These mountains remain perpetually verdant, resembling islands amidst the sands. These 6 mountains are known as the 6 paths of savagery. If you can locate them, you shall also discover the mystic spirit tower. Beside this tower, there exists a totem of barbarism. Legend has it that this totem possesses the power to reshape the world and can dispel all grievances and curses. Should you reach this place, you would be rendering me a significant service, and I shall certainly not treat you poorly in return." As he spoke, a glimmer of anticipation appeared in his eyes. Yinuo observed the figure's ethereal visage, coupled with a gaze filled with fervent longing, and felt a wave of sympathy wash over him. After a brief pause, he replied, "My assistance is not contingent upon your repayment, but rather." Yinuo hesitated, turning away and letting out a long sigh. "I never anticipated that the greatest agony in this world would be suffering endlessly while yearning for death, only to find it elusive. Perhaps this is the will of the heavens. I happen to be heading to the land of wild flames, so I shall indeed assist you." After a considerable time, Shangwan Huang turned his gaze toward Yinuo and shifted the conversation, stating, "Dear brother, I shall lend you my residual soul's power to traverse the edge of this fog-laden ghostly forest. However, during this time, I will be confined within the soul orb and unable to emerge. You must undertake this task." Upon finishing his words, a powerful surge of residual soul energy enveloped Yinuo, while Shangwan Huang vanished into the orb. Yinuo suddenly felt liberated from the constraints of the surrounding mists, enabling him to traverse the void effortlessly. Without hesitation, he proceeded along the edge of the terrain. Yet, shortly after his departure, the 4 colossal trees that had stood silently within the forest began to tremble slightly. And with their quaking, the immense chains encircling them clashed together, producing a thunderous commotion. Meanwhile, the ground ensnared by the 4 colossal trees seemed to quiver faintly, as if something beneath was writhing, yearning to break free from the earth. Just as Yinuo was concentrating on his aerial maneuvers, a thunderous roar erupted behind him, accompanied by the sounds of splintering earth and flying debris. Who is it? Who dares to cause such commotion? Moments later, another furious roar resounded, followed by an overwhelming surge of formidable Taoist energy. Within this fog-laden ghostly forest, it appeared as though the ancient, unchanging dark miasma was compelled to retreat. Yinuo forcefully steadied himself, casting aside any thoughts, and surged forward with all his might. Though the furious shouts echoed behind him, they were ultimately eclipsed by a more chilling clank of chains. As he soared swiftly through the air, Yinuo increasingly felt the atmosphere around him grow ever more bizarre, to the point where it seemed as if something was soaring alongside him. He surveyed his surroundings, but beneath the shroud of darkness, he discerned nothing unusual. However, at that moment, an inexplicable sensation stirred within his chest, a feeling he had never encountered before, neither in the illusory moon cave, nor atop the dragon tortoise, nor within the dragon-sealed tomb. The surrounding dark miasma appeared to coalesce more densely, and in the previously windless ghostly forest, gusts of howling winds suddenly sliced through the air. Amidst the dim, eerie environment, flickering points of light began to emerge, ethereal and elusive. Yinuo unwittingly noticed his breath quickening, as though a massive stone were pressing upon his chest. He summoned his cultivation to withstand it, but to no avail. Beads of cold sweat now formed on his forehead. In this moment of distraction, something seemed to traverse the darkness ahead, prompting Yinuo to halt abruptly and press his body tightly against a nearby great tree. The dark miasma began to slowly converge around him as he focused intently on observing. Suddenly, a rustling sound emanated from the encroaching darkness. Initially faint, it grew increasingly pronounced and jarring, rendering the desolate environment exceedingly uncanny. As the sound grew clearer and closer, a flicker of brightness unexpectedly emerged from the blackness, vividly red, akin to a dancing flame. Then came 1 point, 2 points, 3 points, white points, thousands of points, millions. Yinuo's heartbeat quickened as all directions around him ignited with that blood-red luminescence. Concurrently, the rustling sound became ever more pronounced, as if whispering in his ear, while the surrounding dark miasma, bearing the undulating crimson light, began to draw nearer. Yinuo, seizing the moment, rapidly channeled his entire cultivation, enveloping himself in celestial energy for protection, safeguarding his spirit and mind with a thread of ethereal power, and employing the technique of howling to the heavens to amplify his presence to its zenith. He clarified his intended course and charged forth towards the crimson light with the force of a landslide. At that moment, he appeared to be encased within a luminous sphere of Taoist energy, impervious to the encroaching dark miasma. With a powerful surge, he burst through the crimson light barrier, creating a vast breach. In the next instant, as he drew closer, he could finally discern the nature of those red points of light. Upon merely glancing at it, he felt an acute dryness in his throat and a chilling sensation along his spine. Those were not mere points of light. They were unmistakably thousands of blood-red bats, their bodies entirely crimson, with fangs bared. At that moment, they were tightly pressed against the barrier of magical light, intermittently producing a nauseating hissing sound reminiscent of something being scorched. Yinuo was now devoid of any hesitation, compelled to break through with utmost urgency. However, he had initially believed that the curtain of bloodbaths was but a single layer, and that by exerting all his strength to create a breach, he could escape. Little did he anticipate that the sheer number of bloodbaths would far exceed his imagination, potentially numbering in the hundreds of thousands, millions, or even tens of millions, resulting in a wall of crimson that was terrifyingly thick. Though he exerted every ounce of his strength to carve out an opening, the red curtain swiftly closed in around him, completely enveloping him, as his barrier of light was swallowed by the crimson shroud. Yet, the most critical aspect was that, as time progressed and the relentless onslaught of the bloodbaths continued unabated, the magical sphere's luminescence began to wane gradually, contracting inward, simultaneously, as the magical sphere diminished and the engulfing power of the misty ghost forest intensified. The spiritual energy contained within it also dwindled, until, amidst the sacrifice of countless companions, a single blood bat managed to force its way in. The unique environment of the misty ghost forest severed his connection with Huanyu and Xianjia, significantly diminishing his defensive capabilities. While a solitary blood bat posed little threat, in such overwhelming numbers, any attempt at resistance seemed utterly futile. At that moment, Yinuo truly felt as though he was ensnared in the depths of the abyss, beset only by despair, and nothing but despair. Chapter 43. Rebirth through Nirvana. The bloodbath that squeezed its way in, driven by an almost frenzied excitement, lunged towards Yinuo's chest, without a moment's hesitation. He seized the opportunity and swiftly eradicated it. Yet, astonishingly, the bloodbath appeared to have no interest in him, nor did it exhibit any caution, leaving Yinuo in a state of bewilderment. Were these malevolent creatures not here for him? However, just as he was momentarily lost in thought, more bloodbaths began to crowd in. 1, 2, 3, 10, 100 at each of these forceful intruders, brimming with an inexplicable exhilaration, charged towards Yinuo's chest, and without exception, they were effortlessly dispatched by him. At this juncture, his internal confusion far outweighed his anxiety and trepidation. The stone embedded in his chest was his greatest secret. Ever since it fused with his body many years ago, he had felt an inexplicable sensation rising within him. Strikingly abrupt yet profoundly real, Yinuo could distinctly sense a malevolent aura coursing through him, which he had always attributed to the influence of the blood pool from years past, yet he could not ascertain whether it was connected to the stone in his chest. However, one thing he was certain of was that over the years, the explosive and murderous aura within him had been growing increasingly potent, albeit masked by the purifying force of his own profound magical power and that of Huanyu, rendering it difficult to perceive. Whenever he pondered upon this, he found himself ensnared in deeper perplexity. The half-demon, half-god figure by the blood pool had claimed to practice the arts of both realms. Yet what eluded Yinuo's understanding was why the power he cultivated from both realms initially clashed and consumed one another. It was only upon encountering this peculiar stone that they began to merge, resulting in an extraordinary purity of cultivation that surpassed the ordinary. At this moment, the aura surrounding the head dimmed to its utmost limit. Shrinking to a mere foot from Yinuo's body, the world around him had transformed into a sea of crimson, an unprecedented sense of oppression and despair enveloping his heart. He felt like a solitary flame in the darkness, easily extinguishable by a mere gust of wind. His hands, arms, and even his entire body were now stained a deep red with the blood of the bats. This blood, imbued with a searing warmth, scorched every inch of Yinuo's being. He threw his head back in a futile scream, his voice hoarse and strained. The towering wall of bloodbats, thousands of feet thick, seemed to sever all hope. Gradually, Yinuo released his grip, ceasing his struggles. That a flicker of relief and tranquility graced his visage, yet his heart was heavy with reluctance. In the next instant, this aura dissipated entirely amidst the sanguine haze. Moments later, countless bloodbats, driven by an inexplicable exhilaration, surged towards Yinuo. The flicker of light in the darkness was thus extinguished, yet in the unknown, it seemed as though a glimmer of infernal fire was gestating. Capable of instilling terror throughout the world, countless bloodbats formed a colossal sphere, 100 feet in diameter, slowly undulating within this vast, mist-laden ghost forest, instilling dread in the onlooker. However, this massive sanguine sphere appeared to be shrinking gradually, accompanied by a series of crackling sounds, akin to the popping of oil in a heated pan. It began subtly, but as the sphere diminished rapidly, the sound sharpened, interspersed with soul-chilling shrieks that echoed pain and fury. This continued for the duration of a fragrant stick of incense, until the ghost forest returned to its primordial tranquility, unchanging as the ages. The once massive blood sphere had vanished, and at its core, a figure emerged, seemingly trembling. It was not Yinuo. Who else could it be? His body floated in midair, a specter within the ghostly woods. His expression was serene as he slowly opened his eyes, revealing a blood-red, otherworldly gleam, which faded back to normal moments later. He shut his eyes once more, and in an instant, a myriad of images swirled in his mind, each imbued with an ancient essence. Like fragmented memories, incomplete and disjointed, the images flickered at an ever-increasing pace until they coalesced upon a pair of immense wings. That a sharp pain pierced Yinuo's mind, as if he could scarcely bear the onslaught of information. He spread his arms wide, and suddenly, a pair of enormous, illusory black wings sprouted from his back, mirroring those in his mind, accompanied by the faint echo of a resounding bird C or Y. In the next moment, an overwhelming aura radiated from the wings, sweeping across the surroundings. Wherever it passed, dark energy dissipated, flora and fauna lay in ruin, and its might was such that it could not be resisted. Yinuo exhaled deeply, and the wings behind him gradually faded away. He sensed the transformations coursing through his body, as his aura intensified progressively. Moments later, an imposing presence characteristic of a great cultivator of the Xian realm manifested, startlingly revealing that Yinuo had transcended the transitional spirit realm, stepping directly into the great Xian realm. Since time immemorial, the path of immortality has been elusive, fraught with hardships, among the myriad who aspire to cultivate the truth and refine their path. Few indeed succeed. To surpass the illusory foundation realm and transition through the spirit realm is even rarer. The great Xian realm is ineffable. Its profundities can only be comprehended by those who dwell within it. The very essence of Xian is ethereal and intangible, and the cultivation methods therein are genuinely reflective of this nature. Mysterious and unpredictable, the Xian realm is divided into 4 tiers: Xian solid, Xian void, Xian ethereal, and Xian illusory. Among them, the Xian ethereal tier is the most enigmatic and ancient. Though it stands alongside the 3 major realms, it is, in truth, merely a process that may vary in duration and is an essential passage for every great being transitioning from Xian void to Xian illusory. This journey is not merely about advancement, but rather about comprehension. It is akin to embarking from the vast ocean. Some individuals maintain their mental acuity amidst tumultuous storms, discerning their course, thus reaching their destination in the shortest time. Others may wander the seas for an extended period, even becoming lost within, forever descending into the abyss of the path, becoming mere puppets. However, beyond these, there exist 2 other types of individuals. One who can swiftly reach the opposite shore without enduring the trials of wind and rain, and another who, amidst the tempest, grasps the creation of heaven and earth, harnessing the might of the universe as a mortal, using rain as a vessel, wind as a sail, and thunder as an oar. Their destination is not simply the other shore, but the Tao of heaven. Though such individuals may linger longer within the Xian ethereal realm, once they cross into the Xian illusory realm, they become an existence akin to ancient legends, instilling trepidation in all who encounter them. Yet, such individuals are exceedingly rare. The misty ghost forest was originally a forbidden area for flight, yet at this moment, He Xueman traversed the air as if unimpeded by any hindrance, his large wings flickering in and out of visibility behind him. The sense of perplexity stirred within him. The misty ghost forest was indeed shrouded in mystery. Fragments of ancient memories surfaced in his mind, perhaps recording the past history of this ghostly forest, yet he could not restore those memories in a short span. Even the mere thought of trying to grasp them brought about a splitting headache. Who dares to make such a ruckus in the land of the ghosts, disturbing this king's slumber? Suddenly, a prolonged, thunderous roar echoed from the depths of the misty ghost forest, its tone deep and resonant. Striking at the very core. He Xueman gradually halted his movement, gazing ahead with a furrowed brow. The source of the voice was closer to the heart of the forest than he was. And judging by the sound alone, they were separated by a great distance, revealing the formidable depth of their cultivation. Chapter 44. The Call from the Annihilation of Life. He Xueman hesitated momentarily, contemplating whether to continue probing inward, but at that moment, a chilling light flashed in his eyes as he fixed his gaze intently ahead. Ahead, dark mist writhed slowly, as if something within it was gradually closing in on He, intermittently emitting sounds akin to branches snapping. He Xueman's form descended gradually. Although the haunted forest rendered the use of illusory moon impossible, having experienced the life and death moments prior, he now felt no fear. The dark mist began to part to the sides, revealing increasingly distinct footsteps emanating from within. Each step measured and solid. He gazed ahead, a glimmer of brilliance evident in his eyes, yet his expression remained devoid of any tremor. Approximately 10 breaths later, a figure began to materialize from the mist, revealing a creature with a fish's head and a human body, standing about 3 zhang tall, its entire form a hue of purplish blue. It crawled upon the ground with both hands and feet, its enormous maw revealing sharp fangs, and its bulging eyes protruded deeply, lacking any semblance of vitality. However, what caused Yinuo to slightly furrow his brows was the potent aura exuding from this fish-like being, suggesting it was nearing the realm of Xianjing. He Xueman murmured to himself, could this be a Tao puppet? Although both Tao puppets and corpse puppets are devoid of intellect and awareness, they are vastly different in nature. The corpse puppet, which He Xueman encountered in the imprisoned dragon tomb, belonged to the ghostly lineage, utterly lifeless, whereas the Tao puppet is associated with the 3 ancient clans of immortals, barbarians, and shamans. A Tao puppet is a cultivator who has lost their mind along the path of cultivation. Despite possessing life force and fluctuations of cultivation, they lack consciousness and awareness, akin to a marionette manipulated by others, much like a once great cultivator lost within the realm of Xuanqiu. However, to command these Tao puppets, the wielder's cultivation must surpass that of the Tao puppet, allowing them to integrate their consciousness into it for their own use. The fish creature halted 5 zhang before He Xueman, its hollow, bulging eyes fixated intently on him. After a moment, a deep voice emanated from its mouth. I truly did not expect you to be alive. How astonishing. This was a seemingly ordinary statement, yet to He Xueman, it was profoundly shocking. Firstly, the voice emanated from the mouth of the one who had spoken earlier, despite the vast distance between them, indicating that this individual was far from ordinary. Secondly, what startled him even more was that the voice bore a striking resemblance to someone he knew, specifically Elder Gajiji from the Wanhua sect. Yet, He Xueman pondered inwardly. How could he possibly have arrived at this place? His cultivation was at most at the levels of Xianshi or Xiankong, making it implausible for him to exude such formidable pressure. Who are you? He Xueman inquired calmly. The fish creature slightly parted its lips, seemingly questioning itself. Who am I? It then emitted a low, eerie laugh, which sounded grotesque and sinister coming from its maw. That depends on whether you possess the qualification to know. With that, the originally hollow eyes of the fish creature shimmered with a ghostly green light, and the aura belonging to the realm of Xianshi erupted explosively. However, having already succumbed to being a Tao puppet, it appeared to be at the level of Xianshi, yet in reality, it was merely equivalent to the peak of dueling. Even so, the residual power was still capable of shaking the heavens and the earth. He Xueman's gaze flickered with brilliance. He found himself yearning to ascertain the true extent of his power within the realm of Xian. Since entering this enigmatic domain, His pure cultivation had undergone a profound transformation, and the once feeble strength of his spirit had begun to grow steadily at that moment. However, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A merman suddenly launched an attack, charging toward him with ferocity. Yinuo steadied himself in preparation, but just as the merman approached within a yard, he abruptly leaped into the air, vanishing from sight. It appeared this was merely a feint. Yinuo closed his eyes, and in the blink of an eye, he channeled all his cultivation power, delivering a forceful strike upward. Above him, the merman, propelled by an unstoppable momentum, crashed down upon Yinuo, as if no amount of cultivation could hinder his advance. With a glint of determination in his eyes, Yinuo murmured, "From the barbarian lineage." In the next instant, a thunderous sound erupted. Reminiscent of a meteor plummeting to earth, the surrounding area, spanning 1,000 yards, was transformed into a wasteland, causing even the ancient fog-laden ghost forest to tremble. Black mist was repelled, and only fragments of stone filled the air. After a brief interval, the black mist encircled once more, and as the dust settled, a massive pit with a diameter of 100 yards lay revealed, its sheer sight both shocking and awe-inspiring. Hinting at the immense force of the impact. At the edge of the pit, the merman panted heavily, observing the depths below, his muscles contorted and veins bulging. In the abyss, shrouded in ghostly energy, the black wings that had enveloped Yinuo gradually unfurled. Revealing his visage, he silently lamented the formidable power of the merman's physique. Yet, a peculiar smile crept upon his lips, as if in that very moment, behind the merman, at a distance of 3 yards, stood a figure, none other than Yinuo himself. For the first time, without the aid of the illusory moon, he summoned all his cultivation power, augmented by the ethereal force of soul capture, unleashing an invisible yet tremendous force toward the merman. With a resounding thud, the merman was propelled 1,000 yards away, crashing through countless ancient trees and toppling massive stones in the process. When the merman finally came to a halt, his once vacant eyes bore a flicker of clarity, though it quickly reverted to an expression of hollow emptiness, now marred by several deep gashes across his body. Yinuo chose not to pursue, but instead cast his gaze toward the center of the fog-laden ghost forest, where an immense sound like roaring waves resonated faintly. He seemed to ponder, rising from the depths of the pit to merge with that shadowy figure. That moment, a voice reminiscent of Gujiji echoed once more, imbued with an air of dominance and confidence, declaring, "This king hails from the Sea of Oblivion." With that proclamation, both the merman and the distant sound of waves faded into nothingness. The Sea of Oblivion? Yinuo murmured, his eyes glinting with intrigue as he regarded the depths of the ghost forest. Sensing a surge of barbarian power within him, he extended his palm, and the soul orb materialized in his hand. Gazing at the orb, he sighed softly after a prolonged moment of contemplation. It is often said that there is no greater sorrow than a dead heart. Yet, even when the heart remains alive, if the body endures relentless torment, how many can still possess such fortitude? If even death cannot alter the course of events, who can truly find solace? Yinuo, despite encountering this individual for the first time, harbors an inexplicable respect for him. If one lives with sincerity, then death must be faced with equanimity. In the desolate land of blazing flames, under the scorching midday sun, one feels as if they are being roasted in a furnace. With skeletons strewn across the ground, likely the remains of ignorant mortals or lesser cultivators who have perished in this place. Throughout his journey, Yinuo has not encountered any members of the Yinuo sect, but only a few wandering immortals, allowing him to traverse the skies with relative swiftness. At this moment, he stands suspended in the air, gazing into the distance. Although it is the height of noon and the heat is unbearable, an eerie chill seems to linger in the atmosphere. As he surveys the field of corpses, he muses that this is not a land of blazing flames, but rather a realm of deathly shadows. The terrain, though flat and unbroken, is obscured by rising heat, making it challenging to discern any particular location. Just as he furrows his brow in contemplation, a sudden explosive sound reverberates through the sky, followed by the appearance of an enormous lunar symbol. He mutters to himself, "Wangwei signal," and promptly vanishes. Shortly after Yinuo's disappearance, the cracked ground, littered with eerie white bones, stirs slightly, deep within the massive fissure, where even the searing sunlight cannot penetrate. It appears as though a pair of eyes has blinked ever so slightly. In this windless, sweltering place, a chilling sensation creeps into the heart. 10 miles away, Several members of the Wangwei sect hover in midair, their brows furrowed and their eyes betraying deep apprehension. Beside them stand several formidable experts from the Fengxian sect, all equally on high alert. Chapter 45. The Savage Six Paths. In the preceding years, disciples of the Fengxian sect have suffered grievous harm at the hands of the fierce barbarian. Upon discovering this, both sects agreed to temporarily join forces and venture deep into the land of blazing flames to eradicate this menace. The leaders of this expedition are renowned cultivators who have long remained reclusive. From the Wangyue sect, it is the esteemed Taoist He Xueman, who has been in seclusion for over 300 years and emerged a decade ago. Resolved to eliminate this threat upon hearing of the situation, the Fengxian sect is led by the highly esteemed Wu Liangzi, who, according to legend, stepped into the realm of Xian over 3,000 years ago. His power being undeniable, this illustrates the significance both sects place on this venture. At this moment, the expressions of the gathered individuals are grave, brows tightly knit, as they gaze down at a pile of dismembered corpses on the ground. The air thick with a pungent scent of blood, the manner of their deaths is horrific. They appear to have been brutally mutilated, and what is even more chilling is that the lifeless bodies lack any trace of blood, as if their essence has been completely drained, or for some other unspeakable reason. Most chilling of all, these victims of savage dismemberment still clutch tightly the tokens of the Wangwei sect and the Fengxian sect. Simultaneously, in a space 30 yards away from the group, a distortion seems to manifest suddenly, and upon closer inspection, it reveals itself to be a transparent figure in the bright light of day beneath the vast and clear sky. It felt as though a pair of eyes were scrutinizing them. Wu Liangzi, what is your perspective on this matter? Inquired the Taoist He Xueman, stroking his long white beard, his expression serious. After Wu Liangzi spoke, he glanced at He Xueman, and a faint glimmer of insight flickered in the depths of his eyes that he continued. This is my conjecture. I wonder what profound thoughts you might have. Taoist He Xueman. Meeting his gaze, He Xuan's eyes were deep and unfathomable. He slowly nodded and replied, what you say resonates profoundly, Wu Liangzi. While the fierce barbarian does delight in consuming human blood, I have never heard of such a cruel act as this. Moreover, the extensive bloodstains on the ground indicate that the blood lost by these limbs was not merely drained, but rather ran out onto the earth, scorched away by the relentless sun. Thus, the perpetrators of these slayings must be someone else entirely. He Xueman lifted his head, gazing into the distance, a hint of coldness gradually appearing on his countenance. After a moment of contemplation, he solemnly stated, these disciples, before their untimely demise, displayed the sect's token to others, yet they still met with such brutal fate. Mere murder seems insufficient. The intention appears to be one of cruelty, exposing their corpses upon our path as a warning to us. Indeed, Wu Liangzi interjected suddenly, these individuals are the elite of our sect, the weakest among them being at the initial stage of spirit crossing, while the strongest is nearly on the threshold of the profound realm. The one capable of inflicting such brutality upon them, and with such audacity, cannot be underestimated. At that moment, Yinuo also arrived at the scene. Surveying the corpses on the ground, his brow slightly furrowed. Meanwhile, at the Wangwei sect, Xiao Tianming and his companion spotted Yinuo, and a wave of joy surged within them at this reunion after a decade. Though the current circumstances compelled them to silently exchange smiles, over the years, Yinuo's close friend had, due to their shared fortune in the depths of the Lianpu abyss, made astonishing strides in the cultivation of their Tao. To the astonishment of many peers, now standing at the pinnacle of spirit crossing, having made significant progress on the path of cultivation. Conversely, at the Fengxian sect, a pair of bright eyes also turned towards him. Yinuo sensed this gaze and returned it, their eyes meeting, causing him to momentarily lose himself. For Yinuo, ever since he first laid eyes on her years ago, an inexplicable feeling had taken root in his heart. Firstly, she bore a striking resemblance to Meng Rue, to the extent that he had mistaken her for Meng Rue at first glance. Secondly, he could not quite articulate why, but he felt an uncanny familiarity with this He Xueman. Despite his futile efforts to trace the source of this sentiment, he could not uncover its origins. Lastly, the woman's chilling beauty was so striking that, even though he had had brief interactions with her at the Wangyue sect, he felt a jolt in his heart when faced with her frigid gaze, which seemed to leave only her stunning visage amidst an aura of icy detachment. What took Yinuo by surprise was that on that fateful night by the sea, this woman had actively inquired whether the melody he played on the flute was that of Meng Yu. At the time, he had brushed it off, but over the years, reflecting on this moment, he realized that there seemed to exist an elusive connection that he could not quite grasp. What precisely it is remains an enigma to Yinuo. leaving him in a state of profound perplexity. The scorching sun blazes down, akin to being ensconced within a furnace. The multitude, already fraught with anxiety due to the unexpected turn of events, finds themselves in a state of indecision, further exacerbating their restlessness. Yet, just as the crowd hesitates, a remarkable sight emerges on the western horizon. Several great mountains seemingly materializing from the earth. Initially appearing somewhat ethereal, they gradually take on a more tangible form, although shrouded in the vapor rising from the ground. They remain cloaked in a veil of ambiguity, flickering in and out of visibility. Nevertheless, this sudden apparition leaves the onlookers utterly astounded. In the distance, 6 majestic mountains appear to hover above the ground, occupying an expanse of roughly 1,000 miles, towering at about 1,000 feet, exuding grandeur and magnificence. What captivates the eye most are the verdant pines and bamboos that blanket these mountains, presenting a lush, emerald vista amidst the swirling mists, as if this desolate, fiery land harbors a hidden oasis. Is this reality or mere illusion? I have heard tales of mirages in this barren wasteland. How could such verdant peaks exist in this desolate realm? A cacophony of bewildered voices rises from the crowd, with expressions of uncertainty etched upon the disciples' faces. Yet, as Yinuo gazes at the scene before him, it is not astonishment that graces his countenance, but rather a faint glimmer of nostalgia, reminiscent of a great mountain he traversed with He Xueman many years prior, although it was deep autumn then. That mountain was as lush as this one, alive with the melodies of birds and the hum of insects, teeming with vitality. It was upon that very mountain that Yinuo encountered the coveted treasure of all cultivators, the wind of the dome. Alas, when he first ventured into the realm of immortality, he encountered this ancient artifact but failed to grasp its true essence, a profound regret that lingers in his heart, tinged with a hint of bitterness. Qin Xian, do you recognize this phenomenon? Wu Liangzi inquired, his gaze fixated on the distant 6 mountains, a sudden weariness casting shadows over the faint surprise on his visage. The 6 paths of wildness, Qin Xian murmured. A flicker of astonishment crossing his features, he whispered, I never anticipated this, truly never expected that the 6 paths of wildness would manifest within this fiery wasteland. Before Qin Xian could complete his thought, his expression shifted abruptly, and with a sweep of his right hand, a surge of power emanating from the pinnacle of the Xian realm surged forth, striking the ground a mere 5 zhang ahead. Simultaneously, Wu Liangzi unleashed a formidable force, his own mystical energy rivaling that of Qin Xian's, crashing down upon the earth. The crowd, taken aback, struggled to comprehend the unfolding events, yet their wariness heightened as they summoned their full strength, bracing for what was to come. In the next moment, the ground 5 zhang ahead was mercilessly struck by the Xian realm's mystical arts, creating a colossal pit as the dry, compacted soil erupted into a cloud of dust, intensifying the discomfort in the sweltering sunlight. The dust enveloped the observer's view, and from within the depths of the newly formed pit, a muffled groan reverberated. Chapter 46. The buried clan. The vigilance among the crowd escalated as they probed the area ahead with their spiritual senses. However, within the vast, dust-filled pit lay only emptiness, prompting the onlookers to furrow their brows in confusion. The relentless sun bore down, yet an inexplicable chill began to creep into the hearts of the assembly. At this moment, Qin Xian and Wu Liangzi wore furrowed brows, yet their countenances revealed not a trace of panic. It is evident that individuals who have cultivated to such a formidable level possess mental fortitude that far surpasses that of ordinary folk. In contrast, Yinuo displayed no signs of alarm. Instead, he calmly surveyed his surroundings with his spiritual awareness. The hardships and transformations Yinuo had endured over the years are beyond the imagination of the average person. Just then, a sudden commotion erupted as a piercing scream echoed through the crowd, leaving everyone in shock. Simultaneously, the expressions of Qin Xian and Wu Liangzi shifted dramatically, and with the power of supreme Taoist arts, Qin Xian forcefully stomped his right foot upon the ground, resulting in 2 muffled groans emanating from below. Meanwhile, Yinuo summoned the illusion of the moon, which shimmered with a silvery light even in the daylight, spinning rapidly and striking directly at the ground beneath him. Moments later, it vanished underground, leaving behind a profound scar on the surface. In the next instant, a dull cry of anguish resonated through the fissured who called forth the illusion of the moon. Standing poised in midair, the screams of despair from the crowd rose and fell, and after the initial chaos subsided, everyone realized that the disturbance originated from beneath their feet, prompting them to ascend into the air to investigate their surroundings. Once the crowd had vacated the ground, they could finally discern the situation above the surface. The once hard and arid earth now bore 5 large gaping holes, from which a faint scent of blood wafted. Obscured by the sunlight yet shrouded in an eerie darkness, it was apparent that the previous cries had emanated from the mouths of disciples standing near these openings, and upon counting their numbers, the crowd discovered that 5 individuals were missing, leading to an uproar at it that moment. The previously tranquil ground began to exhibit further disturbances. It seemed as though some foreign entity was burrowing through the dry, hard soil, leaving deep furrows in its wake. The vigilance of the crowd intensified as this underground creature wriggled toward a singular point. In the next instant, a resounding crack echoed as the earth ruptured to reveal a massive pit 3 zhang wide, sending clouds of dust and shards of stone flying. Beneath the sunlight, several figures gradually emerged from within. Observing this, Yinuo felt fragments of memories stirring within his mind, slowly coalescing and piecing together. As if he had once witnessed such scenes, yet he could never fully grasp them. Lost in thought, he was soon beset by a wave of headache, murmuring incoherently. Qing Xian and Wu Liangzi exchanged glances, each detecting a hint of unease in the other's eyes. Everyone assumed that this ancient, desolate land, with its extreme climate, should be utterly devoid of life. Yet they were astonished to discover the existence of sentient beings. This revelation was far from trivial, prompting the two to signal their remaining disciples to refrain from rash actions. As the dust began to settle, a palpable scent of blood permeated the air, and the figures gradually came into view. They resembled ordinary individuals, albeit slightly taller, with skin of a deep, dark hue that seemed to blend with the color of the earth. However, the strangest aspect was their eyes, which appeared severely constricted under the sunlight, as if they were unaccustomed to such an environment, their positions perfectly turned away from the light. The individuals before us exude an aura of profound cultivation, with 2 among them having seemingly ascended to the realm of Xiankongyi. However, their cultivation appears to be subtly unstable, as if elusive and intangible. Upon witnessing these figures, Qing Xian, Wu Liangzi, and He Nuo exchanged glances, their eyes shimmering with a flash of insight, each murmuring internally, "Barbarians." After a brief assessment, the group's attention was drawn irresistibly to the severed heads held aloft by these individuals, but a closer inspection revealed that they were none other than the 5 disciples who had recently vanished into the cave. The crowd was engulfed in fury, yet a chilling dread began to creep into their hearts. "We bear no enmity towards you. What compels you to lie in ambush?" Qing Xian inquired, directing his gaze towards the figures ahead. Upon hearing his voice, the group turned in unison, their narrowed pupils fixated on him. Then, a leader among them spoke in a deep, resonant tone. "You slaughtered my kin a decade ago, and now you dare to tread upon our savage land? You are courting death." His words dripped with palpable hatred, as if he had endured immense humiliation. Yet, to the ears of the crowd, his claim seemed perplexing and utterly incomprehensible. Qing Xian and Wu Liangzi exchanged glances, both revealing expressions of astonishment. Wu Liangzi scoffed, "You barbaric tribe, having slaughtered our sect members, now you spout such nonsense. What is your true intention?" A glimmer of menace flickered in the leader's pale pupils as he spoke in an even deeper voice. "Leave the land of Huang Yin," or he glanced at the remnants scattered nearby and, in a voice imbued with an ethereal quality, uttered slowly, "Decapitation." The blazing sun bore down upon them, an invisible tempest encircling the group. Yet this wind was frigid, laden with the stench of blood, evoking a sense of dread beneath the vast, oppressive sky. Amidst the tense standoff, Yinuo gazed towards the imposing expanse of the savage 6 paths, feeling an inexplicable familiarity stirring within his chest, as faint echoes of dragon roars resonated in his ears. That Wu Liangzi huffed, his voice laced with anger. "I care not for the events of a decade past. We have come today solely for the sake of the fierce barbarians. If you persist in this manner, do not blame us for our lack of hospitality." His words conveyed a potent sense of intimidation. While these few individuals may not seem formidable on their own, their presence in the Huang Yin territory, where the odds were stacked against them, coupled with the unknown threats lurking in the shadows, dictated a cautious approach. Yet, the figures before them showed no signs of retreat, their narrowed, pale pupils fixed unwaveringly on the crowd, instilling an eerie chill. Suddenly, the leader emitted a series of cracking sounds, reminiscent of shattered meridians or grinding bones. While simultaneously his cultivation rapidly waned, nevertheless, the ferocity in his gaze and the terrifying physical power emanating from him surged exponentially. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, several individuals abruptly crossed one arm over their chests, directing their gaze towards the distant and untamed six paths of desolation. That a flicker of reverence crossed their faces as they silently recited, Fudi Yao, the clan of the prostrated earth, born of sin in the vast void, bestowed upon by the ancient wilderness, to ignite a life, sheltering the desolate path. Suddenly, Qingxuan's pupils constricted, murmuring, Fudi Yao. At the same moment, a hint of astonishment also flickered across Wu Liangzi's face. The name Fudi Yao, somewhat unfamiliar to the younger practitioners, belonged to a clan shrouded in mystery, its origins unknown. Yet, if one were to trace back through the annals of time, one would find its presence a century ago, a millennium ago, even in the distant epochs of antiquity. The existence of this clan has always been enshrouded in enigma. The world knows only its brutal and fierce aspects, alongside an inexplicable fervor for its beliefs. Anyone who dares to touch upon their faith is certain to face annihilation at their hands. However, due to their unique way of life, this clan has become one of the most enigmatic races, with a widespread presence and numerous formidable experts, instilling an innate trepidation in those who hear their name. As the crowd remained in a standoff, a prolonged sound of ancient bells and cauldrons echoed from afar, deep and archaic, resonating with a melodic allure. Clang, clang, clang. This sound emanated from the lofty and imposing six paths of desolation above. Yet, approximately 10 breaths after the bell's toll, a prolonged cry of anguish swiftly followed, a stark contrast to the ancient resonance, imbued with suffering and despair. Chapter 47. Undercurrents in motion. Upon hearing this, the crowd exhibited expressions of astonishment, and soon thereafter, they silently acknowledged the fierce barbarian. The Fudi Yao, upon hearing the sound of the bells, made no delay. Their figures flickered before vanishing into the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Wu Liangzi gazed towards the distant sky, filled with wrath, declaring, "Our purpose here is to confront the fierce barbarian. We cannot return empty-handed." With that, he swiftly ascended towards the six paths of desolation, followed closely by the remaining disciples of the Fengxian sect. A moment of hesitation flickered across Qingxuan's face, but soon after, he led the others to follow suit. Shortly after their departure, an imperceptible wave seemed to ripple through the previously distant space, as if a shadowy figure was stealthily departing. The six paths of desolation stood majestically like towering mountains in the sky, six grand peaks forming a circular formation, majestic and awe-inspiring. Verdant pine trees and bamboo flourished atop them, their lushness accentuated against the backdrop of this desolate, scorched land. As the crowd approached within 10 miles of the mountains, Wu Liangzi and Qingxian signaled for everyone to halt. The air here had turned significantly cooler, with the oppressive heat dissipating entirely. Both Qingxian and Wu Liangzi discerned the formidable restrictions concealed around the mountains. Yet despite their profound cultivation, their understanding of such prohibitions was limited, rendering them hesitant to act recklessly. "Look over there." Suddenly, a disciple in the crowd exclaimed, following his pointed direction. The onlookers beheld a figure kneeling in midair, fervently bowing towards the six paths of desolation, exuding utmost devotion. After a careful examination by the crowd, it became evident that the individual in question was none other than the fierce Limanzi, whom they had been relentlessly seeking. Before long, the throng approached Limanzi, who seemed to sense their presence. His body trembled slightly, yet he neither rose nor displayed any intention of resistance, continuing instead with his devout act of kneeling. However, intermittent sounds of anguish still escaped his lips. "Limanzi, you have mercilessly slaughtered numerous disciples of our sect and drained their very essence. Now that your time has come to an end, why do you not swiftly surrender?" Wu Liangzi's aura surged, his face betraying a fierce intent to kill. Yet, after a brief moment, Limanzi offered no response, persisting in his fervent act of supplication. His aura had notably diminished, regressing from the formidable realm of Xinjing to the first stage of dueling, his body quaking incessantly like that of an elderly man teetering on the brink of collapse. Witnessing Limanzi's blatant disregard for him ignited a profound rage within Wu Liangzi, compounded by the humiliation of being so disrespected in front of his disciples. Had Limanzi been at his peak in Xinjing, Wu Liangzi would have had a 60% chance of victory. Now, however, he felt assured of a decisive kill. With this thought, Wu Liangzi's Dao arts surged, his entire being brimming with power. Yet, in the next instant, a deep sigh emanated from the depths of the wild six paths, and upon reaching the ears of the assembly, it stirred their hearts, causing an unsettling tremor throughout their cultivation. This sigh washed over Wu Liangzi, who instantaneously felt as though an invisible force was forcibly suppressing him, his imposing aura ebbing away like receding tides. The flicker of astonishment crossed Wu Liangzi's face, mingled with a profound trepidation lurking in his gaze. He silently pondered, a third-step powerhouse. The others present, though less experienced than Wu Liangzi, were equally shaken by this formidable presence. Yet, amidst the turmoil, one individual remained as tranquil as a still lake. His expression unperturbed, his eyes clear and discerning. Gazing into the distance, the towering mountains loomed within his sight, majestic and timeless, standing proud against the heavens, yet unable to quell the yearning and determination within his heart. Within Yinuo, a thought from Nangong Huang emerged, shielding him from the disquieting influence of the sigh. At that moment, he lifted his head and closed his eyes, inhaling deeply as he murmured, "Is this the realm of great mastery?" After approximately half a stick of incense had passed, the assembly hovered in the air, hesitant to act. Even Wu Liangzi, typically so haughty, fell silent, fixated on the horizon. In stark contrast, however, Li Manzi exuded an air of exhilaration, even excitement, causing his body to tremble more violently as he knelt on the ground. His devotion intensified. "Come forth," a low and aged voice resonated from the depths of the wild six paths, akin to the rumble of ancient mountains, as if it had traversed through the annals of time. Upon hearing the news, Li Manzi's body trembled violently. He then prostrated himself 3 times upon the ground, and before him, an immense, invisible barrier materialized, enveloping the entire wild six paths. This barrier then receded slowly like ripples in water, seemingly creating a vast opening. At this moment, the wild six paths were unveiled with greater clarity before everyone's eyes, accompanied by a surge of abundant spiritual energy that spread forth, leaving the onlookers feeling refreshed and invigorated. Li Manzi swiftly traversed through the opening, vanishing from sight. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions a mix of astonishment and indecision. Yet, at this juncture, an individual stepped forth from the throng, exhibiting no hesitation as they advanced towards the gap in the wild six paths. Among the crowd, Xiao Yishuan's gaze remained fixed on He Yinuo's figure, and a fleeting shadow of unusual emotion passed across her strikingly beautiful visage, only to vanish in an instant. He Yinuo's distant silhouette showed no sign of pause, continuing to surge forward with great speed. Wanli Tianming and the others hastily turned their attention to Qin Xian, who pondered for a moment before declaring, "I also share this intent. Let us proceed together." With that, the group, led by Wang Yu, departed in succession. Meanwhile, Wu Liangzi cast a sharp glance at He Yinuo, an ephemeral glint flashing in his eyes, concealing a barely perceptible aura of hostility. That he murmured to himself, "He Yinuo, how is it that I encounter you here?" Subsequently, he too led his disciples onward. He Yinuo found himself amidst a grand mountain range, where the surroundings were serene and tranquil, the only sounds being the gentle breeze and the soft murmurs of insects. The rugged mountain stones and verdant pines and bamboos evoked the essence of an earthly paradise, stirring a sense of profound contentment within him. A pearl, no larger than a fingertip, began to levitate before him, emitting a faint dark green glow. In the next moment, the pearl transformed into an ethereal figure, standing beside He Yinuo. "Senior, is the Xianling Pagoda located within these wild six paths?" He Yinuo inquired, gazing at the spectral figure. Nangong Huang surveyed the depths of the mountain with an expression that mingled anticipation with a hint of melancholy, alongside a struggle of pain that flickered intermittently. The wild six paths formed a circular arrangement of 6 towering mountains, majestic and imposing enough to obscure the sky and sun. Amidst them stood an even more magnificent pagoda, radiant with golden light, its structure comprising 81 layers, each more dazzling than the last. The grandeur of the pagoda exuded an air of solemnity and majesty, embodying the legendary Wild Tower, the Xianling Pagoda. In the shadow of this pagoda, a colossal stone statue also stood resolutely. Though it did not match the height of the pagoda, it possessed an aura of undeniable dominance. The statue, wielding a long spear, resembled a celestial deity, proudly standing amidst the heavens and earth. Beneath the statue, an elderly man sat cross-legged, his eyes gently closed. His countenance bore the marks of age, and he clasped a string of prayer beads, as though he had endured the ravages of time for millennia. This moment, 3 zhang away from the elder, Li Manzi knelt upon the ground. Although a look of anguish briefly crossed his face, it could not conceal the deep expectation and yearning that emanated from within. He was no longer facing the elder, but rather the imposing totem of the gigantic barbarian statue that exuded a thunderous might. "Have you made your decision?" The elder inquired, his demeanor serene, revealing no hint of emotion. As if he were sculpted by the passage of time, the fierce warrior lifted his head, and in that moment, a semblance of liberation appeared upon his countenance. He gazed into the sky, seemingly in search of something, his eyes tranquil as water, yet betraying a profound solitude and melancholy. Perhaps when I fled from the sacred barbarian, my fate was already sealed, that I had intended to extricate myself from the mundane world, yet unexpectedly found myself ensnared in the tribulations of the spirit tribe, leading to the consequences we witness today. He paused, exhaling deeply, and then, with renewed determination, slowly declared, "Elder Barbarian, please proceed." At that moment, the disciples of the Celestial Path and the Fengxian sect arrived beside the Xianling Pagoda. Wu Liangzi and Qing Xian initially did not focus on the fierce warrior, but instead turned their attention to the elder not far away. Their pupils constricted slightly as they exchanged glances, each understanding the unspoken implication. This must be the one who had earlier sighed, the practitioner of the third realm of illusion. At this juncture, they comprehended the gravity of the situation before them. However, having traveled thousands of miles to this desolate land of flames, they could not easily resign themselves to defeat. Qing Xian stepped forward and clasped his fists, addressing the elder, "Esteemed elder, this fierce warrior has slaughtered many disciples of our sects. Today, we have journeyed great distances to seek justice, and we hope you will hand this man over for us to deal with." Qing Xian and Wu Liangzi exchanged glances, both recognizing the unwillingness in each other's eyes. Although Wu Liangzi harbored apprehension, his proud nature prevented him from relinquishing the matter so readily. "That I in that moment," he spoke with a fierce tone, "then I must apologize for the inconvenience." His words emanated an overwhelming aura of power, and their momentum quickly reached its zenith. Within the desolate and chaotic realms, an invisible wind seemed to stir, as if unseen eyes were intently watching, waiting for something to transpire. The crowd instinctively retreated. And after a brief moment, colossal pillars of white light coalesced beside Wu Liangzi and Qing Xian, accompanied by a resounding roar from the heavens. The formidable force of cultivation surged forth from both sides, a power of profound mastery not to be underestimated. Yet, the elder remained utterly unfazed. His right hand, still clutching the prayer beads, continued to move with the same calm rhythm, while an elusive aura danced around his body, akin to a dragon or a phoenix. But its true form remained obscured. In the next instant, two tremendous forces collided with a thunderous impact, shaking the very ground within 100-foot radius, sending dust and stones flying, as if the might of the heavens had descended upon the world, determined to annihilate all existence. Yet, the Xianling Pagoda and the barbaric totem remained steadfast amidst this cataclysmic display of power. After what felt like the span of a fragrant incense stick, as the dust settled, the remnants of the 100-foot expanse were revealed. Remarkably, an elder remained seated in tranquil composure, seemingly undisturbed by the chaos surrounding him. The aura swirling beside him effectively repelled the two overwhelming forces to within a foot of his side. Despite the explosive energy, it could not penetrate further. Wu Liangzi and Qing Xian exchanged glances, beads of cold sweat beginning to form in their palms. Suddenly, the elder's hand, which had been rhythmically manipulating the prayer beads, came to a halt, and a spark of brilliance flickered in his eyes. In the next moment, the aura swirling around him swiftly converged into his left hand, and then, with great force, he pressed down upon the ground beside him. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. Instantly, an invisible shockwave radiated outward. The two currents of Taoist power that previously lingered nearby were now swept away like fallen leaves in the wind. The wild and untamed 6 realms, represented by 6 towering mountains, seemed to tremble slightly, exuding an aura of excitement and rage. This surge of Taoist fluctuation truly possessed the might to shake the very heavens and earth, rendering everything before it as insignificant as ants, easily crushed to oblivion. In an instant, even the flora and fauna of the wild 6 realms were utterly annihilated. However, in that formless expanse, it appeared as though a certain space had evaded the wrath of this celestial force. After approximately 10 breaths, as the dust settled, the people within emerged. Their faces were marked by lingering panic, exchanging glances filled with astonishment, truly feeling as if they had survived a calamity. Wu Liangzi and Qi Xian were no exception. The tension within them was beyond words. Both took a deep breath and turned to the elder, their eyes reflecting profound apprehension, respectfully expressing their gratitude for the elder's mercy in sparing their lives. Having spoken, they intended to turn and depart. At this moment, outside the wild 6 realms, a shadow clad in black appeared at the breach. Her her figure graceful, hair flowing elegantly, with a veil obscuring her face. Her brows were delicate, and her eyes, though beautiful, betrayed a hint of incongruous resentment. Standing at the edge of the confinement, she formed a gesture with her hands at her chest, a faint ethereal glow flickering at her fingertips. Then, as the veil fluttered slightly, she exclaimed, "So, you are here." And with that, her figure vanished from the breach. Yinuo also sensed the overwhelming power of the illusionary elder's strike, but from a distance, he was able to withstand it fully. However, beside him lay a wasteland, the vegetation utterly flattened. Yet, in that brief moment, new plant life began to sprout anew, manifesting a scene of thriving vitality. Yinuo couldn't help but marvel at the vastness of the world. Truly a marvel of creation. That he set aside his myriad thoughts and swiftly made his way towards the Xianling Pagoda. During this time, he faintly sensed an exceptionally potent spiritual force beneath the Xianling Pagoda. At the totem of the fierce barbarian, Lai Manzi knelt before a colossal statue, hands clasped together, seated on the ground, with a faint black mist shimmering around him. This black mist was indicative of the dissipating traces of the rebirth curse. Swirling ominously, as if it bore the torment of countless years. At this moment, Lai Manzi trembled all over, yet his face gradually revealed a sense of liberation, coupled with a profound sense of relief. As time passed, the black mist gradually diminished. Meanwhile, Yinuo remained at a distance of 10 zhang, keeping a measure of separation from the crowd, when suddenly, a woman with a veiled face appeared beside him. After the passage of a fragrant incense stick's time, the last remnants of black mist between Lai Manzi's brows had nearly dissipated. The elder, referred to as Man Lao by Lai Manzi, sighed deeply and gently closed his eyes. Yet, moments later, he abruptly opened them. His expression transformed, revealing an overwhelming aura of ferocity. He rose abruptly, casting his gaze towards Lai Manzi in the arena. But alas, it was already too late. Chapter 49. The Scythe of the Undead. Lai Manzi unleashed a heart-wrenching roar that reverberated throughout the wild 6 realms, causing all present to change countenance. At this moment, his body was enveloped in streaks of black lightning, each arc containing a terrifying presence coursing over him. Yet the target of that electric light seemed not to be the fierce barbarian, but rather a totem of the barbaric likeness, which at this moment was intricately connected to the fierce barbarian. Suddenly, the old barbarian appeared beside the fierce one, yanking him away from the stone statue, but the electric light had already converged upon the statue in an instant. The old barbarian's eyes gleamed with a fierce light, a mix of disbelief and rage, as he growled each word with venom, death, spirit, scythe. In the next moment, accompanied by a resounding crack, the barbaric totem astonishingly shattered before the astonished eyes of the onlookers. The fierce barbarian, likewise ensnared by the scythe of death, vanished into thin air alongside the statue. The elder roared in despair. No, a flicker of hopelessness crossed his gaze as he cried out, "I have guarded for countless years, only to find it all destroyed by my own hand in the end." Just then, from the very spot where the statue had shattered, a glimmer of golden light emerged, gradually brightening from darkness. It ascended into the air, finally pausing mid-flight. The golden light shone brilliantly, as if illuminating the entire desolate realm of the 6 barbarians, and then it rapidly contracted to a singular point at the center. Morphing into an oval golden object, the crowd exchanged bewildered glances, while in Yinuo's mind, a memory from the remnants of the wasteland swiftly surfaced. This object was known as the Sacred Crow. Wu Liangzi and Qing Xian, both well-versed in knowledge, revealed an unprecedented yearning in their eyes. Yet, in this moment of fury from the old barbarian, neither dared to act rashly. However, at that instant, an unexpected change occurred. Within the previously formless space, a ripple seemed to appear, as if a transparent figure was swiftly approaching the Sacred Crow. The old barbarian sensed something amiss, his eyes ablaze with fury, as he shouted, "Is it you?" With that, his entire being surged with power, and he forcefully waved his sleeve forward, unleashing a wave of energy imbued with the pinnacle of his cultivation toward the rippling space. From that formless realm came a low, cold snort, and in the next moment, a wave imbued with an incredibly fierce aura surged forward to meet him, seemingly no less formidable than the old barbarian's own might. In the blink of an eye, everything appeared to come to an abrupt and silent end. The formless wave, the distorted space, along with the Sacred Crow, vanished from the sight of the onlookers, as if nothing had transpired at all, leaving only the old barbarian's trembling hands. At that moment, the woman veiled in black silk who had been beside Yinuo suddenly gleamed with a flicker of brilliance in her eyes. Her hands intertwined with precise gestures, and a moment later, a pale purple light shot forth from her fingers, carrying an exceedingly strange aura toward a spot 10 zhang away on the other side of the statue. Yinuo gasped in his heart. The power of the Sacred Witch's spirit. Having encountered the Sacred Witch clan in the realm of rebirth, he was particularly familiar with the spirit power unique to this lineage, especially since he had previously met Meng Rue, another member of the Sacred Witch clan. Yet, the strength of this spirit power was beyond anything he had ever witnessed. Even the woman he had encountered in the Vine Garden years prior paled in comparison. As the purple light reached its destination, a soft gasp resonated, followed by a black figure gradually materializing out of thin air. Draped in a black robe, the figure's head was shrouded in dark cloth. And even in the bright expanse of the heavens, its eyes remained shrouded in darkness, as if light could not penetrate even a fraction. The figure cloaked in black appeared to hesitate, murmuring, "Is it you?" A profound hatred flickered in the woman's eyes as the black veil stirred. "Which spirit? Why have you betrayed our kin, aligning yourself with the demon general, thus inciting the cataclysm of the sacred clan?" The man in black hesitated once more, sighed deeply, and replied slowly, "I too am a prisoner of circumstance. Forget all of this. Live well, for you cannot contend with him." The body beneath the cloak trembled slightly. After speaking, he turned to leave. At that moment, the old man, in a fit of madness, bitterly laughed. "Foolish, oh foolish, 600 years have passed, and I have been so dim-witted. It turns out you have never given up. This entire affair has been your scheme. The moment I heard the reincarnation curse, I should have realized it was all your plot." With those words, his despair morphed into madness. "Today, none of you shall escape. You shall all be buried within this wild 6 realms." Suddenly, an object appeared before the old man, resembling a pagoda. Upon closer inspection, one would find this small tower strikingly similar to the Xianling treasure pagoda. At this moment, the old man's Dao robe billowed as if caught by an invisible wind, and his cultivation reached its zenith in an instant. With his hands forming intricate seals, it seemed he channeled millennia of mastery into the tower, which began to ascend slowly, radiating an overwhelming brilliance, dazzling to the eye. The onlookers immediately grasped the situation. First, the figure in black swiftly vanished, followed closely by the woman in black, and then Wang Yu and the disciples of the Fengxian sect hastily retreated. The old man bellowed, "It is too late." At that moment, the massive breach in the seal that had shrouded the wild 6 realms instantaneously sealed once more. Simultaneously, the tower's radiance reached its peak. And in the next heartbeat, violent tremors erupted from the 6 towering mountains of the wild 6 realms. Not only that, but the entire wild 6 realms began to quake as well. Yinuo, amidst the crowd, found that the dragon's roar, which had been echoing in his ears, had intensified several-fold, as though it was reverberating not far from him. Yet, he had no time to spare. His foremost concern was how to escape this wild 6 realms. Beneath the Xianling treasure pagoda, the tower floated with blinding brilliance, while outside the wild 6 realms, the ancient seal was rapidly shrinking, corresponding to the gradual collapse of the entire wild 6 realms. As if even the timeless, towering mountains could not withstand this pressure, the old man's actions were aimed at mutual destruction, intending to bury everyone along with all that existed within these wild 6 realms. Just as panic and restlessness swept through the crowd, an even greater noise erupted from the heart of the wild 6 realms, a thunderous roar, akin to mountains crumbling and the earth splitting, deafening all around. The crowd instinctively turned their gaze towards the center, and a wave of commotion ensued, their faces reflecting increasing terror. At the center of the wild 6 realms, the ancient Xianling treasure pagoda unexpectedly shattered into fragments, collapsing with a resounding crash. At this moment, the nearly exhausted old man gazed upon the crumbling pagoda, his previously frenzied expression transforming into one of despair. His entire aura waned rapidly, his eyes filled with hopelessness. Suddenly, he let out a sorrowful laugh. "This is all fate." His laughter echoed, haunting and mournful, as if everything had reached its inevitable conclusion. As the laughter of the old man faded into the ether, a sudden, piercing shriek erupted from within the Xianling pagoda, its sound sharp and resonating across the vastness. The cry carried a hint of liberation, a touch of fury, and a formidable air of dominance. The reverberation stirred the hearts of all present, with several weaker disciples succumbing to the onslaught of that shriek, their bodies pierced, blood pouring from their 7 orifices, leading to their untimely demise. The overwhelming shock of this tremendous wail rendered all present oblivious to the specter of death. their eyes transfixed upon the collapsed remnants of the Qianling Pagoda, now shrouded in a thick veil of dust and debris. Chapter 50. The aura of death time elapsed in a gradual, relentless manner, each tick echoing like an inexplicably accelerated heartbeat. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths, until the 10th breath, when suddenly, a colossal figure surged forth from the ruins of the Qianling Pagoda, accompanied by another thunderous shriek. The magnitude of its presence seemed to send tremors throughout the entire savage Six Realms. In an instant, the crowd collectively inhaled sharply. In the next moment, that figure, imbued with a ferocious and tyrannical aura, collided with the barrier seals encircling the savage Six Realms. Like a stone breaking free from an egg, the ancient seals, shrouded in mystery, were forcefully breached, creating a vast opening, while the figure showed no sign of pausing. With the shattering of the seals, the old man coughed forth a copious amount of blood, his spirit waning, his visage withering, as though he were utterly spent. Those who had survived the calamity hastily took to the skies, leaving the savage Six Realms behind. In the distance, only the remnants of crumbled walls hung suspended in the air. Friend Wuliangzi, with this matter concluded, we shall part ways here, the crowd conveyed as they ventured 100 miles away. Qing Xian turned to Wuliangzi. Yinuo sensed something amiss, a strange unease within, yet his instincts prompted him to remain cautious of potential threats. However, just as the group prepared to depart, an unforeseen calamity struck. The barren lands of the fiery desolation trembled violently, fissures splitting the earth. In the blink of an eye, figures erupted from the gaping cracks in the ground, surging forth. These silhouettes charged directly towards the crowd, imbued with an overwhelming, boundless hatred. Targeting the two factions, the crowd gasped in shock, instinctively retaliating, yet their efforts seemed futile. These figures, despite being afflicted by various spells and techniques, exhibited an utter disregard for pain and death, pausing only briefly before relentlessly rushing towards the throng. Boom! With resounding impacts, these figures detonated upon contact with the members of the two factions, exploding into a mist of blood, emanating a force comparable to that of the Qian realm. In the ensuing chaos, anguished cries filled the air as the two factions were torn asunder, their fates tragically grim. Cheng Wanli and his companions, leveraging their superior cultivation, managed to withstand this onslaught, while Xia Yixuan of the Fengsten sect, despite her considerable prowess, found herself in an even more dire situation, as countless figures bore down upon her. Strangely, however, no figures emerged in the vicinity of Wuliangzi and Qing Xian. Qing Xian observed the unfolding scene, a glimmer of cold light igniting in his eyes as he solemnly remarked, when we first ventured into the wild lands, we were met by the Fudi clan attempting to obstruct our path. Now that the Six Realms have been destroyed, I can only surmise that a fierce battle is currently raging, and those ruthless figures resorting to self-detonation must undoubtedly be Fudi Yao corpses. Wuliangzi interjected. Their intention is evidently to eliminate our fellow disciples first before turning their attention to us. Humph. Quite a meticulous plan indeed. Just as he spoke, dozens of silhouettes began to emerge slowly from the crevice, the foremost of whom was the Fudi Yao they had encountered earlier. Possessing the strength of the Qian Yi realm, he rotated his minuscule pupils, pointing towards the direction of the two factions' disciples, and bellowed in a low growl, "Kill these people first." In the next moment, the throng of Fudi Yao surged directly into the crowd. The lowest among them possessed the cultivation of the Dueling realm, while the strongest had already reached the Xianshi realm, and they advanced upon the masses like a torrent, causing immediate cries of despair to erupt from the throng. Xia Yixuan, having already expended considerable cultivation energy resisting the prior self-explosion, found herself gradually overwhelmed by these Fudi Yao, whose prowess was not inferior to her own. That a growing sense of helplessness began to infiltrate her mind. An inescapable thought took root within her. Am I to perish in this manner? Beneath her cold and stunning exterior, there was now a hint of melancholic beauty, akin to a solitary lily blooming amidst a storm, breathtaking yet profoundly desolate. However, what plunged her deeper into despair was the piercing shrieks echoing from her left, right, and even behind her, as if the very atmosphere was imbued with a chilling aura. A glimmer of despair and unwillingness flashed in Xia Yixuan's eyes as she slowly closed them. In that critical moment, a silver light pierced her vision, and the next instant, a series of anguished cries reverberated around her, followed by an eerie silence that enveloped the world, rendering her free from that unsettling dread and hopelessness. Xia Yixuan gazed at the figure before her, as if she had been granted a second chance at life. 3 zhang away, a silver crescent artifact spun gracefully, accompanied by a man standing beside it. Beneath her icy facade, a touch of vulnerability surfaced, yet she softly murmured, "Thank you." The crescent artifact resumed its orbit around the man, none other than he. He observed her crystalline eyes and suddenly smiled. Not far off, the leader of the Foodie Yao cast a glance in their direction, his eyes igniting with murderous intent. He had not anticipated that among these seemingly inconspicuous disciples, there existed such formidable strength. The assailants who had targeted He Xueman were all individuals who had entered the Xian realm, and as members of the Foodie clan's barbaric branch, they were indeed formidable enough to contend with those in the mid-Xianxia realm. Yet, in mere moments, they had been utterly annihilated, a testament to this individual's prowess. Before long, with a wave of his hand, the leader commanded all the Foodie Yao to charge towards Yinuo. In an instant, he himself flashed forward, standing directly before Yinuo. His narrowed pupils fixated on Yinuo, and an unusual expression of hesitation crossed his face. In a hoarse whisper, he murmured, "Why does he carry the aura of the barbarian clan?" Though faint, it is unmistakably genuine. Yinuo had devoted himself entirely to confronting the enemies, yet he never anticipated that these individuals would suddenly halt around him, as if scrutinizing him. That a peculiar expression manifested on his face. Not only he, but all the disciples from both factions present displayed a hint of bewilderment. Not far away, Wu Liangzi cast a glance towards Yinuo, a strange smile emerging upon his lips. His eyes glinting with a chilling light in his heart. He mused that indeed, heaven was aiding him. Today, he would eradicate both you and these individuals, thus avenging his disciples' humiliation. Wu Liangzi suppressed his murderous intent and addressed Qing Xian. "Friend Qing Xian, this is an opportune moment. Could you entrap these individuals as well?" After a brief contemplation, Qing Xian seemed to grasp Wu Liangzi's intention and responded affirmatively, "No problem." With that, he brought his hands together before him, reciting incantations in a low voice. Simultaneously, Wu Liangzi silently chanted his own incantations. Meanwhile, the leader of the fallen tribe, crouching on the ground, rasped, "Why do you carry the scent of the barbarian race? What connection do you have with them?" However, before he could finish, he suddenly furrowed his brow, glancing upwards. Yinuo, having sensed something amiss, also looked above and murmured to himself, "Xian Sha, Feng Tian." At that moment, a massive circular pattern began to materialize rapidly in the sky above them, with the stars swirling, shifting like the cosmos, gradually descending upon them. A sudden, potent pressure emanated from within, forming invisible walls of mystical law around the group, binding them and rendering them immobile. This technique was familiar to Yinuo. It was indeed the Xian Sha, Feng Tian technique. During his battle with the seven-faced mysterious beasts, he had employed this method to confine them, albeit with limited effectiveness due to his lower cultivation level. Now, with Qing Xian being a practitioner of the Xian realm, this extraordinary technique truly possessed the power to subdue demons and trap beasts. Within this confinement, Yinuo quietly circulated his inner energy. A gentle warmth surging from his chest, coursing throughout his body. Suddenly, he moved his fingers. The leader of the fallen tribe, known for their extraordinary physical strength, was now visibly straining, veins bulging all over his body. Even a trace of blood vessels twitching ominously on his face. His narrowed pupils had turned entirely white, appearing grotesque and terrifying. In the next moment, he let out a roar, slowly managing to raise his arms. Qing Xian's expression turned grave as he looked at Wu Liangzi. But to his surprise, Wu Liangzi's face was fluctuating between red and black, quietly chanting incantations. Qing Xian was astonished, as if he had begun to piece together the truth. Just then, an unexpected change occurred. Another colossal pattern materialized above the original starry design, its might seemingly intent on overshadowing the first. This new figure, too, was filled with countless stars, shifting like the heavens. However, it was enveloped in a pitch-black void, within which flickered 7 bolts of red lightning, each emanating an overwhelming force. Qing Xian, taken aback, stared at Wu Liangzi, rendered speechless for quite some time, before finally stammering, "The 7 Xian catastrophe. You are indeed a disciple of the Dao lineage." As soon as he finished speaking, a thunderous roar emanated from the starry night pattern, and in the next moment, 7 bolts of crimson lightning surged forth, unleashing countless blood-red arcs that rained down upon the onlookers below, and surged towards Yinuo. Wu Liangzi cast a glance at Qing Xian and laughed heartily, saying, "Friend Qing Xian, this is the perfect opportunity to eliminate the beastly Vudi Zhuang. Surely you wouldn't doom us all for the sake of an inconspicuous disciple, would you?" Ha ha ha. Qing Xian furrowed his brow, and after a prolonged silence, let out a mournful sigh, unable to bear the sight any longer. In the next instant, the crimson arc struck the trapped individuals, and a chorus of agonized screams erupted. Even He Xueman, endowed with the formidable physical prowess of the barbarian race, seemed utterly defenseless against such a cataclysmic divine technique. At that moment, dozens of bolts of lightning shot towards Yinuo, and he was struck by several of them, a searing pain and tremor coursing through him from the depths of his soul. Yinuo howled to the heavens, his roar infused with a sense of unwillingness. "I hold no grudge against you. Why must you cast me into the abyss?" Wu Liangzi burst into another round of raucous laughter, his face, a chaotic blend of black and white, now marred by malevolence. "Yinuo," he cackled, "do you still remember Shangwan Ao? He is my disciple. Today, I shall take your life to avenge the humiliation of my student." Wu Liangzi's laughter was unrestrained. In this dire moment, Yinuo suddenly erupted with laughter of his own, starting softly and growing into a cacophony, infused with sorrow and despair. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Abruptly, one of the 7 main bolts of lightning surged towards his head, yet he paid it no heed, his laughter teetering on the brink of madness. Just as calamity loomed, Huanyue suddenly shielded him from above. In the next instant, with a resounding crash, the lightning collided with Huanyue. The destructive bolt slammed into Huanyue, and after a blinding flash, the red lightning dissipated, while Huanyue was violently propelled away, vanishing into the horizon. Wu Liangzi's murderous intent was palpable as he snorted, "Let us see what you can do now. Prepare to meet your end." For many years, Huanyue had remained by Yinuo's side, relying on its inherent spiritual power to forcibly suppress the increasingly potent malevolent energy within Yinuo. Thanks to Huanyue's presence, Yinuo had managed to maintain control over the enigmatic force within him. Gradually, Yinuo's eyes transformed into a deep crimson, cold and devoid of warmth. A gentle warmth surged within his chest, reminiscent of the past years, slowly spreading throughout his body, yet this time it bore an air of dominion. As if all before him, man, beast, heaven, earth, and even the afterlife, were destined to bow before him. Uncle Zhao once said, 100 years of the Tao, 1,000 years of crossing. Never underestimate a heart that is young and impetuous. The red light of the starry night pattern flickered, its potency seemingly diminished, as if beneath it lay an ancient demonic lord that even it feared. A sudden chill gripped Wu Liangzi's heart, and he bellowed, reciting incantations in haste. Instantly, 4 of the remaining 6 bolts of lightning surged towards Yinuo, plunging the crowd into an eerie silence, their faces paling in horror, unable to bear the impending doom. Time passed quietly, each moment slipping away without a sound, devoid of any anomaly. As they opened their eyes, they were struck dumb, while Wu Liangzi stood speechless, like a statue frozen in place. That scene would forever be etched in his life. Beneath the starry night, Yinuo raised one arm high, gazing skyward, and astonishingly, he gripped 4 bolts of lightning tightly in his hand. The crimson light flickered ominously, casting a glow upon his already blood-red eyes, rendering them a terrifying shade of crimson, akin to the eyes of a demon from the depths of hell. Suddenly, Wu Liangzi felt a chill from behind. His heart, which had raced with tension, gradually calmed. Gone was the murderous intent from his gaze, replaced by profound fear and despair, along with the deathly image frozen in his pupils. A hand pierced through his chest, and behind him emerged another Yinuo. With eyes as red as blood, 2 beings, sharing the same body, bore the same gaze that swept over the crowd, leaving everyone present dry-throated and paralyzed with fear. Even the highly skilled Qing Xian found himself rooted to the spot. The lightning in Yinuo's hand slowly vanished as he approached the nearest person, He Xueman. She looked at him, her gaze drawn to his blood-like eyes, whispering, "You." Yet, the ruthlessness in his eyes seemed to have already consumed his very soul. He gripped He Xueman's neck tightly, and from a distance, Xiao Tianming and Chu Wanli exclaimed, "Yinuo, no! Wake up, Yinuo!" He Xueman's neck was firmly grasped. She coughed a few times, but did not resist. Instead, she gazed at him calmly, devoid of any panic. Gradually, her bright eyes filled with a haze, and a tear glided down her exquisite cheek, falling onto Yinuo's hand. A flicker of confusion and struggle appeared in his eyes. Suddenly, he released her, clutching his head, and screamed towards the heavens. In the next moment, his figure vanished into the distance. Amidst the crowd's outcries, Xiao Tianming, Chu Wanli, and He Xueman also took to the skies, pursuing the direction in which Yinuo had disappeared. Dear friends, I implore you for recommendations. Let us unite with those who cherish the realm of Xianxia novels. Chapter 52. The onslaught of darkness. The evening breeze whispered through the air as night fell, enveloping the world in solemnity. The night sky resonated with ominous thunder, akin to the whispers of the universe, echoing the endless lament of millennia, surveying the world while remaining eternally desolate. After soaring through the night for about half an hour, Chu Wanli and his companions approached a vast expanse of forest that loomed ahead. Exchanging a glance with Xiao Tianming, Chu Wanli then turned to He Xueman, who had joined their pursuit. Xiao Tianming pondered for a moment before speaking. Miss Xia, the hour grows late. He is a brother to us both. We shall surely find him. Given that he has mistakenly harmed Wu Yangzi, the disciples of the immortal sect will undoubtedly not rest until they seek retribution. If you are discovered in his company, it would be difficult to explain. Xia Yishuan regained her icy demeanor, responding coolly, he placed himself in peril to save me. I must find him. Chu Wanli exchanged a resigned glance with Xiao Tianming. And after a brief pause, he declared, in that case, let us split into 3 groups to expedite our search. Having spoken, the 3 individuals parted ways, each entering the forest from a different direction. The wind in the sky suddenly intensified, rustling through the trees with a whispering sound. The atmosphere became oppressive, and before long, rain began to fall, cascading down and causing the branches and leaves to clatter, while a refreshing chill permeated the air. Deep within the woods, a solitary figure stood quietly beneath the night sky, allowing the rain to drench him entirely. Beside him, a crescent moon emanated a gentle silvery glow, encircling him, while the tranquil night seemed to carry an air of solitude. He was not Yinuo, yet who could he be? At this moment, the fierce and violent aura that once surrounded Yinuo had vanished, replaced instead by an increasing clarity and serenity. The silver light of the phantom moon reflected in his eyes, as if it were a loyal companion, steadfast and unwavering. Suddenly, the wind ceased, and the rain stopped, leaving only the sound of droplets falling through the forest. Yet, this night felt particularly still, imbued with an extraordinary, almost eerie quality. Ti'ia stood with his hands clasped behind his back, the hint of melancholy on his face gradually fading, giving way to a growing somberness in the midst of the storm. A pair of indistinct footsteps approached slowly, though unhurried. Each step seemed to cause the very elements to shudder, as if he were the true master of this realm. Ti'ia gazed ahead, the rain curtain obstructing his view. As a figure slowly emerged from the darkness, within that obscurity, a pair of hollow, crimson eyes seemed to be fixed upon him, causing the phantom moon beside him to shine a little brighter. The figure stepping out from the shadows became clearer under the moonlight, an ordinary middle-aged man clad in humble attire, appearing no different from any other, save for the lightning-like totem mark upon his face, radiating a more terrifying aura than the darkness itself. Upon seeing this visage, Yinuo's first thought was of a figure he had encountered years ago by the blood pool, a being half-demon, half-god, possessing the same mark and aura. Your essence is remarkably unique. The middle-aged man gazed at Yinuo and suddenly spoke, his tone calm and devoid of any peculiarity. That a slight smile appeared on his lips as he took a step forward, coldly inquiring, "Who am I?" What an intriguing question. I scarcely remember who I am anymore. You are destined to be no ordinary being. As he spoke, Yinuo felt the storm diminish significantly. In the next moment, the moon hung high in the sky, the stars sprawling endlessly, and moonlight poured down, illuminating the forest. Yet, the darkness behind the man seemed perpetually unreachable. My true self has slumbered for millennia, utterly unaware of what has transpired during this time. As he spoke, the middle-aged man's aura surged dramatically, akin to a mortal ascending to immortality. Let me witness your transformation. Yinuo's first encounter with such transcendent energy had been beside the blood pool. From that half-demon, half-god figure, or perhaps it was the fallen angel spoken of by that very being. At that time, he had possessed no capacity for resistance. Yet now, having endured countless trials and tribulations, Yinuo felt no inclination to evade. He yearned for battle, and it was imperative he engage. The phantom moon radiated an unprecedented brilliance. This night was a full moon night, the peak of moonlight's splendor. The 2 individuals gradually closed their eyes, transcending the mundane to enter a realm of illusion, transforming the tangible into the ethereal. Their consciousnesses traversed into another dimension, a chaotic space conjured by the man that Yinuo, drawing upon the purest laws of the 2 realms. Harnessed the resplendent light of the illusory moon, melding the sorcerous arts of the witch clan into his very soul, while channeling the formidable power of the barbarian clan into his corporeal form, thus transforming into his most potent state of combat. The middle-aged man's once robust, and full right hand now appeared ghastly, resembling a withered corpse, as if a demonic claw had emerged from the depths of hell, exuding an ancient, inexorable aura as it reached towards Yinuo. This single claw, seemingly simple, was beyond the reach of gods and spirits before it even touched him. The mystical powers of the celestial, barbarian, in which dissipated, leaving only the purest laws of the two realms to resist the impending onslaught. The moonlight shimmered brilliantly, and the heavens resonated with tranquility. The origins of this enigmatic moon artifact were unknown, yet it radiated a silvery luminescence that enveloped the entire demonic claw, accompanied by the faint sound of cracking bones. However, despite the strength of the illusory moon artifact, Yinuo's power was limited to the realm of the profound and the real, and the emanating force gradually waned after a brief resistance as the demonic claw advanced towards him. Once again, a crimson hue filled Yinuo's eyes. The surging, frenzied energy within him began to invade his entire being, including his consciousness. Gradually, it seemed as though only blood and the desire for slaughter remained before his eyes, as if he were on the verge of losing himself once more in the boundless, primal essence of chaos. The middle-aged man, witnessing this, displayed no sign of surprise. Instead, a sinister smile crept upon his lips. The frenzy of blood, the fall from grace. Who would have thought you would reach this point? With arms outstretched, he unleashed a tremendous roar that reverberated throughout the chaotic space. Moments later, a colossal phantom began to materialize behind him, reminiscent of an ancient demon, its entire form enshrouded in darkness, with a pair of demonic wings that seemed to overshadow half the space. Its blood-red eyes glimmered with millennia of rage, devouring all that existed in this world. In the next instant, an overwhelming pressure enveloped Yinuo's being. His own eyes, now equally crimson, flared with intensity as his form surged forth, and behind him, a pair of black wings began to take shape. Yet their essence differed from the massive demonic wings, as if they belonged to another realm, still unformed. At this moment, He was no longer merely Yinuo. Driven by the frenzy of blood, he transformed into another being, another consciousness residing within him, commanding his every thought and action. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, beside a dark blood pool, stood a figure that seemed to embody both hell and the mortal realm. Its towering form was partially shrouded in darkness, with only hollow, blood-red eyes and a face adorned with lightning-like totemic markings radiating an aura more terrifying than the dark itself. Though devoid of any aura of cultivation, it emanated a pressure that could tremble the very fabric of existence. Yuling, it mused, who would have thought that after tens of thousands of years, Yinuo would stand suspended in the void, uttering a voice not his own, as if it emanated from the depths of his soul. Chapter 53. Bondage. The middle-aged man beneath the demon slowly began to ascend into the air, ethereal and weightless. Upon his visage, faintly discernible totems flickered, yet his voice suddenly resonated with an ancient weariness, no longer resembling that of a middle-aged man. Wang, I knew it was you. You have triumphed, while I have succumbed. After countless millennia, who truly cares about victory or defeat, my old friend? Yinuo's body trembled subtly, caught in a struggle that seemed both poignant and reflective. In the next moment, an overwhelming aura of destruction emanated from him, as if the very fabric of the chaotic space could scarcely endure such pressure. He howled skyward, blood, chaos, fury. In an instant, before the two timeless forces could converge, the chaotic realm conjured by this illusionary art could no longer withstand the strain and collapsed instantaneously. For years, Yinuo had harbored deep-seated concerns about the ominous energy within him. Despite the constant suppression by the phantom moon and his careful control, he understood that if this continued, one day, this energy would surely erode his consciousness, ultimately seizing control of him, just as Yinuo had foreseen. Even under the phantom moon's restraint, this energy had spiraled beyond control, and the only entity capable of conquering it was himself. This seemingly simple task was fraught with peril. Should he prevail, he could master this energy and liberate himself from external dominion. But failure would render him a mere puppet, a hollow vessel devoid of spirit. Beside the blood pool, the lightning totem on that man's face now radiated a vibrant crimson, as if driven by some unseen force. Yet, in a fleeting moment, it dimmed unexpectedly. Simultaneously, a familiar warmth surged from a specific spot on Yinuo's chest, enveloping his entire being in a comforting embrace. In the next moment, the crimson hue in his eyes gradually faded, and through his gaze, he beheld the vast firmament, a different expanse of stars. Clenching his fists, he felt an astonishing power coursing through him, a culmination of experiences that would remain unparalleled. Meanwhile, the blood pool gradually receded into the shadows. Yet Yinuo understood that this invisible war was far from over. He knew little of his adversary, his origins, or his intentions, only that he was named Duo Tian and that a remnant of his divine technique, blood fury, lingered within him at that moment. Amidst the sound of rain, a faint and exquisite melody emerged, the notes intertwining with the falling drops, sweet and melodious. He did not seek the source of the music. Instead, he retrieved a bamboo flute from his bosom and began to play gently. The night was hazy, the rain misty, and the mingling of flute and strings transcended the boundaries of time and space. After the passage of roughly an incense stick's duration, a figure appeared behind him, a woman of breathtaking beauty, her graceful form accentuated by rain-soaked hair cascading against her snowy skin, igniting boundless imagination. Her bright eyes reflected the calm depths of tranquil waters, and she was He Xueman. Following her, Xiao Tianming and Chu Wanli emerged as well. As the distant strains of the melody gradually faded, Yinuo set aside his bamboo flute and turned to the three behind him, offering a gentle smile. Xiao Tianming, concerned, inquired first, "Yinuo, are you well? It has been many years. How have you and He Xueman fared?" Yinuo nodded slightly, a smile gracing his lips as he addressed Tianming. "I am well." Yet, a fleeting shadow of sorrow crossed Yinuo's face as he added, "It's just about Yusen." Xiao Tianming raised his hand, interrupting Yinuo's words, and stepped forward to pat Yinuo on the shoulder, remaining silent. The atmosphere momentarily descended into a profound stillness, as if the wind and rain could not wash away the melancholic air that lingered. After a considerable pause, Chu Wanli retrieved an object from his bosom and approached the two, his expression grave as he inquired, "Do you recognize this?" Yinuo pondered deeply before suddenly exclaiming, "Wanli, do you mean the Wanyu Bao?" Yinuo nodded, recalling their earlier conversation. Just before their departure, Chu Wanli cautioned them once more, "He Xueman is affiliated with the Fengstin sect. Yinuo, you must exercise utmost caution. Moreover, the master of the Woolly Yangtze is notorious for being protective of his own. His abilities are formidable, and his methods ruthless. Proceed with care." Once the two had departed, only Yinuo and He Xueman remained, and the atmosphere grew suddenly awkward. Yinuo gazed at her exquisite visage, now drenched by the rain, and felt an unexpected tightness in his chest, prompting him to avert his gaze. He Xueman appeared unchanged, calmly stating, "You saved and protected me. It is only right that I seek you out. Now that you are safe, we no longer owe each other anything." She paused momentarily before continuing, "As for the grievances between you and the sect, I have no desire to involve myself. I wish you well in your endeavors. Until we meet again." Before Yinuo could respond, she turned to leave. At that moment, a piercing shriek resonated from the heavens, its sound sharp and seemingly capable of piercing through the very fabric of the world. Almost immediately, a colossal silhouette swept across the night sky, its immense wings casting a shadow that momentarily stilled the tempest. In the blink of an eye, the enormous figure vanished towards the northwest. Yinuo watched the apparition, lost in contemplation, as he felt an uncanny resemblance to the demonic spirit he had encountered within the chaotic realm, particularly the impressively large wings that left a lasting impression. "Hey, it's futile to ponder. There is someone who surely knows its origins." He Xueman's unexpected words broke his reverie. This took him by surprise, and after a moment of thought, Yinuo inquired, "Are you referring to that elder from the Wild Six Realms?" He Xueman met his gaze and nodded slowly. "Do you recall the piercing cry that emanated from the Xianling Pagoda when the Wild Six Realms collapsed?" Yinuo contemplated this, his mind drifting to the middle-aged man. Yet the connection remained elusive. With this thought in mind, they soared towards the Wild Six Realms. Chapter 54. The Dragon's Tomb. As the storm subsided, the dark clouds dispersed, and the sun gradually ascended, illuminating the vast sky. However, the once lush and verdant Wild Six Realms now lay in ruins, shrouded in a miasma, devoid of its former solemnity. The two did not linger outside for long, and without the protection of the barriers, they swiftly approached the Xianling Pagoda. At this moment, the pagoda and the colossal stone totem had been reduced to mere fragments, yet the two individuals discovered that at the fissure of the mysterious spirit treasure, there appeared to be a vast opening, adorned with ancient inscriptions that read Kundragon Tomb. As they approached, they beheld the frail and weakened figure of the elder man, lying upon the ground. His complexion was ashen, his garments tattered, and his aura utterly extinguished. Who could have imagined that mere days prior, he had been a formidable force in the realm? Yinuo helped him to his feet, feeling that his body was chillingly cold, suggesting that his vitality was all but spent. Teetering on the brink of death, the elder's lips continued to murmur, "Life, oh life, it is all fate." However, his gaze towards them had become numbed, devoid of any flicker of emotion. "Pray tell, elder, does that piercing cry bear any relation to this mysterious spirit treasure?" Yinuo inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. The elder lifted a trembling hand, seemingly expending the last vestiges of his strength. Pointing towards the direction of the spirit treasure, his breath labored as he uttered, "Do you see that opening? It is the Kundragon tomb, one of the ancient remnants." At that moment, a woman cloaked in black veils approached. Seemingly drawn by the same purpose as the two, the elder paid her no heed, instead becoming lost in profound reminiscence. "Our clan once belonged to the inferior man tribe, shunned and exiled by the myriad beings. We later received the forgiveness of the sacred man clan, vowing to guard this place for generations. According to the teachings of our ancestors, a great malevolent being is imprisoned here, suppressed by the spiritual energy of the mysterious spirit treasure and the totemic legacy of the man tribe. Sealed within the Kundragon tomb." As he spoke, the elder suddenly paused, letting out a deep sigh, his features growing even more haggard. "Alas, I never imagined that all of this would ultimately be undone by my own hand. A millennium ago, a remarkable mortal once told me that in 1,000 years, I would face a great calamity. I did not expect it to come to pass." Upon hearing this, the others grasped the situation with greater clarity. The elder continued recounting the past, revealing that the entity trapped within was known as the Yuling, possessing immense power that ordinary cultivators could not hope to withstand. That it had harbored resentment for countless millennia, and with its emergence, peace would surely be a distant memory for the realms of the living, heralding yet another storm of bloodshed. One could only wonder if the sea of annihilation could contain its advance. Yinuo regarded the elder, his words confirming her suspicions. The middle-aged man must indeed be the Yuling, and the colossal demon should be its true form. Yet, she pondered, given the Yuling's origins, who could the half-black, half-white figure by the blood pool be? What ancient ties might bind it to the Yuling? A heavy silence enveloped them, the vast heavens resonating with the echoes of long-buried past grievances. After a while, the elder shifted his gaze towards the veiled woman, a flicker of surprise in his eyes as he remarked, "This young lady exudes a potent spiritual aura. She cannot be an ordinary member of the witch clan. Can she?" The elder slowly shook his head, interrupted by a series of intermittent coughs, until he seemed to lack the strength to continue, perhaps still burdened by unresolved matters, softly murmuring, "The realm of rebirth. The calamity of the sacred witch." Having spoken, he closed his eyes and dissipated into the expanse of heaven and earth. Yet his final words ignited a peculiar light within the gaze of the woman veiled in black. Before he turned his attention to Yinuo, as if he wished to speak, but ultimately said nothing and departed. Yinuo paid her no heed, redirecting his focus to the fissure of the Xianling treasure, atop which lay the concealed Longzhuang. That he had intended to inquire of the elder regarding the connection between the Longzhuang and the Longmu. But alas, the elder was already beyond his strength. Gradually, he made his way toward the cave entrance. The sound of dragon roars that had initially pierced the air now began to settle, while simultaneously, a disturbance seemed to arise from the distant Longmu, thousands of miles away. The Longmu had been reduced to ruins during the calamity brought forth by the Long Whip. Its ancient tomb standing for millennia, yet powerless against the overwhelming might of the Calamity Dragon and the Long Whip. In the wake of this disaster, the vengeful spirit of the white-boned demon dragon had entirely dissipated, and the Long Whip vanished without a trace. Although many seekers had since scoured the area for clues, none had been found at that moment. However, the rubble of the Longmu began to tremble, rising and falling as if a heart was steadily beating within the towering debris. A faint glimmer of golden light flickering within, only to vanish once Yinuo stepped into the Longzhuang. The Longzhuang was enveloped in darkness, and Yinuo surveyed his surroundings with the light of the illusory moon as he ventured deeper inside. The ancient path, far from the dilapidated appearance it projected, revealed a hidden paradise. As he progressed, a gentle golden light emanated from the depths of the passage. Despite the somber ambience, a sense of eeriness prevailed. Yinuo furrowed his brow, his vigilance unwavering. Thus, he cautiously traversed for roughly 2 hours, the golden illumination now particularly striking at that moment. He noticed slender, snake-like forms gliding past him, golden in hue and measuring about 3 feet in length. They bore no hostility, swirling around something unseen. Gradually, as Yinuo advanced, The entirety of the scene unfolded before him. He arrived in a vast chamber, resplendent in gold and jade, grand beyond the narrow confines of the passage. The most captivating sight was a colossal beast-like figure suspended in midair, a dragon's head upon its Qian's body, its fierce eyes wide open, exuding an aura of malice as if it had encountered some dire calamity. Its form appeared as though petrified, yet not entirely so, enshrouded in darkness, as if ensnared by some transcendent sorcery or ancient curse, its eyes forever unblinking at this moment. Only the golden serpentine creatures encircled this stone-like entity. Seemingly engaged in a form of prayer, Yinuo approached the beast, extending a hand to touch it. The surface felt icy to the touch. In that instant, the ancient, fragmented scroll in his mind began to whirl rapidly, as if searching for something, accompanied by a surge of excruciating pain radiating from his head. However, at that very moment, a peculiar warmth surged within Yinuo's heart, radiating through his entire being and transmitting through his palms to the petrified beast before him. The pain that had plagued his mind dissipated instantaneously, and this warmth felt strangely familiar, as if he had experienced it at some point in the past. Xianhai, Xingui Jue. After a brief pause, he murmured to himself. This warmth had enveloped him once before in the realm of rebirth, when he faced the ancient and ailing Xingui. It was then that a similar warmth emanated from his chest as Yinuo drifted into this reverie. The figure of the beast before him suddenly began to fracture, transforming into fine particles that vanished into the ether, while the golden serpentine entity hovering in midair lingered momentarily, as if reluctant, before slowly merging into Yinuo's palms. Chapter 55. The manifestations of all beings. The golden serpent initially appeared to dance around Yinuo's entire form. Ultimately, under the influence of the warmth in his chest, it surged towards his mind. In the next instant, Yinuo felt his consciousness and will magnify significantly. Previously, while combating the residual consciousness of the fallen, he could only manage to remain unlost. Now, however, he felt an eightfold assurance in his ability to confront and even control that consciousness. Shortly after the beast's disappearance, a gentle golden light emerged in the now somewhat vacant space, gradually intensifying until 3 lines of golden characters materialized in midair, flowing like dragons and phoenixes, evoking a sense of reverence. The first line read, "The illusory path of antiquity, the void of time, the wasteland of desolation, the law of annihilation without form." The second line, "Illusory moon, catastrophic sun, bound dragon, star rain, dream's lair, ancient scroll." The third line, "Illusory, ancient annihilation." Moments later, the golden characters vanished, and Yinuo did not devote much attention to the first and third lines. Instead, he focused more on the second line, furrowing his brow as he softly murmured, "Illusory moon, catastrophic sun, bound dragon, illusory moon, catastrophic sun, bound dragon." Suddenly, he glanced at the half-moon artifact encircling him. Illusory moon. This artifact had accompanied him for many years. Becoming an intrinsic part of Yinuo, he had never contemplated its past, merely believing it to be an exceptionally powerful ordinary artifact. Yet, recent revelations, combined with past experiences, led Yinuo to regard it with newfound significance. Furthermore, the catastrophic sun he encountered in the realm of rebirth and the bound dragon whip from the tomb of the bound dragon undoubtedly possessed extraordinary origins. Thus far, only illusory moon remained by his side, while the catastrophic sun lay buried underground when the dragon turtle's summit collapsed, and the bound dragon whip was lost amidst the self-detonation of the vengeful dragon that it summoned. As for the star rain and dream's lair inscribed above, Yinuo had yet to encounter them. He pondered whether this warmth in his chest would guide him to the items indicated and what connections might exist among them. He had considered that if he could locate the illusory rain abode where he once took refuge, perhaps he could uncover some clues. However, the realm of the living was vast and boundless, making it a formidable challenge to pinpoint a specific location. With this thought, Yinuo intended to turn and leave, but as he did so, his gaze was suddenly drawn to an inconspicuous object, which, in the resplendent cavern, appeared remarkably understated. The entire scene was shrouded in an inky darkness, devoid of any glimmer of light, save for one end that protruded from the ground, reaching towards the heavens. From the perspective of Yinuo, it resembled a severed bridge, seemingly constructed only halfway, and beneath it lay neither flowing waters nor any traces of a river, as if the ancient bronze slab were leaning precariously in midair. Yet, in the next moment, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Yinuo found himself engulfed in utter darkness, an unprecedented sense of oppression swelling within him, as though the entire firmament bore down upon his being. It was a sensation teetering on the brink of despair, an experience that Yinuo had never encountered, even in the face of life and death, a stifling pressure that rendered him breathless. With a multitude of uncertainties, Yinuo departed from the entrapment of the dragon tomb at this moment, 1,000 miles away, at the summit of Wangyue's sect. Within the ancestral hall, stood an elderly man with a flowing white beard, his hands clasped behind his back. Before him flickered 6 candles, emitting a faint glow, gently swaying in the still air. The dim light cast shadows upon the aged features of the elder, revealing a visage weathered by time and eyes deep and inscrutable. Imbued with a solemnity tinged by melancholy, he fixated intently on one particular candle, its flame appearing significantly dimmer than the others, as if it might extinguish at any moment, and inscribed behind this candle were the 3 characters, Gujiji. Behind the elder stood a figure, standing in respectful silence. This was He Xueman, the leader of the Wangyue contingent from the Land of Desolation. He Xueman gazed at the elder, wishing to speak, yet hesitating. After a brief moment, the elder's voice, steeped in the weight of ages, broke the silence. The Wuliangzi's cultivation is on par with yours. Both belong to the realm of Xiankong. How could such a seemingly inconsequential disciple of our sect have slain him? Is this truly the case? He Xueman refrained from elaborating further, but turned his gaze towards Jiao Yang, the vice-sect master mentioned by the elder. A flicker of brilliance sparked in Jiao Yang's eyes as he slowly turned. Addressing He Xueman, when it is just the 2 of us, you may simply call me master. There is no need for excessive formality. He Xueman clasped his fists and replied, yes, master. After a moment of contemplation, he continued, master, there is another matter. That Wuliangzi is a disciple of the Daotong. Jiao Yang's eyes glimmered with surprise, though he quickly regained his composure, remarking, is it truly so? The Daotong has always walked a solitary path. I never imagined he would take on a disciple. In chapter 56, titled Long Tianxing, Jiao Yang turned and calmly inquired, what do you think we should do about this matter? He Xueman pondered for a moment before respectfully responding. Disciple believes that the relationship between the Fengxian sect and our Wangyue sect has always been exceedingly delicate. We cannot compromise the greater situation due to the actions of a minor disciple. Moreover, the Daodong has always been protective of his own, and he will not let this matter rest easily. However, if we were to hastily surrender him, it would undoubtedly undermine our sect's authority. Thus, I believe we must await a more opportune moment. Jiao Yang fell silent for a moment, a glimmer of appreciation surfacing in his gaze. You shall handle this matter, he declared. He Xueman clasped his fists again, affirming, yes, Your Excellency. As he turned to depart, he suddenly recalled something and paused briefly. He Xueman, is there something else? Master, it seems that one of our disciples has managed to ascertain the whereabouts of Master Yin. Jiao Yang suddenly turned around, and after a brief moment, let out a snort. Seemingly filled with resentment towards his own self-imposed decline, declaring that no one could save him. Then, a trace of regret seemed to flicker between his brows as he sighed, reminiscing about Feng Yamoyaneng, who had once been so formidable and awe-inspiring. Alas, Brother Feng could not relinquish his fraternal bonds, and in a bid to prevent his brother from descending into an abyss of no return, sacrificed millennia of his own cultivation to rescue Yin Shidi. Yet in the end, Jiao Yang appeared unable to continue, waving his hand dismissively as He Xueman retreated. Shortly after He Xueman's departure, 3 figures suddenly manifested at the entrance of the ancestral hall, resembling phantoms, exuding an aura of illusory power. If Yinuo were present at that moment, he would undoubtedly recognize these individuals as those who had appeared during the Xiangui tribulation of the rebirth realm. Jiao Yang seemed unperturbed and merely inquired about the progress of Wu Buji Yuan. The leader among the 3 spoke in a voice reminiscent of a ghostly wail, assuring him, rest assured. With my presence, the ghostly 3 fiends will ensure no mistakes occur. However, do not forget the promises you made to us. Having spoken, his figure vanished like a specter beneath the vast expanse of the sky. In the southeastern direction, 1,000 miles away from here, lay an island perpetually shrouded in toxic miasma. Should an ordinary cultivator become trapped on this island, death within 5 steps was inevitable, hence it was aptly named Wu Buji Yuan. At this moment, the 3 figures suddenly appeared at this location, and the depths of the boundless ocean seemed to shimmer with an eerie quality. On the Xianxin continent, in an unremarkable village comprising a few dozen households, the noon sun cast its warm glow, Wisps of smoke curled up from every home, and the sounds of children's laughter echoed through the air, creating an atmosphere of tranquility. At the village's end stood a temple, its incense perpetually burning, while behind it rose a series of tombstones, silent and solemn, perhaps serving as the final resting place for the villagers. Adjacent to the tombstones was an expanse of locust trees, often referred to as ghostly trees in the realm of the living. Thus, even at high noon, a chilling aura lingered within, where the sounds of birds and insects were subdued. Amidst this open grove of locust trees stood one tree that towered significantly above the rest, reminiscent of a crane among chickens. Beneath this tree stood two figures, one exuding an ethereal presence, while the other bore a rugged visage. Their expressions were grave, engaged in earnest conversation. Should a member of the Wangyue sect be present, they would instantly recognize the ethereal figure as Elder Gujiji, one of the esteemed elders of Wangyue, while the other was Kong Hua, a member of the barbarian tribe who had previously encountered Elder Good during the Wangyue capturing dragon expedition. Kong Hua, with his bared arms and prominent veins, emanated an aura of formidable physical strength as he turned to Gujiji, coldly inquiring, "How have you fared with the task entrusted by the Lady Demon? Do you have any leads on Long Tianxing?" Gujiji, however, did not respond to Kong Hua's inquiry, taking a moment of silence before shaking his head and stating, "Although Wangyue sect is one of the four great sects of Xianxin continent, I have concealed my cultivation within its ranks for a millennium, yet I have never uncovered any clues regarding Long Tianxing. Furthermore, significant matters of the sect are beyond the purview of a mere elder such as myself. Though I am willing, my capabilities are limited." Kong Hua let out a cold snort, and once again coldly stated, "I have no desire to hear these matters, nor do you need to seek such excuses." Then, suddenly lowering his voice, he added, "Xiao Rang, do not blame me for not warning you. Do not forget that 13 centuries ago, it was the great lady of the Demonis who saved you amidst the rift of the realms. Or else you would have long since perished." Before his words could fully dissipate, Gujiji abruptly turned around, his brow furrowed, and a glint of ferocity flickered in his eyes as he coldly and somewhat mockingly replied, "Where have you been good for? Back then, Qin Yao sacrificed her celestial essence and elixirs to save you. Yet what did you do afterward, when Qin Yao was being hunted by the Dragon Clan? You could only choose to remain indifferent and watch. How could you dare to speak to me?" These words seemed to pierce Gujiji's sore spot. His eyes flashed with ferocity, but it was swiftly replaced by a rare expression of guilt as a shadow of remorse crossed his rugged features. After a moment of silence, he slowly inquired, "Is that He Xueman, the daughter of Qin Yao and Long Tianxing?" The ferocity in Gujiji's eyes dissipated once more, and turning away, he seemed lost in the past, merely stating, "I do not know." Subsequently, both fell into silence, each burdened by an unshakable past. A millennium ago, in the realm of the afterlife, upon a towering mountain, a grand palace stood resplendent, adorned in gold and jade. Intricately carved dragons and phoenixes, resembling a celestial dragon hall. Not far from the palace, on the white jade steps, stood an elderly man with hair and beard as white as snow, hands clasped behind him. Despite his apparent age, an aura of majestic power radiated from him, deterring anyone from approaching, as if he reigned above the clouds, gazing down upon the world. The old man's eyes were slightly closed, exuding an ethereal essence, almost as if he were transcending the mortal realm. Beside him, a shadow of a dragon seemed to flicker, instilling a sense of reverence in onlookers. At that moment, a young man ascended the steps, his countenance striking, with sharp brows and starry eyes, exuding an extraordinary demeanor. He regarded the old man with admiration and knelt, saying, "Tianxing pays respects to his master." The old man slowly opened his eyes, which were as clear as autumn waters, unfathomably deep, and said gently, "Tianxing, do you know why I summoned you?" The one referred to as Tianxing seemed to sense something, yet he still lowered his voice, replying, "Disciple is dull-witted. I humbly request my master to clarify." The old man made no movement, yet suddenly, an object materialized beside him, silken and satin-like, in a pale purple hue, swirling with celestial energy. Do you recognize this object? Tianxing gazed at the pale purple satin, and a shiver coursed through him, as if he had foreseen something, yet he remained silent for a long time. After a considerable pause, the old man sighed and said, "Tianxing, you are the rightful heir of the Holy Celestial Dragon Clan. Why are you so obstinately lost, choosing to be utterly devoted to a mortal from the celestial race? Have you forgotten the teachings of the Dragon Clan?" Long Tianxing's hands trembled slightly. The person before him held an unparalleled status in his heart, Yet he too had someone he found most difficult to part with. Master, forgive your disciples' inadequacy. I have let down your years of guidance. But his words, though still tinged with tension, conveyed a resolute determination. Disciple's heart is already set. I hope my master can grant me this. Utter nonsense. As Tianqing's words echoed in the air, the old man exhibited no visible reaction. Yet suddenly, an immense force surged towards him, a manifestation of power that seemingly transcended the realm of illusion. In the next instant, his body offered no resistance whatsoever, being violently propelled 100 meters away. A spray of crimson staining the azure bricks and white jade. I grant you 3 days to ponder this matter thoroughly, he declared, his voice gradually fading, leaving the steps devoid of any presence. Senior brother, are you all right? At that moment, a young woman emerged from the palace, her beauty striking and her demeanor poised. She gently helped the man who had collapsed to the ground. Long Tianqing wiped away the remnants of blood from the corner of his mouth, shook his head, and replied nonchalantly, I am fine. Does master still oppose your relationship with Sister Qingyao? The woman inquired with concern. The man suddenly let out a bitter laugh, shaking his head in dejection. It's futile, shall we? Master has resolutely decided to thwart this endeavor. There is no hope. A flicker of sorrow crossed the countenance of the woman known as Shall We. After a moment of contemplation, she softly asked, Senior brother, what do you intend to do next? The man gradually rose to his feet, gazing into the distance. As the wind swept by, an unprecedented determination and resolve shone in his eyes, and with a voice imbued with fervor, he proclaimed, If heaven seeks to impede me, I shall defy the heavens. If the earth stands in my way, I shall overturn the earth. Even if mountains crumble and the earth fractures, I will strive to shatter the firmament, vowing to protect with my life. In the distance, the ancient sound of a bell resonated. Shall We looked at the resolute figure of the man, a flicker of worry crossing her face as she softly murmured, Senior brother. Chapter 57. Trouble from within. 1,000 miles away, in a bustling marketplace, the atmosphere was alive with voices and laughter, merchants and pedestrians alike pausing to revel in the vibrant ambience. Yet amidst the throng, a young woman furrowed her delicate brows, pouting as she seemed to mutter to herself, Why hasn't Tianqing come to find me yet? Humph, he promised to arrive today, and still, he has not shown up. I wonder if he still thinks of me. As she voiced her grievances, a look of indignation crossed her face, adding an enchanting allure to her snow-white complexion. However, a sudden thought struck her, and her expression of discontent vanished as if swept away. She secretly delighted in the prospect of surprising Tianqing upon his arrival. With this sacred pearl of the dragon clan's bloodline, surely his master will no longer make things difficult for him. I owe this to Uncle Zhong. Without him, I would never have obtained this sacred pearl. With this thought, her heart swelled with joy, and she instinctively clenched her right fist. Lost in her musings, she inadvertently drifted away from the lively crowd. Reaching the edge of the market where the throngs had thinned, leaving only small clusters of passers-by, she paused, a hint of worry etched upon her face. Finding a secluded spot, she sat upon a slab of blue stone, murmuring to herself, What if Tianqing can't find me? Well, even if he can't, let him search a little longer. After all, he made me wait for so long. Having spoken, she spread her right hand and gazed at the object within it, a vibrant green orb, within which a faint yellow mist meandered, exuding an aura of auspiciousness, undeniably a rare treasure. The woman sat upon the azure stone slab, her feet gently swaying, caught in a moment of ennui. Suddenly, she sensed an unusual stir behind her, the wind rustling, the foliage whispering, prompting her to instinctively shift her lithe form. Yet, scarcely half a breath after her departure, a figure crashed heavily onto the stone slab, producing a muffled thud as fragments of stone and blood scattered in all directions. Startled, the woman glanced at the individual sprawled amidst the debris, only to find him resembling a figure drenched in blood, his body marred with wounds, his rugged visage bore bulging veins, the rest of him stained with crimson. Yet his eyes, struggling to meet hers, conveyed a flicker of despair and profound indignation. Before she could ponder further, 2 figures descended slowly from the direction of the newcomer. These individuals, equally imposing and rugged, emanated an air of formidable power. Their faces were etched with a palpable intent to kill as they regarded the man on the ground with cold smirks, entirely dismissing the presence of the woman beside him. Konghua, you conspired with the witch clan to betray our kin and audaciously attempted to steal our clan's supreme treasure. What punishment do you deserve? We have sworn an oath before the lords of the barbarian tribes. Capture him alive, or dead will suffice, declared the one of slightly higher cultivation, his words laced with menace as he advanced step by step. The man collapsed on the stone slab, fixed his gaze on the two, seemingly mustering the strength to confront them. But it was not long before he faltered, spewing a mouthful of blood onto the ground, staining the earth and his garments a deep purple-black, summoning his remaining strength. He retorted, "Do not feign such righteous indignation. You too are complicit in this affair. Fortune has merely favored you a tad more, yet do not revel too soon, for paper cannot contain fire. When the truth comes to light, I shall await you both on the road to the Yellow Springs." The two men shuddered, evidently taken aback by his audacity in the face of such peril, as if it were they who were ensnared in danger rather than him. After a brief moment of hesitation, their murderous intent intensified. The leader suddenly let out a chilling laugh. "Your downfall is of your own making. You are not wrong. Had you succeeded, we would all have rejoiced. But you have failed, and you shall become the scapegoat." With that, he stepped forward decisively. At that moment, the woman standing aside approached the prone figure, bending down to assess his vital signs, her movements deliberate and devoid of panic. After a brief examination, she addressed the man on the ground. "Your breath is faint. If not treated promptly, your life hangs in the balance." The man cast her a glance, then let out a bitter laugh. Shaking his head, "It is futile. I can scarcely escape this calamity. Nevertheless, I appreciate your kindness." The young woman appeared to be somewhat reluctant to act, when suddenly the voices of the two men reached her ears. "My dear girl, one must possess strength to stand out. As a novice in the realm of Xian, you should not overreach. My brother and I have no desire to harm the innocent today. This individual is neither kin nor acquaintance of yours, so it would be wise for you to depart post-haste." The woman turned to look, her expression devoid of fear, and instead, she responded with indignation. "Do you believe you have the right to dictate such terms? Is it absolutely necessary to take his life? Can you not spare him?" The man of slightly lesser cultivation furrowed his brow and whispered to the other, "Elder brother, this woman has overheard our conversation. This matter is of utmost significance and concerns our very lives. I implore you to eliminate any potential threats." The one referred to as elder brother suddenly flashed a menacing glint in his eyes and nodded. "You speak wisely, little brother. I nearly jeopardized our mission." With that, his gaze shifted towards the woman, and a surge of true energy swiftly coalesced in the palm hidden within his sleeve. In an instant, he flicked his wrist, unleashing a sphere of arcane energy at the woman and the nearby stone slab with ferocious intensity. Though they were both in the Xian realm, the disparity in their strengths was as vast as a mustard seed compared to Mount Meru. Utterly incomparable. The next moment, the woman instinctively glanced towards the stone slab, only to find it utterly vacant. However, before she could ponder further, she sensed a whistling rush by her ear, as a force equal to the previous surge of energy surged towards them once more. Her heart began to race. Having been pampered since childhood, she had never faced storms of adversity or life-and-death moments. Her inherent kindness led her to believe in the fundamental goodness of humanity. Yet at this moment, her eyes reflected only indifference and the unfamiliar. The fierce wind threatened to strip away her pure beauty. As the arcane force approached, the situation became critical. Just then, a surge of energy struck from the side, colliding with the force emanating from the two men 3 paces in front of the woman, sending powerful tremors rippling outward. The two men, caught completely off guard, hastily conjured a shield of light before them to dissipate the impact. Yet they still staggered back several steps. Remarkably, the woman remained unharmed amid the tumult. In the next instant, a figure appeared at her side. The woman widened her eyes, entirely unfamiliar with this person, yet grateful for the timely rescue. She smiled and said, "Thank you for saving my life." The man turned to face her, his gaze imbued with a hint of compassion, and asked in return, "Are you unharmed?" To be continued. Chapter 58. Dragons roar in the 9 heavens. "Who are you? We have no previous entanglements. Why intervene?" The two men furrowed their brows, appearing somewhat hesitant. They could distinctly sense that this individual had already attained mid-stage in the realm of Xian, while their own cultivation lingered in the early stages. Thus, it was prudent to avoid unnecessary conflict. Moreover, they understood that the elder following closely behind them would soon arrive, necessitating that they stabilize the situation until the elder could handle it. The two individuals exchanged a glance, seemingly comprehending each other's intentions. The foremost among them spoke, "Very well. Since you are inclined to protect this woman, we are not so ungrateful as to refuse your request. Thus, you may take this lady with you. However, that man must perish." As he spoke, he pointed to the figure lying on the ground. The woman standing behind him, upon hearing their words, immediately stepped forward and grasped the man's sleeve, exclaiming, "No, his injuries are too grave. If he falls into their hands, he is doomed without a doubt." She then turned her gaze to the two men, determination gleaming in her eyes, and declared resolutely, "I shall protect this man as well." The two men appeared momentarily taken aback, not anticipating such a bold declaration. However, given the stakes involved that threatened their very lives, despite the disparity in their cultivation, a murderous intent flickered in their eyes. "Let's see what you are truly capable of." Before the words had fully left their lips, the two conjured ethereal shadows that spiraled toward the man like a vortex, one descending from the sky and the other rising from the ground. The man clenched his fists and struck toward the heavens, while simultaneously grounding himself firmly. In an instant, the onslaught of the two was abruptly halted. Mere moments later, their corporeal forms were sent crashing backward as if struck by an unseen force. Yet, just as they fell, a powerful force emerged from behind, holding them in place. A gust of wind surged through the space between them, hurtling directly toward the man. Sensing this, he furrowed his brow, as if confronted by a formidable adversary. He crossed his arms, channeling a vortex of mystical energy, invoking the pinnacle of his cultivation to distort the environment around him. Strangely, this stance was not one of aggression, but rather of defense. At that very moment, as the man solidified his ethereal manifestation, a rush of wind and a fleeting figure, both real and illusory, swept past him, exuding an unparalleled, ephemeral grandeur. It was as though autumn winds had swept through. Though they did not raise 1,000 sails, they carried away all vitality, leaving behind only desolation and sorrow. The woman clutched the man's sleeve tightly, whether it was her imagination or the wind's effect. She sensed the fabric quiver, the body trembled. 10 heartbeats passed, the wind stilled and the leaves fell, yet the man could no longer withstand the pressure and sank to his knees. All protective barriers surrounding him seemed to have been whisked away by the gust. He lifted his gaze toward the source of the calming wind, his eyes filled with struggle as he murmured, "Illusory realm master." Suddenly, a middle-aged woman appeared out of thin air beside the two men. Though she was a woman, her stature surpassed that of an average man, radiating not merely the delicate beauty of femininity, but also a hint of masculine strength, coupled with a raw power derived from her cultivation, indicative of a lineage from the barbarian tribes. "Elder, we have been tasked with capturing Konghua, yet we are thwarted by this man. Despite our efforts, we find ourselves powerless against him. We humbly beseech you to intervene on our behalf." The two men knelt before the elder, flattering her. However, the woman paid them no mind. Instead, she focused her attention on the trio, observing them with a peculiar expression, her eyes half closed as she sniffed the air, seemingly searching for something, leaving her momentarily unresponsive to the three. Taking advantage of the moment, the young woman assisted the man in bringing the one who had previously lain on the ground to his side. As he gazed upon the figure on the ground, it was evident that he was barely clinging to life, teetering on the brink of death. The more the woman looked, the heavier her heart felt. She glanced at her tightly clenched right hand, a flicker of hesitation stirring within her. Just then, a voice filled with astonishment erupted from the woman. "Ah, what is this aroma? It is the bloodline of the dragon clan." In the next instant, she turned her attention towards the young girl, her voice laced with excitement as she exclaimed, "I never expected that a mere girl like you would possess such a treasure. Haha, none of you shall escape today." Upon hearing this, although the two individuals were indifferent to whether they could obtain the dragon bloodline, the elder's declaration of intent to kill the three filled their hearts with a surge of agitation. For the two lying on the ground, such words were akin to a death sentence, and a wave of despair washed over them at that moment. However, the young woman made a decisive move, her voice choked with emotion as she uttered, "Tianxing brother, I am so sorry, Qingyao." With that, she pressed the orb from her right hand into the mouth of the half-dead man. Yet, it seemed as if it was all in vain. As she approached within 3 paces, she forced the orb into the mouth of the unconscious figure. The woman, consumed by rage like a ferocious beast, directed all her murderous intent towards the girl, believing that only by slaying her could she quench her burning hatred. The young woman slowly closed her eyes, a single tear slipping from the corner of her eye, cascading down her face, as pale as snow, ultimately landing in her palm. In the distance, a low dragon-esque roar echoed through the air. The sound of the dragon's lament pierced through the void, transcending the boundaries of time and space, with each breath seeming to stretch for miles, while the next was as near as one's ear. The dragon's roar reverberated across the heavens, as if the entire world had been reduced to this soul-stirring sound. In the next instant, The young woman suddenly realized that the howling wind that had been incessantly swirling around her had vanished without a trace. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself momentarily frozen. Before her, the three figures, including the woman, stood utterly still, their expressions frozen in a moment of shock, their eyes betraying deep-seated fear and inexplicable trepidation. The three had been silently extinguished in the void. Gujiji's face mirrored his astonishment, equally perplexed by the unfolding events. Yet when he examined himself once more, he discovered that all his injuries had miraculously healed. At that moment, the man lying on the ground began to awaken. Having consumed the dragon bloodline, he glanced at the three before him, a complex expression crossing his features, but before he could ponder further, his countenance suddenly changed, and he turned sharply, a hint of anxiety in his voice as he questioned. "Who goes there?" As he spoke, the other two also turned to look, and behind them stood a strikingly handsome man, with sword-like brows and starry eyes, exuding an aura of grandeur. The three, save for the young woman, gradually retreated, their hearts racing with anxiety, beads of sweat forming in their palms. In trembling voices, they uttered in unison, "A being of the holy immortal dragon clan, one who transcends the realm of illusion." At that moment, as the two individuals were engulfed in fear, a gentle voice suddenly pierced the tension of the scene, tinged with a hint of emotion. "Brother Tianxing, I thought I would never see you again." She then rushed into his embrace. The newcomer was none other than the esteemed disciple of the sacred immortal dragon clan, Long Tianxing. Chapter 59. The Origins of Destruction. Long Tianxing tenderly caressed her cheek, a smile gracing his face for the first time, overflowing with infinite warmth as he uttered, "I am truly sorry, Qingyao, for the distress you have endured." Qingyao seemed to cling even tighter, sobbing softly. "It's all right. As long as I can see Brother Tianxing, Yaoer is not troubled." Long Tianxing stroked Qingyao's flowing hair, yet after a brief moment, as if recollecting something, he let out a soft sigh, though the words remained unspoken. "Qingyao, let us depart." "Brother Tianxing, please do not leave Yaoer alone this time." Just as the two were about to set off, Qingyao suddenly turned to the one who had previously rescued and protected her. Her smile radiant as she inquired, "My name is Qingyao. May I ask what yours is?" The young man was taken aback, his gaze averted, a shadow of disappointment crossing his features as he lowered his head and replied, "I am Xiaorang." Qingyao's eyes sparkled, joy illuminating her face as she nodded happily and turned away. The two began to walk away slowly, but a voice from behind them broke the silence. The injured man exclaiming, "I, Konghua, am deeply grateful to my savior. May I have the honor of knowing your esteemed name?" He cupped his hands in gratitude. Long Tianxing. As their figures gradually receded, they left behind a heart tinged with an inexplicable sense of loss. Time may fade away, yet longing remains eternally nestled in the heart. The bonds of affection, despite traversing mountains and rivers and enduring the vicissitudes of time, remain vivid as ever, stirring one's heart unexpectedly. In the dense woods, where shadows intertwined, the wind rustled through the treetops, creating a soft whispered "Yi," and Konghua stood in silence. The millennia seemingly reduced to a mere yesterday. However, their gazes reflected disparate sentiments. One carried reminiscence and yearning, while the other bore guilt and self-reproach. Suddenly, a loud crack shattered the stillness, as a thick branch inexplicably broke and fell from the towering locust tree. With the branch's descent, a horrifying and eerie scene was unveiled. Suspended 8 zhang above the ground, a massive trunk bore a figure bound to it, pierced by 8 colossal iron nails. These nails penetrated flesh, affixing the individual to the trunk, rendering the term human somewhat inadequate. The figure flickered between visibility and obscurity, resembling a ghost, though now exceedingly frail. Darkness gathered at his brow, suggesting that in addition to the agony of his corporeal form, he suffered another torment from his very soul. Yet, Gujiji and Konghua remained unmoved by this sight, devoid of astonishment or excessive sympathy. Rather, they coldly regarded the man ensnared by the iron nails, their prior reminiscences long buried within their hearts. Konghua gazed at the figure on the trunk and spoke first. "Nangongyu, if you divulge the secrets of the primordial scroll, we shall cease our torment." It was said that the Inferno sect, one of the 4 great factions of the Xianxuan, had long been in pursuit of the remnants of the ancient scroll. Surely, after all these millennia, some clues must have emerged. The wretched soul momentarily exhibited no reaction. But after a brief interval, it erupted into a deep, hoarse laughter. "Ha! Ha! Ha! All beings are ensnared in confusion, and you, a peculiar creature of half barbarian and half immortal, are no exception. The ancient scrolls of desolation are realms unworthy of your pursuit. Absurdity, sheer absurdity, ha ha ha. Following a series of resonant guffaws, the wretched soul's form appeared increasingly ethereal, seeming to hover on the brink of dissolution. Yet, upon its tormented essence, a thread of darkness clung to prevent its vanishing. Gujiji listened to the utterances of this being, and a flicker of hesitation and struggle appeared in his eyes. After a moment's silence, he spoke. We bear no intention of tormenting you. You are ensnared by the rebirth curse. Simply impart what you know to us, and we shall cease our torment. A fleeting expression of anger crossed Gujiji and Konghua's faces, yet it remained unresolved. The desolation of the endless flames, the indifference of the six paths, the bleakness of the barren lands, all rendered a scene of profound sorrow. That Yinuo departed from the prison of dragons, casting his gaze upon the Xianling pagoda and the ruins of the barbarian totem. With a gentle sigh, he buried the elder of the barbarian tribe, and then left the desolate six paths. Yinuo chose not to soar through the skies, but instead walked towards the direction of Wangyue sect. For the first time in many days, he found himself able to quietly ponder his own matters without any burdens. Since leaving Riverbank Village, Yinuo had encountered a series of extraordinary events initially. He met the seven-faced wraiths in the blood condensation pool, achieving a breakthrough in his cultivation and acquiring the divine dog's avatar inheritance technique, subsequently slaying the seven-faced wraiths. Later, he ventured into the misty ghost forest, witnessing the giant chains imprisoning a colossal tree, and shortly thereafter encountered the lingering soul of Nangong Huang, followed by the most bizarre encounter with a swarm of blood bats, from which he narrowly escaped with the ancient owl's wings and fragments of desolate memories. In the misty ghost forest, he also encountered formidable fishman puppets of the barbarian tribe, along with a familiar voice and the summoning call of the Sea of Annihilation. The experiences Yinuo had over these days were perhaps what ordinary individuals would struggle a lifetime to encounter. Filled with perils and fortunes that were beyond the comprehension and endurance of the common man. The saying goes, luck is a form of strength, yet resilience and an indomitable spirit are equally indispensable. At the core of it all lies Yinuo's yearning for freedom, his unwavering dedication, and his relentless hope. Lost in such thoughts, Yinuo unwittingly found that the once vast ancient path was receding into the distance. A gentle breeze swept through, carrying the fragrant scent of the emerald bamboos. Upon raising his gaze, he suddenly realized he had inadvertently arrived at an expansive grove of bamboo. That moment, as a gust of wind passed, the rustling of the bamboo forest transformed into a sound akin to a mournful wail. If one listened closely, it resembled the sobbing of a woman. Yinuo had heard tales regarding the Tears bamboo forest, and the current scene bore a striking resemblance to those accounts. Legend had it that the earliest records of the Tears bamboo forest emerged from the boundless lands of the Sea of Annihilation. Yet he had not anticipated encountering such a wondrous phenomenon in this latter realm. Yinuo followed a narrow path between the bamboos, advancing slowly. After a moment, he sensed a peculiar disturbance in the soul pearl upon him, and the lingering soul of Nangong Huang materialized. Observing the surrounding environment, Nangong Huang furrowed his brow in astonishment, remarking, "This bamboo grove bears an uncanny resemblance to the misty ghost forest." Yinuo, upon hearing these words, could not help but feel a twinge of curiosity. "Senior, this is indeed the weeping bamboo forest, which is said to have originated from the Sea of Oblivion." A gust of wind swept through, and Nangong Huang gently closed his eyes, as if savoring the moment. After a considerable pause, he slowly remarked, "Indeed, this bamboo grove is the weeping bamboo forest, hailing from the Sea of Oblivion." He hesitated for a moment, suddenly struck by a thought. Could it be that the misty ghost forest is also linked to the Sea of Oblivion? Yinuo shared this sentiment. Though his experiences were distinct, the summons from the Sea of Oblivion and the mysterious voice within the misty ghost forest had long narrated the ancient origins of that enigmatic place. Chapter 60. The soul-sculpting clan. Nangong Huang seemed to dismiss further contemplation. After a brief interval, he shifted his focus to the weeping bamboo forest, stating, "It is said that when the wind passes through, it emits a wailing sound akin to that of a human woman, hence the name Weeping Bamboo Forest." Both Yinuo and Nangong Huang furrowed their brows, gazing into the depths of the bamboo passage. In the deep, tranquil recesses, a figure gradually materialized, illuminated by the slanting sunlight, casting dappled shadows, reminiscent of fragmented memories. The newcomer appeared as an ordinary middle-aged man, unremarkable and humble, save for a few strands of unruly white hair at his temples, which, in contrast, rendered his visage somewhat aged and weary. This individual exuded the aura of a peak practitioner of the Shin Kong realm, seemingly having lingered here for an eternity, unable to surpass the trial of the illusory mirror of the heart. Yet, in addition to this, he emanated a peculiar energy. Though belonging to the celestial lineage, there was an unsettling essence reminiscent of the Witch Clan's soul-capturing power. Approaching them, he continued. The weeping bamboo forest indeed originates from the Sea of Oblivion. Yet no one can recall the exact moment of its inception. The reason it is called weeping bamboo is not merely due to the sound it produces when the wind blows. But more importantly, this forest genuinely weeps, he concluded, a flicker of melancholy crossing his expression. Yinuo regarded the man before him, as his aura suddenly conjured memories of a woman he had encountered years ago in the vine flower garden alongside He Xueman. The resonance of her presence bore a striking similarity to that of the individual before him, albeit the former belonged to the Witch Clan, while this man was of celestial descent. The newcomer, however, seemed to have shifted his attention away from Yinuo, directing it instead towards Nangong Huang, revealing a hint of astonishment and disbelief, as if he recognized him. Is this not one of the illustrious Nangong twins? Nangong Huang Yu. Nangong Huang studied the man, his expression mirroring a semblance of confusion, as if uncertain. Indeed, I am Nangong Huang. Your aura bears a resemblance to my sister, Yulan. A realization struck him, and he continued. Could it be that you are the undying healer? Upon hearing the name Yulan, the man appeared momentarily stirred, nodding after a moment's contemplation. A fleeting flash of anger crossed Nangong Huang's face. Yet it was swiftly replaced by a sigh as he shook his head, lamenting, centuries have swiftly passed. I wonder how my sister Yulan fares now. The immortal physician let out a sigh, his gaze somewhat distant as he slowly remarked, even after several centuries, I believe the resentment she harbors towards me will not dissipate. I am condemned to live day and night in a state of guilt and remorse. The wound inflicted by that sword of Yinuo not only harmed Lung Songfeng that he paused abruptly, puzzled. How did you come to be in such a state? It is evident that a formidable curse lingers upon you. Who could have inflicted such harm? Wuliao, the rebirth curse. Nangong Huang articulated each word with a palpable fury. The immortal physician trembled, exclaiming in disbelief, What? Is it true that this individual has returned in the next life? Meanwhile, Yinuo stood in shock. This name, Wuliao, was not unfamiliar to him. Long ago, during his first encounter with Lai Manzi alongside He Xueman, he had heard of Wuliao and the rebirth curse from Lai Manzi. Yet, the true origins of this Wuliao remained enigmatic, and the atmosphere at present was clearly not conducive to inquiries. Haha, young brother, it has been a while. A hearty laugh echoed from the depths of the bamboo grove. Drawing nearer, soon, a figure emerged, none other than the esteemed Feng, a friend and mentor known to Yinuo. Since that fateful day when Feng fought against the shadows to rescue him, they had not crossed paths again. Seeing his mentor now filled Yinuo with joy. Master, what brings you here? Feng smiled broadly, clearly delighted. I happened upon this place and encountered an old friend, hence I took a moment to linger. And you are Feng Yinuo? How is it that your cultivation has diminished to merely the first level of Xian? Nangong regarded Feng with a sudden spark of realization. At that moment, the immortal physician interjected. Feng Yinuo, much like you, Nangong Huang Yu, are as close as brothers. Back in the day, when Yinuo was on the brink of eternal damnation due to a single sword strike, Brother Feng sacrificed several thousand years of his cultivation to save him from peril, resulting in his own significant decline. Nangong fell silent, choosing not to press further. As night descended, Yinuo and Feng stood quietly beside a thatched cottage deep within the weeping bamboo grove, gazing up at the starry sky. To an outsider, this grove appeared ordinary, but within lay a hidden realm of wonders. This seemingly mundane expanse of bamboo stretched over 100 miles, shrouded in profound silence, impervious to probing senses. The thatched cottage within resembled a secluded paradise, concealed from the world. Feng nodded thoughtfully and continued. Indeed, the soul-sculpting clan is one of the most enigmatic races among the three realms. They occupy a space between the celestial beings and the shamanic tribes, yet do not belong to either. Yinuo grasped much of this, but one question lingered in his mind. What conditions must be met for such extraordinary techniques? Sensing his confusion, Feng elaborated, life and death are the decrees of heaven, and any mortal who dares to defy fate will surely incur divine retribution. Even the soul-sculpting clan is not exempt. However, this mysterious race, through millennia of evolution, ultimately forged a pact with the heavens. The ancient and luminous soul-sculpting covenant. one life traded for another. At this juncture, Feng seemed to recall something, shaking his head and letting out a sigh. A fleeting shadow of melancholy crossing his face before it vanished in an instant, he turned to Yinuo. A rare expression of admiration gracing his countenance as he extolled, "You have certainly excelled, my young friend. After so many years apart, I am astonished to witness your remarkable cultivation that I in due course. I dare say you shall surpass your master." Yinuo smiled and replied, "Were it not for that jade token from years past, and the timely rescue by the tea house, I would not be the person I am today." The appreciation on Feng's face deepened as he boomed, "How about we engage in a duel?" In an instant, Yinuo's figure flickered, and he responded with equal fervor, 80,000 miles of howling winds. Yet the 9 heavens tremble? Excellent. Ha ha ha. Feng's hearty laughter resonated, exuding an air of boundless bravado. Beneath the moonlit night, the momentum of the two surged dramatically, reaching a crescendo in an instant, though Yinuo possessed only the cultivation of the Xianshi first realm. The purity of his inner strength and the fusion of the 3 tribes, Xian, Man, and Wu, granted him combat prowess that could rival the peak of Xian's Hi. In contrast, although Feng's cultivation rested in the mid-stage of Xianshi. He was originally a master of illusions, and his profound understanding of the path enabled him to wield strength equivalent to the pinnacle of Xian Kong or even the first realm of Xian Su. Thus, their contest was fundamentally evenly matched. The two figures remained grounded, yet above them, 2 ethereal afterimages materialized in the AI. In the next moment, the once clear moonlit sky became shrouded in dark clouds, and a tempest arose. The formerly tranquil atmosphere appearing as if it had been suddenly distorted, that a formidable aura, capable of uniting heaven and earth, gradually coalesced in the space between. Chapter 61. The General's Command. In the following instant, 2 torrents of violent energy surged forth, seemingly tearing at the very fabric of space. This strike would undoubtedly spell death for any below the Xian Kong realm. However, the force they bore was not one of annihilation, but rather an invitation to battle. Wild, howling, 9 heavens. In the next heartbeat, the wind inexplicably ceased, and rain began to fall from the sky as Yinuo and Feng shared hearty drinks beneath the vast expanse of the heavens. In this clash, there was no concept of victory or defeat, only the passing of legacy. In the southern part of the bamboo grove of tears, the undying healer stood beside an ancient bamboo. His previously dazed eyes suddenly alight with a strange brilliance, his brow furrowed in concern. Before him, a figure materialized seemingly from thin air, illuminated by the moonlight, his visage strikingly vivid yet pallid as death. Suffused with boundless sorrow and indignation, his right arm had been severed, blood pouring forth, yet he appeared to have forgotten this agony, his gaze vacant as he stared blankly at a bamboo stalk. He was the spitting image of Yinuo. The undying healer's face betrayed his astonishment, as powerful waves of cultivation and a heavy aura of malevolence emanated from the figure before him, causing his voice to tremble. "You are... How can this be?" The newcomer remained impassive, merely stating, "According to your rules, kill me and help me save someone." The undying healer, bewildered, recalled that he had only met Yinuo once, utterly at a loss as to the origin of these words. Moreover, he perceived that although the cultivation of the individual before him could not be compared to that of Yinuo, the auras emanating from both were strikingly similar, as if they were manifestations of the same essence. However, the one resembling Yinuo appeared indifferent to the words of the undying physician, instead directing his gaze towards a nearby, more robust Sangju, pausing momentarily before turning to depart. After his departure, the undying physician approached the Sangju and discovered a line inscribed upon it. 1,000 years of the Tao, 10,000 years of passage. The Tao resides in the heart, cultivation unfolds in the realm. As he beheld the retreating figure, the undying physician declared loudly, "Your life, I have already taken several times. Consider today's events as my fault. If fate allows in the future, I shall surely return your life." The weeping bamboo grove echoed with soft sobs, as if it sensed an overwhelming sorrow. After spending several days in the grove, Elder Feng recounted tales of the past to Yinuo, after which he took his leave from his mentor and departed the weeping bamboo grove. Yet the undying physician's encounter from that night remained unspoken. Could that be the end of my life? Yinuo furrowed his brow, lost in contemplation. Yet he felt unwilling to accept such a fate. Years ago, as a naive youth, he may have lacked the strength to resist, feeling powerless despite his fervent spirit. But now, having endured numerous trials and tribulations, he could not submit to the whims of others, even if it were the will of the heavens. Yinuo gazed skyward towards the horizon, where beneath a veil of light clouds, an eagle soared majestically. Clenching his fists, he embraced the rebellious power surging within him. My fate is mine alone to command, even if it leads to mutual destruction. I shall live a life of defiance and freedom. Approximately half a month later, Yinuo indeed arrived at a quaint village. The town was modest, comprising merely a few dozen households, and at that moment, wisps of smoke curled upward from cooking fires. Yinuo felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, reminiscent of the riverside village of his youth. Simple homes and genuine folk. He noticed a stone tablet outside the village inscribed with the words Wangjia Village. As noon approached, the aroma of food wafted through the air, leading Yinuo to seek refuge in a small restaurant. The establishment was unassuming, with few patrons, yet several tables and chairs were laid out outside. An elderly man, his hair and beard entirely white, sat contentedly on a small chair, eyes half closed as he savored the fragrance of tea. The sun shone brightly, rendering it an idyllic spot of leisure. Yinuo settled beside the old man, ordering a cup of tea to enjoy in solitude. "Young man, you possess quite the spirit," the elder remarked suddenly. Yinuo glanced at the old man, a hint of confusion crossing his face. Yet, seeing that they were the only two present sparked his interest, prompting him to inquire, "What leads you to say such, esteemed elder?" The old man slowly opened his eyes, gently stroking his long beard, a smile gracing his features. Wangjia Village lies in a remote area, surrounded by mountains and lakes, devoid of commerce and travelers. Arrive here, and to do so with such ease and grace, you must be no ordinary person. Furthermore, seeing you radiant and unburdened by the weariness of travel, it stands to reason that you are a practitioner capable of traversing the skies. He also revealed a smile, nodding slightly, yet within his heart lingered a trace of astonishment. It was indeed admirable that an elder, residing in such a remote locale, possessed such discernment. Furthermore, Yinuo discreetly observed that this individual exhibited no signs of cultivation, appearing merely as an ordinary old man. Just then, the elder suddenly retracted his smile, and his gaze towards Yinuo bore an unusual intensity. With a tone that turned somewhat grave, he addressed the young man. "I have a statement that I am uncertain whether I should express." A sudden sense of unease washed over Yinuo, as if a fleeting wave of anxiety had overtaken him. He glanced at the elder, his brow slightly furrowed, and replied, "Elder, please feel free to speak." The elder continued, "Young man, I perceive within you an ancient and rare fate, one intertwined with chaos and an overwhelming aura of celestial extermination. Thus, your destiny is fraught with trials and tribulations, beset by calamities. However, should you endure these myriad hardships, you shall undoubtedly ascend to greatness, with the heavens granting you their respect." Upon reaching this juncture, the elder paused momentarily, then added, "Yet, this ancient fate is one that defies celestial order, and as such, the heavens shall strive to extinguish you. Therefore, young man, you must tread carefully. A single misstep could lead to irretrievable ruin." Upon hearing these words, a glimmer of clarity ignited in Yinuo's eyes. He did not dwell excessively on the notion of this ancient fate, but instead inquired, his expression shifting, "Who exactly are you?" The elder's laughter abruptly ceased as he regarded the center of Yinuo's chest, a mysterious expression crossing his face. He then remarked, "We are of the same origin. Our meeting is not by chance." Yinuo's countenance remained solemn, failing to grasp the elder's meaning at that moment. However, a subtle stirring emerged from his chest, a sensation he had never encountered before, akin to the familiarity one feels upon reuniting with an old friend after many years. The elder paid no heed to Yinuo's bewilderment, and instead rose, gradually making his way towards the tea house. Watching him depart, Yinuo's astonishment eclipsed all else. Just before entering the building, the elder halted, his voice turning exceedingly solemn as he intoned, "Your next calamity approaches. Known as the General's Edict, this tribulation is inescapable, and no one else can assist you. You must bear it alone." With that, he vanished into the tea house. Yinuo refrained from further queries about the elder. Though he was unaware of the elder's identity, he recognized that in life, many burdens must be shouldered by oneself. The fear of the unknown and the anticipation of uncharted horizons render the journey's most exhilarating moments. He believed he would encounter this elder once more, and thus he etched the name General's Edict into his memory. Chapter 62. Counterattack. Outside the tea house, Yinuo sat in quietude, savoring his tea as days faded into night. On this particular night, the sky was shrouded in dense clouds, silence enveloping the surroundings, casting everything into darkness. It felt as though the entire realm was cloaked in an eerie, oppressive atmosphere, the tranquil night seemingly bracing itself for impending turbulence. The tension and palpitation within Yinuo's heart intensified, as if he sensed an approaching storm, yet his inner self remained calm, untouched by the tumultuous waves of emotion that a gentle breeze began to stir outside the tea house. He gazed into the inky night, and before him, the illusion of the moon emerged, weaving a delicate floral pattern in the air. Subsequently, he let out a sigh, and the patterns before him gradually faded away. He retrieved a handkerchief from his bosom, the exquisite illusionary heart handkerchief gifted to him by He Xueman in the Lianpu cave all those years ago, which captured the myriad scenes of the passing years, including the fateful journey of the trapped dragon. Regarding He Xueman, Yinuo harbored an enduring sense of guilt that he could never quite dispel. That moment, an unexpected sound abruptly shattered the eerie silence of the night. A flurry of startled birds and beasts burst forth from the locust grove, scattering in all directions. The tea house. Yinuo's figure vanished without a trace. Moments later, he reappeared beneath the towering locust tree, illuminated by the ethereal light of the moon, revealing a remnant soul nailed to the trunk. His astonishment, this lingering spirit bore a striking resemblance to Nangong Huang. However, before he could ponder further, a chilling voice echoed from behind him. Who dares to come here? As the voice resounded, two figures gradually emerged behind Eldergo. He gazed at the newcomers with a hint of suspicion. The two were none other than Gajiji and Kong Huafi. Merely dismissed him with a casual remark, referring to him as a junior from the Wang West sect. Kong Hua's eyes glinted menacingly as he scoffed. I care not who you are. This matter must remain a secret, or else you shall face the wrath of the Lady Demon. With that, he vanished in the blink of an eye. Turned to Yinuo, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent, coldly stating, Yinuo, you can only blame your unfortunate fate. As he spoke, his cultivation surged rapidly, escalating from the previously exposed Xianshi level to the formidable fourth layer of the Xian realm. Achieving the pinnacle of Xianhuan, Yinuo regarded the elder he had always respected without a trace of fear, a surge of murderous energy bubbling forth from within him. He observed him, a sneer creeping onto his face. With a wave of his hands, a tremendous force surged from below, and in an instant, the entire grove, save for the colossal locust tree, seemed to be uprooted, one by one. The locust trees ascended, suspended in midair, then lined up neatly behind Gajiji like a multitude of swords poised for battle, all aimed at Yinuo realized that his own cultivation and abilities paled in comparison to the openly displayed strength of Gajiji, leaving him with little hope of victory. Yet, he was unwilling to back down. If he did not dare to take this step, the future would be fraught with trepidation and hardship. He displayed a hint of disdain, making no move, while the thousands of locust trees behind him amassed an overwhelming force, rushing toward Yinuo with an unstoppable momentum, uprooting grass and tumbling boulders in their wake. Yinuo felt a surge within him, enveloping himself in a protective sphere of energy, much like he had done when surrounded by the bloodbaths years ago. The next moment, a cacophony of thunderous sounds converged into a deafening roar that shook the heavens and the earth. As a cloud of dust and debris engulfed the sky, leaving even the howling winds momentarily unable to disperse, Ag advanced slowly, his expression unwavering, as if he had never regarded this battle with any seriousness. He arrived at the place where Yinuo had once lingered, waved his hand to disperse the dust, and sought the lifeless body of Yinuo. Below, Yinuo's figure gradually materialized, enveloped within a pair of enormous black wings. The colossal wings slowly unfurled, revealing his silhouette. A trickle of crimson blood escaped from Yinuo's lips as he gazed upward, a sinister expression etched upon his face, his murderous intent palpable. The disparity in strength stirred tumult within Yinuo's heart, despite the formidable guardian that surrounded him. However, having withstood this strike, he was ready to mount his counterattack. He stood suspended in the air, looking down with a furrowed brow. He had not anticipated that this mere disciple of the Wang West sect, possessing only the cultivation of the Xianshi realm, could withstand the force of his blow. This was not merely a difference in realms, but an inconceivable chasm between distinct levels of power, entirely incomparable. Yet, astonishingly, the disciple merely spat blood, devoid of any signs of despair. He understood that his strike, though derived from only 4 layers of strength, was sufficient to obliterate any cultivator of the Xianshi realm. What left him even more astounded was the pair of black wings upon his opponent's back, exuding an unfathomable peculiarity. He had never encountered such a bizarre entity, nor the crescent-shaped aura that surrounded him, seemingly concealing an immeasurable force. Most perplexing of all was the sensation of a power akin to the Tao of Rebirth emanating from Yinuo. Who bestowed upon you the Tao of Rebirth? Gujiji demanded, his voice sharp as he locked eyes with the figure below. The black wings behind Yinuo fluttered slowly, an air of dominance woven into their strangeness. He raised his gaze toward Gujiji, his eyes revealing an otherworldly allure, tinged with a blood-red hue steeped in malevolence. Suddenly, Yinuo broke into a disquieting smile, radiating a chilling aura that made Gujiji's heart skip a beat. Momentarily shaking his millennia of cultivated composure, in that moment, the ethereal moonlight that had once surrounded him vanished entirely. Gujiji slowly raised his hands, sensing the eerie atmosphere of the night. He wished to avoid any unforeseen complications and aimed for a swift resolution. Thus, he resolved to unleash his full strength at the pinnacle of the 10th layer in a single, decisive strike. However, at that moment, he felt a tightening in his chest, and in the blink of an eye, he let out a muffled grunt as he was forcefully pushed back 3 zhong. Stealing his resolve, he turned to look behind him, only to find his expression shift dramatically. There stood another Yinuo, accompanied by the ethereal moonlight casting a silvery glow, encircling him. Gujiji's heart raced. This was the art of illusion. Such techniques were beyond the reach of even the mightiest of illusionists. So how could they manifest in a mere junior of the Xianshi realm? Yet, despite the vast gulf in their cultivation, even this uncanny strike from Yinuo had not inflicted fatal harm upon Gujiji. Nevertheless, it was a remarkable feat to rattle a being of the Xuanhuan realm. Such occurrences were indeed rare. Gujiji dismissed his lingering thoughts and, in an instant, summoned all his cultivation and Tao to envelop the heavens and earth. Piercing through the void, Yinuo felt an overwhelming sensation, as if his body were rendered immobile in an instant. Deep within, a tumult of emotions surged, and waves of mystical power crashed against his internal organs like a relentless torrent. In that moment, he felt as though his entire being was on the verge of exploding, trembling violently, a torrent of fresh blood erupting from his mouth. The stark disparity in cultivation between him and his opponent was painfully evident. The malevolent energy within Yinuo surged rapidly, boiling over and impacting every corner of his body. Thousands of miles away, within the blood pool, the crimson liquid bubbled with fervor. Once again, Yinuo found himself teetering on the brink of life and death. Yet this time, his yearning for strength was unprecedented. His body writhed in excruciating agony, blood streaming from his 7 orifices, staining his face and entire form, yet radiating a fierce defiance and pride. To be continued. Chapter 63. Holy War. The pure essence of the mystical arts within Yinuo began to boil and churn, while Gujiji's expression shifted dramatically. In that fleeting moment, he sensed an unsettling instability within his own mystical powers. As if they were about to surge forward that instant, a dark-hued soul orb slowly drifted from his body, and the figure of Nangong Huang materialized beside him. Gazed at Nangong Huang, his pupils constricting, disbelief etched upon his face. Nangong Huang seemed oblivious to his surroundings, fixated instead on the solitary, enormous locust tree, upon which the tormented remnants of a soul were painfully nailed. Suddenly, Nangong Huang's body trembled, a glimmer of despair and unfathomable rage flickering in his eyes. His voice, choked and quivering, called out, "Brother, brother!" The body affixed to the trunk appeared to struggle momentarily, its eyes slowly opening, as if expending every ounce of strength to gaze at Nangong Huang, emitting a faint yet deeply joyful sound. "Brother!" Nangong Huang, upon witnessing his brother's form, was instantly engulfed by a surge of fury, an endless killing intent flashing across his face. He seethed. "Who did this to you? Who is responsible for your current state?" Nangong Yu gradually shifted his gaze toward Gujiji. Nangong Huang's eyes followed suit, brimming with a tempest of murderous intent directed at Gujiji. Gujiji's expression changed, but after a brief moment, he remarked, "Nangong Huang, you are but a remnant soul now, a shadow of your former self, a waning ember. To show yourself now is merely to walk into a trap." Nangong Huang fixed his gaze upon him, enunciating each word with disdain. "Is it you who has caused my brother to suffer thus? And if so, what of it? Today, I shall ensure you share his fate." Gujiji displayed no trace of fear. Ha ha, ha ha ha, ha ha. Nangong Huang suddenly erupted into laughter, his mirth laced with profound desolation and resignation. He turned to Yinuo and said, "Young brother, I am unable to repay the kindness you have shown me. Today, I have one final request. Might you lend me your body for a time?" Yinuo seemed to grasp the intent behind his words. In life, bonds of affection take precedence. Wherever one may be, those who act for love and loyalty are held in high esteem. Yinuo wiped the blood from his face and declared with conviction, "What is there to object to?" Nangong Huang suddenly turned his gaze towards the person on the trunk and proclaimed loudly, "Today marks the final battle of my brother Nangong Huangyu. From this moment forth, there shall be no more Nangong Huangyu." The remnants of their souls shimmered with resplendence, as if ignited by the brilliance of their last moments of life. Ji. Witnessing this, revealed a hint of trepidation in his eyes, murmuring, "Soul obliteration technique." The two figures of Nangong Huangyu transformed into two beams of light, merging into Yinuo's body. In that instant, Yinuo became Nangong Huangyu. Laughing maniacally, "What fear does a man have of life and death? I would rather shed tears and stand proud in this world than live a life of cowardice, seeking to appease heaven and earth." Their fierce confrontation reverberated through the cosmos, two formidable cultivators battling fiercely, yet in this moment, they were engaged in a life and death struggle. During their duel, the illusory heart handkerchief worn by Yinuo inadvertently fell to the ground. Capturing this heart-stirring spectacle, strangely enough, despite the cataclysmic nature of their battle, Wangjia village nearby remained eerily tranquil, seemingly untouched by the turmoil, while a sigh echoed from within the tea house. The duel persisted throughout the night, reaching a fever pitch. Though Gujiji's cultivation was slightly inferior to that of Nangong Huangyu, he had spent many years in seclusion at the Wangyue sect, honing his skills. Meanwhile, Nangong Huangyu relied on the last remnants of his soul's power. Nevertheless, their circumstances were starkly different. For Gujiji, this conflict was merely a routine fight for survival, while for Nangong Huangyu, it was the final battle of his life, devoid of any hope for survival. Offering no room for retreat, it was a relentless advance, unburdened by hesitation or ties, a quest not for survival, but for ultimate demise. With no possibility for leniency, what did it matter if they perished together? Yinuo's body gradually extended, a formidable aura of spiritual power swirling around him. His eyes, once blood-red, were now replaced by an eerie shade of green. He murmured, "Annihilation of the soul." Gujiji's expression changed dramatically, a flicker of dread crossing his features. Nangong Huangyu belonged to the realm of the abyssal altar, having gained renown a millennium ago, and the lethal technique of soul annihilation wielded by the two brothers struck fear into many. Now, empowered by the attributes of his witch ancestry and a mindset that embraced death, this strike promised to be cataclysmic, capable of obliterating all beneath its illusory veil. The eerie green aura emanating from Yinuo surged violently, instantly saturating the entire world in a ghostly hue. As their figures vanished with NIT. No matter how Gujiji struggled or employed myriad techniques, it seemed all his efforts were in vain. Until the green mist enveloped him completely. Time passed slowly, each moment stretching into silence, as tranquil as an ordinary night. As dawn approached, the darkness in the sky thickened. Under the night sky, rain began to fall, fierce winds sweeping through, washing away the eerie green and revealing two figures within. Ag collapsed to the ground, unscathed yet devoid of any glimmer in his eyes, his breath gradually fading into silence. Before him, Yinuo's form was also on the verge of collapse. Two ethereal glimmers slowly floated above his body, gradually dissipating in the wind, vanishing beneath the vast night sky. Ag also ceased his final breaths moments later. Yet, in that instant, he uttered a last phrase with his final breath. He Xueman is not dead. The rift in the realm. She is at last. He seemed to lack the strength to finish, and thus met his demise. Meanwhile, far away, thousands of miles distant at Wangyue sect, within the ancestral hall atop the peak, one of the 6 flickering candles in the dark suddenly extinguished, with no wind or any sign to herald the event. At that moment, the elder standing beside the candles felt a flash of brilliance in his eyes, and his figure vanished in an instant. Yinuo surveyed his surroundings, as icy winds and rain battered the shattered ruins. It seemed that only a solitary tree and a lone figure stood quietly amidst the chaos. Everything appeared far from over, perhaps not even begun. Yinuo pressed his hand against his chest. The faint sensation of palpitations seemingly intensified rather than diminished by the battle's end. Beside him, he noticed the washing handkerchief, still pristine and white amidst the rain. Yet, at that moment, an unexpected change occurred. The sky erupted with thunder, and the wind and rain seemed incensed, pouring down with rampant fury. The gale roared as if intent on upending the very heavens and earth. Yinuo felt darkness envelop him. And in the next instant, consciousness slipped away. Eons of splendor coalesced into a moment of brilliance, a flash of lightning tearing through the sky, dazzling in its intensity. Yet in the aftermath, only despair seemed to linger. In this vast world, beneath the boundless firmament, it felt as if the resentments of millennia were being recounted, the will of heaven, the scars of fate. Chapter 64. The abyss of judgment. That step felt akin to struggling through darkness. With everything beside him fading in an instant, waves of darkness surged and were cast aside, yet it felt endless. Before him, even more darkness clawed and surged forth, boundless and infinite, as if that moment condensed a lifetime of years. Yinuo exerted himself to open his eyes, only to find everything around him seemed to be distilled into darkness, save for a few flickering ghostly flames, leaving him in a pitch-black, frigid void. He sensed that his body felt as though it had become rigid, as if encased in ice for an eternity. He attempted to move, yet it felt as if he had exhausted all his strength. As he shifted his arm, he heard a clattering sound akin to iron chains clashing. He wished to take a few steps, only to discover that his feet were firmly bound by heavy chains. He attempted to rise, but found himself utterly devoid of strength. In an inadvertent moment, he suddenly felt as if the aura of his cultivation had diminished to nothingness. His very essence had seemingly vanished. Yinuo glanced around, shouting in desperation, "Where am I? What has happened?" Yet, before he could finish, an intense headache assailed him, and he collapsed to the ground, clutching his head. The pain felt as if it were tearing him apart, surging violently, causing him to tremble in agony. That moment, flashes of memories surged through his mind, and he struggled against the torment, striving to grasp all those recollections. Disciple of the Wangyue sect, Yinuo has transgressed the first edict of the sect. Thou shalt not slay fellow disciples, and violated the 88th decree. Thou shalt not defy authority. In light of these two offenses, there exists no possibility for pardon. Henceforth, in the name of the deputy sect master of Wangyue, I hereby declare your judgment. You shall be eternally imprisoned within the abyssal confines of the Wangyue sect's deep-sea prison, condemned to never again see the light of day, and stripped of all your cultivation. In that moment, Yinuo felt as if his entire being had been struck by lightning. In an instant, it seemed as though he had expended all the strength of his life. He even sensed, dimly, that he could no longer maintain a firm grip on his own fists, a sensation of weakness unparalleled in his existence, so profound that even the sound of his own breath began to wane. In the final flicker of his memory, he beheld the figure of the judge, the elder who condemned him in the name of the deputy sect master. The elder regarded the prostrate Yinuo with not a trace of compassion. Rather, the corners of his mouth curled into a barely perceptible smirk, chillingly declaring, "Your cultivation is now entirely mine." He paused, glancing at his hands, seemingly savoring the essence of power he had seized from Yinuo. A glimmer of pride surfacing within his gaze, a delightful sensation, the fusion of past and present pathways of enlightenment. Yinuo raised his head. At that moment, he cared not for the matters of the Tao, nor for the loss of his cultivation, nor the intentions of the man before him. He simply lifted his gaze, revealing a pair of bloodshot eyes that concealed a profound and chilling intent to kill. With a voice that echoed from the depths of the 9 hells, he uttered, "You possess no right to judge me, nor does the heavenly Tao." Suddenly, Jiuyang felt an inexplicable tremor coursing through him, albeit faint. Yet, given his level of cultivation, it was sufficient to stir his emotions. That he suppressed the shock within, coldly scoffing. This deep-sea prison, a century upon the ground, a millennium beneath. Surely your time shall pass swiftly. Ha ha, ha ha. Jiuyang's form gradually dissipated, taking with it the last vestiges of light. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, the deep-sea prison once again succumbed to a deathly silence, darkness lunging forth like a feral beast. Tearing apart his final shred of defiance, Yinuo, feebly clenching his fists, threw his head back in a primal scream, a cacophony of rage and resentment that seemed to carry the weight of countless millennia. His body trembled. Why? Why is this happening? The heavenly Tao. What is the heavenly Tao? His voice echoed into the void, swallowed by the darkness, yet it failed to stir even a ripple within the shadows. Only the embers of his defiance ignited the flickering flame within his heart that I once sought the heavenly Tao, a path to follow, adhering to my principles. Yet how could I have known the Tao is unmeasured? That fate is a cruel master, and I have been ensnared by destiny. The affairs of the world are ever-changing, and fate plays its tricks. I yearned for a state of existence free from worldly strife, detached from the mundane, yet unbeknownst to me, countless greedy eyes had already been watching my fate. If that is the case, why not shatter the heavenly Tao and pursue my desires? I once bore a heart of the Buddha, yet have succumbed to demonic inclinations. Yinuo's eyes gradually lost their crimson hue, shifting instead to a tranquil depth akin to water, yet profoundly unfathomable, carrying an icy chill that pierced the very soul as he gazed upon the world. In the profound darkness of the deep-sea prison, a flicker of light seemed to emerge, resembling a flame gradually igniting, enveloping Yinuo. Yet, this azure fire appeared devoid of any warmth that as it blazed. Yinuo suddenly felt as though his very soul were being slowly tormented and destroyed, a profound terror and despair that compelled one to capitulate within the fragmented remnants of his ancient memories. This entity suddenly materialized, an emotionless flame, impervious to extinguishment, its origins unknown, its existence a mystery. Yet its appearance invariably heralded a harrowing doom. No one could withstand that sensation, that agony of a soul being rent asunder. Known as the power of turbid fire, those consumed by this turbid flame remained physically intact, yet were expressions of utter despair, their eyes hollow, reduced to mere soulless shells. The turbid fire manifested a chilling visage, a terrifying specter, and at this moment, it was voraciously devouring Yinuo. In his eyes reflected the icy blue hue, his pupils constricting rapidly, his heartbeat accelerating, his soul trembling, droplets of icy sweat beating on his brow. Time slipped away, a century passing in the blink of an eye. Beneath the celestial vault, the starry sky twinkled. The world, rife with chaos, flourished and withered like fireworks beneath the moon, ephemeral and fleeting, leaving only a trace in the night. Evoking deep sighs, the wind passed without a trace, the snow fell silently, dawn broke, and all had become but a fleeting memory. 100 years had elapsed, yet Yinuo's disappearance seemed to have stirred not a ripple within the Wangwei sect. Even the death of Gujiji had gone unnoticed, as if these events had never transpired. Under the canopy of the celestial night, in HePan Village, by the quietly flowing stream, sat a woman, bathed in moonlight, her beauty striking. Even through the shroud of night, one could perceive her face, fair as snow, though a hint of weariness marred her exquisite features. This was none other than He Xueman. Nearly a century had passed since He Xueman parted ways with Yinuo, and during this time, she had heard not a whisper of his fate. She had visited the Wangwei sect countless times. Yet all her endeavors had been in vain, yet she steadfastly believed her brother still lived. Suddenly, two bright streaks of light traversed the night sky, followed by the graceful figures of two individuals landing beside her, Xiaotianming and Chu Wanli. A century had enhanced the cultivation of those once blessed beneath the curtain waterfall, and they had all achieved significant mastery in their paths. However, as time turned, the tides of fate shifted. Of the 5 inseparable companions of yore, only these 3 remained. Xiaotianming and Chu Wanli gazed at He Xueman, silence enveloping them. Such scenes had unfolded countless times over the past century. They wished to offer words of comfort, yet when the moment came, they faltered, perhaps believing that companionship was the finest form of waiting. 1,000 miles away, beside a way station, a woman opened the window and gazed at the starry sky, where a shooting star streaked across. A hint of melancholy gradually crept into her eyes. A century ago, certain experiences lingered in her heart, impossible to release. Her expression remained as cold and striking as ice, yet beneath that frosty exterior, she would inadvertently recall a particular figure, the one who had saved and protected her 100 years prior. Xia Yishuan quietly observed, attempting to forget the events of those years, yet they remained ever present in her mind. Tens of thousands of miles away, in the infernal altar, a prominent sect situated in the central region of the Xianxian continent, within a colossal palace, several individuals stood beside a massive ancient cauldron engulfed in roaring flames. Among them was a shadow familiar to Yinuo. After suffering an inexplicable blow near a tea house years ago, his cultivation had plummeted, and for all these years, he remained at the realm of Xianshi. Beside the shadow stood 2 others, a middle-aged man, whose unassuming appearance would suggest an ordinary person from a distance, yet he exuded a formidable aura of cultivation, and another clad in a purple robe, his body and face entirely concealed within its folds. Chapter 65. The Burning Ice Flame Wizard. You have sought the ancient scroll for nearly 1,000 years. When shall we see results? The shadow addressed the wizard in purple, his face revealing respect, yet his words bore an unmistakable hint of impatience. That moment, the ever-composed middle-aged man suddenly spoke. The matters regarding the ancient scroll may be set aside for now. There is a task for you to undertake. The individual known as Daoying conjured a thin stone tablet in his hand and directed it towards the shadow. Deliver this decree to the Poison Emperor, instructing him to seek out the prison spirit. He will understand upon reading it. The shadow's face first registered surprise, then shifted to hesitation. After a moment of contemplation, he lowered his voice. The Poison Emperor has been absent from our altar for 2,000 years. He is likely. He did not finish his sentence, but turned his gaze towards Daoying. Daoying replied calmly. This matter poses no issue. Merely inform him that this task comes directly from the altar master, the supreme command of the altar, which he must not dare to refuse. The shadow's expression changed, and he immediately responded with reverence. I shall obey. In the land of the younger generation, the desolate flame continent. A century ago, the prison spirit emerged from its seal, filled with boundless rage, wreaking havoc across a 1,000-mile radius, leaving devastation in its wake. Its presence summoned the restless spirits and malevolent souls from the vicinity, wailing and lamenting, creating a scene reminiscent of hell on earth. However, a century ago, the prison spirit inexplicably vanished, losing the earth-shattering momentum it once possessed. Rumors circulated that it had stealthily journeyed towards the extreme cold of the northeast, drawing closer to the most desolate regions of the younger generation continent. Yet, despite the chaos it incited, the major sects of the Xianxian continent remained largely inactive, though the 4 major sects appeared to be quiet on the surface. What transpired within remained a mystery, particularly for the Infernal Altar and the Zuxian Hall, both situated near the extreme northern icy lands. Time swiftly passed, and another half-year went by. On this day, at the heart of a tranquil lake, there stood a small pavilion. Though modest in size, it exuded an air of freshness and elegance, harmoniously blending with its mountainous and watery surroundings, offering a distinctive charm. Beside the pavilion, a few wild ducks frolicked joyously upon the lake's surface, basking in the radiant sunlight amidst the melodious chirping of birds and the fragrant blooms, creating an atmosphere of serene bliss. However, it seemed that the arrival of misfortune was always abrupt and unforeseen, catching one off guard. In an instant, all the flora and fauna rapidly withered and decayed, from vibrant green to an ominous black. Even the lake itself appeared to have succumbed to a potent poison, gradually turning pitch dark. The wild ducks, unprepared for this calamity, met their untimely demise. In the next moment, 2 figures appeared atop the pavilion. One was the shadow of the infernal altar, while the other, frail and aged, bore the visage of a decrepit elder, seemingly on the verge of passing into the soil. This was the Poison Emperor, a monstrous entity who had withdrawn from the infernal altar 2 millennia ago for reasons unknown, yet now, after a millennium, had resurfaced in the realm of immortals. The 2 of them had awaited for over several months, yet no sign of their quarry had emerged. Was the intelligence truly reliable? The Poison Emperor surveyed the surroundings, a hint of impatience flickering in his eyes. 6 months prior, he had received the command from the altar's master to await the prison spirit here. In order to fulfill the task assigned to him, the shadow hesitated momentarily and spoke with deference, stating that he too was acting under the altar master's orders, for it was the highest decree and should not be flawed. Then, as if struck by a sudden thought, he seemed to hesitate. The Poison Emperor scoffed, demanding that he speak freely. The shadow lowered his voice, saying, Indeed, my lord, it is said that the prison spirit is one who was imprisoned in ancient times. Possessing celestial powers, and having been sealed for millennia, it must harbor profound grievances. Though I am aware of your divine abilities, it is just that. He trailed off, casting a furtive glance at the Poison Emperor. Suddenly, the Poison Emperor erupted into laughter, leaving the shadow bewildered. Before he elucidated, this is precisely the purpose of our venture. That moment, the previously serene sky was unexpectedly swept by a gust of wind, which stirred a tumult within the very depths of one's soul. The Poison Emperor's eyes glinted with a chilling light. He has arrived. Their gazes converged upon a middle-aged man standing by the lake's edge. This man bore an unremarkable appearance, yet prominently displayed upon his face was a striking lightning totem mark. He was the prison spirit, released from his seal 2 centuries prior, and had once encountered Yinuo in the chaotic realm. The middle-aged man's gaze also turned towards them, his expression devoid of emotion, and there were no wailing specters by his side, resembling an ordinary man as he coldly regarded their presence. The withered flora around him seemed to suffer anew under some destructive force, crumbling into mere fragments. The prison's spirit ascended slowly, gliding towards the small pavilion upon the lake, and wherever he traversed, the water evaporated as if consumed by flames, enveloping the area in a vast, swirling fog that conjured a fierce wind. The Poison Emperor's pupils constricted. He recognized that this prison spirit was a being of terror from millennia past, whose powers had been sealed and suppressed. Yet he had not anticipated that even in such a restrained state, this individual would still be so formidable that in the next moment, the distance between the Poison Emperor and the prison spirit had dwindled to a mere 50 paces. And the shadow felt an intensifying pressure emanating from ahead, one far beyond what a mere practitioner of the Xian realm could endure. He approached the Poison Emperor from behind, and at that moment, an unexpected change occurred. Without any apparent action from the prison spirit, the thick mist beside him transformed as if alive, morphing into claws that lunged towards the two. The Poison Emperor's countenance shifted dramatically as he summoned all his cultivation to resist the sudden and formidable grasp. The enormous ethereal claws enveloped both individuals in an instant, swiftly engulfing them. The Poison Emperor's cultivation, which relied on poison as a medium to unleash the formidable power of illusions, manifested in that very moment. As his withered skin appeared to flush with vitality, and his haggard visage vanished in an instant, at that juncture, serpentine entities emerged from his body, darting towards the void claws. Before long, the claw formed of mist transformed from within, gradually turning black, and its oppressive force diminished significantly. Yet the claws showed no sign of relenting. The prison spirit observed coldly, a hint of red flickering in his eyes, and the claws responded as if sensing this, the oppressive force multiplying exponentially in an instant. Approximately 10 minutes later, the Poison Emperor expelled a mouthful of blood and bellowed, "We can assist you in breaking the seal and regaining your cultivation." Upon hearing this, the prison spirit's expression flickered with a hint of intrigue, and the claws swiftly dissipated. "I shall grant you 3 breaths of time." The Poison Emperor, unable to calm the turmoil within, cautiously stated, "Our sect can assist you in breaking the Tianshu Iza and lifting the restrictions." The prison spirit descended slowly onto the small pavilion in the lake, stating nonchalantly, "Do you wish to negotiate conditions with me?" He turned his back, a faint red hue illuminating his eyes, and an eerie silence enveloped the scene. The tension felt by the Poison Emperor and the shadowy figure lessened significantly, yet the atmosphere remained charged. After a while, the prison spirit suddenly spoke, "I wish to converse with the highest authority of your sect. Cultivation of the heart, the path of the realm, a century of Tao, a millennium of crossing. A century on the ground, a millennium beneath. 2 millennia have passed within the depths of the sea prison. During these 2 millennia, Yinuo has endured the most extreme torments, endless suffering, boundless darkness, infinite solitude, relentless rage, overwhelming madness, and ceaseless despair ad infinitum. The darkness seemed boundless, perpetually surrounding and consuming him, while the millennium that sustained him was merely a fervent obsession, a deep-seated yearning that he possessed ample time to meditate in solitude amidst his anguish. Yet nothing pierced his soul more than Uncle Zhao's words from years past. "Uncle Zhao, what is the purpose of living? To live is to seek that elusive freedom in one's heart, and to cling to the unwavering dedication deep within." Yinuo lifted his head, extending his arms wide. The sound of rattling chains echoed through the darkness as he slowly opened his eyes, gazing at his hands, which emanated a faint, ethereal blue glow, eyes so cold they could freeze the heavens. Is it not in the throes of madness that one makes their final stand before destruction? Chapter 66. Prelude to Annihilation. A millennium ago, Yinuo encountered the ancient malevolence of the chaotic fire within the depths of the sea prison, and simultaneously, his cultivation was obliterated by the 9 suns. He was left utterly defenseless, on the verge of annihilation, with his consciousness teetering on the brink of collapse. Yet, whenever the force of the turbid fire attempts to engulf his soul, a familiar warmth emanates from his chest, spreading throughout his being to combat the malevolent flames. This inexplicable essence residing within him possesses the remarkable ability to contend with the ancient, sinister power of the turbid fire, maintaining a precarious equilibrium. Nevertheless, despite this formidable resistance, Yinuo endures profound torment in this struggle. Each confrontation seems to strike at the very core of his spirit. The nature of the turbid fire revolves around the consumption of souls, gradually withering individuals in a boundless abyss of despair. Thus, even with the soothing caress of that warmth, Yinuo remains ensnared in an interminable cycle of dread and hopelessness, when there is nothing left to lose. It seems as though one transcends earthly concerns. Centuries of resentment and suffering appear to be buried deep within his heart, merely awaiting the moment of eruption, when Yinuo was cast into the depths of the oceanic prison. All his cultivation was seized by the Nine Suns, leaving him devoid of power, save for a pure essence that still lingers within his body. Over the course of 2 millennia, the allure of that pristine essence has only intensified, reaching a terrifying magnitude. By the 13th century, this untainted essence astonishingly began to counteract the turbid fire, its formidable suction rendering even the fire powerless. After struggling for over 100 years, the chilling blue skull was entirely absorbed by Yinuo. With his pale blue eyes gazing at his hands, he observed a sphere of blue flame quietly flickering within his palm, as if the darkness itself held a measure of trepidation towards him. During the initial centuries, Yinuo dreamt once more of that skull, the enormous beast's cranium he had first encountered in his youth. Even now, upon seeing it again, an oppressive feeling lingers, as if the black mist surrounding the giant skull has thickened to an extreme degree, subtly expanding outward. Within this shroud of darkness, Yinuo perceives a potent aura of resentment, and in that fleeting moment, a thought surfaces in his mind: the resentment of the realm. Could this be the embodiment of malice birthed from the fabled seal of the realm being unbound? The wild god? In the following century, Yinuo frequently dreams of an elderly man, the white-bearded figure he once encountered, clad in a rain cloak, fishing serenely by the riverbank. During his initial foray into the realm of rebirth, Yinuo met this elder in a peculiar dream, feeling an inexplicable familiarity that he could not trace. The old man had once proclaimed that all things were nearing fruition, a statement that remains elusive to Yinuo even now. Upon seeing him again, the elder sits peacefully by the riverside, fishing with an air of tranquil wisdom. "Who are you, and why do I sense an inexplicable familiarity in your presence?" Yinuo muses. Deeply perplexed, at that moment, the elder's voice resonates in Yinuo's ears. "I am the essence of the realm. The realm of rebirth is I, and I am the realm of rebirth. The stone of the realm's spirit belongs to me. We are one that I have awaited your arrival for a long time. The essence of the realm, the stone of the realm," Yinuo murmurs, gradually transforming his confusion and bewilderment into clarity. In the 1,000 years that followed, Yinuo found himself ensnared in a dream even more unfathomable than before. Within this dream, he arrived at the abyss of the threshold, where he encountered Puchin.to, the extreme northeast of the afterlife realm. At the juncture of the afterlife realm and the wilderness realm lies a vast chasm, shrouded in darkness from time immemorial. The true nature of this abyss remains a mystery, as no one has ever truly ventured to explore its depths. Given its position at the convergence of the 3 realms, it is aptly named the Abyss of the Threshold. On the opposite side of this abyss stand 2 monumental gates of great antiquity, one leading to the afterlife realm and the other to the wilderness realm. It is said that the wild deities born from the unsealing of the life-destroying seals were formed from the accumulated resentments of the 3 realms within this very abyss. Additionally, legends speak of an ancient, lost tribe that resides within the abyss of the threshold, with some claiming that the most enigmatic of the wilderness realm's races, the Wild Clan, is hidden therein 100 miles away from the chasm. 2 statues stand, one of a man, handsome and dashing, and the other of a woman, extraordinarily beautiful. Yet, both statues are kneeling upon the ground, seemingly weighed down by profound guilt and a yearning for redemption, their gaze directed towards the entirety of the afterlife realm. Beneath these statues, Puchun stands quietly, and upon closer inspection, one might notice that his form is subtly trembling. A tumult surged within Yinuo's heart, as if the stubbornness he had held for a millennium dissipated in that very moment, revealing the tender fragility within him. Before his parents, he unveiled his truest self. However, in this dream, his body felt unresponsive, as if bound, rendering him immobile. He gazed at Puchun, his mentor on the path of immortality. Puchun's body quivered slightly, and a hint of confusion flickered in his eyes. In an instant, Yinuo felt as though Puchun had transformed into a different person. The familiar Puchun now bore an unsettling resemblance to the old fisherman from the afterlife realm. Puchun's bewildered gaze, a glimmer of struggle emerged, followed by a fleeting clarity that restored his composure. He turned his attention to the two statues, weariness and the weight of ages etched upon his features. In that moment, Pu Chun appeared to age significantly, his voice, tinged with a touch of choking emotion and reluctance, addressed the statues, proclaiming, "My lord, I can no longer serve you. The spirit of the afterlife realm has invaded my being, and I can endure no longer. If there is a next life, I, the heavenly rider, wish to accompany you once more across the vast skies." With these words, struggle returned to Pu Chen's eyes, yet the ensuing clarity transformed him entirely. He abruptly turned towards Yinuo, a peculiar smile gracing his lips. The murky fire in Yinuo's palm burned coldly as he waved his hand, the sound of clanking chains echoing around him, igniting colossal flames of murky fire. By the dim blue glow of the flames, he beheld a grand floral pattern before him, crafted from sands and stones of the ocean floor. For countless years, whenever Yinuo yearned for the dreamlike petals, he had endeavored to construct this floral design from sand and stone. Yet he had never truly completed it. Each time he approached completion, a gust from the ocean depths would sweep through, resulting in his efforts falling short. Having endured countless failures, Yinuo has steadfastly refused to relinquish hope. At this very moment, a magnificent and complete floral pattern finally unfurls before him. He gazes upon it, a faint smile gracing his lips for the first time in millennia. Yet, this smile carries an unmistakable bitterness. Suddenly, from the depths of the distant darkness, a sound akin to a woman's weeping echoes, breaking the profound silence of the environment with an eerie and sinister quality. Yinuo furrows his brow, for it is the first time in 1,000 years that he hears such an anomalous sound within this deep-sea prison, and yet, this weeping resembles something he has encountered before, bound by chains that restrict his movement. He is startled to find another Yinuo appear beside him. Years ago, Jiang had stripped him of all his cultivation, rendering his abilities null, yet the innate talents he possessed could not be taken away by external forces. He entrusts his primary consciousness to this doppelganger and follows the sound to investigate. The illusionary moon materializes before him, emitting a soft silver glow that illuminates the path ahead. After walking for what feels like the span of a stick of incense, he finally arrives at the source of the sound. By the light of the illusionary moon, he beholds a vast bamboo grove, lush and verdant even at the ocean's depths. He muses that the sound indeed originates from the tears bamboo, which is said to weep in response to the profound sorrow of a person. Yet, as he contemplates his own suffering, he suddenly recalls that the tears bamboo he previously encountered was on land, once in the grove of the undying physician, and another time in the misty ghost forest. How could such bamboo possibly exist within this deep-sea prison? Yinuo's brow furrows, as if grasping a fleeting thought, but this notion slips away like a wisp of light. Elusive and uncleared, he suddenly recalls the words of the undying physician from years past. The tears bamboo originates from the sea of annihilation and only appears in the mortal realm after millennia of wandering. He lifts his gaze toward the distant darkness and murmurs, "Could it be that this place is connected to the sea of annihilation?" Chapter 67. The secret of the moon's reflection simultaneously. In the direction from which the sound of bells emanates, a glimmering light flickers. Guided by the illusionary moon, Yinuo strides toward the light. Stripped of his powers, he can only walk, and time seems to lose all meaning for him. He is unaware of how long he has been walking, only that he has traveled a great distance, yet the light and the sound of the bells remain unchanged, offering no sense of proximity. At an indeterminate moment, he abruptly halts, feeling as though he has stepped upon something spherical. With the aid of the illusionary moon's glow, he discovers it to be a skull, half buried in the shifting sands of the seabed. He initially intends to ignore it, thinking it to be yet another unfortunate soul lost in this deep-sea prison. However, given the passage of time, he realizes he has not sensed the presence of others within this confinement for quite some time. Yet, just as he is about to turn away, his attention is suddenly drawn to another part of the skeleton. The entire skeleton lay nearly buried beneath the shifting sands, with only half of a skull and a few exposed ribs and bony claws visible. What captivated his gaze was one particular claw that on its thumb rested a ring, deeply embedded within, which had withstood the ravages of decay, remaining untouched by the corruption of flesh and blood. In the ethereal light of the moon, Yinuo discerned that the ring bore an engraving of a moonlit emblem. At that moment, his heartbeat quickened, as if he had begun to grasp a hidden truth. If the events here were indeed authentic, then the remains before him belonged to the third-generation leader of the Wangwei sect, Sandai Wangwei, who, then, currently presided over the Wangwei sect. Did the title of deputy sect leader, Jiuyang, truly exist, and were he, along with all disciples of the Wangwei sect, mere pawns at the whims of others? He lifted his gaze towards the boundless darkness above, feeling as though unseen eyes were fixated upon him, watching all present. Subsequently, he removed the Qian Kuan Qingyu ring and advanced towards the distant light. Moments later, his eyes reflected a pair of black wings, and behind him, colossal, ethereal black wings unfurled slowly. These were the wings of the black owl, a boon he had acquired in the misty ghost forest. He Yinuo, a sword into the air, his form vanishing in an instant, moving with a speed that suggested he had reached the pinnacle of his prowess. Yet, even so, it took him several days to reach the source of the sound. Gradually, a few lines of grandiose characters emerged from the radiance, imbued with an air of solemnity and overwhelming authority. Yinuo glanced back at the deep-sea prison, through the dark void. Another Yinuo stood, rising amid the clattering of chains. Also gazing at him, he turned away and stepped into the beam of light. His gaze now cold, resolute, infused with boundless resentment and malice, vanishing from sight. Among them were the fish-like monsters he had encountered in the misty ghost forest, which had become puppets of the Xianshi realm. The creatures before him, however, seemed to possess only the most feeble of powers, yet upon sensing Yinuo's presence, they displayed gluttonous intent and charged towards him. Though Yinuo had lost all his cultivated abilities, an unusual ferocity gleamed in his eyes, as a pale blue flame flickered and ignited within them. In an instant, the deep-sea creatures sensed an overwhelming dread emanating from their very souls, causing them to scatter in haste. Yet Yinuo did not grant them the luxury of escape. Channeling the power of his murky fire to ensnare their spirits, he extended his arms, unleashing an extraordinarily exaggerated and terrifying suction force from within, drawing forth the meager energies of the deep-sea creatures before him, transforming them into a white mist that melded into his being. Gradually, he felt his own power begin to swell, the foundation of illusory intent rising, 1 layer, 2 layers, 3 layers, until reaching the pinnacle of illusory intense perfection. However, the cultivation levels of these deep-sea entities were inherently limited. Even fully absorbed, their contribution was hardly substantial. Yet, it seems that everything has not yet reached its conclusion. The force of attraction not only remains undiminished but has grown increasingly formidable and terrifying. Subsequently, wisps of pale red mist began to coalesce within Yinuo's body, and he instantaneously felt a surge of vitality coursing through him, his eyes brimming with a bloodthirsty intent. These were the vital energies of the deep-sea beings. Soon, he lowered his arms and exhaled heavily, an aura of malevolence enveloping him. Raising his gaze, he noticed that although this place belonged to the deep sea, it was graced with a brilliant blue sky, adorned with swirling galaxies. Leaving him uncertain of their authenticity, he continued to stride forward, a cold smile gracing his lips as he murmured, "The Sea of Annihilation." Behind him, the deep-sea entities were rendered sightless, their faces gaunt and their bodies withered, floating aimlessly in midair. That a sharp pain surged through Yinuo's mind as fragments of ancient memories swiftly flipped within his consciousness, assembling into a vast geographical map, the overall contour of the Sea of Annihilation. This sea lies in the realm of post-life, positioned between the land of post-life and the land of eternal life. Its expanse immensely vast, stretching millions of miles, eternally separating the two continents. The true strength contained within the Sea of Annihilation remains unknown to this day. Hence, under its protection, the land of eternal life has not suffered the ravages of the realm of post-life during the Great War between the two realms. The geographical outline reveals the Sea of Annihilation's most peculiar feature: 2 massive sections permeating into the 2 continents, forming a shape reminiscent of the letter T. This moment, Yinuo found himself situated within the part that had seeped into the land of post-life. He was at the very edge of the Sea of Annihilation, where he could scarcely discern any human presence, save for some jagged deep-sea rocks and aquatic vegetation, alongside the immense underwater cliffs. He maintained a heightened sense of vigilance throughout his journey. With his current diminished cultivation, every step required utmost caution, and given the ominous name of the Sea of Annihilation, it was undoubtedly a perilous and unpredictable domain. Thus, he approached a precipice, which bore an unusual quality. Not only was its hue a pale yellow, distinct from what he had previously encountered, but its sharply defined contours appeared not to be the result of natural erosion, rather resembling the product of deliberate excavation. Suddenly, Yinuo felt a stirring within him. He spread his palm, and an ethereal armor materialized before him, emanating a faint purple glow, seemingly stimulated by some external force. Before long, he beheld a group of individuals wielding various magical artifacts, breaking apart the rocks, while another faction was engaged in transporting the rubble. These were the first people Yinuo had encountered since entering the Sea of Annihilation. However, his brow furrowed slightly. He recognized the attire of these individuals from somewhere, and after a moment's contemplation, he realized their garments bore a striking resemblance to those he had seen in the realm of post-life years ago. Upon probing their cultivation levels, he discerned that they all belonged to the realm of spirit summoning, the lowest being in the initial stage, while the highest only reached the pinnacle. Yet, he could distinctly sense that they were bound by some form of restriction, forcibly suppressing their cultivation, and an overwhelming aura of savage ferocity emanated from them. Yinuo had no intention of engaging with these individuals, but his curiosity was piqued by the peculiar reaction of Su Nji to the pale yellow stones. Resolutely, he decided to seek out the most accomplished practitioner among them to inquire about the origins of these stones. However, as he traversed halfway through the crowd, all eyes turned towards him, initially marked by indifference and hostility. Their gazes soon transformed into expressions of hesitation and even astonishment, as if they recognized a long-lost acquaintance yet were unsure of their certainty. Feeling somewhat uncomfortable under their scrutiny, Yinuo was unable to halt his stride before a clamor erupted from the throng. Shortly thereafter, an elderly man, encircled by the crowd, approached him with deliberate slowness. This individual was also at the pinnacle of the spirit guidance realm, similarly restrained and suppressed in his abilities. Yinuo paused, turning his attention to the advancing elder, who appeared aged and moved with a sluggishness that seemed more a result of torment than mere years. The elder came to a halt before Yinuo, scrutinizing him intently. To Yinuo's surprise, the elder's once dull eyes sparked with a flicker of excitement, and his frail frame trembled slightly. After a prolonged moment, he spoke with a quivering voice, "Young master, is that truly you?" Chapter 68. Eternal heart. Upon hearing this, Yinuo was taken aback, utterly bewildered. "Elder, you must be mistaken. I am unaware of the young master you speak of, and we have never met." The elder paused momentarily, then quickly replied, "It is my fault for being overly excited and forgetting to ask. Is your father, perhaps?" He went in. At this revelation, the entire assembly knelt in unison, including the elder before him, who proclaimed, "We, the warriors, pay our respects to the young master." The elder's face brightened with a smile, seemingly rejuvenated in spirit. He placed a hand on Yinuo's shoulder, his expression awash with nostalgia. "Young master, allow me to recount for you. Alas, reflecting on it now, it must have been several millennia ago. In those days within the afterlife realm, we belonged to the sacred barbarian clan, positioned among the sacred barbarian generals. During the great battle between the immortal barbarians and the sacred witches in that realm, we faced a treacherous ambush by the witch general, our powers vanishing in an instant, leading to catastrophic losses. Your father, forsaking the notions of the immortal barbarians, intervened to rescue us, repelling the demon general with a single strike, while sacrificing his own vitality to heal our wounds. That in gratitude, we vowed to follow him as our lord unto death." After that millennium, the elder sighed deeply, his expression laden with regret. After a brief pause, he continued, "The powers within the Sea of Annihilation are indeed terrifying. I recall how we were swiftly vanquished back then." As he spoke, the elder's voice was tinged with lingering sorrow. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He retrieved a beautifully embroidered bag and a letter from within his robes, presenting them to Yinuo with earnest gravity. "This item was bestowed by our lord long ago, entrusted to us for safekeeping, and now I am to place it in your hands." Yinuo accepted the items, feeling a sense of confusion regarding their significance. The elder observed the expression of Yinuo intently and then spoke, "My young master, you may not be aware that many years ago, in the realm of rebirth, when our lord was not being pursued, he fortuitously encountered a remarkable individual from the mortal world. This person, despite lacking any mystical arts, possessed a profound understanding of numerology, able to discern the fluctuations of a person's fate and predict events yet to unfold. This individual subsequently formed a deep bond with our Lord, who, after incurring enmity in the realm of rebirth and realizing his own fate was sealed, compelled this remarkable figure to use the power of the heavenly eye thrice to ascertain your future path. He then entrusted our Lord with a splendid silk pouch, cautioning that it contained 3 precious scrolls and that there would come a time when they would be delivered to you. At this moment, the elder's demeanor seemed to rejuvenate, and with fervor, he exclaimed, "I never imagined that after waiting for thousands of years, I would finally witness the arrival of my young master. Our Lord had imparted countless reminders, asserting that the 3 scrolls within this pouch should not be opened unless absolutely necessary. Moreover, he specified that this absolute necessity does not pertain to life or death, yet he refrained from elaborating further, leaving it for you to comprehend in your own time." Yinuo gazed at the pouch in his hands, reflecting on his father's sincere intentions and the arduous journey he had undertaken. Simultaneously, he felt a deep admiration for this numerological master who could so accurately predict the uncertainties of the future. Since ancient times, the realm of divination has been divided into past life readings and future life readings. The former pertains to events that have already transpired, making it a matter of fixed destiny. Thus, peering into such matters is relatively straightforward. In contrast, the latter concerns the future, an unknown, undetermined realm rife with change and peril. A diviner capable of predicting events a century hence would be considered exceptional, yet this individual could penetrate the intricacies of countless fates to forecast events shrouded in uncertainty from millennia past. Truly, an unimaginable feat. Moreover, to attempt to alter destiny is to defy the heavens, inviting divine retribution. The myriad dangers inherent in such endeavors are exceedingly grave. After all, the moment one becomes aware of the future, that future has already begun to shift. Yinuo carefully stored away the 2 items, glanced at the gathered individuals, and inquired, "What are these pale yellow stones that you are excavating here? Furthermore, who has imposed a restriction upon your cultivation?" The elder's face suddenly reflected a mix of sorrow and helplessness as he fell silent for a moment before replying. "In times long past, we were captured by the enigmatic beings of the Sea of Annihilation, who subsequently implanted restrictions upon us, suppressing nearly all of our abilities, and imprisoned us here for countless lifetimes to excavate these mysterious stones." "Mysterious stones?" Yinuo mused contemplatively. "Indeed, these stones are nothing particularly extraordinary. Yet they serve as sustenance for the sacred spirits nurtured by the enigmatic sect." Another individual at the peak of spiritual guidance added that Yinuo, somewhat perplexed, queried, "What creature could possibly subsist on stones?" "The Xiangui," Yinuo exclaimed in surprise, and in that fleeting moment, he comprehended why the Xianjia had such an inexplicable connection to these stones. It must be an innate bond. However, upon learning of the Xiangui, he began to formulate a different plan in his mind. At that instant, all the individuals before him suddenly prostrated themselves on the ground, their voices imbued with a mix of solemnity and resolve as they proclaimed, "Princess, the task you entrusted to us has been fulfilled in its entirety. Now, we stand without regrets in death. Young master, please accept our homage." Yinuo had just moved to assist the elderly man and the others when, unexpectedly, a series of furious rebukes echoed from a distance. "You bunch of outcast exiles, why aren't you working diligently? What are you up to here?" As the angry voices drew nearer, 2 women clad in Taoist robes appeared before the crowd, their expressions haughty and their faces contorted with rage. However, upon catching sight of Yinuo, they momentarily froze, only to adopt a condescending demeanor after discreetly assessing his cultivation level. "They are the ones sent by the Xian sect to monitor us." A middle-aged man whispered to Yinuo, "You rascals, why aren't you attending to your tasks? Are you looking for a fight?" One of the women screeched, "How do they usually treat you?" Yinuo disregarded the 2 women and addressed the middle-aged man instead. The 2 women, incensed by Yinuo's indifference and the audible exchange, were further provoked. "You, a mere illusory foundation cultivator, dare to interfere? Since you wish to know, I shall show you how I deal with them," one declared, advancing towards Yinuo. The elderly man and others retreated, fully aware that, on the surface, Yinuo's cultivation was merely of the illusory foundation, yet they believed in him, just as they had once believed in his father. He went in. Though Yinuo was of the illusory foundation, if 2 spirit refinement cultivators posed a threat to him, he would no longer be Yinuo. As the descending woman perceived that her opponent possessed only illusory foundation cultivation, her arrogance swelled further. It seemed to her that nothing was more gratifying than bullying the weak. The abundant spiritual energy of her spirit refinement level radiated intensely, accompanied by the activation of surrounding spells. However, at a certain moment, she suddenly caught sight of Yinuo's eyes. Those were eyes of profound tranquility, yet within that calmness lay a hint of indifference. The woman was taken aback, yet she maintained her momentum. Just as she was a mere 10 paces away from Yinuo, an object suddenly materialized before him. A purple tortoise shell, adorned with several fine cracks, emanating auspicious energy, enveloped in a faint lavender mist. What? This is the purple tortoise armor. The woman hurtling downwards, along with her companion at a distance, gasped in astonishment, their faces reflecting disbelief. The woman hastily halted her advance, and after her initial shock, her eyes revealed an extreme fervor and respect as she knelt, exclaiming, "This humble girl failed to recognize your greatness and nearly offended you. That I beg for your forgiveness, esteemed one." Yinuo's eyes sparkled with brilliance as he offered a subtle smile. "Who are you two? Please, be seated." Seeing that he bore no intention of reproach, the two women felt a wave of relief wash over them, and in an instant, their faces transformed to display obsequiousness as they sweetly declared, "Esteemed one, we are but humble representatives of the Xian sect. Should you require anything, we are willing to follow you and serve you from this day forth." Yinuo turned away, nodding slightly. The two women, filled with elation, dashed off. Yet, in the fleeting moments after their departure, time seemed to come to a standstill, as if capturing an entire lifetime in an instant. That a profound sense of disorientation and dread engulfed their souls, causing their eyes to instantly lose their luster, as if they had been reduced to mere shells of their former selves. Yet their faces remained adorned with a vacant smile. Yinuo turned her back to them, a pale blue flame flickering slowly within her gaze, and in the next moment, their bodies withered away, their cultivation and essence vanishing in an instant. In stark contrast, Yinuo broke through to the pinnacle of the illusionary foundation. Ascending to the realm of Spirit One, the elder and the people behind him observed this spectacle. Their initial astonishment gradually transformed into boundless relief. Chapter 69. A storm is brewing. Yinuo regarded them with a serious demeanor, assuring them, "Rest assured, I shall liberate you from your shackles and lead you away from this place." The elder's eyes glimmered with gratitude as he addressed Yinuo. "Our lives hold no significance. Even death is inconsequential. Young master, you must take care of yourself." Yinuo nodded in acknowledgement, bidding farewell to the group as she made her way towards the branch of the Xian sect, journeying deeper into the Sea of Annihilation. Before parting, the elder had informed her that within the Xian sect, individuals of varying ranks possessed different levels of the Xian turtle. The Xian turtle ranks, from lowest to highest, were classified as black, gray, white, silver, purple, and gold. Furthermore, those who possessed the Xian armor held a higher status within the sect, thereby affirming Yinuo's own thoughts. Throughout her journey, Yinuo encountered a myriad of deep-sea races, distinct from those she had previously met. These beings largely retained a humanoid form, save for certain attributes unique to their aquatic existence, which did not significantly differ from those of land dwellers. For instance, some tribes possessed fins on their arms, others bore scales, while some exhibited gills, among other characteristics. Naturally, many groups were based on the human race, which constituted the vast majority within the Sea of Annihilation. The fish-based tribes displayed a varied distribution of cultivation levels, akin to humanity on land, including the presence of mortals. Among these was the fishman creature Yinuo had encountered in the misty ghost forest. However, the fishmen of that time exuded a palpable aura of the barbaric, as if forcibly transformed into a barbarian physique by external forces. Although these deep-sea fish tribes similarly fell under the three major categories of immortal. Barbarian, in which their unique living environment in the Sea of Annihilation rendered them enigmatic, leading future generations to collectively refer to them as the Annihilation Clan. While pondering this, Yinuo was reminded of another individual, the mysterious elder she had met in Wangjia village before the great battle in the Sephora tree forest. This enigmatic elder had also foreseen her past and future through divination, accurately predicting that she would encounter a significant calamity in her destiny, one that would bear the military command. Reflecting on her experiences over the past 2,000 years, it became evident that this elder was no ordinary person. As he contemplated any potential connections, she recalled the elder's words from that time. "Young one, I see in you a rare and ancient fate, burdened by the chaotic magic and the heavy aura of slaying immortals. Thus, your destiny is fraught with tribulations and relentless calamities. Yet, should you endure these trials, you are destined to soar to the heavens, for the heavenly way shall grant you its favor. However, the fate dictated by the enigmatic forces is inherently one that defies the heavens. Thus, the celestial order shall undoubtedly exert itself to eradicate it." Therefore, the youth must tread carefully, for a single misstep could lead to irreversible calamity. Upon contemplating this, Yinuo shook his head, a hint of helplessness gracing his countenance. Moments later, he suddenly laughed heartily toward the sky, exclaiming, "What is the celestial order? It is nothing but a blind farce, toying with humanity to in this realm. Demons dance recklessly. And where, pray tell, is the so-called celestial order? If that is the case, I shall forge my own path through the heavens, cultivate my own truth, and achieve a destiny that belongs solely to me." Beneath the sky of the Sea of Annihilation, the stars swirled in their celestial dance, as if beneath this vast expanse lay an entirely different world. Yinuo opened the letter, and at that moment, a diminutive figure with wings suddenly emerged, flapping its wings while lamenting, "I'm suffocating. I'm suffocating. You're going to smother me." "Oh, are you the young master?" Yinuo regarded this small creature without acknowledgement, surmising it to be the spirit pet his father had left for him, and redirected his focus to the letter. Yet, after a brief moment, he furrowed his brow slightly. The letter contained but 2 sentences. "I once believed I could tread upon the void and support the heavens, only to find myself merely inverted in this world. A fool among fools. Do not forget your original intent. Take care. My son. In that instant, Yinuo found himself perplexed by his father's meaning, rather than dwell on it. He carefully stored the pouch and the letter away. He gazed at the little being and inquired curiously, "Are you the one my father left for me?" The creature flew around him joyfully, replying, "Indeed, long ago, the master placed me in slumber within the letter, awaiting your gentle touch to awaken me. What can you do?" he asked. In this vast world, there is nothing I do not know, he. Given your diminutive stature, I shall call you Xiao Ling from now on. Yes, that sounds wonderful. You may call me whatever you like, young master. Should you ever need me, you can summon me at any time. I can sense your thoughts." With that, it transformed and vanished once more. The Sea of Annihilation, boundless and eternal, has concealed its true power since time immemorial. Yinuo passed through a bustling marketplace. He discerned that it was a gathering place for cultivators, who congregated to auction spiritual herbs, exchange magical artifacts, or trade for items rich in spiritual energy, such as spirit stones, that would aid in their cultivation. The individuals present were primarily from various nearby sects, with 2 major sects dominating, one being the Xin sect, and the other, the Fengqiong sect, located 1,000 miles away. Though Yinuo had no intention of engaging in the marketplace's transactions, he paused momentarily, conjuring 2 objects from his right hand and casting them onto the ground before him. They were the severed heads of the 2 Xin sect members he had previously vanquished. Now, only skin and bones remained. In an instant, the once boisterous marketplace fell into a hushed silence, and after a brief pause, a cacophony of hissing erupted, with all eyes drawn to the scene, whispers buzzing amongst the crowd. A notable portion of the onlookers, upon seeing the he amidst the market, an unseen aura of murderous intent gradually permeated the air, as if the sea breeze carried with it a scent of blood. Chilling and devoid of warmth, Yinuo clenched his right hand within his sleeve, and in an instant, 2 heads were reduced to mere dust. This situation had become intriguing. It appeared that the Xuanzong was on the verge of a significant event. Provoking the Xuanzong with the strength of a spirit-guiding realm practitioner is akin to courting death. Regardless, we of the Fengqiong sect shall merely observe the unfolding drama. Amidst the crowd, murmurs arose. A faint, enigmatic smile graced Yinuo's lips as he made his way toward the Xuanzong. However, just as Yinuo had traversed approximately 10 miles from the market, a voice, unfamiliar yet reminiscent, suddenly echoed from behind him. "My dear brother, are you truly intent on stirring up trouble for the Xuanzong with your spirit-guiding realm prowess?" Yinuo's heart surged with vigilance as he halted and turned to regard the newcomer. The man appeared to be of middle age, hands clasped behind his back, his expression serene. Yinuo had never encountered this individual, not even in the Sea of Annihilation, nor on the continent of the younger generation had he seen him. Yet the familiarity of his voice lingered. "I trust you have your own plans, dear brother, yet forgive my boldness. The Xuanzong is a delicate web, and should this branch exhibit any irregularities, their upper echelons and the headquarters at the pinnacle of annihilation will be immediately alerted. You would do well to exercise caution." The man's tone was calm, devoid of any discernible tremor. From the man, Yinuo sensed fluctuations of profound cultivation, yet he could not discern the depth of his power, suggesting it had surpassed his own peak of the mystic realm. At this moment, Yinuo remained on guard. He would no longer place his trust lightly in anyone. I appreciate your concern. But my affairs do not require the attention of others. The man, undeterred by Yinuo's retort, maintained his placid demeanor. With a sudden, gentle smile, he replied, "There is no need for courtesy. Dear brother, my assistance now is merely to hope for your aid in the future." Although Yinuo engaged in conversation due to the familiarity of the voice, he felt a twinge of curiosity yet opted not to delve further. Turning to depart. That moment, an unexpected shift occurred. The man's right hand seemingly reached across the void to rest upon Yinuo's shoulder. In that instant, an overwhelming pressure enveloped him, as if countless mountains bore down upon his frame. The ground beneath Yinuo fractured instantly as he clenched his fists, poised to resist. Before him, a pale blue flame ignited from thin AI. At that juncture, he sensed an unending flow of Taoist power emanating from that hand, coursing into his body, reminiscent of a primordial force, relentless and vast. In response, the pure Taoist energy within Yinuo burgeoned, awakening a previously dormant force within him, exuding an unprecedented pull, eagerly drawing in the power from the man's palm. At that moment, the man's voice drifted away. "We shall meet again one day." As the murky flames before Yinuo gradually subsided, he comprehended that if the man had harbored any intent to kill, he could have acted long ago. His actions must surely be driven by some ulterior motive. As one arrives, one should find peace. Excessive contemplation serves no purpose. After experiencing a profound cultivation, Yinuo continued his journey towards the branch of the Xian sect. However, before he could venture far, a glimmer of ferocity suddenly flashed in his eyes, and an overwhelming aura of murderous intent enveloped him. Chapter 70. I gave you a chance. The sound of footsteps echoed through the wilderness, shadows darting about. Moments later, dozens of figures emerged around Yinuo, forming a net that trapped him both on the ground and in the air, severing all avenues of retreat. Bold and reckless fool. Dare you to slay those of the Xian sect? Today shall be your day of reckoning, bellowed the leader among them, a figure of formidable cultivation at the spirit refinement stage, the most powerful among the throng. Yinuo slowly closed his eyes. The malevolent energy within him began to simmer and rise, reigniting the once extinguished murky flames upon his chest. After a brief span of 3 breaths, Yinuo surged forth towards the branch of the Xian sect, exuding an overwhelming aura, moving with such swiftness that he left behind only fleeting shadows. Accompanying him was an ethereal essence of red and white, merging with his being, nourishing him as he consumed it. In the last moments of their lives, the expressions of the dozens of figures froze in fear, their eyes vacant and hollow, their forms turning to ash upon Yinuo's disappearance. The Sea of Annihilation. An endless void of destruction. The Xian sect branch, located on the fringes of the Sea of Annihilation, comprised over 1,000 individuals. Its power was modest, with the highest among them being the branch leader at the Xian realm. However, due to its affiliation with the formidable Xian sect, few dared to provoke it recklessly. Thus, this day was destined to be extraordinary for both the Xian sect and the Sea of Annihilation. Halt! Who dares to intrude upon the Xian sect? The furious shouts rang out from outside the branch. All eyes turning towards the approaching Yinuo remained expressionless, paying no heed to their words, and calmly declared, "This matter concerns you not. Those who wish to avoid death may leave now, that I only seek to meet your sect leader." The individuals from the Xian sect exchanged glances, revealing a mix of bewilderment and hesitation. Yet, after a brief moment, someone shouted, "Bold rascal! A low-tier cultivator dares to speak so arrogantly. Brothers, let us slay him. The sect leader will surely reward us." At this moment, 2 individuals appeared to be deliberating something of great importance. And judging by the demeanor of sect leader Zhang Ting, he seemed to hold this person in high regard. Report. Outside the inner hall, a figure stood at the entrance, hands clasped in salute, an anxious expression on his face. Yet, as he glanced into the inner hall and then at Zhang Ting, he hesitated to speak. Zhang Ting furrowed his brow and looked at another person, who nodded in affirmation. Zhang Ting approached the entrance of the inner hall, lowering his voice. "What is it?" The messenger leaned closer to Zhang Ting's ear, whispering urgently. Zhang Ting's expression darkened instantly, his eyes flashing with fury, his fists clenched as he exclaimed, "This is outrageous. You go deal with it. I shall arrive shortly." Suppressing his inner rage, Zhang Ting forced a smile. "It is nothing serious. Allow the envoy to rest easy that a presumptuous fool seeks to cause trouble in our sect. Once I see off the envoy, I shall deal with him." The envoy's expression remained unchanged, yet a flicker of curiosity sparked within him. Though, who dares to be so arrogant? I am quite eager to witness this. With that, without allowing Zhang Ting to utter a word, he rose and departed. Zhang Ting furrowed his brow slightly and had no choice but to follow. The two arrived outside the ancestral hall, where they beheld disciples of the Xuanzong confronting Yinuo in midair. Suddenly, one of them bellowed, "Junior brothers, advance, stop." At that moment, the voice of the envoy resonated from behind them. The Xuanzong disciples halted in their tracks, parting to make way for the envoy, who followed closely behind. The envoy approached the assembly, halting at a distance of about 100 zhang from Yinuo, scrutinizing him intently. Soon, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in his eyes, accompanied by a hint of undeniable astonishment. After a brief pause, he slowly uttered a few words. "I never expected you to be alive." Upon hearing this, not only Yinuo but all the disciples of the Xuanzong, including the sect leader Zhang Ting, were struck with profound bewilderment. Yinuo's gaze flickered with suspicion. "Who are you?" The envoy revealed a mysterious smile and spoke another phrase to Yinuo. "The realm of the departed, the Xuangu turtle calamity. A man, a woman." These words left the Xuanzong disciples in a state of confusion, while a tempestuous light gradually welled up in Yinuo's eyes, for these matters had long haunted him, and this individual evidently held a connection to them. "This is yours to handle." The envoy turned his gaze towards Zhang Ting, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. Having spoken, he transformed into a silver Xuangu turtle and swiftly sped away. Yinuo attempted to rush forward to intercept him, seeking clarity on the truth, but Zhang Ting blocked his path, followed by the disciples of the Xuanzong encircling Yinuo. "If I kill you, I can enter the Xuanzong. That if you know what is good for you, surrender quietly, and I might spare your life." Zhang Ting glared at Yinuo, his profound martial arts circulating ominously around him. But Yinuo, however, did not regard Zhang Ting, but instead surveyed his surroundings, his demeanor as calm as water. Betraying no hint of malice or hostility, he merely stated, "I shall grant you another opportunity. All I seek is the head of your sect leader. You are of no concern to me. Simply remove the restrictions binding the captive, and you shall live." This is the legacy bestowed upon Yinuo atop the dragon tortoise at the pinnacle of the realm of rebirth, inscribed upon two colossal totemic pillars. Zhang Ting gazed upon the scene before him, his previously menacing aura transforming into an unmistakable expression of horror and astonishment. He stammered, "How can this be possible that I in that fleeting moment?" He found himself forgetting everything, and by the time he regained his senses, it was already too late. The eyes of both him and the thousands of disciples surrounding him reflected a blue flame, and moments later, the light in their eyes gradually faded, replaced by a hollow darkness as if a profound terror, emanating from the depths of their souls, consumed their very beings. Yinuo's body floated slowly into the air, and in the next instant, a powerful force of attraction emanated from him. Below, clusters of white spiritual energy and blood-red essence began to converge. As if two malevolent demons were devouring the entire Xian sect, the sky above the Sea of Annihilation was ravaged by storms, shifting endlessly, silently observing the world below, seemingly accompanied by a sigh, leaving one to ponder whether it was heaven's pity for humanity or humanity's sorrow for heaven. Suddenly, Yinuo burst into laughter, a resonant, melancholic sound that reverberated through the heavens. He descended, casting a glance behind him, where countless corpses lay shattered and dissipated, devoid of any blood, yet exuding an eerie chill. "I have already given you an opportunity," he spoke softly, directed towards the vanishing remains, as if addressing himself. He turned away, departing slowly. Just as he was about to leave the Xian sect, he suddenly sensed a trembling disciple nearby, who was now quaking in fear, gazing at Yinuo with wide, terrified eyes, his hands unsteady with the artifact he held, as though the figure before him was not a man but a demon from the depths of the 9 hells. Yinuo halted, turning to face him, causing the disciple to tremble even more, as if paralyzed by sheer terror, desperately closing his eyes. The wind swept through the Xian sect's branch, stirring up swirling dust, followed by a downpour that seemed intent on washing away all that had transpired. The rain soaked the cowering disciple, who remained motionless amidst the storm, until he cautiously opened his eyes, only to discover that the figure before him had vanished without a trace. Chapter 71. Having come, one must settle. Yinuo's actions sent shockwaves throughout the edges of the Sea of Annihilation, igniting a flurry of rumors and whispers. The predominant speculation centered around the notion of a being from the spiritual realm instantaneously toppling the Xian sect branch, inhabited by powerful entities, with theories suggesting that this formidable individual had concealed their true strength to seek vengeance against the sect. After the initial uproar of gossip, the edges of the sea gradually settled, and approximately 3 months passed, during which the event of the branch's obliteration seemed to fade into the background. Surprisingly, despite the destruction of the Xian sect branch, the headquarters located at the heart of the Sea of Annihilation exhibited no signs of disturbance. Even the secondary divisions situated miles away between the branch and headquarters remained unaffected, as if unconcerned by the branch's downfall, or perhaps tacitly acquiescing to it. This silence sparked further conjecture among the populace, with rumors circulating that it was indicative of a subtle power struggle among the major factions at the center of the Sea of Annihilation. Half a month has elapsed once more. On this day, outside a dilapidated thatched hut, several ominous fishmen and their human kin approached with grave expressions. Slowly drawing nearer to the shelter, it appeared that there was an individual inside, seemingly gravely injured. "I have been observing this place for over half a month." One of the fishmen whispered cautiously. "Very well, let us surround him from all sides, catching him off guard and seizing him in one fell swoop. Then, we shall slay him and plunder his treasures, draining his cultivation to the last drop." The leader pondered for a moment, a triumphant look crossing his face as he resolutely declared, "Agreed." After reaching a consensus, the leader waved his hand, prompting the group to disperse and position themselves to encircle the thatched hut. As they approached within 5 zhang of the structure, the leader issued a command, and they unleashed their magical artifacts upon the dwelling. In the next instant, accompanied by a tremendous roar, the hut was obliterated by the sheer force, disintegrating into straw and dust. Moments later, one figure began to materialize from the chaos. Seated on the ground within was an individual, eyes tightly shut, seemingly unresponsive to the external onslaught. Observing this, the others instinctively prepared to continue their assault with their magical devices, but the leader gestured for them to cease. Cautiously, he advanced towards the seated figure, his artifact emanating a soft glow, poised to counter any unforeseen developments. Soon, he stood before the seated individual, who remained with closed eyes, pale of face, marked by signs of suffering, and with a pulse that had ceased, appearing as though deceased. Yet, despite this, an aura of nearly transcendent cultivation emanated from him. After his initial caution, the leader's expression shifted to one of ecstatic delight, gazing at the figure before him. He could hardly contain his excitement. "If I consume this transcendent being, my cultivation will surely break through to the realm of Xianshi, securing my place within the Fengqiong sect." Ha. As he entertained these thoughts, a surge of exhilaration coursed through him. "Brother, you can finally employ the devouring technique bestowed upon you by our master. Once you transcend the Xianshi realm, neither within nor beyond the sect will we fear anyone again." The others chimed in eagerly. Before long, he felt a steady flow of Taoist power streaming into his body. However, at that moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. His previously elated countenance morphed into one of disbelief and profound terror as he suddenly bellowed, This is impossible." The surrounding individuals were taken aback, seemingly unable to comprehend the rapid turn of events. Just as they were about to inquire further, they sensed an overwhelmingly terrifying force emanating from the seated figure. "Brother, this," the leader of the fishmen shouted frantically. "Quick, everyone, attack him together." Having uttered this, all their artifacts surged toward the seated figure, yet it seemed as though an immense barrier enveloped him, preventing any approach. Moments later, the cacophony of the surrounding individuals fell silent, their gazes fixated on the scene before them, devoid of breath and life. At that moment, in a cave situated over 10,000 li away, a burly man suddenly opened his eyes, fury etched upon his face as he bellowed, "Who has dared to slay my soul before him?" The visage of a seated figure suddenly materialized, the burly man's eyes gleaming with a fierce light. His fists clenched tightly, vanishing from his original location at the grass hut. The seated figure abruptly inhaled deeply, exhaling a profound breath of foul air, and slowly opened his eyes. He paid no heed to his surroundings. Instead, in a flash, he disappeared from the spot. This individual was none other than He Yinuo. After departing from the branch of the Xuanzong, He Yinuo realized that the Tao techniques he had absorbed, while applicable to himself, could not seamlessly integrate with his own methods. Furthermore, the disparate paths and levels of cultivation across various sects rendered these techniques incapable of mutual fusion, necessitating time for gradual resolution. Yet, these techniques swelled within him, seemingly on the verge of bursting forth. which appeared to be his greatest peril. Thus, it was only at this moment that he truly recognized the danger posed by his accumulation of power. Although Yinuo was preoccupied with the matter of the Xingui tribulation in the realm of rebirth and the lifting of restrictions, he did not immediately venture to the secondary branch of the Xuanzong. Instead, he descended to a cliff summit, confident that someone would seek him out. Contemplating this, Yinuo couldn't help but reminisce about those who shared a bond with him. He Xueman, the woman who sacrificed her life to save him, for whom he had once recklessly sought to atone, though time ultimately led to a sense of acceptance. There was also He Xueman, the woman strikingly reminiscent of Ming Rue, alongside Xueman, Tian Ming, Wanli, and many other relatives and friends. Yinuo sighed, uncertain when, if ever, he would have the chance to see them again. Time flows swiftly, the years weed by, and the departed fade away. Everything arrives too swiftly. Yet there is no time to linger. Just then, the haze in Yinuo's gaze abruptly dissipated, replaced by a calm indifference. The middle-aged man stood ominously behind him, the very individual who had earlier forcefully merged Dao techniques. The man approached Yinuo slowly, halting a distance of a yard away, gazing at Yinuo's silhouette, a glimmer of discernible brilliance flickering in his eyes, as if imbued with an inscrutable emotion. "You knew I would come," he remarked. "That I must admit, I underestimated you. Your cultivation has actually surpassed the spirit realm. What others achieve in 10, 100, or even 1,000 years, you accomplished in just a few short days." He paused, then added, "This also indicates that I did not misjudge you." Yinuo paid no heed to the man's words. He knew little of the person before him, save for that familiar voice. Simultaneously, he understood that if this individual intended to harm him, he would likely be unable to prevent it. Conversely, since he had chosen to assist him, it was evident that he sought something in return. Although the intricacies of their relationship remained unclear, compelling him to wait for the man to speak first. "What is your true intention in aiding me?" Yinuo inquired. The middle-aged man seemed momentarily taken aback, but after a brief pause, he pivoted to ask, "What do you know about the Xuanzong and the Sea of Oblivion?" Yinuo, taken aback by the question, responded, "Our understanding of the vast Sea of Oblivion is but superficial." "May I inquire why you ask?" "Because you are not of the Sea of Oblivion," the middle-aged man proclaimed loudly. Chapter 72. The ancient wilderness clan. Upon the utterance of these words, a fleeting glimmer of ferocity crossed Yinuo's face, only to be swiftly concealed once more. The man advanced, standing alongside Yinuo at the precipice, both gazing into the distance, where an inexplicable emotion flickered across his countenance. Moments later, he erupted into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha, splendid. You two are a person of forthrightness." As the laughter subsided, a hint of melancholy unexpectedly graced the man's features, as if a sudden pang of sorrow had stirred within him. After a brief silence, he turned to Yinuo and inquired slowly, "Do you still recall that puppet merman imbued with the essence of the barbarian tribe that you encountered in the misty ghost forest years ago?" Yinuo, taken aback by this revelation, was astonished at how the man could possibly know such personal matters, unless his eyes sparkled with insight as he scrutinized the man, who smiled and nodded gently, affirming, "Indeed, that individual was I. In the past, Yinuo had encountered a merman, possessing profound cultivation, yet exuding a barbaric aura, within the misty ghost forest. At that time, the merman's gaze was hollow, and his movements were rigid and sluggish. Clearly a puppet under someone else's control." The words that had emanated from the puppet merman's lips had struck Yinuo as eerily reminiscent of Guji's voice, and now he realized it bore an uncanny resemblance to that of the man before him. It was at this moment that Yinuo comprehended why the man's voice had felt so familiar upon first hearing it. The man turned his gaze toward the horizon, contemplating for a moment before stating softly, "In truth, there is much more to it than that. Within the misty ghost forest lies a colossal ancient tree cage, a structure that has endured the passage of countless ages, and its purpose, along with the entities it confines, is scarcely known even in the entirety of the post-birth realm, let alone on the Xiantian continent." Yinuo's expression deepened with incredulity. He too was aware of the ancient tree cage the man spoke of. When he had fallen into the misty ghost forest, he had landed precisely within that immense tree cage, surrounded by 4 towering trees standing sentinel. At that time, Yinuo had instinctively recognized that this cage was not meant for the ordinary cultivator. Moreover, the thunderous roar he had heard upon his departure had remained an enigma in his heart. Thus, upon hearing the man's words today, although he maintained an outward calm, he was profoundly shaken, realizing that this place was not of the post-birth realm, but rather the Sea of Annihilation. two entirely distinct realms. Yinuo regarded him earnestly, declaring, "During my time in the misty ghost forest, I encountered that ancient tree cage, and upon my departure, I heard a tremendous roar. However, at that time, my cultivation level prevented me from understanding its significance, which I now find rather regrettable. That roar was emitted by me." The middle-aged man's seemingly inconsequential statement left Yinuo utterly astounded. "It was you," he exclaimed in disbelief. The middle-aged man regarded Yinuo with the same affable demeanor, as if recounting a trivial occurrence, and replied, "Yes, it was I. More precisely, a fragment of my being. The person you see before you is also part of my corporeal form. For countless ages, my body has been eternally severed, rendering fusion a near impossibility." Yinuo's eyes sparkled with an extraordinary light, and after a brief moment, he spoke aloud. "As ancient wisdom has stated, at the dawn of creation, chaos unfurled, and the awakening of the Tao heralded the existence of the three clans of Huan, Mie, and Huang, each embodying the essence of illusion, soul annihilation, and corporeal reality. Pray tell, from whence do you hail?" In an instant, the man's cultivation surged as if he had been inundated with an unstoppable torrent of water, transforming his aura dramatically. This middle-aged man, once devoid of any trace of spiritual cultivation, ascended from the realm of an ordinary mortal to the first layer of Huanji, then the second, third, until he reached the sixth layer, achieving the pinnacle of perfection. Shortly thereafter, the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth began to swirl and boil with fervor, propelling his cultivation to the realm of Ling Yi in the blink of an eye. Swiftly followed by the peak of Ling Yi, then refining the spirit, crossing into the Ling realm's apex, and finally achieving completeness. In the next moment, within a mere 10 breaths, he traversed the second step and ascended to the third, the realm of Xianyi. The aura emanating from him showed no signs of abating and soon reached the pinnacle that Yinuo had attained 2 millennia ago, the realm of Xianshi. Among the realms of Xian, the Xiansu is the most enigmatic, and it was evident that this man had long surpassed even that, traversing through Xianshi, Xiankong, Xiansu, Xianhuan, and culminating at the zenith of the Xian realm. As Yinuo gazed upon this individual, ancient runes flickered in his mind, and distant echoes from a bygone era resonated in his ears. If his conjecture held true, then the tale was far from over. Between the third step of the Xian realm and the fabled fourth step of the Huan realm lies a transitional stage, akin to the realm of Su in the Xian realm. It not only tests one's cultivation but also serves as a trial of celestial fate and will, often determining the depth of future generations' destinies. To step into this phase is a rarity even among the entirety of the younger generation. And this realm is known as Huanhua. The middle-aged man's aura seemed to stir the very heavens, as tempestuous clouds gathered and winds howled violently. Suddenly, a colossal and breathtaking vortex of heaven and earth began to unfurl, stretching downwards with a diameter of approximately 10,000 zhang, its center seemingly anchored at the man's position. This extraordinary phenomenon also stirred the borders of the Mieshing Sea, drawing the attention of hidden formidable beings from various caves, sects, and places of cultivation, all gazing at the massive vortex in the distant sky. What an astonishing flow of Taoist energy! What an overwhelming aura! What kind of individual could invoke such a breathtaking manifestation of the heavens? Meanwhile, deeper within the Mieshing Sea, a few individuals also turned their gaze towards the horizon, sensing this remarkable change. Yet, on their faces, there was no sign of surprise or disbelief. Rather, a glimmer of intrigue graced their expressions. How fascinating! Who would have thought that even in this desolate borderland, such a person would arise? Ancient clouds of the primordial era. What a theatrical display! How audacious to have such a flamboyant presence amidst the vastness of the Mieshing Sea. As one drew closer to the heart of the Mieshing Sea, they would find the most formidable power residing within, a strength that had never truly revealed itself to the outside world. This shrouded existence had thus become the most enigmatic. It has been speculated by astute minds that the Mieshing Sea, the ancient ruins of the Nine Heavens, and the abyss of the liminal boundary still harbor remnants of ancient and even primordial cultivation to this day. At this moment, in the very heart of the center, upon a colossal stone statue of a divine turtle, an elderly man stood, his eyes gently closed, positioned at the core of the turtle's shell. Beneath his feet, the statue emanated a mist of auspicious energy, ancient runes faintly shimmering in the air. Had Yinuo been present, he would have perceived a striking resemblance between these signs and his own mysterious armor runes. The old man, with his eyes still closed and a serene expression upon his face, exhibited no fluctuations of Taoist energy. Though seemingly frail, he possessed an unwavering presence. Sect Master, a report from your subordinate. At that moment, a person prostrated himself beneath the divine turtle statue, his demeanor imbued with profound respect, even tinged with fervor. This individual was none other than the envoy of the Xuanzong that Yinuo had encountered at the branch. I come bearing news. The elder remained utterly unmoved, his lips barely stirring, and the voice seemed to emanate from an unknown source. The old man slightly opened his eyes, revealing a gaze that was both empty and profoundly deep. And with a hint of interest, he remarked, "Oh, such a development. I never imagined that old fellow's prophecy would indeed come to fruition. Sect Master, how shall we deal with this person? His next target is the secondary branch." The envoy, maintaining an attitude of utmost reverence, dared not show the slightest sign of negligence. The old man's eyes closed once more, pondering for a moment before stating, "Allow him to proceed." But suddenly, the old man opened his eyes wide, a sharp light flashing within them. Moments later, the envoy clasped his fists and declared, "Your subordinate understands. I shall attend to this matter at once. As for Yinuo, throughout history, mortals have yearned for the path of immortality, while those who cultivate the Tao relentlessly pursue the elevation of their realms. At this moment, the individual before him was ascending in cultivation at an astonishing pace. The middle-aged man lingered in the illusory realm for approximately several dozen breaths. And within that brief span, with a thunderous clap from the heavens, he broke through to the illusory One realm, a mysterious state long coveted by countless souls throughout time. Illusory form, illusory intent, illusory deity, illusory calamity, illusory annihilation. Yet, it appeared that this was far from the conclusion. However, due to Yinuo's own cultivation limitations, he could no longer probe into the subsequent realms. One thing he could ascertain was that this individual's cultivation had already transcended the illusory realm, possibly reaching the legendary heights of the ancient seven sects. At that moment, Yinuo beheld a colossal phantom slowly materializing behind the middle-aged man, towering at approximately 1,000 zhong, centered within a swirling vortex of clouds, exuding an aura of innate majesty that seemed to gaze down upon all beings. Chapter 73. The cycle of 10,000 wastelands. In the next instant, a searing pain pierced Yinuo's mind. And alongside this agony, he glimpsed several ancient and fragmented images, profoundly shocking to the soul. He vaguely perceived within these images the existence of unknown races, some possessing colossal forms with unmatched strength, others emanating an enchanting soul-capturing force, while yet others wielded terrifying powers of cultivation. Regardless of the race, even through the veil of the images, Yinuo could sense the ancient essence that resonated from them, a primal power capable of shaking the very heavens and earth. At that moment, he was suddenly reminded of a phrase from the dragon-sealing tomb: the illusory path of antiquity, the void of time, the realm of residual desolation, the law of annihilation without form. Yinuo gazed upon the scene before him, his throat parched, and within him stirred an inexplicable yearning, an unnamable impulse, and a fervor that coursed through his veins. Perhaps the will of heaven is merely the will of heaven, yet the mortal form is forever imbued with boundless potential. He forcibly suppressed the tumultuous thoughts within, inhaling deeply before gently inquiring, "Do you hail from the ancient era?" Despite Yinuo's mental preparedness, his heart was still shaken. It was said that the ancient clan perished in the cataclysm of the primordial age, only to be resurrected after countless millennia. Furthermore, whispers spoke of a remnant of the ancient ones hidden within the 9 heavens of antiquity, having managed to survive. Yet, he wondered how the esteemed one had endured amidst this sea of annihilation. The middle-aged man shook his head, a hint of resignation in his voice. The world is vast, and fate is capricious. How could such matters be fathomed by us? A moment of silence enveloped them before Yinuo asked, "Might I inquire why you have chosen me? What assistance do you seek?" The middle-aged man turned to Yinuo, his gaze piercing, and declared, "For within you, I perceive an extraordinary aura. Throughout my extensive existence spanning millennia, I have never encountered a fate as remarkable as yours. The day I sensed your presence in the misty ghost forest, I have awaited your arrival with great anticipation. As for the favor I wish to request." Suddenly, the middle-aged man turned away, and in that fleeting instant, Yinuo sensed a profound loneliness and sorrow emanating from him, his expression gradually dimming. After a brief pause, the middle-aged man waved his hand, and before them materialized a vast tableau, revealing scenes he wished to share with Yinuo, depicting events from an unfathomably distant past. The middle-aged man spoke slowly, his voice laced with deep resentment and profound desolation. In those days, the chieftain's son, having tormented and bullied my wife and child, was inadvertently slain by my hand in a moment of rage. Subsequently, the chieftain, swayed by falsehoods, decreed that I be eternally imprisoned within the Ghost Hui prison of the misty ghost forest, stripping me of my primal powers and sealing my essence forever within the sea of annihilation, depriving me of any chance to cultivate. That a wave of profound sorrow rippled across the tableau, transcending time and space. Once more enveloping him, Yinuo found himself ensnared by this melancholic sentiment. Suddenly, he reflected upon his own plight. Was his own experience not similarly tragic? He discerned a fleeting overlap in their fates, yet realized that the tribulations he had endured paled in comparison to those of the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man emitted a few bitter laughs, imbued with endless sorrow and bitterness, shaking his head. They have torn my family asunder, subjecting me to countless tribulations and hardships, yet I have narrowly escaped the primordial cataclysm. All is a matter of fate. All is destiny. Thereafter, the two fell into an everlasting silence. As the winds surged and clouds roiled, unable to disperse the lingering desolation, the sky above the sea of annihilation churned with dark clouds, and suddenly, a thunderclap shattered the stillness of the world. Raindrops cascading down, gliding past the middle-aged man's graying temples, piercing straight to the heart. Yinuo gazed up at the sky, raindrops cascading down his face, allowing them to flow freely. That a surge of inexplicable emotions flickered within his heart. After a moment, he sighed and inquired whether there remained any possibility of reuniting your true self with the wild body. The middle-aged man shook his head and replied softly, "The ancient seal has long been deeply inscribed within my true form, having thoroughly eroded its essence, while the power of ice has tightly shackled my cultivation. Furthermore, my wild body has been imprisoned in the misty ghost forest for countless millennia, and under the forest's peculiar purifying force, its inherent power has been almost entirely depleted. Over these millions of years, I have gradually sensed the connection between my true self and the wild body growing increasingly feeble. Even if there were a chance for reunion, I fear the only outcome would be mutual conflict and repulsion, ultimately leading to inevitable obliteration, leaving no recourse whatsoever." Upon hearing this, Yinuo felt a blend of regret and confusion at if the true self and the wild body could no longer unite. "Then what was the purpose of your summoning?" The middle-aged man turned his gaze towards Yinuo, suddenly revealing an unprecedented determination and fervor, his tone infused with a hint of passion. "I have endured torment for countless years. I could have ended it all, yet my longing for my wife and children prevents me from doing so. I hope for a day when I can be liberated from this plight and reunite with them. Thus, I have persevered in this existence." Perhaps this man already comprehended that the chances of his family being alive were exceedingly slim, yet he refused to relinquish hope, clinging to this solitary desire, akin to the fleeting brilliance of bubbles under radiant light, which, though ephemeral, strive to illuminate their existence in the moment before inevitable dissolution. Therefore, Yinuo resolved to assist him, not solely for his sake, but for his own as well. Though their time together was but a fleeting 3 days, and they would soon vanish without a trace, a single glance would suffice. "I shall assist with this endeavor," Yinuo affirmed, his expression equally resolute. The middle-aged man clasped his hands behind his back and spoke languidly. "The sea of obliteration is vast beyond measure, its inner strength akin to that of a colossal tree, whose might has yet to be fully revealed. The periphery of the sea of obliteration is comparable to the tips of the tree's roots, and our current location merely lies near the roots beneath the trunk. The Xian zone you seek is categorized into 3 tiers. The lowest is situated at the tips, while the secondary level is positioned higher due to the presence of a peak-level expert overseeing it. The headquarters of the Xian zone, however, belongs to one of the major tribes of the Sea of Obliteration, possessing formidable strength and located centrally within the sea, thus incomparable to the secondary division. As you mentioned, the leader of that secondary division is nearing the illusory realm," Yinuo responded. The middle-aged man nodded and slowly elaborated. "It is rumored that this individual was originally from the Xianzong headquarters, but was demoted to the secondary division, resulting in a significant reduction of his cultivation, causing him to descend to the illusory realm. Additionally, there are whispers that he once reached the netherworld. Ever since Yinuo encountered the apostle of the Xian sect, he has been preoccupied with the words spoken to him, particularly those concerning the tribulation of the black tortoise in the realm of the afterlife. Now, as the topic arises once more, A sense of foreboding has begun to take root in his heart. The only way to uncover the truth of this matter is to venture forth personally. Given your current cultivation, it will be quite challenging for you to make a mark in the sea of annihilation. Even against the impending second-level division of the Xian sect, your chances of success are scant. Although my own cultivation may be nearly extinguished, the power of my Tao remains, and I can indeed lend you a helping hand. However, this assistance has its limits. You must exercise caution in the days to come. The middle-aged man turned to Yinuo, suddenly infused with an inexplicable emotion, and spoke meaningfully. Yinuo looked at him, perceiving a reflection of himself, and offered a faint smile that in the next moment, waves of white Taoist energy emanated from the middle-aged man, swiftly merging with Yinuo's being. At that instant, Yinuo quietly reveled in the invigorating and potent sensation that the infusion of Taoist power provided. His cultivation soared from the spirit realm directly to the mysterious realm. And as the Taoist energy continued to surge within him, he gradually broke through from the realm of mysterious reality to the realm of mysterious void, ultimately achieving the pinnacle of perfection. Yet, transcending the realm of illusory existence cannot solely rely on Taoist power. It demands personal comprehension, akin to a trial that a moment's carelessness could result in eternal entrapment. Approximately half an hour later, the middle-aged man ceased his actions, simultaneously imparting a warning that the illusory tribulation must be faced on one's own. The Taoist power I bestow upon you is sufficient to ensure that you reach the zenith of the mysterious realm in an instant after crossing into the realm of mysterious void, perhaps even breaking through the mysterious realm itself. Yinuo, acutely aware of his newfound cultivation, felt an unwavering confidence that, given the right opportunity, he could attain the pinnacle of the mysterious realm's ultimate perfection, or even enter the realm of transformation. Moments later, Yinuo vanished in a flash, leaving only the remnants of crumbling cliffs gazing into the world below. Chapter 74. Those who offend our heavenly might shall be punished. No matter how distant. Simultaneously, within the front hall of the second-level division of the Xian sect, a man clad in silver gazed intently at the jade plaque on the wall of the inner hall, which represented the sect master of the second-level division. This man was Xueman, the sect master of the second-level division, and at this moment, his expression bore no trace of joy. Rather, he let out a cold snort, clenching his right hand tightly, producing a crackling sound. Urgent report. The messenger has arrived. Suddenly, a voice from outside announced urgently. Xueman's eyes flashed, and his figure vanished. What business does the esteemed messenger have in our presence? Xueman regarded the Xian sect messenger, his expression devoid of any reverence. The messenger, unfazed, understood well that this individual was originally from the headquarters, holding a rank above his own, albeit having been demoted to this position. Harboring resentment in his heart, with a wave of his right hand, an image appeared before them, depicting none other than Yinuo. The messenger turned to Xueman, ignoring his words. I advise you not to act rashly. The esteemed sect master has issued a direct order. You must not initiate an attack, but rather await this individual's arrival before eliminating him, no matter the cost. A glimmer of intensity flashed in Xueman's eyes as he retorted. Does a mere individual from the mysterious realm warrant such grandiose measures? His demeanor softened slightly, yet he questioned, what do you mean by at all costs? It could mean sacrificing the entire second-level division. With that, the messenger vanished. Xueman felt a sudden stirring in his heart, but after a brief moment, a trace of pride surfaced on his face. He approached the outer hall and gazed at all the disciples who were diligently practicing, commanding all the disciples of the second-level department to heed his orders. At this moment, Yinuo was traversing an ancient path, bordered by withered flowers and grasses, which were unique species found only in the Sea of Oblivion. He felt little affinity for the flora of the Sea of Oblivion. The rise and fall of life failed to stir even the slightest ripple within him. However, the ancient path before him held a certain allure. As the remnants of the slanting sunlight trickled down from the sea, evoking a sense of desolation and distance, Yinuo opened his palm, and Xiaoling materialized from it. After circling around him a few times, it cheerfully inquired, Master, do you have any commands for me? He gazed at this small entity left to him by his father and asked, Xiaoling, you claim to possess knowledge of all things in the world. May I inquire if there is a way to navigate through the enigmatic tribulation? After a brief moment of contemplation, Yinuo recalled, I remember that they attempted to absorb my Tao methods. And from the words of their leader, it seems they were affiliated with the Fengqiong sect. Xiaoling responded, Indeed, it is the Fengqiong sect. Although the Fengqiong sect is not considered a major faction in the Sea of Oblivion, it can barely be classified as a mid-tier sect. Nonetheless, there exists within the Fengqiong sect an item that many cultivators covet, a treasure known as the Fengqiong, the sect's most prized possession. Every 3 cycles of 60 years, a Fengqiong trial is held, and those selected may enter the Fengqiong to hone their skills and enhance their Dao quality as fate would have it. The time for the trial approaches, Master. You may enter the Fengqiong to overcome the enigmatic tribulation, thereby harnessing the power of the Fengqiong to mitigate the tribulation's force. Yinuo pondered for a moment and remarked, "As you say, is it not true that the Fengqiong sect is merely a dish served to high-level cultivators?" "It would ordinarily be so," Xiaoling explained, "but the Fengqiong sect is not only protected by the Fengqiong. It also possesses an ancient spiritual beast known as the Fengqiong beast. This creature once belonged to the ancestor of Wind and Moon, and stands alongside the Moon Beast as one of the 2 extraordinary beasts. However, after the ancestor of Wind and Moon passed away, the 2 spiritual beasts went their separate ways. Master, the essence of the Moon Beast can be sensed upon your illusionary moon. Very well, then we shall proceed to the Fengqiong sect," Yinuo decisively stated. Xiaoling alighted on Yinuo's shoulder and replied, "Yes, Master." At that time, I will utilize the possession technique to disguise you as a disciple of the Fengqiong sect. Having said this, it transformed back into Yinuo's palm. Just as Yinuo was about to set off, a flicker of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. The once tranquil sky suddenly erupted in a tempest. And soon after, strange disturbances emanated from around him. Alert and cautious, Yinuo refrained from making any rash movements to that moment. A colossal silver tortoise silhouette gradually materialized in the air before him, upon which stood a figure that was itself a mere apparition. Upon seeing this spectral figure, Yinuo, despite having anticipated it, could not conceal his astonishment as the surprise in his gaze transformed into boundless murderous intent. He clenched his fists tightly, struggling to contain himself, and spoke each word with heavy emphasis. "You are the esteemed one." The shadowy figure, equally menacing, stood atop the Xiangui. His countenance dark and foreboding. It was none other than I, who, in disbelief, remarked upon your remarkable fate. Against all odds, you have survived the Xiangui calamity. I must admit, I have underestimated you. Yet, this is precisely how fate has woven its tapestry. Your life, along with the Xianjia, ultimately remains within my grasp. Should you still draw breath, seek me out in the 2nd division of the Xian sect. There, I shall prepare 2 coffins in anticipation of your arrival, ensuring that the woman will not be left in solitude." Ha ha, ha ha. Unbeknownst to him, these words reached Yinuo's ears, provoking a fierce rage within him. "Those who dare to defy my celestial authority, regardless of distance, shall face retribution. This young lord is none other than the one who stood atop the precipice during the calamity of the Xiangui in the underworld. The very same who commanded the annihilation of the Xiangui, leading to the subsequent chaos. The shadow then vanished, yet the howling winds and the disturbances surrounding him did not fade. Instead, they drew ever closer. In the next moment, dozens of figures materialized around Yinuo, encircling him. These individuals bore no distinction from ordinary folk, save for the thick layer of fish scales enveloping their arms and an aura of brutish ferocity that permeated the air. All had attained the pinnacle of the Xiankong realm, on par with Yinuo himself. They were fervent devotees of the Xian sect, having devoted their lives to its service, akin to death's loyal attendants. Positioned at the center, Yinuo surveyed those of comparable prowess. When one harbors murderous intent, it surges forth like a relentless torrent, impossible to quell. The assembled multitude uttered not a word. Instead, they crossed their arms over their chests, their torsos rapidly inflating as if filled with air, creating an unsettling spectacle from afar. Yinuo attempted to ascend, but at that moment, those individuals suddenly opened their mouths wide, emitting a cacophony of piercing sound waves. Intermingled with peculiar energies of cultivation, the collective force of their voices surged toward the center, a compounding power that even one of the Xianhuan realm would find arduous to withstand. Yet, as the adage goes, fortune can turn on a dime. The Xian sect venerates the Xiangui as supreme, wielding its teachings to dominate their domain, commanding the winds and rains at will. However, when confronted by another who possesses the Xiangui, such prowess is considerably diminished. At the epicenter of the tumult, Yinuo unfurled his violet Xianjia. The shock evident on the faces of the multitude prompted them to retract their powers. But alas, it was too late. Upon contact, the sound waves rebounded as if repelled, returning to their origin. Seizing the opportunity, Yinuo infused the waves with his own energy, simultaneously channeling a surge of chaotic fire outward. Though these individuals had long accepted death, a previously unseen terror now flickered in their eyes, as if their very essence was being consumed by an azure light. The Fengqiong sect lay not far from the second division of the Xian sect. Albeit in a different direction, Yinuo must first traverse to the Fengqiong sect before retracing his steps to the Xian sect. He soared through the skies for approximately half a month. Now only a few hours' journey from the Fengqiong sect. During this time, he refrained from utilizing the black owl wings, wishing to conserve his strength for the challenges that lay ahead. Suddenly, 3 bright lights streaked through the air. 2 in front and 1 behind. Seemingly in relentless pursuit, Yinuo extended his consciousness to probe the 3 individuals ahead. The first 2, a man and a woman, were of differing realms. The man was at the peak of Xianshi, while the woman was merely in the mid-stage of dueling. However, both appeared to be significantly weakened, their energy clearly depleted. The third individual behind them was at the pinnacle of Xianshi, exuding an aggressive aura, relentlessly closing the distance between them. Second brother, do not concern yourself with me. You must flee at once, or none of us will escape, the woman implored, her expression filled with urgency and her voice lacking strength. With all her might, she pushed the girl behind her, positioning herself in the path of the approaching threat, determined to buy them some time. In the blink of an eye, the pursuer had surged forward, their techniques shimmering with radiant light as they bellowed, "Foolish ones, neither of you shall escape." The man, already unable to resist due to the disparity in strength and his grievous injuries, merely closed his eyes, resigned to await the arrival of death. "Don't," the woman cried out in despair, witnessing the scene before her. Yet, as the imminent danger approached, there was a pause. A breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths, without any sign of movement. To be continued. Chapter 75. When sky startled, the man opened his eyes in fear, only to discover another man standing beside him. That moment, the stranger's right hand was directed towards the would-be assailant, who appeared to be suspended in midair, as if trapped. The man, seemingly without effort, lowered his hand and strolled away through the air. "Thank you for saving my life," the man exclaimed, clasping his hands in gratitude. Behind him, the woman rushed forward. "Thank you, benefactor, for your life-saving grace." She then anxiously inquired about his well-being. "Quickly, take care of your sister," the man replied, revealing himself to be Yinuo, with a wave of his left hand. A refreshing breeze enveloped the man. "Third sister, my injuries are fully healed," the man exclaimed joyfully. After exchanging profuse thanks, the siblings departed together. Yinuo gazed at the pair, his eyes lingering on them, and sighed. "Xiaoling, what are your thoughts on this individual?" Yinuo inquired, and Xiaoling materialized, assessing the immobilized figure. Approximately 10 breaths later, the radiant light dissipated, and Yinuo's form vanished alongside it, leaving only the immobilized man behind. In that moment, he seemed to be freed from his bindings, inspecting his hand with a peculiar smile before heading towards Fengqiong sect. The Fengqiong sect's trial assembly attracted tens of thousands of participants, most of whom were internal disciples, alongside a select few external disciples permitted to join, all of whom maintained cooperative relations with the sect. At present, the sect was teeming with people, surrounded by a formidable force of guards. "Brother Kong, those siblings are truly oblivious. It is a blessing for her to catch your eye, yet she remains so ungrateful," one bystander remarked. "Indeed, if I were in your place, I would be 100 times more willing," another echoed, as the surrounding crowd incessantly showered flattery and wore expressions of sycophantic submission. Yinuo smiled faintly and inquired, "When does the beast awakening commence?" "All right, let us proceed," he declared with clarity. "Very well, let's go. Make way, came the shouts from the crowd. Yinuo gleaned from Kong Cheng's memories that before participating in the trial assembly, one must undergo the enlightenment of the divine beast, the Wenxiong beast. Only upon receiving its permission can one enter the realm of Wenxiong. Despite the multitude of participants, ultimately only a mere few dozen are deemed worthy to step within. The once boisterous crowd fell into an extraordinary silence, and after a brief moment, accompanied by the resonant chime of bells, a magnificent divine beast appeared in the air, alongside a figure standing 3 zhang away from it. "We pay our respects to the sect master, and bow to the spirit venerable." All present, whether disciples of the Wenxiong sect or outsiders, knelt in unison. However, there was one individual who did not bow. Yinuo, who had taken over Kong Cheng's body. At this moment, Yinuo's eyes were filled with astonishment and fury. His astonishment stemmed from the striking resemblance between the Wenxiong beast and the moon beast he had encountered beneath the waterfall at Wanhua sect. The only difference being that its forehead bore the emblem of wind instead of the moon as the spirit had elucidated. Both the moon beast and the wind beast served under the revered ancestor of wind and moon. After the ancestor's transcendence, the two beasts had parted ways, one guarding the illusory moon, the other safeguarding the Wind Xiong. What ignited Yinuo's wrath was the sect master of Wind Xiong, clad in a black Taoist robe that enveloped his entire form. Most unnervingly, he possessed no head. This scene instantly reminded Yinuo of the headless figure he had encountered years ago by the waters of the waterfall with Mu Bingyu, whose appearance and aura were eerily identical. Most significantly, had it not been for unforeseen circumstances back then, both he and Mu Bingyu would have perished at the hands of this very individual, a grudge that Yinuo harbored deeply in his heart. Those who offend our celestial might shall be pursued to the ends of the earth. Kong Shixiao, quickly pay your respects to the sect master. One beside Yinuo, taken aback, hastily urged. Yinuo clenched his fists tightly. Showing no inclination to kneel, the sect master seemed to sense the situation, and a formidable surge of mystical power erupted, emanating from the realm of illusion. Instantly, the hundreds beside Yinuo were knocked to the ground, spitting blood and pleading for the sect master's mercy. Yet Yinuo only suddenly, the headless figure emitted a muffled sound, tinged with a hint of anger, as if it originated from deep within its chest. At that very moment, a shadow approached the headless entity and murmured a few words softly. Upon hearing this, the headless figure let out a low grunt and replied, "You may continue." Yinuo furrowed his brow but dismissed any further thoughts and stepped through the door. He did not sense the slightest hint of repulsion. Rather, within that luminous veil, a warm sensation enveloped him, clearly indicating that he had passed the initiation. However, shortly after he crossed, the wind sky beast seemed to detect something. Sniffing around Yinuo as if in search of something, or perhaps sensing a familiar scent. Yet, after a brief moment, it ceased its search. This action of the wind beast elicited a wave of murmurs from the onlookers below. Before long, another hour had passed, and all participants had successfully undergone the initiation. Astonishingly, only 10 individuals qualified, with Yinuo being the one who possessed the highest cultivation among them, at the pinnacle of the profound reality stage. While the others ranged from mid-level to the lowest being at the refining spirit stage, as night fell. The unique night sky of the Sea of Extinction shimmered with scattered starry brilliance. A gentle breeze swept through, carrying a hint of coolness. Despite the late hour, the throng of people below showed no sign of dispersing. They eagerly awaited the highly anticipated Wind Sky Trial Assembly. Moreover, the attention at this moment extended beyond the crowd. Many hidden gazes were fixated on this scene. Some sought to find successors among the participants to inherit their legacies, while others harbored ulterior motives. In the next instant, the luminous gate vanished, and the wind sky beast raised its head to let out a furious roar towards the heavens. Instantly, a fierce wind erupted beneath the clear night sky, growing increasingly stronger, causing the less powerful disciples below to struggle to maintain their footing. The tempest transformed from formless to tangible, swirling rapidly in midair, distorting the very fabric of space. Amidst the ensuing chaos and void, a colossal staircase-like structure materialized in the air, shrouded in clouds, appearing and disappearing intermittently. Upon witnessing this, Yinuo, though already anticipating it, could not help but feel a twinge of astonishment. He had not expected the wind sky to indeed have some connection to the winds of the firmament. Yet its magnitude could not compare to the latter. The wind sky was divided into 9 tiers, each containing 11 levels, totaling 99 levels. Each step represented a significant trial of cultivation and willpower. Ascending to a higher tier would yield evolutionary advancements in cultivation and enhance one's celestial fortunes, paving a smoother path for future cultivation endeavors. However, the higher one ascended, the more stringent the requirements became, not only testing cultivation and willpower, but also demanding the absorption of the natural spiritual essence from the realms of illusion foundation and spirit realm. Most importantly, there was a need for recognition, akin to the bond between magical artifacts and their wielders. If one were to be accepted by the wind sky in the depths of fate, it would be the greatest reward, yet such acknowledgement was exceedingly rare. Conversely, if one attempted to forcibly break through these constraints, the consequence would be the merciless devouring by the winds of the firmament, ultimately leading to a state of utter disorientation. The wind canopy extends downward almost to the Earth's surface, while upward it reaches into the vast heavens. The entrance of each individual seems to awaken the slumbering winds of the canopy, causing the entire expanse to whirl into a swift motion. The swirling luck sparkles resplendently beneath the starlit night, while those outside can only catch fleeting glimpses of figures and situations amidst the swirling energies that in Chapter 76, The Wind Breaks the Sky. Yinuo finds himself positioned last in the trial. Among the 9 who preceded him, the highest achievement was a single individual reaching the 66th level, a remarkable feat within a millennium, emerging from the wind canopy. This person radiated vitality and vigor, having transcended from the first realm of spirit refining directly to the pinnacle of the profound void realm. This was merely the beginning. Upon closer inspection, one could discern the purity and quality of his cultivation, which even rivaled the essence of Yinuo's own profound Taoist power. Upon descending, this individual was instantly surrounded by a multitude, many of whom were powerful beings seeking to recruit talented disciples. Regardless of the circumstances, it was evident that this individual would be blessed with fortune on his path of cultivation. However, such fortunate individuals are not common. Among the previous 9, only 3 survived the trial of the wind canopy, while 4 perished within its depths, and though 2 emerged, they were left in a state of madness, nearly devoid of reason. These individuals, blinded by their greed for the treasures within, failed to recognize their own limitations and did not relinquish their pursuits at the appropriate moment, leading to their untimely demise. At last, it was Yinuo's turn, the final contestant. Yet the crowd remained unchanged, none departing early. They were eager to witness how far this individual, the most accomplished among the 10, could ascend. Perhaps he too could reach the heights achieved by the previous contender. Impossible. Such heights are not merely determined by cultivation level. I wager he will only manage to reach the 40th level at best. Indeed, the previous individual was deeply favored by fate, gaining the wind canopy's recognition to reach the 66th level. As for this one, if he does not become lost within its depths, that would be the best outcome. Voices of various opinions echoed from below, predominantly skeptical of Yinuo's chances, remaining merely to observe the spectacle of his potential demise at the hands of the wind canopy, finding solace in witnessing the downfall of one who had not participated in the trial themselves. Yinuo stepped through the swirling mist into the first level of the wind canopy, his figure swiftly enveloped within. Upon entering, he distinctly sensed an inexplicable and peculiar force emanating from within the canopy winds. The wind rushed downward, striking him with an overwhelming momentum that penetrated his very being, stirring a tumult within his internal cultivation. Yet, this sensation was not overwhelmingly intense. Yinuo bore it resolutely and continued his ascent. First level, second level, third level, fourth level. In a brief span of moments, Yinuo effortlessly reached the 10th level. It was only at this juncture that he truly grasped the wind's intent. The ethereal winds flowed through his body, harmless yet singularly interested in one thing: the true energy of Taoist power residing within the cultivator. Through the winds coursing within his own body, he gradually enveloped his inner vital energy, as if cautiously testing its boundaries, and then began to permeate and merge it inward, little by little. Yinuo was unaware of the feelings experienced by those who had come before him. From his observations, the few who had survived the wind dome displayed no signs of abnormality below the 20th level. They moved forward without pause. Yet, at this moment, he felt an unexpectedly heavy pressure at the 10th level that made it difficult for him to advance. It was as if the wind sought to integrate with his path, attempting to exert control over it. Or perhaps they were locked in mutual opposition. However, in this struggle, it was Yinuo who ultimately bore the brunt of the consequences. At this moment, he felt as he had many years prior on that fateful night at the Wangyue sect, when he practiced the Wangyue technique and 2 opposing forces clashed within him. He had endured unbearable pain, convinced he would perish, yet he had persevered. Now, Yinuo faced 2 choices: to abandon his pursuit and preserve his life, ensuring that he would have the means to continue, or to gamble on a seemingly impossible chance. Destiny is a force difficult to defy. One must tread upon the path of fate. Should he choose to surrender, he would become a mere puppet of destiny. Why not take a leap of faith, embracing the uncertainty of success or failure, with a heart unburdened by regret? His determination and faith had long transcended his very soul. He had traversed a long road, witnessing the unwavering resolve of Uncle Zhao, the serene acceptance of Sima Shiling, the candidness of Senior Feng, the indomitable spirit of Nangong Huanyu, and the obsession of the middle-aged man. All of these experiences had deeply imprinted upon his heart that a person must always harbor aspirations within. Clenching his fists and gritting his teeth, Yinuo ascended. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He reached the 15th level, Initially, his pause at the 10th level had incited a wave of murmurs from those below. But upon witnessing his ascent, cheers erupted in support. Yet, no one understood better than Yinuo that he had already reached his limits. His body could scarcely move a fraction more. The winds within the dome had intensified to a point that nearly threatened to annihilate him. Merging with the majority of his techniques, leaving only a pure essence of his path, as steadfast as ever. It was as it seems we have overestimated this individual, let alone the fortuity, having lingered for such an extended period. It is likely that he has become utterly lost within it. Let us disperse, everyone. With a stir among the crowd, people began to leave Fengxiong's sect in droves. The once resplendent brilliance of Fengxiong in the night sky has now considerably dimmed. Humph, what a useless being. The headless figure of the sect leader shifted his gaze away from Fengxiong, turning with a huff. Yet, upon turning, he sensed something amiss. He looked towards the spirit sovereign wind beast beside him, only to find the sovereign intently focused on Fengxiong. This marked the first time since the inception of Fengxiong's sect that the spirit sovereign appeared so earnest and solemn. There's something amiss. Spirit sovereign, the headless figure inquired, cupping his hands in respect, devoid of any arrogance in the presence of the sovereign. Look quickly, the radiance of Fengxiong has dimmed further, and it seems to tremble and waver. This is indeed unprecedented. Could it be an omen? Might it relate to the individual who just entered? The headless figure now gazed at Fengxiong, observing the once luminous glow gradually fading under the night sky. Exhibiting signs of instability and tremors, he stepped forward, fixating intently on the figure within the 15th level, faintly sensing that something was about to transpire. From that moment onward, he began to awaken from a long slumber. At this juncture, Fengxiong could no longer infiltrate his consciousness even the slightest. The evolution of cultivation that Fengxiong bestowed primarily lies in the purification of the trialist Taoist prowess. Yet the pure force within Yinuo was such that it eclipsed even the power of Fengxiong. The initially enveloping force of Fengxiong surrounding Yinuo's Tao was, upon sensing this pure power, seemingly drawn to its own sanctuary, choosing to actively merge with Yinuo's Tao rather than retaliate or annihilate. The dimming and trembling of Fengxiong's brilliance earlier was merely a process of tentative fusion. It was testing, struggling, and ultimately opting for amalgamation. With this fusion, Fengxiong was no longer merely Fengxiong. It had become a part of Yinuo, who was now synonymous with Fengxiong. He opened his eyes, letting out a resounding roar towards the heavens, and in that instant, the winds howled violently, thunder cracked fiercely, and the atmosphere transformed dramatically as Yinuo ascended. Simultaneously, outside Fengxiong, accompanied by the mighty roar of the wind beast, the radiance reached its zenith beneath the celestial night, instantly enveloping the entire expanse in a resplendent glow. This spectacle seemed to resonate throughout the firmament, stirring the hearts of several unseen individuals. The crowd below erupted in gasps of astonishment, collectively looking up to behold this extraordinary scene, followed by an eerie silence as they held their breath in unison. For what they witnessed was not a gradual ascent, but a breathtaking flight through the air, swift and forceful, leaving all in utter awe. The minions trailing Kongqing felt their throats dry. Everything unfolded so abruptly that had they merely been flattering Kongqing, they now found themselves kneeling in submission. Yet it was Yinuo who stood before them. Yinuo, in the blink of an eye, ascended to the 88th level, his speed undiminished. This moment, a faint void seemed to materialize beside him. Shimmering as if conjured from thin air, the headless figure observed this spectacle, unable to contain its agitation. Its muffled voice carried a tinge of tension and unease. Exclaiming in disbelief, is he actually traversing the void tribulation? Impossible. Chapter 77. The Ancient Scroll of Creation. Below, the onlookers, still reeling from their previous astonishment, erupted once more into incredulous gasps, as if a pot had boiled over. Surely not. Has he truly reached the 88th level? This was unprecedented in millennia. Yet he continued to ascend. Could it be that he might even attain the 99th level? Look, it seems he is actually undergoing the void tribulation amidst the wind canopy. The realm of Xuanshu represents the first genuine trial faced by those on the path of cultivation. Should one become lost in this forest, a moment's carelessness could lead to eternal entrapment, becoming a mere puppet of the Tao, forever estranged from the self. However, successfully navigating this forest would grant the freedom of vast oceans for fish to leap and high skies for birds to soar. At this moment, Yinuo found himself enveloped in a mesmerizing darkness, desperately seeking the path forward, oblivious to the happenings around him. My heavens, he had indeed reached the pinnacle of the wind canopy. The 99th level, truly a feat unseen in countless years. As Yinuo slowly ascended the steps to the 99th level, an eerie silence fell below. All were rendered speechless, their faces etched with disbelief and profound astonishment. Some among them bore expressions of fortune, grateful to witness such an extraordinary event in their lifetimes. Meanwhile, the headless figure fixated on the apex of the wind canopy, its form trembling slightly, muttering in denial. This cannot be. This cannot be this moment. Yinuo stood at the very zenith of the wind canopy, his form ethereal, shrouded in a mist of luck, appearing both elusive and fantastical, as if proclaiming to the world his desire to tread the heavens. The wind canopy radiated its most resplendent light, a luminous spectacle that illuminated the night, transforming the darkness into day, rendering the starry sky dim in comparison, that he seemed to walk alone in the shadows, traversing a long and arduous path, determined to seek his purpose. Each step was fraught with difficulty and solitude. He had contemplated surrender, faced moments of peril, experienced confusion, and endured heart-wrenching pain. Yet in the end, he persevered, driven by his faith and dedication, yearning to soar through the skies with his beloved, his family, and companions. Gradually, he realized that he was not alone in the darkness. Before him stood the silhouettes of countless individuals, each a beacon of light guiding him forward, ensuring he would never lose his way in the night. He beheld his grandmother, Xueman, Uncle Long, Uncle Zhao, Tian Ming, Yu Xin, Bing Yu, and Senior Feng, among many others. Until at last, he glimpsed Ming Rue, the woman he had eternally cherished. At this moment, she smiled gently at him as he rushed forward, embracing her tightly. A glimmer of light pierced through the darkness. And as he pressed his face against hers, he beheld the radiance. Yinuo let out a mighty roar, and his entire being emanated a dazzling white light, gradually ascending within the winds of the heavens. To the astonishment of all, the apex of the once ethereal sky transformed, revealing a staircase materializing from the void, astonishingly multiplying into 100 levels. Countless spectators widened their eyes, utterly dumbfounded. None could have anticipated such an evolution. As the brilliance enveloping Yinuo slowly faded, his true visage emerged, eliciting shock all around. What? It was he. The very one who had single-handedly obliterated the branch of the Xian sect with his spiritual prowess. At that moment, even more shocked than anyone else was the headless master of the Wind Sky sect. He recognized Yinuo from their encounter by the waterfall beside the pond. His expression darkened as he gazed at Yinuo, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. He could not allow him to emerge from the Wind Sky nor step onto the 100th level, for the consequences would be dire. The headless figure, wielding formidable illusory powers, charged toward the zenith of the Wind Sky, sparking a cacophony of astonishment among the crowd below. Yet, Yinuo was no longer the same individual he had been years prior. He had transcended the trials of the void and entered the realm of the fantastical. The power he had accumulated within began to coalesce with the winds of the heavens, merging seamlessly with his own essence, which included the forcibly absorbed energy as well as the powers bestowed upon him by a middle-aged man. Since Yinuo had stepped into the realm of the ethereal, his strength erupted instantaneously, allowing him to ascend to the pinnacle of the fantastical realm without lingering in the earlier stages. From that point onward, he was unmatched below the realm of the profound, and this was merely the beginning. The realm of illusion is the transformation of the path into the fantastical. Since ancient times, the profound has given rise to the illusory, the path, as its name suggests, merging into the boundless void. The realm of illusion is divided into two stages. The first stage, named Paving the Heavens, consists of three realms: illusory form, illusory intention, and illusory spirit. The second stage, named Treading the Heavens, is divided into two significant realms: illusory tribulation and illusory annihilation. Between the realms of the profound and the illusory lies a transitional realm known as transforming illusions, where the essence of heaven and earth melds into the fantastical. At this moment, Yinuo found himself situated within the realm of transforming illusions. Poised at the zenith, gazing at the 100th step before him, Yinuo suddenly furrowed his brow, clenching his fists as he sensed a surge of power emanating from the heavens and the earth. The headless figure halted beside the apex of the wind sky, merely 5 paces away from Yinuo. With arms outstretched, he let out a tremendous roar. Instantly, the black robe that enveloped him detached, swirling above him like a colossal dark curtain, revealing his true form for the first time. To the horror of all, a head was grotesquely affixed to his chest. The headless figure clasped his hands together, pointing skyward, unleashing a ba under the influence of this dark shroud. These souls have been reduced to nothing but a bloodthirsty desire, with an estimated tens of thousands of specters howling in unison. They ultimately coalesce into a massive, bloodied maw, lunging towards Yinuo in a ravenous attempt to devour him. The winds howl fiercely, and the skies undergo a sudden transformation, as if the heavens themselves shudder in response. In an instant, the entire canopy of wind is consumed by the phantoms. The headless figure's chest rises and falls rapidly, emitting heavy gasps, clearly indicating that, despite having attained a high level of illusionary transformation, wielding such an enigmatic and fearsome sorcery exacts a tremendous toll. This is indeed the 10,000 ghosts pay homage to the grave. How could the leader of the Wind Canopy sect be cultivating such a malevolent technique? Those with discernment below quickly recognize this arcane art, followed by a chorus of curses, though none dare to raise their voices too high. The headless figure presses his palms together, maintaining control over the dark veil, which slowly compresses inward under his command. Above, countless bloodthirsty visages seem to revel in some excitement, their howls sending shivers down the spine. Turning his gaze to Yinuo, a foul wind permeates the entire space as he watches the malevolent spirits rushing towards him. And he lets out a deep sigh. In life, he was at the mercy of others. In death, he is unable to escape such a tragic fate at the very moment the evil spirits pounce upon him. Yinuo unleashes a punch filled with centuries of rage and arrogance, striking against the dark veil towards the headless figure. Outside the veil, the headless figure suddenly feels a pang of unease. And in that fleeting instant, blue flames ignite beside him. It is as if his soul, for the first time, experiences an unprecedented terror, an abyssal dread that afterward, Yinuo murmured the words of the primordial scroll of creation. When he cast his gaze once more upon the ancient characters, whose brilliance flickered in and out of focus, a particularly striking phrase seared itself into his consciousness. The primordial scroll of creation. The illusory scroll of the later generation. At the dawn of creation, the world was divided into 3 realms, guided by the spirits of each realm and founded upon ancient texts, breaking through the chaos to give rise to all things. The primordial scroll of creation comprises 2 sects and 5 scrolls. The sects of law and matter, with the former encompassing 3 scrolls, illusory scroll, desolation scroll, and annihilation scroll, and the latter consisting of 2 scrolls, the beast scroll and the landscape scroll. The 3 scrolls of the law sect serve as the foundation of all pathways. If we consider the 3 great clans of today, the Tao of the Immortal clan is based on the illusory scroll, the Tao of the Shaman clan on the annihilation scroll, and the Tao of the Barbarian clan on the desolation scroll. Yinuo gazed at the ancient illusory scroll, his mind became a blank canvas. Devoid of anything else at that moment, the essence of his immortal clan cultivation, alongside the faint traces of shaman and barbarian Tao energies, surged within him, as if responding to a primordial summons. Chapter 78. Master of all things. Time passed in this manner, with Yinuo deeply engrossed, so much so that he remained oblivious to the changes unfolding around him. Yet, all was observed by the multitude of tens of thousands below, their gazes shifting from the pinnacle of the Wind Dome Tower to the heavens above. Under the radiant glow of the Wind Dome, an immense black cloud, spanning millions of feet, swirled rapidly in the night sky, accompanied by the ominous rumble of thunder and intermittent flashes of crimson lightning. Instantly, the world was enveloped in an atmosphere of profound oppression and eeriness, as the red lightning danced within the colossal vortex, resembling a harbinger of doom, inducing a chilling awe that sent shivers down the spine. Before the crowd could react, a fierce gust of wind and a bolt of red lightning erupted from the swirling vortex above, striking the throngs below. In the next moment, a thunderous roar echoed, followed by cries of terror and lamentation as severed limbs were swept skyward by the tempest. What had once been a square filled with Tao in an instant, the aura emanating from him surged to its zenith. And Yinuo experienced, for the first time, the profound strength that he possessed, a sensation as though he harbored the vast firmament within his heart. Simultaneously, within the confines of the deep-sea prison, Yinuo clenched his fists tightly, rising to his feet as the chains binding him rattled ominously, as if on the verge of breaking. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed through the heavens and the earth, reminiscent of the very sky shattering. As the first bolt of crimson lightning erupted forth, hurtling towards Yinuo in an instant, covering less than 100 zhang, Yinuo's eyes flew open, and above him, a barrier materialized, clashing with the descending lightning. However, this time, Yinuo underestimated the might of the celestial tribulation. What appeared to be merely an illusionary force was, in truth, the purest and most genuine divine might. That single bolt of lightning was capable of annihilating even the most formidable illusionists. The electric brilliance danced silently, and the barrier shielding Yinuo was swiftly enveloped by numerous minute-red arcs of lightning, one of which pierced through the barrier and struck him squarely on the head, coursing through his entire being. In that moment, Yinuo felt as though his body were on the verge of exploding. Despite the protective spells surrounding him, his heart surged tumultuously, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. As the collision between the spells and the lightning occurred, his body plummeted like a bird with broken wings, crashing to the ground over 100 zhang away, racked with excruciating pain. The ferocity of that first bolt of lightning was indeed astonishing. Gritting his teeth against the agony, Yinuo wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, the torrential rain washing away the stains and mingling them with the mud, returning them to the earth. He glanced at his palm, astonished by the sheer power of this tribulation. Despite exerting every ounce of his strength and resistance, he found himself in such a disheveled state, now burdened with severe injuries. The prospect of withstanding the forthcoming 2 bolts seemed utterly fantastical. In the brief moments that followed, within the swirling black vortex, the second bolt of lightning was gathering its force, ready to strike. The fierce winds howled, and the torrential rain poured down. There was no time for contemplation. Yinuo forcibly channeled his vital energy throughout his body, standing tall once more, as the illusionary moon beside him radiated a resplendent silver glow. He gazed at this companion of over 1,000 years, who had stood by him through countless life and death moments, and spoke softly, as if addressing a dear friend. "Old friend, I wonder if this will be our final battle." The illusionary moon seemed to respond with a sentient awareness, leaning against him as he gently stroked it. Gradually, once more, he clenched his fists, a fierce determination rekindling in his eyes, and proclaimed passionately, "Today, let us once again fight side by side. If heaven seeks to vanquish me, then I shall smite the heavens." In that instant, the combined aura of the illusionary moon and Yinuo soared to new heights, resonating with the vastness of the cosmos, as he declared, "What do I desire?" Yet, at that moment, an unexpected change occurred. The wind beast, which had always shielded him with its protective winds, seemed to sense something. Turning its gaze towards Yinuo, its colossal form descended beside him, its enormous eyes fixated intently on the illusionary moon. Remarkably, the moon too seemed to sense an anomaly, trembling gently beneath its silver radiance. The wind beast let out a resounding roar, a sound imbued with both excitement and sorrow, while the character for wind emblazoned upon its forehead flickered rapidly. In the next moment, even Yinuo could hardly believe his eyes. To his astonishment, a divine beast, comparable in size to the wind beast, gradually manifested above the illusory moon. Though ethereal, one could distinctly discern a character resembling the word moon emblazoned upon its forehead. The moon beast. This revelation left Yinuo in a state of disbelief. Yet, in that fleeting instant, the heavens suddenly resounded with a deafening thunderclap, and in the blink of an eye, a second bolt of lightning, imbued with unparalleled destructive might, surged towards Yinuo. That moment, it felt as though the world had fallen silent, solemnly observing the life that was on the brink of annihilation. A tempest raged. With the skies unleashing their fury, time seemed to stretch infinitely, as the lightning pierced through the darkness, extending forward like a sword, incinerating all in its path, shattering the void, and erupting within the distorted fabric of space. However, in this unparalleled moment, the moon beast and the wind beast suddenly let out a mighty roar, and to Yinuo's astonishment, their forms vanished simultaneously. At the very moment of their disappearance, an ephemeral figure materialized beside the lightning. Flanking this figure were the 2 beasts, the wind beast and the moon beast, nestling close as if they had rediscovered a long-lost sanctuary from years past. To Yinuo's astonishment, this figure was none other than the ancestor of wind and moon. He cast a glance at Yinuo, offering a faint smile and a nod, before extending a translucent hand towards the overwhelming crimson lightning. Everything unfolded with astonishing rapidity, yet paradoxically, it felt achingly slow. In the next heartbeat, under Yinuo's watchful gaze, that bolt of lightning was firmly grasped within the ethereal palm. In the vastness of the cosmos, amidst the wonders of creation, all living beings lay prostrate. There was no sound, no struggle. The formidable force of the heavenly tribulation, capable of obliterating a lifetime, simply dissipated into the ether. At this moment, the 2 formidable divine beasts appeared exceedingly docile, seemingly relishing his gentle caress. As they emitted low growls, the ancestor of wind and moon, along with the two extraordinary beasts, gradually faded from existence. They had once lost themselves in the passage of time, yet ultimately followed the footsteps of time as they departed. With a resounding boom, the tranquility of the heavens was once again shattered by a cataclysmic roar as the third bolt of lightning descended. Yinuo, jolted by the immense sound, turned to behold the final surge of heavenly tribulation. Suddenly, he felt no more resistance upon his countenance. He understood that no matter how fiercely he fought, it would be in vain. Before this tribulation, capable of extinguishing all illusions and powers, he chose tranquility and detachment. In that profound moment of surrender, he realized just how weary he was, exhausted to the point of wishing for an eternal slumber, to dream a beautiful and lengthy dream filled with familiar faces and cherished memories. As the crimson force of heavenly tribulation hurtled downwards, Yinuo closed his eyes, his ears filled solely with the sound of his own heartbeat and breathed, "I am the sovereign of all creation. I can ensure your survival." A sudden, jarring voice echoed in Yinuo's mind, as if it emanated from the very depths of the ocean of existence, an ancient will of profound antiquity. This voice arrived with startling abruptness, leading him to question whether it was merely a figment of his imagination. It was only when he opened his eyes and beheld the scene before him that he fully comprehended the occurrence of all these events. A force, seemingly traversing through the void, collided with the cataclysmic power of the heavenly tribulation, capable of obliterating all illusions. This confrontation was accompanied by a thunderous roar, as an unparalleled shockwave swept across the heavens and the earth, shaking the very firmament. Simultaneously, the black vortex in the sky was instantly dispersed. As this cosmic upheaval washed over Yinuo, he suddenly discovered that his grievous injuries had miraculously healed in an instant. Gazing at the vanishing vortex, his heart swelled with astonishment, yet it was overshadowed by profound bewilderment. The resilience of this will was so formidable that it rendered even the terrifying force of the heavenly tribulation pale in comparison. Just how potent was this ancient will, and how many similarly formidable entities resided within the Sea of Oblivion? What were their intentions, and why did they intervene to save him? Chapter 79. Under currents, Yinuo pondered the notion that his fate could be foretold by others thousands of years ago, leading him to believe that there must exist extraordinary individuals within the Sea of Oblivion, and that his destiny had long been under the scrutiny of others. Thus, he murmured to himself, if that is the case. He stepped deeper into the Sea of Oblivion, a peculiar smile gracing his face. If that is the case, I shall see who among you is truly stronger. As the wind diminished and the rain subsided, Yinuo's figure vanished once more amidst the realms of the Sea of Oblivion, and that mysterious voice never reappeared. The headquarters of the Xian sect, on the vast totem of the ancient turtle statue. Countless ancient runes and spells began to materialize slowly. The intricate patterns on the turtle shell appeared to come alive, writhing with vigor and producing a crisp sound akin to stones grinding against one another. In a previously unremarkable space upon the runes, invisible ripples began to form, gradually resulting in distortion. As the force of distortion intensified, after a few moments, a colossal fissure emerged in that space, releasing a terrifying force of suction, revealing itself as a spatial rift. As the rift continued to tear and stretch, it gradually unveiled the figure of a slumbering woman within, gravely injured yet exuding a calm aura, her expression one of contentment and determination, as if she had never harbored regrets. She was none other than He Xueman, who, in her endeavor to save Yinuo, had ultimately been consumed by the dimensional rift within the dragon tomb all those years ago. An elderly figure materialized upon the statue, gazing at He Xueman within the spatial rift, a flicker of surprise crossing his face as he murmured, "I never anticipated she could endure for so long." With a graceful flick of his sleeve, the rift gradually mended and vanished, revealing before him a grand image depicting the current state of the secondary divisions of the Xian sect. In the realm of the younger generation, on the icy and desolate expanse of the extreme north continent, it was said that a colossal ice coffin lay hidden beneath the frigid surface, long buried within the harsh, frozen wilderness. However, throughout these tens of thousands of years, as disturbances between realms arose, this area too felt their repercussions, and the ancient malevolent sovereign, long dormant, began to awaken amidst the upheaval. In the realm of ice expanses, stretching for countless miles, human presence has been a rarity for tens of thousands of years. This desolate land, save for the existence of some extreme organisms, is nearly barren. At this moment, the biting cold wind howls fiercely, and snowstorms rage across the skies. In the very heart of this vastness lies an open area where several polar ice vultures perch upon the frozen surface. These vultures, having made this harsh environment their home, rely on their keen sense of smell to pierce the ice with their sharp beaks and talons, seeking the carcasses of deceased creatures buried beneath. This time, as is customary, the vultures seem to detect a whiff of decay and flock towards it. Upon closer inspection, one can discern that beneath their feet, the ice is marred by extensive fissures. Perhaps the source of the scent that lured them. Suddenly, an unforeseen calamity unfolds. A piercing cry of anguish erupts from among the once spirited vultures, causing the rest to take flight in a panic. The vulture that cried out is revealed to be ensnared in the grip of a decayed hand, and in an instant, it meets its demise. Meanwhile, at the juncture where the frozen expanse meets the mainland, the towering stone statue of Tianxiu stands resolutely, akin to a mountain. This colossal effigy, reminiscent of a celestial deity, has bestowed its blessings upon the entire continent of He Xueman since time immemorial. Surrounding the statue is an aura of frigid energy, rendering visibility to a mere half a foot within a radius of 100 miles, while an invisible barrier confines the icy essence. This ancient seal serves a dual purpose: to protect the Tianxiu statue from desecration and to imprison the entity contained within the icy confines, the ancient malevolence known as the Nine Mantis. At this moment, beyond the icy barrier, a cacophony of wailing and howling echoes, a relentless chorus of the undead, hauntingly tragic. Amidst the swirling apparitions, three figures gradually materialize. Leading them is the sole manipulator, the Yuling, whose eyes glint with a sinister expectation. Following closely behind are the shadow of the Purgatory Altar and the Poison Emperor, both of whom appear visibly shaken. Had they not trailed behind the Yuling, they might have already been devoured by the spectral entities. The sky is overcast, and the bitter snowstorm rages on as the Yuling approaches the icy barrier. He gazes upward at the statue of Tianxiu, standing beneath the frozen firmament, and a surge of infinite resentment flashes across his face, as if he yearns to slay it 1,000 times, yet finds his hatred unquenched. However, moments later, the Yuling bursts into a fit of laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha! Tianxiu, I never imagined you would fall to such depths. In the past, I foolishly believed your treachery, leading to my downfall, imprisoned in the dragon sealing tomb for over a millennium. Today, I shall shatter you into 1,000,000 pieces." With that, a more intense malevolence ignites in the Yuling's gaze as he spreads his arms wide, summoning the legions of the undead with a sweeping gesture. A tumultuous roar erupts as they surge towards the ancient seal. Ravenous and relentless, their gaping maws tearing at the barrier, releasing a wave of sanguine energy. The Poison Emperor and the Shadow watch in horror, gasping in disbelief. The Poison Emperor contemplates, setting aside the extent to which the Yuling's powers may be suppressed by Tianxiu. The sheer might of these terrifying undead makes them formidable foes, leaving him to wonder what the Altar Master intends. However, the ancient seal is by no means trivial. The moment it was touched by the undead, an incessant wave of searing power emanated outward, incinerating the undead as if they were being scorched by hellfire, instantly reducing them to ash. A pungent blend of charred odor and the metallic scent of blood surged forth, assaulting the senses and invoking an immediate wave of nausea. Yet, the undead seemed to be endless, as if summoned from an inexhaustible source. With the incantations uttered from the mouth of the prison spirit, the undead gradually awakened from various corners of the Xianxian continent, converging towards this location. Before such a terrifying army willing to face death, the ancient seal began to falter. Simultaneously, various sects across the Xianxian continent stirred. At this moment, Zhuyang stood atop the pinnacle shrine of the Wangyue sect, flanked by his disciple Qing Xian. Zhuyang's expression was grave, his brow furrowed, as the candle representing the elder position, extinguished by the death of Elder Guzhiji, flickered to life once more, burning brightly as if it were an ordinary day. This prison spirit, an ancient demon king, possessed transcendent powers and was sealed away by the Tianxiu long ago, with its abilities forcefully suppressed. Should it manage to break the seal again, it would likely become an insurmountable foe. Moreover, the infernal altar had long cast covetous eyes upon our sect, placing Wangyue's sect and Fengxian's sect in imminent peril. Zhuyang lamented anxiously, incessantly fiddling with the prayer beads in his hand, as if formulating a plan. Qing Xian, standing behind him, wore a serious expression and suddenly pondered aloud, "Master, do you think this calamity will stir the attention of Sect Master Wangyue?" Qing Xian clasped his fists in respect and quickly departed. After Qing Xuan's exit, Jiang's expression shifted from one of gravity to indifference, letting out a heavy snort. Life and death. Perhaps it has long ceased to concern you in the icy expanse. The Xueman Hall, the sect closest to the Tianshu statue, was rumored to have been founded with the mission of safeguarding the Tianshu statue, dedicating all its resources to protect it from harm. Yet, in light of the current situation, there was no indication of mobilization. At this moment, two figures stood upon a glacier. One, a middle-aged man clad in a simple Dao robe, with a strong and noble demeanor. Those streaks of gray marred his hair, and the creases on his face bore witness to the passage of time. In stark contrast, his eyes radiated an unfathomable malevolence, not the eerie disturbance brought by malevolent spirits, but rather an aura that commanded respect, as if he were the sovereign of this realm. The other individual donned a ceremonial attire, adorned with a feathered crown and battle robes, his blood-red eyes the sole feature visible amidst his shrouded form. Surrounded by an overwhelming aura of soul-harvesting terror, in this frozen land, where blizzards raged, it seemed as though all chill had surrendered its brilliance, with the true essence of a millennium of ice encapsulated only in the presence of these two. This matter is exceptional, and I cannot afford to intervene personally. The shaman possesses limited power and is ill-equipped to manage it. Thus, I must trouble you to take the lead. The voice of the sinister man resonated deeply. Devoid of any trace of magical flow, the witch demon shifted slightly, nodding in acknowledgement. Rest assured, my lord. This matter is of great significance. I too am wary of entrusting it to others. The sinister man similarly nodded. A peculiar smile gracing his lips. I appreciate your efforts, demon brother. Meanwhile, the most direct participant in this affair, Dao Ying, stood before the blazing inferno within the purgatory altar, where the cauldron lay beneath, flames roaring fiercely. With a respectful bow, he declared to the altar's master, "Rest assured, my lord, I shall depart at once." Upon uttering these words, his figure swiftly vanished, and in his wake, a shadowy silhouette flickered within the flames. The continent of Hosheng sprawls vast and boundless, its history stretching across eons, leaving the question of who holds dominion over its fate. Chapter 80. The mysteries of heaven and earth, boundless through the ages beside the poison emperor and the shadow. Dao Ying's form materialized, summoning forth an ancient vessel resembling a cauldron, albeit merely the size of a palm, adorned with flickering totems of fire. At that moment, a piercing howl from the hell spirit shattered the ancient seals, which crumbled under the strain of battling the undead, collapsing with a thunderous roar, and an icy chill surged outward. As the seals disintegrated, an eerie heartbeat echoed within the pervasive frost. Then, a thunderous roar of a beast shattered the silence of this frozen realm. Under the force of its roar, the wind shifted, snowflakes scattered, and the icy air was rapidly dispelled, revealing a towering figure, the Nine Gourd. The Nine Gourd, an ancient terror known for its bloodlust and unpredictable wrath, has seldom been provoked throughout history. With 6 elongated limbs stretching over 10,000 feet, it was encased in a thick, brownish-gray armor. Its most lethal features were the 2 pairs of serrated forelimbs, sharp as daggers, which allowed it to wreak havoc through sheer brute force, rendering even powerful illusionists powerless before it. Hidden beneath its armored back were a pair of colossal golden wings, whose purpose remained a mystery since ancient times. The hell spirit gazed at the Nine Gourd, eyes gleaming with ferocity, yet tinged with wariness. Confronting such an ancient beast while his powers were not fully restored would yield uncertain outcomes. That I entrust this task to you. Confine it for half an hour, he commanded, making his way toward the celestial stone statue. Even in the daylight, the Nine Gourd's massive, steel-like eyes absorbed every movement around it, its formidable head turning toward the hell spirit. The serrated forelimbs twitching with anticipation. In the realm of the 8 desolations and the infinite void, incantations began to flow from Dao Ying's lips. As the spells were uttered, the palm-sized ancient cauldron emitted a resonant hum. Spinning rapidly, radiant light swirling and auspicious energy rising, the Nine Gourd, initially fixated on the hell spirit, was suddenly drawn to this unexpected phenomenon, its gaze filled with malevolence as it let out a furious roar. Its colossal pincers lunging toward the seemingly insignificant cauldron. Under the pressure of this might, Dao Ying and his companions braced themselves, channeling their full powers to maintain control over the ancient vessel. Yet, in a split second, as the Nine Gourd struck, the cauldron vanished. The Nine Gourd missed its target, leaving a colossal pit of approximately 1,000 feet in the frozen ground, a resounding crash reverberating as ice shards erupted into the air. At the very moment the ancient cauldron vanished, another ancient cauldron materialized above the Nine Grubs. Originally no larger than the palm of a hand, it now expanded to a colossal size of 1,000 zhang. From its depths, a torrent of runes and ancient incantations cascaded downward, forming a formidable wall of restrictions that ensnared the 9 grubs within, rendering it immobile. The 9 grubs, a fearsome beast of antiquity, had never endured such humiliation, and in an instant, it erupted with unparalleled fury. A furious roar reverberated across the icy expanse, causing the ice crust to crack ominously beneath the weight of its wrath. With fissures spreading across the surface in multiple directions, one particularly vast crack extended ominously toward its withered, bony claws, from which a deep growl emanated. The ancient cauldron atop the 9 grubs trembled violently in response to this explosive roar. Teetering precariously as the wielder of the cauldron, Dao Ying felt the tremors resonate within his very being. A momentary void enveloped his mind. Despite his protective illusionary arts, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Grievously wounded. Quickly, lend me your support. Dao Ying's heart quaked as he bellowed. The shadows behind him and the Poison Emperor instantly grasped the urgency of the situation, channeling their full energy to assist Dao Ying in stabilizing the ancient cauldron. Meanwhile, the prison spirit approached the statue, hovering in midair, his eyes glowing with a blood-red light, and the crimson lightning mark upon his visage radiating like dripping blood. Behind him, a massive shadow materialized, entirely shrouded in darkness, resembling a demon from the depths of the 9 nether. Its terrifying claws reached toward the ground, and a pair of black wings unfurled like a shroud, obscuring the sky, with a slight smirk upon his lips. The prison spirit swiftly extended his right hand forward, the colossal shadow mirroring his movement as it lunged toward the skyward stone statue. The dreadful claw of death approached the statue. It was met by a surge of auspicious energy emanating from the statue itself, causing the demon's claw to slow momentarily, yet it continued its relentless advance. During this approach, fine cracks began to appear upon the statue. 1, 2, 3. Increasingly more. The 9 grubs seemed to sense something amiss, yet its massive form remained firmly under the cauldron's control. Although the cauldron wavered under its formidable presence, it never fell. And despite the 9 grubs' escalating rage, it remained unable to break free. As time flowed inexorably onward, the cracks upon the statue multiplied and became denser, gradually accompanied by ominous cracking sounds, as increasingly larger fissures emerged. At this rate, within the span of a mere incense sticks burning, the statue would shatter with a cataclysmic crash. The wind shifted, thunder rumbled ominously, and the swirling snow and errant flashes of lightning painted a scene of apocalyptic dread, as if the world were awakening from an eon-long slumber. Just then, an unexpected transformation occurred. The sky erupted in resplendent light, as 3 beams of brilliance shot forth from the peak of the Wangwei sect, the ancient cauldron of the Purgatory altar, and the celestial ice pillars of the extermination hall, all converging upon the nearly shattering skyward statue. In the presence of these 3 dazzling beams of light, the frozen realm erupted in a cacophony of brilliance, dazzling to the extreme. In the next moment, upon the celestial stone statue, 3 beams of light converged instantaneously, enveloping the frozen expanse with an overwhelming and terrifying pressure. Gradually, the figures of 3 individuals emerged from the brilliance. They appeared to be middle-aged men, exuding vitality and possessing an extraordinary demeanor. Each of the trio exhibited distinct characteristics. One donned a robe adorned with a crescent moon upon his forehead, another was cloaked in crimson, wielding an ancient cauldron, while the last held a crystalline ice shard, his countenance imbued with an aura of malevolence. The arcane energies flowed around them, emanating an indescribable and fearsome power. Their expressions were icy, locking gazes with one another, their eyes gleaming with intensity, while their peripheral vision remained fixed on the impending shattering of the celestial stone statue. The chill in the air seemed to surpass that of any previous moment. At that juncture, the man marked by the moon on his forehead turned his gaze toward the one clutching the ice shard and coldly remarked, "Evil young master, at the inception of your establishment, the Hall of Extermination was favored by Lord Tianxiu. You had once sworn a solemn oath to devote the entirety of your sect's strength to safeguard the integrity of his statue from harm. Now that the statue teeters on the brink of destruction, you sit idly by. How can you face Lord Tianxiu with any semblance of honor?"